On February 13, 2009, in Manhattan, New York, in the early morning. Through the teachings of the plot character Zhao Helen, your cultural level has increased by +1. You have obtained the triple changer drift. All registration procedures are complete, and it has been parked in the underground garage. Because of an entire night of teaching, Dr. Zhao Helen was still asleep. The books scattered across the bed and the messy clothes left a lingering impression in Guli's mind. The pleasant notification sound in his head made him sigh. Drift, huh? Not a bad reward, it's worth all these days of Ms. Zhao's dedicated teaching. Though he had indeed learned a lot of cultural knowledge, it was still a bit of a headache, especially for someone like him, who was a poor student. After all, Ms. Zhao Helen was a PhD. Turning on the TV, Guli lit a morning cigarette. Amidst a haze of smoke, memories of the past 20 years of his life flashed through his mind. He was a transmigrator, and it had been exactly 20 years since he came to this world. And of course, as a standard feature for transmigrators, he also had a system. However, the system he was bound to was a bit unusual. Other than the beginner's gift pack, which included a Turkish kebab shop in Manhattan and a small villa in the Manhattan district, there was absolutely nothing else. No powerful physique, no mutant abilities, and certainly no godlike fairy power. To earn more rewards, he had to learn cultural knowledge from plot characters and achieve a +1 improvement in his cultural level. Yes, learning cultural knowledge. Please don't lock me in the darkroom again, I beg you. Of course, this learning encompassed many aspects. For example, techniques, postures, like soothing massage techniques or golf swing postures, and so on. Compared to his past life, the culture in America was relatively more open, but the education he had received since childhood taught him to value self-respect, not to overreach, and not to sacrifice the greater good for small gains. This had resulted in him not earning any useful rewards before the age of 18. It was only after turning 18, 2 years ago, that he finally obtained his first superpower. And this time, his reward for the cultural lesson was drift. The twin sword-wielding transformer resembling Miyamoto Musashi was originally a member of the Decepticons. However, being a hardcore fan of Optimus Prime, he later defected to the Autobots. Drift became one of the very few Autobots with 3 transformation modes. In vehicle form, Drift is a blue and black Bugatti Veyron. In flight mode, he transforms into a military S-97 Raider helicopter. As for his combat form, a flashy blue and gold samurai. As Zhao Helen woke up on the bed, she stretched her arms lazily, her graceful curves making Guli's heart race. He touched his nose, debating whether to continue studying for a while longer. He still remembered the last girl who taught him knowledge. When her cultural level was high, the reward he received was quite substantial. It was precisely because Guli was so passionate about learning that the girl later started running away at the sight of him. Handsome, am I less attractive than those books? That was the last thing Sharon Carter had said to him before turning away. Guli rubbed his temples in frustration. Surviving in this dangerous world was really tough. Heaven knew he wasn't unromantic, he just wanted to stay alive. Was that wrong? After a busy time in the kitchen, Guli brought out 2 plates of heart-shaped breakfasts. Emerging from the bathroom in a bathrobe, Zhao Helen rubbed her head and even cheekily winked at Guli. Seducing me? Is this tolerable? Ms. Zhao, come eat breakfast. For the sake of better cultural learning in the future, Guli suppressed his inner impulses, turning his head away to avoid staring at the enchanting curves and long legs. You are about to access VIP paid chapters. Your balance is insufficient, please recharge promptly. After breakfast, Guli returned to his learning state. Through the teachings of the plot character Zhao Helen, your cultural level has increased by +1. You have obtained the Regeneration Cradle, which has been stored in the system space. Regeneration Cradle? Ultron, ha! But at this moment, that guy who rivaled gods as a mere mortal, Iron Man, probably hasn't appeared yet. Isn't it a bit early for the Regeneration Cradle to show up? It's all your fault. I'm going to be late for work. Zhao Helen rubbed her head, glaring at Guli with a hint of resentment. She had never seen a man like him. Was it possible that he wasn't pursuing her but was simply eager to learn? You probably don't need to go to work for now. Your boss seems to have been kidnapped. Guli pointed at the news being broadcast on TV. Breaking news, renowned entrepreneur Tony Stark, who recently won the Apex Award, was attacked during a visit to Afghanistan. Here are the details. Guli picked up his phone, February 13, 2009. The day when the family planning office director, Thanos, would descend upon Earth was drawing closer. Under the snap of those fateful fingers, who could guarantee they wouldn't vanish? Ghoulie wasn't some lucky guy with a bow and arrow, he was just an ordinary, self-reliant person. Even if the purple potato, Thanos, didn't show up, the upcoming battle in New York wouldn't be avoidable. The playboy got kidnapped? Zhao Helen stared at the TV in shock. Her new boss was truly a philanderer, having slept with every cover model from a year's worth of magazines. Still, Tony Stark wasn't her type. She preferred someone like Ghoulie, a muscular man with a strong physique, even if he was a bit younger than her. But he was definitely powerful and, most importantly, loved learning. A few minutes later, she suddenly sighed dejectedly, "It's over. I just bought shares in Stark Industries." Though Tony Stark was a playboy, he was the soul of Stark Industries. With this news spreading, the stock price would likely take a hit. "Oh ho, I didn't expect Ms. Zhao to be a little rich lady." Zhao Helen stumbled forward, once again touching Ghoulie's firm chest muscles. Her eyes sparkled as she said, "Appa, how did you train these?" At that moment, stars seemed to twinkle in her gaze. Ghoulie shrugged helplessly. It was, of course, thanks to the 50-50 serum he received as a reward after learning from a previous teacher, Sharon Carter, the niece of Peggy Carter, Captain America's former girlfriend. When her cultural level was high enough, he obtained the 50-50 serum. Natural talent. "Finish your breakfast, I need to head to the shop later." Sitting next to Ghoulie, Zhao Helen quietly ate her breakfast, though her eyes kept wandering toward Ghoulie uncontrollably. After breakfast, Zhao Helen lay back on the bed to continue sleeping. She was utterly exhausted from last night until now. Meanwhile, Ghoulie arrived at the underground garage, circling around the blue and black Bugatti as he inspected it. The triple-changer drift's vehicle form was the Bugatti Veyron Grand Sport Vitesse, with a dual-tone blue and black exterior design. Speaking of which, did the Marvel Universe even have Bugattis? Ghoulie shrugged, the system should be able to handle that issue. The drift parked in the garage was equally curious, observing its new owner. The kid in front of him seemed so weak. Although Drift had only recently arrived in this world, the information he gathered from connecting to the internet suggested that this world was pretty strange. The key thing was, he had just been teaching Bumblebee a lesson in front of his idol when he was suddenly transported here. With a series of mechanical transformation sounds, the blue and gold robotic samurai stood in the underground garage, holding dual swords as it looked down at the curious Ghoulie. "Bro, your learning method is pretty unique." In the underground garage, the blue and gold transformer, resembling a samurai adorned with cherry blossoms, gripped its twin swords. On its left leg were the 4 Chinese characters, loyalty, courage, and justice, but its words were unmistakably poking fun at its new owner. After hearing its comment, Ghoulie froze for a full 2.5 minutes. He suddenly thought, could it be that all future rewards with self-awareness would behave like this? If someday he got rewarded with Daedara, would that guy bring his art to New York? "You're quite bold, Drift." With a casual wave of Ghoulie's hand, the mechanical samurai holding twin swords was instantly twisted back into its car form by an irresistible force. Sorry, master." Seeing this, Ghoulie opened the car door and asked, "You can speak Chinese, right?" Fortunately, this triple-changer transformer was a product of the system, allowing Ghoulie to have complete control over it. Otherwise, even with the 50-50 serum, it wouldn't have been easy to handle Drift's bad temper. After all, this guy was formerly a Decepticon and a notorious hothead. While Drift eventually switched sides and joined the Autobots, his true nature hadn't entirely changed. "Yes, I can, master." Autobot Drift reporting for duty. After the car door automatically closed, Ghoulie chuckled softly, "Good boy. With this guy around, at least life wouldn't be boring from now on." It was just unfortunate that Crosshairs wasn't here, otherwise, they could form a comedic duo. Those two had plenty of memorable moments together. "Dear master, where would you like to go?" "Old Goose Turkish Kebab Shop." Drift. Honestly, the name of this system-rewarded shop was truly unique, so unique that it left people speechless. V-Room. The engine roared to life, and the sleek blue and black car sped toward Old Goose Kebab Shop like a whirlwind. "Keep it low-key, Drift," Ghoulie instructed helplessly from inside the car. This guy was just too flashy. At his current power level, he wasn't yet at the stage where he could afford to draw too much attention. "OJBK," Drift replied. With his hands free, Ghoulie leaned back in the seat, feeling quite impressed. The Autobot's autopilot feature was indeed excellent, and it certainly made picking up girls more convenient in the future. He even considered trying the trick of putting a can of Red Bull on the hood. But, unfortunately, the car's interior space was a bit cramped, leaving little room to stretch out. Drift, can you project a screen? As soon as he finished speaking, a screen roughly 10 inches in size slowly appeared beside him. Seeing this, Xilai swiped his fingers across it, browsing through recent news. Meanwhile, in another building in New York City, Nick Fury, then director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, SHIELD, was yelling into the phone. "Natasha, your vacation is over. Tony Stark has been attacked and is missing. You and Coulson head to Afghanistan." After hanging up, Nick Fury focused his sole remaining eye on the computer screen. On the screen were neatly arranged photos of all the individuals Tony Stark had interacted with before his disappearance. Nick Fury scrolled through the photos with his mouse, letting out a long sigh. Beside him was a stack of files containing all the information on the Playboy. Over the past few days, Fury had reviewed them countless times. He even had the strange feeling that he now knew Tony Stark better than Stark knew himself. Fury's rationale was rooted in years of experience. To fully control someone, you first have to fully understand them. Tony Stark loves cheeseburgers. Entered MIT at the age of 14, where he met his best friend, James Rhodes. After his father's death, he took over the vast family business, Stark Industries, and became its chairman. Genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist, weapons manufacturer, and an important partner of the Department of Defense. None of these labels fully encapsulated who Tony Stark was. Of course, the main reason Fury was so invested in Stark's disappearance was that Tony was the only son of Howard Stark, one of the founders of SHIELD. Yes, the only son. Howard Stark had no other children, nor did he have any adopted ones. Fury suddenly cursed. Maybe it was because he was too tired lately, but he felt his thoughts starting to wander. Shaking his head, he refocused on the screen, sometimes deep in thought, sometimes jotting down names on a notepad. After a long while, Fury picked up the paper he had just written on. On it was a list of suspicious individuals. Obadiah Stane, one of the co-founders of Stark Industries and a shareholder. He had worked alongside Howard Stark for years and assisted Tony in managing the company after Howard's death. Aldrich Killian, founder of AIM. He had previously worked with Pepper Potts, Tony Stark's secretary. Although no clear motive linked Killian to Stark's attack, Fury's instincts as a spy told him this guy was suspicious. Zhao Helen, a newly recruited scientist at Stark Industries. A Korean scientist, reportedly on par with Tony Stark in terms of scientific expertise and IQ. She had just joined Stark Industries at Tony's invitation, and the very next day, Tony was attacked in Afghanistan. Although the likelihood is low, better have Barton investigate her, Fury muttered, standing up to make another call. At the same time, in Old Goose Turkish kebab shop. Morning, Aunt May. Oh, hey, little Peter is here too. Come give Uncle a hug. The ever-graceful May Parker smiled warmly. Slept till the afternoon again? Have you had anything to eat? She didn't take Xilai's insistence on being called uncle seriously. Little Peter, born in 2001, was not even 8 years old yet. Perhaps due to the boyish growth cycle, he looked like a 5 or 6-year-old little pudding. As for Xilai, a handsome 20-year-old, he had even lived with her family for a while as a child. Yeah, I ate at home. Let me help, Aunt May. The two worked seamlessly in the kitchen, while little Peter, lying on the table doing his homework, couldn't help but feel that something was off. Aunt May and Uncle Goo's gazes toward each other were strange, like the kind of chemistry between male and female leads in movies, with sparks flying. Goo, are you free after work? There's a family movie. Before May Parker could finish her sentence, Xilai nodded and said, I'm free. Let's go together. Xilai really enjoyed the dynamic between the two of them. It was slightly ambiguous yet heartwarming. This was also why he made it a point to stop by the shop every now and then. As for school? Screw school. What could he possibly learn there? The family planning director, Thanos, was almost here. Instead of wasting time in class, he'd rather figure out how to get more rewards. I'm just purely after system rewards, he thought. And besides, she was the 30-year-old May. Any normal man would find it hard not to fall for her. New York's first cinema. After the movie ended, Xilai and May Parker walked hand in hand with little Peter towards the parking lot. Suddenly, an awkward silence fell between the two adults, mostly because neither of them had expected a family movie to include romantic scenes. It seemed that America's openness truly knew no bounds, starting with kids, no less. I'll take you home first, May said. Drift, in its Bugatti form, was a two-seater and couldn't fit 3 people. On the way to the cinema, they had taken May's car. "Let's drop Peter off first, the little guy is almost asleep," Gu suggested. Hearing this, May's face turned slightly red. The ride was silent. Perhaps it was the warmth in the car, but fine beads of sweat appeared on May's forehead. Worried that the sleeping Peter, lying in the back seat, might catch a chill, neither of them suggested opening the windows. May Parker suddenly felt a strange emotion stirring within her. She was torn between fearing any breakthrough in their relationship and longing for them to take a step closer. But she was already 30 years old, a full decade older than Gu. Moreover, they were old acquaintances. Gu had even stayed at her home for a while when he was in school. She stole a glance at the man sitting in the passenger seat. His handsome face made May feel a mix of emotions she couldn't quite describe, as if a vague sense of guilt had crept into her heart. Gu felt something similar. When he had first transmigrated, he was taken in by a couple, the neighbors of May Parker. That was how he had come to know May as a child. Later, when his adoptive parents disappeared, he and little Peter, whose parents were also missing, lived at May's house for a while until he moved into his small villa in Manhattan. The two remained silent, lost in their respective thoughts, as they arrived at May's home. After carrying Peter to his small bedroom, Gu heard May say, "Gu, I left some of Peter's toys in your room. Let me clean it up." "All right, I'll come help," Gu replied. The two busied themselves tidying up. While carrying a box of toys out, May suddenly tripped over a coat rack. Gu immediately reached out and caught her falling body. At that moment, it felt as though they could hear each other's heartbeats. With her rapid breathing, May's entire body rose and fell in rhythm. Gu swallowed hard, his throat dry, as a fiery sensation burned within him. Even after they stood up and set down the toy box, Gu didn't let go of her. "Gu, MMPH." May's words were cut off halfway as Gu suddenly kissed her. With a nudge of his foot, the door swung shut, and the two of them fell onto the bed, tightly embracing each other. In the quiet of the night, Gu pulled out a book titled Comprehensive English Mock Exercises from behind him. "Sis, how do you pronounce this sentence in English?" "God is a girl," May replied. And so, the ever-diligent Gu spent the night improving his English pronunciation. OMG. Ding. Through the teachings of the plot character May Parker, your cultural level has increased by +1. Reward obtained, Spider Sense. Spider Sense, also known as Peter's Tingle, it allows the user to sense impending danger and make corresponding predictions. I love reading. I love learning. Who knew how much time had passed, but May eventually succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep sleep. Ding. Through the teachings of the plot character May Parker, your cultural level has increased by +1. Reward obtained, Super Strength. Looking at the sleeping May, Gu suddenly felt parched. This is driving me crazy. In order to survive in the Marvel universe, he pushed himself to study as if his life depended on it. Thankfully, he had the 50-50 serum to sustain him. Otherwise, it would have been hard to say whether he could handle the back-to-back late-night study sessions. Of course, that was just an excuse. Deep down, he knew that this time was different. This time, he wasn't driven by the desire for rewards. He simply wanted to spend time with May. He also realized that the rewards he earned when his cultural level increased seemed to be tied to the person teaching him. For example, Sharon Carter, his earlier teacher, had a deep connection with Captain America. She was the niece of Peggy Carter, the captain's girlfriend, and would even have a romance with him in the future. Thus, Guli's first reward was the 50-50 serum. Dr. Zhao Helen, a genius scientist, had created a new mechanical body for Ultron in the movies. When his cultural level reached the required threshold, he earned Drift, the triple-changer transformer, and the regeneration cradle. As for May, the famous Aunt May of Spider-Man, her rewards were Spider Sense and Spider-Man's super strength. If his theory was correct, then to successfully resist the family planning director, Thanos, who should he learn from next? Hela? Smoky eye makeup, a violent temper approaching her might result in being fed to Fenrir the wolf. Besides, Hela was currently imprisoned deep in Asgard by Odin. With Guli's current strength, there was no way he could reach her. The Ancient One? The Sorcerer Supreme was a possibility, but she might not even notice someone like him. Sure, they were both of Eastern descent, but she was the Sorcerer Supreme, while he was just a small fry. Captain Marvel? She was busy helping the Skrulls find a new home, so there was no chance of encountering her. Still, from the recent events and the people he had met, it was clear this was the MCU. And in the MCU, there weren't many women who could stop the purple potato, Thanos. Perhaps Wanda, who was still with Hydra? Scarlet, which certainly fit his aesthetic preferences. Born in 1989, she was the same age as Ghoulie. Then there was Jean Grey, the Phoenix. Invisible Woman Susan Storm was also amazing. And Max. Looking at it this way, there seemed to be no shortage of options. After putting away the English book, Ghoulie pulled the blanket over May and tucked her in. Then, he quietly lay down beside her. Asterisk, don't say the protagonist only studies, it's all for the sake of passing reviews. Asterisk. Meanwhile, in a remote cave in Afghanistan, Tony Stark, who had just regained consciousness, opened his eyes. After tugging a long, thin tube from his nose, he struggled in vain to sit up and reached for the water bottle on the stone table. The day before, he had been a dashing figure receiving the Apex Award. Now, he was in tatters. After a few painful coughs, he noticed a man with a beard standing nearby. As Tony reached again for the water, the man, with his back turned, said, "If I were you, I wouldn't do that." Turning to look, Tony finally noticed the wires connected to his chest. Frantically, he started tearing at the bandages wrapped around him. What appeared before him was an electromagnet embedded in his chest, connected to a car battery. After learning about his predicament, Tony looked at the camera in the cave. "Smile for the camera," the bearded man, Ensign, said after a pause. "We've met before, at the Bern Technology Conference in Switzerland." "I don't remember," Tony muttered, beginning to assess his current situation. "Of course you don't. If I drank as much as you did, I wouldn't even be able to stand." Suddenly, the cave door swung open, and several armed men stormed in, speaking in a language Tony didn't understand. After listening to Ensign's translation, Tony, hands over his head, refused their demand to build missiles for them. In response, he was subjected to a brutal waterboarding session. However, when he was dragged outside the cave and saw the mountain of Stark Industries weapons piled up, Tony smiled and shook hands with the leader. An idea began forming in his mind, one that wouldn't go away. On April 29, 2009, in Manhattan. After bidding farewell to Zhao Helen with a kiss, Ghoulie lay on the sofa, lost in thought. He recalled many Marvel films and TV shows he had watched in his previous life, and the most confusing aspect among them was the concept of timelines and absolute points in time. Absolute points in time are events that must occur along a timeline, and forcibly altering them could lead to irreversible consequences. Among the many events tied to absolute points in time, one of the most famous was caused by the multiverse troublemaker Dr. Strange from a certain alternate universe. In that universe, to save his love Christine, Dr. Strange used the Time Stone to repeatedly try to alter the circumstances leading to her death. Yet no matter how many times he tried, the outcome remained unchanged. Christine's death was a fixed event. Ultimately, his repeated use of the Time Stone caused the collapse and destruction of his entire universe. In that universe, Christine's death was an absolute point in time. Of course, these events didn't happen in the MCU timeline. What led Ghoulie to ponder this issue was the reward he had received this morning after learning from Zhao Helen, Soundwave. Soundwave, the Decepticons' chief intelligence officer, was currently transformed into an American military satellite, floating in Earth's orbit. Through Soundwave's surveillance, Ghoulie was able to see the situation inside the cave where Tony Stark was being held. Based on Tony and Ensign's progress, the Mark I prototype suit would likely be completed within the next couple of days. At that point, Ensign would sacrifice himself to buy Tony time, dying at the hands of the Ten Rings fighters in the cave. In the movie, Ensign's death was a predetermined event. But now, with Soundwave at his disposal, Ghoulie wanted to test what would happen if he saved Ensign. Would the universe collapse? Or would something else occur? Of course, true to his cautious nature, Ghoulie had no intention of going to Afghanistan himself. That would be far too obvious, almost like inviting suspicion. With Soundwave in play, there was no need for Ghoulie to personally intervene. Soundwave was notorious for hiding in deep space to gather intelligence. As long as cameras were present, nothing on Earth could escape its watchful eye. Additionally, Soundwave carried a secret infiltration team within its body, a team that had caused Optimus Prime countless headaches, including the mechanical dog that spat steel balls to retrieve the Allsparks fragments. With the dog in action, dealing with the Ten Rings fighters would be a trivial matter. Ghoulie wouldn't need to lift a finger. Over the past 2.5 months, Ghoulie had also figured out the rules governing the system rewards. The increase in cultural level could be achieved through various means, including physical books, ebooks, and even learning daily skills. Having made his decision, Xilai issued orders to Soundwave, who was orbiting Earth. The Save Insan operation officially began. Time flowed quietly, like water. Xilai spent his days learning from May at the kebab shop and his evenings studying with Zhao Helen after she returned from work. As for whether this would lead to complications later, well, he'd deal with that when the time came. After all, it wasn't like he had a choice in being bound to such a peculiar system. Other people's systems practically spoon-fed them success, doing everything to help their users reach the pinnacle of life. Meanwhile, his system? Apart from a brief description, a light screen that appeared at will, and the occasional notification, it didn't utter even a single word. Not a sound. May 1, 2009, Afghanistan, a certain cave. After 2.5 months of effort, Tony Stark and Insan had nearly completed the Mark I prototype suit. Of course, if nothing went wrong, something did. As Tony was suiting up, the bald leader of the 10 Rings noticed through the surveillance cameras. 2 underlings arrived to interrogate them, chattering away in Hungarian, a language Insan didn't understand, despite his proficiency in many others. When the interrogation yielded no results, the 2 fighters attempted to use brute force to open the iron door. However, the door was rigged with an improvised bomb. With a loud boom, the bomb exploded, instantly reducing the 2 men to unrecognizable remains. The explosion drew the attention of the rest of the 10 Rings fighters, who quickly began converging on the cave. Start the power sequence, Tony said, knowing they didn't have much time. Both men were growing increasingly tense. All right, tell me what to do, Insan replied, standing at the computer. Press F11. Let me know when you see the progress bar. After a flurry of actions, Insan said, I see something now. Good. Let me know when you see it clearly, Tony instructed. I see it, I see it. Insan's trembling hands responded. Press Ctrl I, then hit Enter. Now come help me tighten the screws. Breathing heavily, Insan frantically tightened the screws. They're coming. They're coming. Just finish it. Tighten every screw, Tony reassured him in a low voice. Wait until I confirm it's safe before coming out, okay, Insan? As Insan stared at the progress bar on the screen, he muttered to himself, we need more time. In that moment, just that moment, he made a decision. Hey, Tony, I'll buy you some time. After saying this, Insan picked up one of the machine guns dropped by the dead fighters and sprinted forward. Behind him, Tony yelled loudly, stick to the plan, Insan. Tony had never been so distraught. He wished the prototype suit would activate faster. He knew that his friend of the past 2.5 months might not make it back. Meanwhile, Insan, now surrounded by armed fighters, wore a contented smile on his face. He knew he had done it, he had bought Tony enough time. Perhaps he would die in the next second, but he had no regrets. Witnessing such a groundbreaking invention was worth it. More than that, he was simply tired. Exhausted. Insan closed his eyes and prepared for the inevitable. But instead of gunfire, he heard the sound of flowing blood. When he opened his eyes again, he saw several mantis-like blade robots surrounding the mutilated corpses of the 10 Rings fighters. Ugh, with just one glance at the gruesome scene, Insan doubled over and vomited. The fighters who had surrounded him moments ago were now reduced to chunks of flesh. Only the bald leader remained, trembling on his knees, his bloodshot eyes betraying his utter terror. One of the mantis robots, its blade crackling with electricity, stabbed the bald leader in the chest, electrocuting him into unconsciousness. The robot tilted its head in confusion, seemingly questioning why its master had issued such an order. But following the master's commands was its ultimate duty. Seeing that the bespectacled human was unharmed, the mantis robots quickly dashed out of the cave. Their second-in-command was outside, indulging in a killing spree, and they couldn't let him have all the fun. As for their leader? He was still floating in Earth's orbit. Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom, asterisk the sounds of endless explosions echoed from outside the cave. Screams, agonized cries rang out in waves. Thud, 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 Tony Stark, clad in the Mark I suit, hurried to Insan's side. He looked at his dazed friend. Insan, are you all right? Tony asked, concern on his face. Insan, are you okay? When Tony saw the chunks of flesh not far from Insan, his stomach churned violently. After a few minutes of steadying himself and suppressing the urge to vomit, he asked, what happened, Insan? Insan, finally calming down, stammered as he pointed toward the cave entrance, Tony, robots, mechanical mantises. Wait here. Let me check outside to make sure it's safe before you come out, Tony instructed, striding toward the cave entrance. He was ready for a fierce battle. After all, the past 2.5 months of effort were about to prove the power of his invention. Confidence surged through Tony, and in this moment, he regained his charismatic composure. But what he saw at the cave entrance left him utterly stunned. A silver mechanical dog, flanked by several blade-like mechanical mantises, was in the middle of a slaughter. Like butchers in a slaughterhouse, they were ruthlessly cutting down the Ten Rings fighters with brutal efficiency. What the hell? The scene before him was completely beyond his understanding. He couldn't fathom how anyone could have created such advanced and intelligent robots, or a mechanical dog. The weapons on the silver robot dog's sides were firing endlessly, as if they had infinite ammunition, defying all known laws of physics. Tony Stark stood there, wide-eyed and slack-jawed, watching as the fighters were wiped out. It wasn't until the mechanical dog approached him that he awkwardly raised a hand in greeting. Based on Inson's earlier reaction, these advanced robots seemed to be allies rather than enemies. Hey, he muttered. The robot dog tilted its front limbs in a surprisingly human-like shrug, then glanced at the blade mantises. Under Tony's astonished gaze, the mantises transformed into pools of liquid metal and merged into the dog's body. What the hell? Tony repeated, his eyes growing increasingly fervent. This level of technology was simply mind-blowing. Then, a line of laser-projected text appeared in front of the dog. *, you are temporarily safe. You can leave now. *. Tony's mind felt like it was short-circuiting. Was the dog remotely controlled? As he stared at the mechanical dog, it suddenly transformed into a silver briefcase. On the surface of the case, a rotating line of text appeared. *, catch a ride. Take me back to New York. *. The dog missed its master. Tony. In just 2.5 minutes, Tony had experienced so much shock that he stood frozen in place for quite some time. His mind raced with countless thoughts, all of which eventually converged into one resolution: I need to get my hands on this technology. It wasn't until the briefcase emitted a sound to remind him that Tony remembered Inson, who was still hiding inside the cave. Inson, it's safe now. Let's go home. The explosions outside the cave had also drawn the attention of the U.S. military base in Afghanistan. Tony's friend, Colonel Rhodes, piloted a helicopter to the scene and spotted Tony, who had removed his iron suit, talking to an unfamiliar man. A wide grin spread across Rhodey's dark face, his gleaming white teeth standing out vividly against his complexion. May 1, 2009, after 2.5 months of being missing, Tony Stark was rescued by the U.S. military and returned home. Accompanying him on the flight to New York were Rhodey, a bespectacled man, Inson, and a silver briefcase that Tony refused to let out of his sight. Rhodey couldn't understand Tony's obsession with the briefcase. It was as if Tony were a child afraid someone might snatch away his favorite toy. Tony clung to the briefcase as if it were a lover, holding it tightly in his arms. Inson, who had initially planned to return to his home country instead of going to America, changed his mind the moment Tony shared the miraculous events he had witnessed. Without hesitation, he agreed to join Stark Industries. On the private jet, sitting next to Tony, Inson's gaze was equally fervent as he stared at the silver briefcase in Tony's arms. Both men understood that this briefcase could very well be the greatest discovery of the century, one that might even alter the course of the world. Watching the two of them, Rhodey grew increasingly puzzled. He could understand Tony's eccentric behavior, but seeing this strange scientist in the same state of frenzy gave him pause. It occurred to Rhodey that both of them might be suffering from PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. PTSD could have minor or severe consequences, and if someone like Tony, an influential arms dealer, were truly afflicted, the implications could be disastrous. This was no small matter. Rhodey made a mental note: once they arrived in New York, he needed to take both Tony and Inson to the hospital. Given his close friendship with Tony, it was only natural for him to treat Inson, who had saved Tony's life, as a friend as well. Meanwhile, Natasha Romanoff and Phil Coulson, who had been searching tirelessly in Afghanistan for 2.5 months, received a call from Nick Fury. Natasha, Stark's heading back to America. You two return as well. After hanging up, Natasha clenched her fist and punched the air, startling Coulson. All he heard from his newly joined, stunning colleague were several of Fury's favorite curse words. As Fury's trusted subordinate, Coulson could only force a wry smile. What could he do? He wasn't the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. He was just a small-time agent, a mere Agent Coulson. What could little Agent Coulson do? The higher-ups gave the orders, the lower-downs ran themselves ragged. Unless the day came when he became the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., this kind of life would probably go on for quite some time. And sure enough, even before returning to New York, another mission was already on the table. On March 6, 2009, while Natasha and Coulson were scouring Afghanistan for Stark, New York experienced a series of suicide bombings. After nearly 2 months of investigation, S.H.I.E.L.D. had yet to make any progress. Glancing at the emotionally unstable Natasha, Coulson hesitated before deciding to wait until they were back in New York to tell her. Otherwise, he genuinely feared that the Black Widow might go berserk in Afghanistan. At the same time, in New York, Ghoulie was driving his blue and black Bugatti, entirely unaware that two individuals were now obsessed with his mechanical dog. He had just picked up little Peter from school, and the boy's chatterbox tendencies were in full swing. "Uncle Goo, this car is so cool. Can I touch it? Really? Can I? When I grow up, can you let me drive it? Really? Can I drive it?" Ghoulie sighed, one hand on his forehead and the other pretending to hold the steering wheel. Regarding Drift's autopilot capabilities, Ghoulie had only one thought at the moment: Peter must never find out, otherwise, the whole of New York would know by the next day that Ghoulie owned a self-driving car. The fewer complications, the better, especially since he wasn't yet strong enough to handle any unwanted trouble. He had finally found an excuse to pick up Peter from school, just so he could spend some time with May Parker while Zhao Helen was working late. But he hadn't anticipated just how much Peter Parker could talk. The kid didn't stop the entire way home, and Ghoulie couldn't fathom how such a small mouth could produce so much chatter. Taking a deep breath, Ghoulie steeled himself and thought, for May. For the rewards. Hold it together, New York. Fresh off the private jet, Tony Stark immediately rejected Rhodey's suggestion to go to the hospital for a checkup. Instead, he went to grab a cheeseburger before rushing off to hold a press conference. His harrowing experience in Afghanistan had forced him to confront the harm Stark Industries' weapons brought to the world. Amidst thunderous applause, Tony elegantly ascended the stage at the press conference. Meanwhile, Agent Coulson, who had just returned to New York, found himself face-to-face with Pepper Potts, who was standing below the stage, gazing lovingly at Tony. "Miss Potts, I'm Agent Coulson, with the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division." Coulson introduced himself, handing her his business card. Pepper, her eyes still fixed on Tony, took the card and remarked, "That's quite a mouthful." Coulson resisted the urge to roll his eyes. He had heard the same comment countless times. We're working on it," he replied. Pepper sighed. "The Department of Defense, the FBI, the CIA, they've all been contacting us." From the moment Tony stepped off the private jet, every government agency seemed to have gone into a frenzy. Since Tony wasn't handling any of it, the responsibility fell squarely on her shoulders as his assistant. "We're an independent organization, and we'd like Mr. Stark to provide a detailed account of his escape," Coulson explained. "I'll arrange it. Is that all right?" Pepper said, making it clear she wasn't interested in continuing the conversation. Seeing this, Coulson nodded. "Thank you." But, as a good agent, his instincts kicked in. He discreetly moved to a less noticeable spot to observe. The focus shifted back to the press conference. Sitting at the forefront of the stage, Tony casually pulled another cheeseburger from his pocket. "I saw young Americans being killed, dying under the weapons I built to protect them. I woke up. I realized that what I need to do for this world is contribute more, not just build weapons that explode. So, I've decided to shut down Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division, effective immediately." Buzz. The entire press conference erupted in chaos. The journalists had only one thought: this is going to be a bombshell story. Under Obadiah Stane's cover, Tony returned to his seaside villa with Ensign and the silver briefcase. The two decided to begin researching the incredible discovery, the advanced and mysterious mechanical dog. But, as if scripted by fate, an unexpected event occurred. The mechanical dog, still in its silver briefcase form, suddenly disappeared. "Ensign, have you seen the briefcase?" Tony asked, a hint of panic in his voice. "Wasn't it always in your arms?" Ensign replied, equally confused. The two stared at each other in bewilderment. Eventually, with the help of JARVIS, they discovered via surveillance footage that the mechanical dog had stealthily slipped away. "JARVIS, can you track the dog's location?" The artificial intelligence, with a voice as calm and soothing as Vision's, brought up a video feed. "Sir, it disappeared in a Manhattan neighborhood." Tony stared at the screen for a moment, his expression serious. "What's over there? Can we buy it?" "Sir, it's a residential area. Appa, the stock prices will probably drop again. Should I sell tomorrow? Guli gently ruffled Zhao Helen's silky hair. He hadn't realized before that his teacher was also a skilled stock trader. The news of Tony Stark's rescue and return had caused Stark Industries' stock price, which had been plummeting for 2.5 months, to surge so much that it triggered a circuit breaker. Unlike the stock markets in some countries, the US stock market doesn't have price limits, commonly referred to as a limit-up system. Instead, it employs a circuit breaker mechanism. When a stock's price fluctuates too drastically within a certain period, trading may be paused to stabilize the market. At the moment, selling wasn't even an option. And lovely Ms. Zhao Helen had, earlier in the day, gone on a buying spree as soon as Stark Industries stock began to rise. As she had said herself, go all in on the stocks, and the villa by the sea will follow. It wasn't hard to imagine what would happen when the news of Tony shutting down the weapons division spread after his press conference. Stark Industries' stock price would likely plummet endlessly. It's okay. Worst case, I'll take care of you in the future, Guli said, trying to comfort her. Seeing that his words weren't working, Guli picked Zhao up and began singing a lullaby, gently rocking her into what he hoped would be a peaceful sleep. Much later, with a faint smile on her lips, Zhao Helen finally drifted off. After tucking her in carefully, Guli headed to the living room. A post-event smoke never fails to calm the nerves. Even better, he had his mechanical dog to pet. Guli still couldn't figure out how the dog had made its way to New York all on its own. From Afghanistan to America, that was no small feat yet. Somehow, the dog had arrived, coincidentally at the same time as Tony Stark. Doggy, you're in charge of guarding the house from now on, Guli told the dog. Although this villa had been a reward from the system, Guli had lived there for so many years without discovering anything particularly special about it. Not long ago, even the Lucky Archer, a not-so-subtle reference to Hawkeye, had been surveilling the area for a while. Suddenly, Guli's hair stood on end, as if he were a startled cat. His spider sense was tingling. His heart raced, his brain screamed warnings. His instincts told him to get out of there immediately. A flash of fire appeared in the living room, forming a slowly expanding fiery circle. No way. Is it her? Guli muttered to himself. If it was that woman, he was in trouble. With his current abilities, he was no match for her. This was someone on par with Odin, the All-Father of the gods, a heavenly father-level powerhouse. Her presence on Earth alone was enough to deter even Thanos from coming. Whoosh! Under Guli's watchful gaze, a bald figure clad in a yellow robe stepped through the fiery portal. Don't be alarmed. I'm just here to take a look, the Ancient One said with a faint, almost imperceptible smile. She glanced at Guli briefly before turning her attention to the mechanical dog with great interest. The Ancient One studied them both carefully. Neither the boy nor the dog left traces she could observe, even with the time stone. If not for her coincidental presence at the New York sanctum tonight, she wouldn't have discovered this sneaky, night-prowling mechanical dog. Are you a deity? Guli asked in Chinese, though he himself felt his performance was so contrived it could win an award for overacting. I thought you might know who I am, the Ancient One replied, her smile deepening. Guli quickly followed up, is this magic? Can you teach me? Hearing this, the Ancient One scrutinized Guli for a moment before shaking her head slightly. You have no aptitude for magic. She paused, seemingly contemplating whether to ask why he had saved Inson, a man fated to die. But after observing Guli's demeanor for 2.5 minutes, she decided against it. Based on his behavior, she wasn't going to get any useful answers. Instead, she resolved to stay in the New York sanctum for a while, waiting for this boy to let his guard down and reveal his secrets. Having made up her mind, the Ancient One nodded slightly. Goodbye. I hope I didn't disturb your rest. With that, she turned and stepped back through the fiery portal, which vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Guli collapsed onto the sofa, his hair slowly settling back against his skin. The spider-sense danger warning faded. What a pity. That powerhouse doesn't want to teach me anything, he muttered. However, the Ancient One's brief visit indirectly confirmed something crucial. Saving Inson hadn't caused any irreversible consequences. As he pondered, another thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Inson's death wasn't actually an absolute point in the MCU timeline, May 25, 2009? As most people had predicted, Stark Industries' stock price continued to plummet, dropping by a staggering 56.5%. The investment gambler, Ms. Zhao, who had gone all in, was deeply affected by the crash. Distraught, she became absent-minded, and even downgraded her usual go-to cosmetics. Fully aware of the plot's trajectory, Guli had no choice but to console Ms. Zhao day and night. To be honest, this period was the perfect time to buy Stark Industries stock, and Guli wanted to invest. However, he quickly realized, much to his dismay, that he didn't have the money. The profits from the Turkish kebab shop barely covered his daily expenses and the hefty annual taxes on his Manhattan villa. As for his adoptive parents' old house, he had rented it out to a lawyer named Matt, who had been behind on rent for almost 6 months. All these factors meant that, over the past 20 years, he hadn't managed to save much at all. It was worth noting that, before he obtained Drift, the shape-shifting Bugatti, his ride had been nothing more than an ordinary Mazda. On his way to the kebab shop, Guli sat in the blue and black Bugatti, pondering ways to make some money. Hearing his master's concerns, Drift offered eagerly, "Master, why don't you sell me, and I'll sneak back afterward." A glimmer of excitement flashed in Guli's eyes, but he quickly shook his head. While the idea was feasible, it wasn't practical. He needed a large sum of money. Selling cars too frequently would undoubtedly draw the attention of certain authorities. The reason he suddenly needed a large sum of money? Well, it was the sense of urgency brought about by the Ancient One's visit that fateful night. Guli despised the feeling of his fate being in someone else's hands. If he didn't have the system, he might have chosen to lie flat and let destiny take its course, whatever that might be. But he had transmigrated. He was bound to a system. If he was going to live, he aimed to be someone who didn't need to eat beef, a metaphor for being at the mercy of others. Yet his current strength didn't allow for such confidence. To grow stronger, he needed to find new teachers to learn from. This presented another problem. His current teacher, Zhao Helen, lived with him, while his lover, May Parker, lived in Queens. If he brought in 1 or 2, or even 3 or 4 more teachers, he would have nowhere to go. Staying in hotels would leave a paper trail, which went against his cautious nature. As for the house he rented to the lawyer? That was too close to May's place, and it could easily lead to complications. All things considered, the best solution was to buy a few more houses in New York or even in other cities. Hence, his sudden need for cash. Lost in his brainstorming, Guli didn't notice that he had crossed his arms over his chest, leaving the steering wheel entirely unattended. Thanks to the beautiful weather, Drift had thoughtfully transformed into a convertible Bugatti Veyron. This scene left the sunglasses-wearing Tony Stark, in the car next to him, utterly dumbfounded. Tony's Audi R8, when controlled by Jar Vyas, could also drive itself. But could this handsome young man in the blue and black Bugatti also have an AI like Jar Vyas? Earlier, while driving alongside him, Tony had witnessed the Bugatti perform several automatic drifts. Sensing that there was more to this than met the eye, Tony decided to follow the car discreetly. When he saw the young man park in front of a kebab shop, Tony immediately issued a command, "Jar Vyas, 1 minute. I want everything on this kid." Soon, a blue holographic screen appeared before Tony in the Audi. Guli, 20 years old, of Chinese descent, adopted by a couple as a young child. Currently enrolled at New York University. Ex-girlfriend, Sharon Carter. Current girlfriend, Zhao Helen, Stark Industries scientist. Tony rested his chin on his hand and laughed out loud. This kid. His ex-girlfriend is Aunt Peggy's niece, and his current girlfriend is Helen Zhao. A peculiar feeling crept over Tony, as if this kid had a habit of targeting people close to him. Owner of Old Goose Turkish Kebab Shop. Residential addresses in Queens and Manhattan. The final piece of information caught Tony's attention. Jar Vyas, the last known location of the mechanical dog? Yes, sir. It overlaps with Mr. Gu's residence. Based on the earlier behavior of that car, there is a 60% probability. I see. I'm feeling hungry. Yes, hungry, Tony said, convincing himself as he stepped out of the car and approached the kebab shop. He had no doubt about his charm. As soon as he entered Old Goose Turkish Kebab Shop, a loud gasp greeted him. "Oh my God. Mr. Stark, is it really you? Can I have your autograph?" 8-year-old Peter Parker, his eyes sparkling with stars, shyly trailed Tony, talking non-stop. "Mr. Stark, is it true that you could build a circuit board when you were 4? The reports say you built a V8 engine when you were 6. Is that true?" Glancing at the pajama-clad boy surrounding him, Tony took a deep breath. "All right, pajama baby. What's the specialty here?" Peter nodded enthusiastically and called out to the back, "Uncle Gu, Aunt May, there's a guest." The little boy didn't know why the front desk worker, Miss Sky, had skipped work again today. When Guli and May emerged from the kitchen together, Tony suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. It was like a scene straight out of the movie Only You, starring Robert Downey Jr. and Marissa Tomei. 2 seconds later, Tony politely remarked, "I wouldn't have guessed you two had a nephew." "Thank you," May replied with a bright smile. Deep down, she was always self-conscious about her age when she was with Xilai. But this billionaire clearly knew how to talk. Xilai hadn't expected to meet the superhero who would one day rival gods with nothing but his mortal ingenuity in this manner. He remembered the Avengers visiting a Turkish kebab shop after the Battle of New York, a scene that became iconic. It seemed that the flapping of his little butterfly wings had caused a slight deviation in the timeline. "Mr. Stark, what can I get you?" Xilai asked. I'll take the house specialty." "It's my first time here," Tony replied, pointing to the menu on the wall. Xilai nodded and called out to the kitchen, "1 donkey meat sandwich and a plate of cold donkey meat." Who said Turkish kebab shops had to sell Turkish kebabs? Not a fan of burgers and fried chicken, Xilai had forcefully altered the menu years ago. May sat next to Peter, guiding the boy through his homework. While American elementary school students typically didn't have much homework, Xilai had bought a stack of 5 years of Gaokao, 3 years of simulations, an infamous Chinese study guide, in English to burn off Peter's energy and get him to bed earlier. After all, Xilai still had plans to spend time with May later that evening. Moments later, Tony Stark stared in shock at the donkey meat sandwich in front of him, a strange dish that vaguely resembled a burger, and a plate of unknown meat that smelled surprisingly good. Determined to uncover the whereabouts of the mechanical dog, Tony psyched himself up. "It's just a plate of meat. You got this," he muttered to himself. A New York, Old Goose Turkish kebab shop. Tony Stark forked a piece of meat and popped it into his mouth, chewing a few times. He had intended to swallow it quickly, but couldn't help noticing the pajama-wearing kid doing his homework, staring at him with wide, curious eyes. Just a few seconds later, Tony's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected this peculiar meat to taste so good. The texture was springy and chewy, with an incredibly layered flavor, and the meat carried a unique aroma he had never encountered before in any other kind of meat. After taking several big bites, Tony, his cheeks full, asked, "Hey, what kind of meat is this?" Xilai casually replied, "Donkey meat. You should try the fire-grilled sandwich, a Chinese-style burger." Tony picked up the sandwich wrapped in a thin layer of wax paper and took a big bite. The flavors exploded in his mouth, the crispy texture of the bread combined with the tender and fragrant donkey meat. Delicious. Donkey meat, huh? It's said to be the second most delicious meat. The first is dragon meat, but since dragons don't exist, donkey meat is actually the best, Xilai remarked. Well, that was something he had heard in his past life. It didn't entirely apply to the Marvel universe, where dragons actually did exist. One day, when he could confidently say, "I don't eat beef," he would make sure to slaughter a couple of dragons to celebrate. Tony, for his part, nodded in agreement. Remembering Pepper and Happy, who were busy back at the company, he quickly said, "Pack a few of these for me." Xilai nodded. "These are best eaten fresh. It's better to come to the shop to enjoy them." "No problem. The shop isn't far from the office. By the way, do you offer delivery?" Hearing this, Xilai instinctively glanced at Peter, who was scratching his head in frustration, struggling under May's supervision. The kid looked like he was about to explode. Unfortunately, this was the Holland-era Spider-Man. If it had been the Tobey Maguire version, Xilai might have considered letting him deliver food. Bringing his gaze back, Xilai shrugged. "Not yet." After finishing his meal, Tony wiped his mouth and handed over a business card. "When you start offering delivery, give me a call." Watching as Tony Stark walked out with a bag of donkey meat sandwiches, Xilai discreetly slipped the business card into his system space. This guy's visit was a bit suspicious. Though Tony's acting was decent, the curiosity in his eyes was hard to hide. Xilai gave it some thought. He hadn't exposed anything recently that could have drawn this man's attention. Forget it. He decided instead to call the front desk girl who had skipped work again. "Hello, Sky, did you go to school today?" On the other end, Sky suddenly shouted, "Boss, help! Help!" Xilai's brows furrowed, and he immediately connected to Soundwave, who was still orbiting Earth. Soundwave switched the video feed to Sky's location. Through the video feed on his phone, Xilai saw Sky driving her beat-up van, desperately trying to escape. Several cars were chasing her, tailing closely behind. "May, I need to step out for a bit." Drift, ever the loyal Transformer, transformed into his Bugatti form and revved up, racing along the route sent by Soundwave. Sky's real name was Daisy Johnson, a brilliant young hacker with an exceptionally high IQ. She had dropped out of school at 17 and occasionally worked part-time at Ghouli's kebab shop. In the future, she would be known as Quake, a key character in Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. In the comics, she was one of the few agents with level 10 clearance, alongside Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff. Of course, for now, Skye hadn't joined S.H.I.E.L.D. yet. She was just a wandering teenage hacker. Meanwhile, Ghouli's sudden departure caught the attention of Tony Stark, who was still keeping tabs on him. Tony let out an excited yell. "Let's see what you're really up to." Sitting in his office chair, legs crossed, Tony stared intently at the surveillance footage on his screen. Finally, after speeding through several streets, the blue and black Bugatti executed a sharp drift and came to a stop. At the end of the street was a dead end, where poor Skye was hiding inside her van. A group of burly men in black suits were smashing the vehicle. "Hand over the data, you little witch." Ghoulie scratched his nose awkwardly. These thugs hadn't even noticed him yet. "Hey," he called out. Hearing the voice, one of the burly men, who bore an uncanny resemblance to a certain assassin from Ghouli's past life, turned around. Sporting sunglasses, he sneered arrogantly, "Another yellow monkey." Before he could finish, Ghoulie punched him so hard that he flew several dozen meters, crashing into the wall at the end of the alley. What the hell? That was Tony Stark, watching from his office. Mother phew. That was Nick Fury, watching from S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Fury had been monitoring Tony Stark as part of his long-term assessment, and Ghouli's unexpected intervention was a surprising bonus. With a loud thud, the burly man hit the ground. After twitching a couple of times, he lay motionless. Oh, too much strength, Ghoulie thought. Ever since acquiring Spider-Man's super strength, he hadn't had a chance to use it until now. Soundwave, hack and erase all nearby surveillance footage. Soundwave, the Decepticons' chief intelligence officer, was a silent but efficient worker. Whatever his master commanded, he executed without question. In an instant, the screens of two very curious individuals, Tony Stark and Nick Fury, were reduced to static. "Jarvis, what's going on?" Tony asked, his expression grave. "Sir, all surveillance around Mr. Goo has been wiped." "I knew it. You're not normal," Tony muttered, rubbing his chin. "Do we have a cache of the earlier footage?" "Sir, the cache has been deleted as well." Tony Stark sat in silence, drumming his fingers on his desk. "Now I'm 100% certain that Mechanical Dog belongs to Goo. But what I don't understand is how a 20-year-old could possess such advanced technology." Jarvis, for its part, had no answers either. "Sir, Mr. Goo's home is like a fortress. No signals can penetrate it." Mark II, Tony murmured, rising from his chair. He couldn't let this go. Even though no official competition had begun, his pride wouldn't allow him to accept that Ghouli's technology might surpass his own. Meanwhile, Nick Fury's face lit up with a toothy grin, his white teeth gleaming against his dark complexion. He assumed the surveillance blackout had been caused by Tony detecting the monitoring. But even if he knows, what can he do? Fury thought. This enigmatic Mr. Goo had caught his attention, and he was determined to dig deeper. First, he called Coulson, instructing him to handle Tony Stark. Then, he made another call. "Natasha, your vacation is over. I have a new mission for you." Hanging up, Fury smirked. A 20-year-old kid? Surely, Natasha would have no trouble handling him. Meanwhile, in her apartment, Natasha Romanoff slammed her fist into a watermelon on the table, smashing it to bits. Mother phew. Somewhere in a dead-end alley in New York. With an earth-shaking explosion, all traces Skye had left in the area were obliterated by Ghoulie in a single blast. To be precise, it was obliterated with the Blue Giant Stellar Cannon, one of the many rewards Ghoulie had earned since being with his current teacher, Xilai, Drift, the Regeneration Cradle, Soundwave, and now, the Blue Giant Stellar Cannon. The Blue Giant Stellar Cannon was the same weapon core used by Thor and Valkyrie in the Men in Black universe, a star-based cannon with devastating power. Even as Ghoulie drove away with Skye, he still felt a lingering sense of fear. Thankfully, he had only used a trillionth of its energy. Otherwise, there was a real possibility it could have blasted straight through Earth. Despite its relatively small size, the cannon's power was no joke. The dead-end alley now had a bottomless crater where it once stood. Truly, it lived up to its reputation as the king of all thermal weapons. Unfortunately, Ghoulie doubted he would ever witness the cannon's full power while on Earth. Of course, he ensured their escape routes were completely wiped from any nearby surveillance footage, courtesy of Soundwave. "Boss, you're so cool. What do I do?" I think I might accidentally fall in love with you, Sky exclaimed from the passenger seat, her eyes sparkling like stars as she gripped Guli's arm tightly. To Sky, Guli was the epitome of the perfect man, young, handsome, incredibly strong, with the ability to punch someone dozens of meters away, and in possession of an awe-inspiring, glowing blue weapon. He was practically a real-life superhero. How did you end up on their radar? Guli asked. Sky sighed and, after a brief pause, explained, I stumbled upon a little secret about AIM Corporation. I thought I could make some quick cash, but things spiraled out of control. You're pretty brave, Guli remarked with a hint of sarcasm. AIM Corporation, better known as the Advanced Idea Mechanics, was the organization behind the extremist virus and, by extension, the human bombings. While not on the same level as Stark Industries, Hammer Industries, or Oscorp, AIM was still a significant player in the capitalist game of America. Sky, why don't you stay at a hotel for now? Guli suggested, knowing that she usually lived out of her van which had just been blown to bits. Sure, does it come with free food and board? Sky asked, gazing intently at her boss. Born in 1992, Sky had just turned 17. After dropping out of school, she had spent most of her time drifting around. Sitting next to Guli now, she felt an overwhelming sense of security, a feeling she hadn't experienced in years. Guli noticed the glimmer in Sky's eyes, along with some other emotions. But she was too young. He decided to wait. While he certainly desired her future seismic powers, his conscience, limited as it was, kept him in check. Despite Soundwave wiping all the surveillance footage, the massive explosion still caught the attention of the FBI in New York. When they arrived at the scene, they were utterly dumbfounded by what they saw, a bottomless crater. Realizing they had stumbled upon a monumental case that could lead to promotions and pay raises, the investigators eagerly tried to pull up nearby surveillance footage only to discover that all recordings within a 3-kilometer radius during the relevant time frame had been wiped clean. The site itself was spotless, with no evidence left behind. Left with no other choice, they contacted the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, SHIELD, a mysterious department that handled all matters involving the extraordinary. The organization's director, Nick Fury, was currently on the other end of a call, looking perplexed. Natasha, why do you need such a large budget for this mission? Fury asked. Do you know where Guli lives? Manhattan's most expensive villa district. How am I supposed to get close to him without renting a place there? Natasha retorted. After 2.5 minutes of silence, Fury finally said, doesn't his kebab shop need a front desk cashier? Go apply for the job. You'll fit right in. Fury, go to hell. Natasha yelled before hanging up. She punched the watermelon on her table, sending its juice splattering all over her white t-shirt, making her look particularly captivating. In 2008, Natasha had been persuaded by Hawkeye to defect from the Red Room and join S.H.I.E.L.D. For the past year and a half, she had diligently completed every mission assigned to her. But ever since Tony Stark's kidnapping in Afghanistan, her career as a spy had taken a frustrating turn. She and Coulson had spent 2.5 grueling months searching the Afghan desert, only for their target to leave on a private jet. They returned to New York, only to be tasked with investigating the human bombings. And now she was expected to apply for a front desk cashier job at a kebab shop. Natasha seethed with anger. Looking back, she thought she should have opted to go undercover at Stark Industries instead. At least she would have been sitting in an office. A front desk cashier? What kind of job was that? Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D., let's call it that from now on to save the readers from the long name, had received the FBI's tip about the explosion. Director Fury, in a rare display of hands-on leadership, personally led a team of trusted agents to the scene. Mother few! Fury exclaimed as he took in the measurements of the crater. He had seen alien weaponry before, but this was on another level. The crater was over 2,000 meters deep, enough to fit 6 Eiffel Towers stacked on top of each other. What about the surveillance footage? Fury asked one of his agents. Director, all surveillance within a 3-kilometer radius has been wiped, the agent replied. Fury lowered his head, staring intently at the massive crater, his mind racing. The name Guli flashed in his thoughts, and his eyes burned with fervor. It seems I've underestimated him, Fury muttered. As one of the only people who knew the truth behind the explosion, Fury decided to keep this information to himself. While he wanted to meet this mysterious young man in person, he preferred to gather more intel first. It wouldn't align with his usual strategy of controlling others to act rashly. He resolved to wait for Natasha's report. At that moment, our Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, changed into a plain outfit and made her way to Old Goose Turkish kebab shop after getting off the subway. "Hi, I'm here to apply for the front desk cashier position," Natasha said. Ghoulie wasn't in the shop. After dropping Sky off, he had gone shopping with Zhao Helen. Natasha was greeted by May and Sky. "Sorry, the position is already filled," May said, pointing at Sky, who was grinning nearby. May's words left Natasha feeling utterly defeated. Was her life truly so bleak that even a cashier job was out of reach? Still, her sense of duty as a spy compelled her to ask, "Are there any other openings? I just lost my job." May, being a kind-hearted woman, couldn't help but feel sorry for the pitiful-looking girl in front of her. How about a dishwasher?" May offered a New York, Old Goose Turkish kebab shop. Ghoulie leaned idly against the window, lost in thought. He had been racking his brain for days but still couldn't come up with a quick way to make money. No skills, no investment capital, no connections. He was the very definition of broke and hopeless. But for the sake of his learning mission, to grow stronger and survive, he had no choice but to keep searching for funding. After all, this was one of the rare opportunities to buy Stark Industries stock at rock-bottom prices. Behind the counter, Sky occasionally stole glances at Ghoulie, her eyes brimming with infatuation. She felt like she had fallen head over heels for him. Ghoulie just seemed to get more handsome the more she looked at him. Meanwhile, our future failed menace, 8-year-old Peter Parker, was buried in endless homework under May's supervision. Peter couldn't understand what he had done to deserve such punishment from Uncle Goo. If Ghoulie could hear Peter's thoughts, he would have told him, "Just go to bed early, and you'll be fine." Since being with Ghoulie, May had grown more radiant by the day. At 30, she felt like her life was entering a second spring. As for the kitchen, the legendary Black Widow was diligently playing the role of a dishwasher. Staring at the mountain of dishes in front of her, Natasha's eyes were dull, devoid of life. She regretted not going undercover at Stark Industries instead. Ghoulie lit a cigarette, only to feel two pairs of disapproving eyes, May and Sky, boring into him. With a helpless shrug, he stepped out into the parking lot to smoke. Who would have thought that this small kebab shop would be harboring half of SHIELD's future superheroes? Spider-Man, Quake, Black Widow, not to mention the guy across the street, the ever-watchful Archer Prince. Doesn't he have a job or something? Ghoulie muttered to himself. At this point, he was pretty certain that Tony Stark's visit had been an accident rather than something deliberate. Stark hadn't returned to the shop since that day. Instead, it was always Happy Hogan, cool in his sunglasses, who came to pick up takeout. Happy had become a regular customer, ordering 3 portions every time. As for the sudden appearance of Natasha and Hawkeye, Ghoulie had no idea what had drawn Nick Fury's attention. Of course, Soundwave, the ever-silent Decepticon intelligence officer hovering in Earth's orbit, knew exactly why. It was fully aware of the surveillance from Tony Stark and S.H.I.E.L.D., but since its master hadn't asked, it hadn't said a word. It was all about maintaining that aloof demeanor. There's still some time before Stark Industries stock rebounds. Should I, rob someone tonight? Hearing its master's musings, Drift revved its engine excitedly. "Calm down," Ghoulie said, giving one of Drift's tires a light kick. He got into the car and began scanning the city for a target. New York City had 5 major boroughs: Brooklyn, where even Captain America couldn't afford a house; Queens, where May and Peter lived; Manhattan, where Ghoulie resided; and the Bronx and Staten Island. Beneath Manhattan was a smaller district officially known as Clinton, better known as Hell's Kitchen. Ghoulie swiped his finger across the map, lingering on Hell's Kitchen for a few minutes. Kingpin, huh? Kingpin, a man with over 90% of his body composed of muscle. A major adversary of Daredevil and Spider-Man. With Ghoulie's current 50-50 serum-enhanced physique and partial Spider-Man abilities, going up against Kingpin head-on would be a tough fight. Unless, of course, he used the Blue Giant Stellar Cannon. But that thing, one misstep, and it could very well blow up the Earth. Just then, Ghoulie's phone transformed into a small robot, Rumble. A member of Soundwave's cassette army along with Ravage, Laserbeak, and Frenzy, the little robot normally hid in Soundwave's chest compartment but was now stationed near Ghoulie. "Master, I have an idea for making money," Rumble said in its mischievous, slightly deranged voice, its expression as chaotic as its personality. Ghoulie hesitated. "Go on." "I can transfer money directly into your account, Master." It wasn't bluffing. Back in its universe, Rumble had single-handedly infiltrated Air Force One to steal classified data, ultimately leading to the resurrection of Megatron. It was no exaggeration to say that Megatron owed his comeback largely to Rumble's efforts.
That simple? Won't it be traced?
Rest assured, Master.
It'll be completely untraceable.
Ghoulie smirked and patted the little robot on the head.
Let's go with Kingpin for now. If I need help, I'll call in Soundwave.
If he kept collecting more intelligent robots, Ghoulie mused, he might eventually become a one-man demolition crew.
Just look at Ultron, one blink, and Tony Stark's bank account was short by $2 billion.
Ghoulie still had a long way to go, but he was determined. Tonight, he'd spend extra time with Zhao Helen to earn more rewards. Hiss, he suddenly felt a twinge in his lower back. Though Zhao Helen, the stock market queen, was his lucky star, her presence had brought him rewards like high-tech gadgets, their intimacy meter was painfully slow to fill. He had to be a considerate and responsible boyfriend just to gain a sliver of progress.
Ding dong!
You've received $1 million into your Wells Fargo account ending in 89757.
Your balance is now $1,819,527 ***. The notification from Rumble made Ghoulie blurt out in surprise, that fast?
You didn't just wire it directly, did you? Master, I routed it through thousands of transactions before depositing it via a family trust fund, Rumble explained smugly.
Ghoulie gave the little robot a thumbs up.
It might not be the strongest in battle, but it was clearly a tech genius.
Well then, looks like the plan can move forward, the stock market plan, the real estate plan, the girl chasing plan, and ultimately, I don't eat beef. Ding dong. Ding dong, ***. Turn off the notifications and transform back into a phone, Ghoulie instructed. Time passed uneventfully as New Yorkers went about their repetitive daily routines. Ghoulie alternated between Zhao Helen and May, gradually strengthening himself.
Meanwhile, Tony Stark, with Dr. Inson's help, was developing the Mark II suit at his seaside villa. Inson had also fallen in love with Happy's donkey meat sandwiches. Were it not for Tony holding him back, he would have gone to the kebab shop himself, mostly to meet the mysterious owner with the robotic dog. Back at the kebab shop, Natasha continued her role as a dishwasher, unable to find an opportunity to approach Ghoulie. The monotony of washing dishes left her cursing fury internally every day. She had also noticed the ambiguous relationship between Ghoulie and the charming May, as well as the way Skye looked at Ghoulie with eyes so affectionate they could even make a woman like Natasha feel weak. Hawkeye, after weeks of surveillance, was reassigned by Fury to another mission. Meanwhile, Coulson continued trying to make contact with Tony Stark, only to find himself repeatedly thwarted. Every time he visited Stark Industries, he ended up speaking to Pepper Potts instead of Tony. Finally, 9 months after officially starting his relationship with Zhao Helen on November 15, 2009, Ghoulie heard a familiar notification sound. Through the teachings of the plot character Zhao Helen, your cultural level has increased by +1.
Reward obtained, Quintessa.
Through the teachings of the plot character Zhao Helen, your cultural level has increased by +1.
Reward obtained, Quintessa. Mining function unlocked.
You can send intelligent beings to mine and receive random rewards.
Ghoulie glanced at Dr. Zhao, who was carefully organizing study materials for him, and silently grumbled to himself, **So we're sticking with Transformers, huh? Fine then, next time, why not just hand me the Unicron? **. As if sensing his emotional fluctuation, Zhao Helen gently traced her finger along Ghoulie's face and asked, "Darling, is something wrong?"
Taking her hand in his, Ghoulie smiled and said, "You should get some sleep." There was no way he could explain this. Quintessa, who claimed to be the creator of the Transformers, was likely not what she professed to be. The true creator of the Transformers was most likely Primus, the original deity of Cybertron, and Ghoulie couldn't think of anyone else who fit the bill. Quintessa, on the other hand, was one of the rare Cybertronian beings capable of transforming into a humanoid form.
From what Ghoulie remembered, only 2 Cybertronians had ever transformed into human-like figures, Quintessa and the Decepticon Alice.
And both were female. As for Quintessa's combat ability, it was questionable. On one hand, she was the only one who had ever slapped Optimus Prime, and Optimus didn't even retaliate. Keep in mind, most of Optimus' enemies ended up dead. Megatron, for instance, had been killed multiple times. On the other hand, Quintessa had fled after a single cannon blast from Bumblebee.
Perhaps Cybertron had some kind of forced 50-50 balancing mechanism? The rewards Ghoulie had received under Zhao Helen's tutelage were predominantly related to Transformers. At this rate, the next reward might very well be the Allspark, or even Unicron or Primus.
However, Ghoulie yearned for rewards that would make himself stronger, such as the Phoenix Force, Chaos Magic, or some kind of mystical energy. Unfortunately, the Earth he inhabited had no record of mutants. Ghoulie was certain of this because, on the day he acquired Soundwave, he had secretly hacked into SHIELD's files. The database contained information on the Hulk, the Skrulls, and other characters from the films, but there wasn't a single mention of mutants. Ghoulie believed that if mutants existed, he could have obtained the Phoenix Force from Jean Grey. But that was nothing more than a pipe dream. The Phoenix Force was out of the question unless he eventually ventured into another multiverse. For now, he couldn't even leave Earth, let alone traverse the multiverse. Chaos Magic, or Chaos Power, on the other hand, seemed like a possibility. Wanda, Scarlet Witch, was likely still with Hydra at this time. As for Natasha, who was currently undercover washing dishes at his shop, Ghoulie didn't see the point. She probably wouldn't yield anything valuable. After the Battle of New York, Black Widow and Hawkeye's combat capabilities gradually became inadequate. It was a tough gig for these two mere mortals, keeping up with a team of supers. At least Tony Stark had his various Mark armors. The later nanotech Mark 50 armor could even break through Thanos' defenses. Skye will turn 18 next year, right? Ghoulie put his notebook into the system space, lay down, and drifted off to sleep. He didn't notice that Quintessa, the newly rewarded entity, was already floating around his house. Quintessa was fascinated by the earth beneath her feet. In her universe, Earth was the embodiment of Unicron. This Earth, though, also housed a powerful presence deep within its core. The mere trace of its aura made her tremble, reminiscent of Primus in his peak state. Quintessa also discovered that a restriction had been placed upon her, a restriction eerily similar to the one she had used to enslave the Transformers on Cybertron. The only difference was that this restriction seemed unbreakable, having fused directly with her core essence. Within the small house, Quintessa sensed a few other familiar presences. Cybertronian military robots, she mused. A blue glow flashed across Quintessa's body, and when it faded, she had transformed into a human woman. Clad in a violet robe, the woman smiled enchantingly and made her way to a room on the second floor. Meanwhile, at Tony Stark's seaside villa. After 6.5 months of work, with the help of Dr. Einstein, the Mark II armor, far more advanced than its original timeline counterpart, was finally completed. Ignoring the protests of Einstein and J.R. Vyas, Tony donned the Mark II suit and soared into the skies over New York. Ah. Inside the suit, Tony laughed with pure joy, feeling a newfound sense of freedom. Flying was a dream of humanity, and piloting a suit of armor was the ultimate fantasy for any man. J.R. Vyas, what's the record altitude for the State Route 71 Blackbird reconnaissance plane? Sir, the record for fixed-wing flight is 85,000 feet. Records are meant to be broken. Let's go. In this moment, Tony's laughter was the most genuine it had ever been. Barring any unforeseen events, it might very well be the happiest moment of his life. Back at Ghoulie's villa. As Ghoulie lay asleep, he was abruptly awakened, his body forcibly roused. The reason? A seductive woman in a violet robe was gently stroking his chest. Meanwhile, Zhao Helen, who was lying beside him, seemed either unconscious or in an unnaturally deep sleep. Quintessa? I am Quintessa, the great creator, the woman declared. Annoyed, Ghoulie waved his hand, and an inexplicable force from the system sent the violet-robed woman flying onto the sofa. Anyone would be irritated if woken up like this, let alone by someone with such a haughty and smug demeanor. Damn backstabbers! How dare you assault the great creator? Creator, my foot! Kneel, Ghoulie snapped. A surge of irritation from being forcibly awakened had Ghoulie in no mood for pleasantries. Quintessa! Quintessa, you think I can't handle you? After a moment of hesitation, Ghoulie looked at Quintessa and said, "Teach me some Cybertronian culture, would you?" Truth be told, he wasn't sure if learning from Quintessa would increase his cultural level and yield rewards. After all, she wasn't exactly a Marvel plot character. But after a while, that familiar notification sound chimed in his head. Through the teachings of the special character Quintessa, your cultural level has increased by +1. Random reward obtained, Card of Fate. Ghoulie. Could it be Gambit's mutant ability? Eagerly, he checked the skill description, using dark magic, switch between stun, knockback, and mana drain modes, inflicting massive damage on enemies. The magic required to activate this skill is borrowed *. The system had even kindly auto-signed a contract for him. The lender? Dormammu. Ghoulie rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on.
This reward was problematic.
No, it was downright terrible.
Why? Because in the Marvel Universe, borrowing magic was a bottomless pit. It wasn't a matter of whether or not you could repay it, it was whether you could afford to repay it. This was far scarier than any loan shark. If you couldn't repay the debt, you'd likely end up utterly destroyed. Dormammu wasn't exactly known for his generosity.
Unless, of course, you borrowed and never repaid. The morning sunlight filtered through the towering buildings of Manhattan, casting a golden glow on the bustling streets below. In the kitchen of his modest villa, Ghoulie stood with a cup of coffee in hand, his mind still replaying the events of the previous night. Quintessa, the self-proclaimed creator of the Transformers, had somehow managed to raise his cultural level. The reward sounded impressive on the surface, but Ghoulie couldn't shake the unease that came with it. After all, anyone who made a deal with Dormammu tended to end up as a shadow of their former self, much like a certain smoky-eyed Mads Mikkelsen look-alike. Quintessa was powerful, no doubt, but compared to the blue giant stellar cannon, she was still a notch below. That said, the cannon was far too dangerous. One misstep, and Earth could be obliterated. In contrast, Quintessa's ability to transform into a human was a surprising twist. Ghoulie sighed, a swirl of emotions crossing his face. Regret, frustration, and reluctance took turns playing out in his expression. If given another chance, he'd surely never mind. First, he needed to focus on learning and growing stronger. Everything else could wait. The system had recently unlocked a mining function, which required physical miners to operate. Ghoulie pondered the idea of having Quintessa take on the occasional side gig as a miner. No matter how rebellious she was, she still had to listen to the boss. With that in mind, Ghoulie decided to appoint her as his official secretary. After all, as the saying from his previous life went, when in doubt, let the secretary handle it. System, open the panel, Ghoulie murmured. Name, Ghoulie. Race, human. Age, 21. Abilities, 50/50 serum, spider sense, super strength, card of fate. Items, vibranium shield, cricket pistol, regeneration cradle, blue giant stellar cannon. Allies, Drift, Soundwave, Cassette Army, Quintessa. Contract, Dormammu. Ghoulie rubbed his nose, a bit embarrassed to see that over half of his rewards had come from Zhao Helen. Then again, it made sense, they had known each other for a year and had been living together for over 9 months. He had practically gone through every book in her collection. When his cultural level hit 50 points, he had been rewarded with the cricket pistol from Men in Black. Despite its compact size, the pistol packed a punch, with a recoil like a grenade and infinite ammo to boot. Truly, system-produced items were the best. As for the vibranium shield, that had come from Sharon Carter, his former teacher. Over the years, he had kept it tucked away in the system space, never finding a chance to use it. It wasn't like he could go trick-or-treating dressed as Captain America, after all. There were also some other random rewards, like Captain America's diary, which he had disposed of ages ago. Dark energy swirled around Ghoulie's fingertips, coalescing into a glowing blue energy card. He casually toyed with it, but a sudden thought made his face darken. Crap *, that woman * might still be in New York. Quickly dispelling the dark magic, Ghoulie had no desire to face the Ancient One again. Though the Ancient One also drew power from the dark dimension and had lived for centuries because of it, she was a heavenly father-level powerhouse. Ghoulie, on the other hand, was just a fledgling superhuman. A major figure like her could wield a torch, someone like him wasn't even allowed to light a match. And Dormammu? Well, that was an even bigger headache. The ruler of the dark dimension was at least on par with the Ancient One. Ghoulie sighed. Worrying wouldn't solve anything, so he decided to check how much money he had made. Opening his phone banking app, he glanced at his account balance and froze. Balance, $302, $389, $757. 300 million? Ghoulie counted the digits several times before finally believing his eyes. Over $300 million. He couldn't help but ask, Rumble, did you rob Kingpin's vault? A small mechanical arm extended from the side of his phone and nuzzled his arm like a kitten. Ever since Quintessa's arrival, the mechanical dog and Rumble had started acting more like household pets. Ghoulie silently observed a moment of silence for Kingpin before turning his thoughts to the stock market. Once Tony Stark's battle with Ironmonger concluded, Stark Industries' stock price would undoubtedly skyrocket. Without hesitation, he issued an order, Rumble, use all of this money to buy Stark Industries stock. Meanwhile, at the FBI headquarters in New York, the atmosphere was tense.
Has Kingpin lost his mind? What the hell is he up to?
The FBI director slammed his fist on the table, his face red with frustration. His agents, looking equally exhausted, could only shrug helplessly. Over the past few days, Kingpin had gone on a rampage, attacking other gangs and leaving dozens dead. While the casualties were mostly criminals, the chaos was causing a public relations nightmare. "Can someone tell me what's going on?" the director demanded again, but silence was his only answer. Despite days of investigation and numerous informants, the agents had come up empty-handed. Left with no other options, the director picked up the phone.
"Hello, we need your assistance on this matter."
Nick Fury, on the receiving end of the call, frowned.
"Kingpin? Just a gang leader."
To someone like Fury, who had seen far greater threats, this was child's play.
The FBI can't even handle this kind of small-time issue? Fury muttered to himself.
It looked like S.H.I.E.L.D. would have to step in. Grabbing his communicator, Fury said, "Clint, head to Hell's Kitchen and find out what Kingpin is up to." Hell's Kitchen, a Manhattan slum infamous for its high crime rate and racial tensions, was now Kingpin's domain. At that moment, Kingpin sat in his office, a cigar between his lips and a stormy expression on his face. Dressed in a white suit, his massive frame dwarfed the black cane he was holding, which he tapped rhythmically against the floor. Clang, clang, clang. A group of gang members stood before him, barely daring to breathe. Kingpin's mood was foul, but beneath the rage was a sense of helplessness. At some point, his fortune, meant to be passed down to his son, started disappearing. His accounts had suddenly lost a staggering $300 million, the culmination of years of hard work. It was gone, without any warning. When he inquired at the bank, the response he received was, "Sir, the records show these transactions were initiated personally by you." Kingpin had been so enraged he nearly smashed the bank teller's counter.
Personally?
Sure, he was big, but he wasn't stupid.
Who in their right mind would randomly donate $300 million?
Bullseye, have the hackers you hired found anything?
Kingpin asked coldly, extinguishing his cigar.
Bullseye, his trusted enforcer, shook his head.
They might need more time.
Whoever did this is a pro, no traces were left behind.
Kingpin's expression grew even darker.
Over the years, he had made countless enemies. But who among them had the guts or the means to pull this off? The quiet night in Manhattan was illuminated by the soft glow of streetlights, while Ghoulie lazily lounged on the sofa, holding Zhao Helen close. The television broadcasted images of an explosion at Stark Tower, with flames engulfing the scene in a spectacular display. As for why Zhao Helen was now officially referred to as the main girlfriend, it all started with an unexpected incident half a month ago. That day, Zhao Helen had planned a surprise birthday visit to Ghoulie at the kebab shop after work, only to stumble upon him flirting and joking with Sky. The surprise turned into a shock, and that night, Ghoulie ended up covered in bite marks. From that point on, Zhao Helen had firmly declared her territory, becoming Ghoulie's official main girlfriend.
The explosion on the TV was the result of Tony Stark's battle with Ironmonger, Obadiah Stane. If nothing went awry, tomorrow's press conference would feature Tony openly declaring, "I am Iron Man." Ghoulie knew this marked the official beginning of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. In his previous life, Ghoulie would have likely gathered a few friends to watch the spectacle together over drinks. After all, who didn't love mechs? It was every man's dream. But now, having transmigrated into this chaotic world, and after being personally addressed by the Ancient One, Ghoulie had only one goal: survive long enough to one day boldly proclaim, I don't eat beef anymore." Having been a slacker in his past life, Ghoulie now had a golden opportunity with his system and didn't want to squander it. Of course, he wasn't foolish, survival meant knowing when to lay low. After all, this was the disaster-prone America of the Marvel Universe. If not for the system's restriction that only allowed him to learn from Marvel plot characters, he would have already fled to a quieter corner of the world. Suddenly, a thought crossed Ghoulie's mind: Obadiah Stane was dead, which meant his fortune was now unclaimed. As a shareholder of Stark Industries, Stane must have been swimming in money. The idea sent a thrill through Ghoulie. Once Zhao Helen had fallen asleep, Ghoulie snuck into the basement with Rumble in tow. This villa, a reward from the system, came with a massive 200-square-meter basement, which often served as a playground for his mechanical companions like the robotic dog and the cassette army. Rumble, figure out a way to transfer Stane's assets into a fake account.
Make sure no one can trace it back, Ghoulie instructed. Obadiah Stane was undoubtedly wealthier than Kingpin, but transferring such a large sum all at once would raise too many red flags. The last time they siphoned $300 million from Kingpin, Ghoulie had disguised it as a transaction through his adoptive parents' family trust. Those two had been missing for nearly a decade, off enjoying their lives somewhere, leaving their accounts conveniently available for Ghoulie's schemes.
With this new influx of money, Ghoulie could finally buy the building next door and bring Sky over.
Zhao Helen had already forgiven him, after all. In high-minded terms, Ghoulie was doing this for the sake of humanity and half the universe's lives, willing to brave fire and steel. In simpler terms, he was just infatuated with Sky.
More importantly, Sky had just turned 18. If everything went according to plan, Ghoulie was about to gain his first area of effect ability.
So far, abilities like the 50-50 serum or Spider-Man's super strength were purely physical enhancements. But Sky's future power, Quake Generation, was on a whole other level. Essentially, her ability resembled Whitebird's Gura Gura no Mi from One Piece, capable of causing destructive vibrations and manipulating objects.
Sky's powers didn't originate from the X gene, meaning she wasn't a mutant but rather a partial inhuman.
To put it simply, mutants and Eternals were experiments by the Celestials on ancient humans, while Inhumans were creations of the Kree.
Ah, I almost forgot, there's a celestial embryo inside Earth, Ghoulie muttered with a wry smile.
In that context, Thanos' plan to have the universe's population might have had something to do with that slumbering celestial. In the Marvel universe, it wasn't just America that was disaster-prone, Earth itself was a magnet for trouble.
Chitauri invasions, Dormammu's attempts at conquest, and Galactus' hunger all made Earth a hotspot.
Ghoulie's thoughts wandered to Quintessa's human form, draped in her purple robe, before shifting to another woman, Circe of the Eternals. Circe had lived on Earth for over 7,000 years and was currently working in a museum in London. Lighting a cigarette, Ghoulie considered whether he should buy a house in London to get acquainted with her. Maybe she could teach him a thing or two. After all, Circe's ex-boyfriend Icaris was the strongest member of the Eternals Earth team. Aside from not being solar-powered, his abilities practically mirrored Superman's flight, laser vision, and super strength made him a near-perfect doppelganger of the Man of Steel.
Master, the transfer is complete, Rumble's voice snapped Ghoulie out of his thoughts.
Awesome! Ghoulie praised, patting Rumble on the head.
Its metallic body felt surprisingly smooth.
However, he noticed a problem: Rumble's body seemed fragile. This wasn't exclusive to Rumble, Drift and Soundwave shared the same vulnerability. In the Transformers films, their mechanical bodies could be shattered by regular firearms, let alone the advanced weaponry in the Marvel Universe. This was one of the reasons Ghoulie was so cautious. He suspected that even if Drift and Soundwave teamed up, they might not stand a chance against Tony Stark in his Mark armor. After all, the Mark I had withstood a tank shell in Afghanistan with barely a scratch.
What should I do about this?
Ghoulie muttered, deep in thought. Drift, Soundwave, and the Cassette Army were among his few allies.
Would they be relegated to support roles, gathering intelligence, earning money, and serving as transportation?
If only I could replace their bodies with vibranium, Ghoulie mused aloud.
The metal's unparalleled strength would turn them into formidable warriors rather than mere support units.
Suddenly, inspiration struck. Ghoulie retrieved the vibranium shield and the massive regeneration cradle from his system space.
Wait, the regeneration cradle is this big? Ghoulie was stunned.
The device took up nearly half the basement, large enough to fit 2 drifts inside.
Could it be that the system intended the regeneration cradle for the Transformers?
Seeing the system flash a green light in confirmation, Ghoulie's face lit up with excitement.
Rumble, let's start with you.
We'll test the vibranium shield on your body, Ghoulie said eagerly. As Ghoulie carefully followed the operating instructions for the regeneration cradle, he placed both the vibranium shield and Rumble into their designated positions. The moment he powered it on, the entire city of New York plunged into darkness, the lights flickering out in an instant. The blackout only lasted for 2.5 minutes, perhaps because Rumble's body was relatively small and the vibranium shield wasn't particularly large. The energy consumption of the cradle wasn't as horrific as Ghoulie had feared.
Oddly enough, while the rest of New York suffered the blackout, the basement of Ghoulie's villa remained brightly lit. Slowly, the regeneration cradle opened, and a radiant blue glow spilled out. Rumble leapt out, its newly enhanced body gleaming with a metallic sheen.
It felt stronger than ever, convinced that following Ghoulie had been the best decision of its life. The mechanical dog and mechanical bird watched Rumble with envy, immediately sidling up to Ghoulie, their eyes filled with expectation. Ghoulie chuckled and patted their heads.
Don't worry, you'll get your turn. Just wait for a while.
The vibranium was completely used up, and Xilai would need to find a way to get more. It seemed inevitable now he'd have to make a trip to Wakanda.
Of course, buying vibranium was out of the question.
The price was an astronomical $10,000 per gram, and Xilai's current finances couldn't handle that. Besides, he needed to reserve his funds to improve his own abilities and couldn't afford to squander them on vibranium. That left him with only one option, a $0 purchase in Wakanda. In the movies, it was established that vibranium was formed from a meteorite that landed on Earth 10,000 years ago.
It was primarily distributed in two locations, Antarctica and Wakanda. Maybe I should take the dog to Antarctica first?
If I can find vibranium there, I won't have to risk going to Wakanda, Xilai thought, stroking the mechanical dog's head. Wakanda's technology was the most advanced on Earth, and a $0 purchase would be extremely risky.
If he was discovered, it would undoubtedly lead to a full-scale battle. Antarctica it is, Xilai decided.
As for metals stronger than vibranium, there was Asgard's Uru metal and the material used in Thanos' double-edged blade.
Unfortunately, Xilai was far from capable of leaving Earth, let alone venturing into the cosmos. Sighing, Xilai packed the regeneration cradle back into the system space.
He then picked up his phone, actually Rumble in its disguised form, and booked a flight to London. He figured it was worth trying his luck with Circe, the Eternal. After all, she was the ex-girlfriend of Ikaris, the strongest member of Earth's Eternal team. Given the system's tendency to tailor rewards based on those who taught him, there was a good chance he could gain Eternal-related abilities if things worked out.
Back in his room, Xilai held Zhao Helen close and quickly fell asleep.
Although the 50-50 serum allowed him to go without sleep, he still felt mentally uncomfortable if he didn't get some rest. The next morning, Xilai kissed Zhao Helen goodbye and took a cab to New York's airport. A spontaneous trip like this was a dream he could never afford in his past life. The thought made him chuckle. This new life wasn't so bad, at least he had a car, a house, and a relatively comfortable existence.
As Xilai boarded the plane to London, Tony Stark's press conference was reaching its climax. When Tony declared, "I am Iron Man," the room erupted.
Flashbulbs and microphones surrounded him in an instant, with all the reporters standing in excitement except for one long-legged blonde who had shared a one-night stand with him. Tony was about to say more when Jarvis' voice interrupted him. "Sir, Mr. Gu has just boarded a flight to London."
Tony frowned.
He'd been busy developing the Mark armor lately, trying to prove it was superior to Xilai's mechanical dog. Last night's battle with Stain had showcased the Mark armor, leading to today's press conference.
What's he going to London for? Tony wondered, deciding to keep an eye on Xilai's movements.
He didn't fully understand why, but perhaps it was a sense of mutual respect between two geniuses. Tony still believed that Xilai had created the mechanical dog himself.
Meanwhile, Natasha Romanoff also learned of Xilai's departure for London.
Months of working undercover as a dishwasher had pushed her to the brink of an emotional breakdown. The grueling work and constant self-doubt had left her mentally and physically drained. Despite trying various approaches to get closer to Xilai, he remained indifferent. At one point, Natasha even began to wonder if Xilai simply didn't like women, but she quickly dismissed the idea after witnessing him flirt openly with other women.
"Why isn't he interested in me?" Natasha thought, utterly baffled.
Taking advantage of a trip to buy groceries, she called Nick Fury to report Xilai's departure.
The targets left New York? London? What's he doing in London? Fury was surprised.
This was the first time Natasha had taken the initiative to report since beginning her undercover mission.
Unknown. Fury, I think.
I might have failed this mission, Natasha admitted, a hint of insecurity in her voice. She had never felt so powerless during an assignment.
Understood. I'll handle it. Fury hung up the phone and slowly stood. He needed to prepare to meet Iron Man soon.
Elsewhere, in the New York sanctum, the Ancient One opened her eyes. The time stone on her chest emanated a green glow before fading away. She had been trying repeatedly, but no matter what, she couldn't glimpse Xilai's future. This was unprecedented in her long life. A boy whose future I cannot see. Could he be a variable? The Ancient One murmured to herself. Through her worldly connections in New York, she had investigated Xilai's background. On the surface, he appeared to be an ordinary person, average grades, a tendency to avoid the spotlight, and a mundane life. If not for that late-night sighting of the mechanical dog, the Ancient One wouldn't have paid him any attention. But after that night, she began monitoring Xilai recently. She discovered that the dark magic he briefly wielded came from Dormammu's dark energy. This puzzled her greatly. The last time she saw Xilai, he had no trace of magical energy. Yet somehow, under her watchful eye, Xilai had formed a contract with Dormammu and was even using magic she had never encountered before. "I'll take a trip to the London Sanctum and see for myself," the Ancient One decided, rising to her feet. London, often called the Foggy City, was shrouded in its signature mist, giving the whole place a mysterious, almost ethereal quality. Xilai stepped out of the airport, inhaling the damp air, and hesitated for a moment. Originally, his plan was to visit a real estate agency and check out some properties. After all, with the windfall he'd recently gained from Obadiah Stane's fortune, he was feeling financially comfortable for the first time in a while. But as he gazed at the hazy streets of London, he decided to prioritize his main goal, finding Circe. Circe, a member of the Eternals, possessed the incredible ability to manipulate and reshape molecular structures. To put it simply, she could turn a rock into gold or transform a speeding truck into a shower of rose petals. It was a power that was not only immensely strong but also breathtakingly beautiful. Xilai knew that if he could gain her favor and receive her guidance, there was a chance he could unlock a similar ability for himself. However, getting close to someone like Circe wouldn't be easy. She had lived for over 7,000 years, witnessing the rise and fall of countless civilizations. What were the odds that she'd take an interest in someone like Xilai, a normal human? The thought made him uneasy, but since he was already in London, he figured it was worth a shot. With a let's see what happens mindset, Xilai made his way toward the Natural History Museum. The London Natural History Museum was the largest of its kind in Europe, housing 75 million specimens of plants, animals, fossils, and minerals. Blending in with the other tourists, Xilai spent half the day wandering the exhibits. It wasn't until he spotted a man talking on the phone that he suddenly remembered Circe didn't actually work here. The man was Dane Whitman, a museum staff member and also one of Circe's love interests. Xilai positioned himself behind Dane, pretending to admire one of the exhibits while straining his ears to eavesdrop on the conversation. From what he overheard, it seemed that Dane had arranged to meet Circe later that evening. "A rival, huh?" Xilai muttered to himself. Dane was clearly taking advantage of Circe's ex-boyfriend, Ikaris, being out of the picture to make his move. Judging by the tone of Dane's voice, however, it seemed like he hadn't succeeded yet. Perhaps Circe was still in a closed-off heart phase? Xilai decided to tail Dane. Maybe he could find an opportunity to meet Circe. Standing behind Dane, he quietly listened while considering whether to stage a cliché hero saves the damsel scenario. Ever since his unexpected encounter with the Ancient One, Xilai had been on edge. He was desperate to gain more power to prepare for the threats he knew lay ahead. While his current abilities were enough to avoid the chaos of the Battle of New York, he couldn't stay in hiding forever. Especially with the system urging him forward, he felt like he was embarrassing the legacy of the countless transmigrators who came before him. Those predecessors often started their journeys with godlike powers, effortlessly acquiring abilities, while he was stuck grinding for cultural knowledge like a diligent student. Damn this trash system! Xilai cursed silently. In the early years, he hadn't realized the system's quirks and had focused solely on studying in school. It wasn't until college that he figured out the truth: his self-acquired knowledge was meaningless. Only when he learned under the guidance of plot characters would he receive rewards. And it had to be plot characters. Whoever designed this system must have been out of their mind, Xilai ranted internally. While lost in thought, Xilai didn't notice that Dane had finished his call and turned around. Spotting Xilai nearby, Dane smiled warmly. "Hello, can I help you with anything? Need a tour?" Snapping out of his daze, Xilai nodded. "Sure, thanks." Dane enthusiastically began explaining the history of the nearby exhibit. Little did he know, the seemingly polite NYU student standing before him had ulterior motives. Over the course of the afternoon, Dane guided Xilai through the museum, passionately detailing the backstories of various artifacts and specimens. Xilai, for his part, feigned an intense interest in natural history, occasionally asking insightful questions to keep Dane engaged. By the end of the tour, Dane seemed to regard Xilai as a kindred spirit, someone who shared his passion for the subject. As dusk began to settle, Dane finally paused and said, "Well, that's about it for today. I hope this helps with your research." Xilai smiled sincerely. "Thanks, Dane. This is going to help a ton with my thesis. How about dinner?" "My treat." Dane hesitated for a moment before shaking his head apologetically. "Sorry, Goo, I've already got plans tonight." "Rain check? How about tomorrow? I can show you some of London's best cuisine." Xilai nodded graciously. "Sounds good. I'll hold you to it. The two exchanged contact information before Dane hurried off. Watching Dane's car disappear into the distance, a sly grin spread across Guli's face. Don't worry, buddy. I'll just study alongside you, once, or 5 times. Elsewhere, Tony Stark was in his workshop, reviewing the latest data from JRVS. Sir, as per your request, I've tracked Mr. Goo's travel itinerary. He's just landed in London. Tony raised an eyebrow. London? What's he doing over there? He's supposed to be running a kebab shop. Tony had been keeping tabs on Guli ever since their first encounter, convinced that the mechanical dog was a product of Guli's genius. While he couldn't explain why, Tony felt a mix of curiosity and competitiveness toward Guli. Perhaps it was the camaraderie of two innovators, each fascinated by the other's creativity. Meanwhile, Natasha Romanoff was nearing her breaking point. Months of undercover work as a dishwasher had left her frustrated and exhausted. Despite all her efforts, Guli remained completely indifferent to her advances. Sitting in a quiet corner of the kebab shop, she dialed Nick Fury. Director, Guli has left New York. He's in London now. London? Any idea why? Fury sounded intrigued. No, I've failed to get close to him. This mission, it might be a failure, Natasha admitted, her voice tinged with disappointment. Understood. Return to base for now, Fury replied before hanging up. In the quiet sanctum of London's mystical order, the Ancient One stood before the glowing green light of the Time Stone. For days, she had attempted to peer into Guli's future, only to find it shrouded in mystery. A boy whose future I cannot see. Could he be a variable? She mused softly. Her investigations into Guli's life revealed nothing extraordinary, average grades, a mundane lifestyle, and no significant achievements. If not for the night she glimpsed his mechanical dog, she wouldn't have paid him any attention. Yet, the discovery that Guli had somehow tapped into Dormammu's dark magic baffled her. When she last observed him, he had shown no signs of magical potential. And now, under her watchful eye, he had not only formed a contract with Dormammu but also wielded spells she had never encountered before. I should visit the London Sanctum, the Ancient One decided, her curiosity piqued. It was time to see this mysterious young man for herself. Hey, Gu, over here. Guli followed the voice to see Dane waving at him from the other side of the restaurant. Feigning surprise, Guli walked over with a smile. Oh, Dane, what a coincidence. To be honest, Guli wasn't entirely sure if Dane had noticed him loitering near the restaurant earlier. But as long as he didn't feel awkward, the awkwardness would fall on someone else. Dane, clearly pleased to see him, enthusiastically introduced, Gu, this is Cersei, my friend. Cersei, this is Gu, just arrived from New York. Dane's warmth sparked a fleeting pang of guilt in Guli's heart, an emotion that lasted all of 1.5 seconds before being crushed under the weight of his determination to grow stronger. Guli smiled and greeted in Mandarin, hello. To his surprise, Cersei responded in Mandarin as well, hello. Dane seemed delighted by the serendipity of the evening. Meeting Guli earlier in the day and now running into him again only seemed to strengthen the connection he felt. Join us, Gu. Dane invited warmly. Perhaps because of Guli's sudden presence, Cersei appeared slightly reserved, sitting quietly as Dane and Guli chatted about ancient architecture. While Cersei had personally witnessed the construction of many such structures throughout her 7,000 years of life, observing the conversation from the perspective of an eternal gave her a unique sense of amusement. The alignment of Stonehenge was meant to reflect the celestial event of a 9-star alignment? Gu, I didn't expect you to have the same theory. Dane exclaimed excitedly. Of course Guli agreed. After all, in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, it was established that approximately 5,000 years ago, the 9 realms of the World Tree aligned, connecting the different worlds, and the humans of that era built Stonehenge in response to this celestial event. Dane sighed wistfully, then added with a hint of frustration, I once wrote a paper about Norse mythology and its connections to these structures, but my advisor dismissed it as pure fantasy. Maybe your advisor just trusts science more, Guli replied with a small chuckle. In his view, the Norse gods of the Marvel universe were essentially just powerful extraterrestrial beings. Speaking of which, the Bring Me Some Brazilian Girls guy Thor, the early-phase powerhouse of the Avengers, should be making his debut soon. Time was running short. The dinner concluded on a cheerful note, and the trio strolled through the misty streets of London. However, they soon found themselves surrounded by a group of shady figures. A man in sunglasses, clearly part of the Italian mafia, stammered, this is a robbery. Hand over your IC cards, IP cards, IQ cards, and tell me the passwords.
Hearing this, Ghoulie immediately regretted his choice of actors.
The mafia members he had hired earlier to stage a robbery seemed to have some peculiar thought processes. Dane, however, instinctively stepped in front of Cersei to shield her. Cersei, the ever-gracious Eternal, glanced around to make sure no one else was nearby and was about to act when a cheeky voice echoed from above. "Hey, darling Goo, looks like you're in a bit of trouble." Everyone looked up to see the unmistakable figure of Tony Stark descending from the sky in his Mark III suit. The mafia members froze, utterly baffled. Their boss hadn't mentioned anything about this. They'd already been paid, so what were they supposed to do now? To make matters worse, they'd even studied a robbery tutorial video from China earlier to make their act more convincing. But now that Iron Man himself had shown up, should they just give up? Ghoulie was equally bewildered. He had no idea why Tony Stark was in London. At this point in the timeline, shouldn't Tony be back home dealing with the long-awaited Nick Fury? Seeing the Mark III suit land before him, Ghoulie felt a sinking sensation in his chest. This is bad, he thought. Originally, his plan was simple: hire some mafia members to stage a robbery, then swoop in heroically to save the day and impress Cersei. Sure, it was a bit cliché, but it was better than nothing. The main reason for this approach was his lingering psychological discomfort with directly asking people to teach him. Memories of Sharon Carter's cold, resolute expression as she turned away still stung. His current girlfriend, Zhao Helen, was a different story. He'd won her over with persistence, charm, and the physical allure of his 50-50 serum-enhanced body. With May, it was their years of mutual affection that laid the foundation. But when it came to approaching someone like Cersei, Ghoulie felt like all he had was his ridiculously good looks and this outdated tactic. Meanwhile, the hired mafia members quickly dispersed. The leader even gave Ghoulie a knowing eyebrow raise, as if to say, "Boss, we didn't pull it off, but the money's non-refundable." Ghoulie sighed, rubbing his forehead. A strange sense of gratitude welled up within him. At least they had some professional ethics. He regretted beating them up earlier. He should have gone easier on them. Dane, meanwhile, shook Tony's hand with genuine gratitude. "Mr. Stark, thank you so much." Dane was deeply relieved. He'd been moments away from making a fool of himself in front of the woman he liked and his new friend. Now, he owed Tony one. Tony shrugged nonchalantly, giving Ghoulie a playful, knowing look. "Your friend?" Ghoulie nodded. "Yep, my friend. What are you doing here?" Their exchange was smooth, almost as if they were old friends. Tony patted Dane on the shoulder, his gaze flickering briefly to Cersei. Ah, so this was why Ghoulie came to London. A woman, of course. Cersei wasn't exactly Tony's type. He preferred tall, blonde, and leggy. Thinking of Ghoulie's current girlfriend, Zhao Helen, Tony felt like he'd uncovered the truth. Was it because she was also Asian? "Hey, I happen to have a manor here in London. Let's grab a drink," Tony offered, deciding to play wingman for once. Ghoulie nodded, mostly because he was feeling a bit dejected and could use a drink. In his mind, this encounter with Cersei probably wouldn't lead to any superpower rewards. Dane readily agreed as well. On one hand, he genuinely enjoyed Ghoulie's company, given their shared interests. On the other hand, it wouldn't hurt to establish a connection with Tony Stark. Stark Industries' influence could only benefit his family's business. Only Cersei hesitated. "My sister's at home alone. I'm a little worried about her." "No problem, I'll bring her over," Tony said, unusually serious about his wingman duties. And so, the group headed to Tony's London manor. Cersei's sister, Sprite, or Water Sprite as Ghoulie nicknamed her, was another member of the Eternals' 10-person team. Due to certain circumstances, Sprite had been stuck in the form of a 10-year-old for millennia. Without many friends her age, she quickly hit it off with Tony. "Goo, you're the most handsome person I've seen in years," Sprite said, staring at Ghoulie with wide eyes. "What do you know, little one? You're too young to have an opinion," Tony quipped. Dane, who also sported a mustache, silently agreed. Only now did he realize that both Cersei and Sprite kept sneaking glances at Ghoulie. Dane considered himself reasonably good-looking, but standing next to Ghoulie, he felt downright ordinary. Ghoulie's chiseled features seemed sculpted by a master artist, every line and curve perfectly balanced. His eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, captivating anyone who gazed into them. And his tall, athletic frame exuded an undeniable charisma. In response to the compliments, Ghoulie smiled faintly. "Where I'm from, there are 1.3 billion people as handsome as me." Late into the night, the courtyard of Stark's London manor was quiet, save for the drunken ramblings of Tony and Sprite echoing in the air.
Xilai sat nearby, watching their intoxicated antics with a mix of amusement and second-hand embarrassment.
What a ridiculous sight, he thought, completely unbecoming of their status. To be honest, Xilai had all but given up on the idea of convincing Cersei to teach him anything. He had accepted the invitation to this gathering purely to relax and enjoy a few drinks.
But in an unexpected twist, things had somehow worked out in his favor.
A few hours earlier, Dane had received a phone call about some urgent family matter and had to leave abruptly, leaving Tony, Sprite, Xilai, and Cersei behind in the manor. Perhaps it was the effect of the not-so-great wine, but Xilai accidentally wandered into the wrong room. Under Cersei's wary yet puzzled gaze, Xilai nervously pulled out a copy of ancient Egyptian script, a comprehensive guide. After a long-winded explanation, Cersei reluctantly nodded and began teaching him about ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs. Having lived for over 7,000 years, Cersei was intimately familiar with Earth's ancient languages, and her explanations were thorough and insightful.
After several hours of intense learning, Xilai heard the long-awaited system notification.
Through the teachings of plot character Cersei, your cultural level has increased by +1. Reward obtained, molecular reconstruction.
Molecular reconstruction, rearrange and combine molecular structures to transform one material into another.
Xilai was overjoyed. This is it. This is a real superpower. He couldn't help but think back to the Marvel movies he'd watched in his past life. So many so-called superheroes relied on brute force and close combat, how uninspired. A proper ranged ability like this was far more elegant.
What was the point of acting like a berserker when you could be a mage? Not everyone could be Gandalf, after all.
Molecular reconstruction was a power Xilai could see himself using endlessly, perhaps even creatively enough to turn it into an art form. Seizing a moment when no one was paying attention, he rushed to the bathroom to experiment with his new ability. Initially, he was still frustrated about Tony Stark's sudden interruption of his damsel in distress plan at the restaurant.
He hadn't expected that simply asking Cersei directly, albeit awkwardly, would actually work.
Maybe he'd underestimated his own charm as New York's most handsome man. With this thought, Xilai cupped some tap water in his hands and slowly transformed it into a solid chunk of gold. The sheer thrill of the act sent a jolt of excitement through him.
This is amazing.
Absolutely amazing, he felt an almost childlike glee.
Turning water into gold? I'll never be broke again.
This is too damn cool, The bathroom quickly became a testing ground for his newfound power. A tube of toothpaste was turned into a rose.
The mirror became a traditional Chinese ink painting.
The toilet? It was now a porcelain statue of Tony Stark. After an hour and a half of experimentation, Xilai's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is way too awesome, he exclaimed to himself. He had to admit, molecular reconstruction was the coolest ability he'd ever encountered, bar none. Why hadn't he realized the potential of Cersei's power before? If he'd known it was this versatile, he would have come to London sooner.
What's more, the ability seemed to have no cooldown and didn't consume any energy.
It was almost like a conceptual level power, limited only by the rule that he needed to physically touch the material he wanted to transform. If I could manipulate molecular structures without physical contact, that would be perfect, Xilai muttered, his mind racing. Such abilities did exist, chaos magic or the reality stone could achieve similar effects without requiring touch.
With renewed determination, Xilai returned to the courtyard and sat beside the tipsy Sprite. Pulling out a copy of ancient Babylonian script, a beginner's guide, he said excitedly, "Hey, can you help me figure out how to read this?" If all went well, he might even gain another cultural level tonight. And sure enough, after some time spent learning from Sprite, the system chimed again. Through the teachings of plot character Sprite, your cultural level has increased by +1. Reward obtained, invisibility. Invisibility, become invisible at will, rendering yourself unseen by the naked eye. Xilai couldn't help but notice a pattern with the system.
It seemed to break down abilities into fragments wherever possible. Spider-Man's powers, for instance, had been divided into multiple separate abilities, and even after nearly a year of being with May, Xilai had yet to acquire the full suite of Spider-Man's skills. It was reminiscent of a certain corporation from his previous life that loved to sell incomplete features. Still, the system wasn't entirely unreasonable, it didn't force him to collect fragments to unlock powers.
As for invisibility, Xilai found it less practical than he'd hoped.
Sure, it might be useful in a world without superpowered individuals, maybe for sneaking into places or pulling pranks. But in a universe like Marvel's, teeming with superhumans, invisibility felt almost redundant. Meanwhile, back at the London sanctum, the Ancient One was watching all of this unfold, her expression unreadable. Her fingers twitched slightly as she observed Guli's antics. So this kid came all the way to London, just to find a girlfriend, she muttered, exasperated.
Is this what young people are like these days? With a weary sigh, the Ancient One drew a glowing portal and stepped through it. That boy is hopeless. No ambition whatsoever.
A complete waste of time, she grumbled. There was no point in continuing to monitor him. Still, as she walked through the portal, a lingering question gnawed at her.
Why did Dormammu choose someone like him? Has the dark dimension fallen on hard times? Across the Atlantic, Nick Fury was equally perplexed.
After meticulously setting the stage for an ominous and mysterious encounter with Tony Stark, his efforts had been rendered completely useless.
Tony had skipped out on him entirely. Unaware of Tony's whereabouts, Fury spent the entire night waiting at Stark's seaside villa, only to receive no visitor.
He stared out at the empty room, muttering, "Damn Stark."
What, did he run off to chase women?
For context, this is a nod to the post-credits scene of Iron Man 1, where Nick Fury meets Tony Stark at his home.
Fury's suspicions weren't entirely off base, though the situation was more complicated than he imagined.
Tony was indeed spending time with a woman, but not the kind he was interested in. Sprite, the Eternal who had the appearance of a perpetual 10-year-old, had been chatting and drinking with Tony all night. Despite her youthful appearance, Sprite had lived for millennia and harbored a longing for love, particularly a lingering affection for Ikaris. Living with Cersei was her way of holding on to the faint hope that Ikaris might return at any moment. The drinking session with Tony had started as a bet over how long Guli could keep studying. Both Tony and Sprite had underestimated him, and both lost the bet. Sprite had guessed that no normal person would study for more than 2.5 hours, even if Guli was the most handsome man she'd seen in her long life. Tony, on the other hand, believed Guli's reputation as a chronic class skipper meant he wasn't cut out for serious studying.
Neither of them expected Guli to power through the night.
Initially, Tony had tried to discourage Sprite from drinking, insisting she wasn't old enough. But the moment he mentioned little girl and age, Sprite's demeanor shifted. Driven by a mix of pride and defiance, she challenged Tony to a drinking contest, and here they were now, two drunken fools making bets on everything under the stars. Leaning heavily on each other, the two swayed in the courtyard. Tony let out a hiccup and said, "Kiddo, I'll make you a tiny Mark suit.
Just you wait."
Sprite, equally drunk, slurred in response, "Stark, your tin can won't help. Gilgamesh could smash it to bits with one punch." Tony slammed his glass on the table, hiccuping again.
"Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Mark III can tank a tank shell. A punch? You're kidding, right? Who's this Gilgamesh guy, some kind of super strong wrestler?"
As soon as Cersei and Sprite left, the lively atmosphere of Tony's manor quickly dissipated, leaving behind a much quieter scene. That night, Cersei had unleashed emotions pent up over centuries, finally allowing herself to relax and enjoy the company. Sprite, ever the social butterfly, had managed to charm everyone present, even exchanging contact information with Guli before departing.
"See you in New York, handsome," Sprite said with a playful wink, waving as she left. Guli gave her an okay gesture, watching them walk away.
Beside him, Tony shook his head, clapping Guli on the shoulder with a half-joking tone.
"Goo, you're even better at this than I am. Now spill it, what are you doing in London, really?" Guli wasn't buying for a second that Tony had come all this way just for fun.
This wasn't in the script of the Marvel movies he remembered.
Tony scratched his head awkwardly before leaning in conspiratorially. "Hey, Goo, do you have a little mechanical dog that goes bayou bayou bayou?" Guli's brow furrowed. "You've been spying on me?" No, Tony quickly waved his hands defensively. "Don't you remember? That little dog is something I brought back from Afghanistan to New York." Guli blinked in realization.
So that's why it had seemed odd the dog had somehow arrived in New York at almost the exact same time as Tony's private jet.
"Tony, that thing's not from Earth. It's an alien life form, not something Earth's tech could produce," Guli explained. "Aliens?" Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. "You're serious?" "Yeah, aliens," Guli nodded. "Tell you what, take me to the countryside first, and then we'll head to Antarctica."
"All right," Tony agreed, not even questioning the bizarre request. Without another word, he grabbed Guli and launched into the sky in his Mark III armor.
Flying through the air was exhilarating. Ghoulie couldn't help but tease, "Hey, Tony, you've been in that armor all night. What do you do if you need to, use the restroom?"
Tony paused for a second before replying, "Not funny, Goo."
Ghoulie smirked to himself.
Even as he bantered, his thoughts drifted elsewhere. While he had a growing list of superpowers, flight still eluded him. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, plenty of female heroes could fly like the Ancient One, Captain Marvel, Scarlet Witch, Hela, Jean Grey as the Phoenix, and Agatha Harkness. But options like Jean Grey were off the table, as mutants didn't exist in this world. The Ancient One and Agatha didn't align with his aesthetic preferences, Captain Marvel wasn't on Earth, and Hela was locked away in Asgard. That left Wanda, currently in a Hydra base in Eastern Europe.
Boom!
The Mark III landed with a thud, and Tony looked around, puzzled.
"Why are we here?" Ghoulie glanced up at the sky and smiled. "To show you an alien."
As soon as he said that, Soundwave, stationed in orbit, received a command from Ghoulie.
Like a fiery comet, it streaked through Earth's atmosphere, leaving a blazing trail behind it.
Tony stared at the incoming object in shock.
What the hell? The dramatic entry didn't go unnoticed. MI13, the UK's equivalent of S.H.I.E.L.D., immediately picked up on the anomaly.
This organization, tasked with dealing with extraterrestrial and superhuman threats, included members like Blade and Captain Britain among its ranks.
Boom! Soundwave landed with a forceful impact, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the debris settled, Soundwave knelt on one knee and saluted. "Master, Decepticon Soundwave reporting for duty."
Tony's eyes practically lit up. As a genius scientist, the sight of an advanced alien being before him was enough to send his curiosity into overdrive. This was beyond anything he had ever imagined.
Clank clank krrr.
With a series of mechanical sounds, Soundwave transformed into a Cybertronian stealth aircraft resembling an F-117 Nighthawk.
Tony couldn't help but curse, "What the F?" This defied every law of physics he knew.
His mind raced as he tried to process the impossibility of what he was seeing.
In just 2 minutes, Tony's worldview had been completely upended.
He had thought the Mark armor he and Einstein built in Afghanistan was the pinnacle of human engineering. But now, standing before this advanced alien technology, he realized how small his achievements truly were.
Ghoulie climbed aboard the aircraft and turned back to the still-dazed Tony. "So, are you flying there yourself, or are you getting on?" As for whether MI13 would notice, Ghoulie didn't care. With Tony Stark present, what could the Brits possibly do?
There was no way they'd risk upsetting Uncle Sam's golden boy. The moment the Cybertronian stealth aircraft took off, it vanished from MI13's radar.
As Ghoulie had predicted, all MI13 detected was Tony Stark and what seemed to be a large Iron Man suit.
During the flight to Antarctica, Tony explored the interior of the alien craft like an excited child, marveling at every detail.
"Goo, so this is what you meant by aliens? How do they even manage the transformation process?"
Ghoulie shrugged.
"Beats me. What are we doing in Antarctica?" Tony asked.
In response, Ghoulie pulled out his phone, tapped it lightly, and watched as it transformed into Rumble. Tony's jaw dropped, his eyes wide with envy.
"That's so cool. I want one." Ghoulie smirked. "Check the metal on this guy."
Tony scanned Rumble with the sensors built into his Mark III armor and frowned.
"Vibranium?
This reminds me of some records my dad kept about rare alloys."
"You don't see much vibranium on the market these days."
Indeed, vibranium was costly, priced at $10,000 per gram. Only someone like Tony could afford to use it for projects like the facade of Stark Tower. "We're heading to Antarctica to find more of it," Ghoulie explained.
"Is it really that tough?" Tony asked.
"It's incredibly tough," Ghoulie replied. "In fact, vibranium was one of the strongest materials on Earth. However, Antarctic vibranium differed slightly from the kind found in Wakanda." Ghoulie couldn't quite recall the specifics, but he hoped to find out soon. As they continued their flight, Ghoulie realized it was time to upgrade his travel methods. At the very least, he needed a magic book to learn how to open portals. While Soundwave's speed was impressive, it still couldn't beat the convenience of instantaneous teleportation. After hours of light conversation and crossing multiple oceans, Soundwave finally brought them to the Antarctic icefields. Clank clank krrr. With a metallic roar, Soundwave transformed back into its combat form. "Soundwave, scan the area for metals," Ghoulie commanded. In the Marvel movies, Antarctic vibranium didn't get much screen time, but Ghoulie vaguely remembered it being associated with adamantium, the metal found in Wolverine's skeleton.
After hours of searching, the trio finally found what they were looking for. "Goo, it's down there," Tony said, pointing to the depths of the ICEI and the icy wasteland of Antarctica. Tony Stark glanced at Ghoulie, noticing the strange expression on his face. "Hey, Goo, you look like you're in a hurry or something," Tony said, puzzled. It's just some vibranium ore."
Why's he acting like this? Tony thought, noting the almost manic gleam in Goo's eyes.
Standing on the glacier, Ghoulie was startled by Tony's remark and suddenly fell into deep thought.
The Ancient One's recent visit had subtly changed his mindset.
What am I rushing for? Goo wondered. Odin was still alive, the Ancient One was still watching over Earth, and Thanos wouldn't be showing up anytime soon.
He had plenty of time to prepare.
Yeah, why am I in such a rush?
Ghoulie muttered to himself with a self-deprecating smile. Turning to Tony, he said, "Thanks for pointing that out.
The target's beneath the ice."
"I'll cut through it," Tony said, stepping forward and readying his mark armor for action.
"Wait, let me handle it," Ghoulie interjected, stopping him.
He'd just gained a new superpower, and this seemed like the perfect opportunity to test it out. "You two might want to step back," Ghoulie added, crouching down and placing his hands flat on the icy surface. Under Tony's curious gaze, the seemingly impenetrable ice suddenly transformed into delicate white petals drifting in the wind.
Holy sh!
Ghoulie barely got the words out before the ice beneath him gave way completely, and he plummeted straight down into the hole he'd accidentally created.
Boom!
The sound of impact echoed from the depths of the ice cave below.
Tony descended slowly in his mark armor, landing with a metallic clang.
"Goo, was that magic or something?" he asked, his voice filled with curiosity and disbelief. Every time he thought he had a grasp on Ghoulie's abilities, Goo would do something to completely upend his understanding. The sight of the ice turning into flower petals had defied all logic.
"Call it magic if you want. I'll explain later.
Let's focus on the vibranium first," Ghoulie replied dismissively, brushing off the question.
Tony nodded and picked up a chunk of vibranium ore.
Suddenly, something unexpected happened. His mark armor began to dissolve, melting away like ice under a blowtorch.
Ghoulie reacted instantly, grabbing Tony's arm and using his molecular reconstruction power to transform the dissolving portion of the armor into harmless snowflakes. Tony stared in shock at his half-destroyed armor.
"Goo, this stuff can melt metal," he exclaimed, his voice tinged with alarm. If this material could liquefy metal, it was practically his worst nightmare. Ghoulie's mind raced as he recalled the key difference between Antarctic vibranium and Wakandan vibranium.
Antarctic vibranium, also known as antimetal, didn't absorb vibrations like its Wakandan counterpart.
Instead, it emitted a unique vibrational field that weakened the atomic and molecular bonds of nearby metals, causing them to liquefy.
Even a small piece of Antarctic vibranium could turn any metal into liquid. Tony, step back.
"This stuff is way too unstable," Ghoulie warned.
If the vibranium's effect reached the arc reactor in Tony's chest, the consequences could be catastrophic.
The ore veins stretched out before them, scattered across the icy cavern in irregular shapes. The area seemed to have a peculiar force field that kept other metals at bay, isolating the vibranium from external interference. Ghoulie stared at the sprawling vein of ore, pondering how to make use of it. Without the formula for adamantium or expertise in metallurgy, he was at a loss. "Good thing I didn't bring Soundwave down here," Ghoulie thought to himself. The Decepticons were entirely metal-based, and this environment would have been lethal to them. "Given how this stuff melts metal, do you have a way to mine it?" Tony asked, breaking the silence. The two fell into a contemplative quiet. The vibranium's unique properties made conventional mining tools useless. Any metal drill or machinery that came into contact with the ore would disintegrate almost instantly. "Tony, why don't we collect some of the scattered pieces for now? You can study them back in your lab, and we'll figure out mining later," Ghoulie suggested. "And how exactly are we supposed to take them back?" Tony asked, skeptical. "They'd come in a stealth aircraft with no equipment for carrying ore." "Don't worry about that. Just wait for me up top," Ghoulie said with a grin. Without waiting for a response, he grabbed Tony's mark armor and effortlessly tossed him back up through the hole. After all, Ghoulie wasn't just any ordinary man, he had a system. With his system space, gathering scattered ore was no problem. Ghoulie carefully collected all the loose vibranium ore in the area and stored it in the system space. Then, crouching down, he placed his hands on the icy surface once more. This time, a spiraling staircase of ice formed beneath his touch, leading back up to the surface. As he admired the dreamlike scene he'd created, Ghoulie sighed wistfully.
If I could fly, this would be so much easier. Flight was quickly climbing the list of priorities for his next superpower acquisition. The duo's mission was swift and efficient. After sealing the ice cave, they boarded the stealth aircraft and began their journey back to America. In New York, Nick Fury sat in his S.H.I.E.L.D. office, staring at the screen before him. The footage showed Tony Stark in his Mark armor, standing next to a large, imposing figure. A giant suit of armor? Bigger than Ironmonger, huh? Stark never fails to impress, Fury muttered to himself. The intel from MI13 only reinforced Fury's determination to recruit Tony into S.H.I.E.L.D. On one hand, the agency desperately needed a financial backer. Who better than a billionaire genius like Tony Stark? With Stark's resources, Fury could fund more meaningful operations and initiatives.
On the other hand, both Fury and the politicians and military leaders behind him recognized the immense potential of Tony's Iron Man technology. A weapon capable of reshaping global power dynamics had to be kept under American control.
If they couldn't acquire it, they'd rather destroy it.
Additionally, S.H.I.E.L.D. held key information left behind by Howard Stark, Tony's father. This information was crucial to Tony and could potentially serve as leverage to win him over. Looking at the footage of the towering figure beside Tony, Fury couldn't stay mad about being stood up. Although Tony had made him wait an entire night, the wait was worth it, especially considering the potential of Stark's technology. Maybe I should pay him another visit tonight, Fury mused, already planning his next move. In Manhattan, New York, Tony Stark stood at the doorway of his seaside villa, staring at the car driving off into the distance, his mind still replaying what had just happened. The aircraft that had brought them back from Antarctica had seamlessly transformed into a Mercedes SLS-AMG right before his eyes. He was frozen in place, unable to process what he had seen. Maybe I need to rethink my research priorities, Tony muttered to himself, shaking his head as he decided to call Inson.
Forget it, I'll figure it out when we meet.
Meanwhile, Xilai, driving the transformed car, had no idea that his casual use of Cybertronian technology had sparked a significant shift in Tony's engineering aspirations. Xilai was focused on something else entirely. He was eager to get home. After several days away, he missed Zhao Helen terribly.
Back at Tony's villa, he dialed Inson, his tone filled with excitement. Hey, Inson, you won't believe what I saw. A mechanical dog?
No, something way more advanced.
A giant mechanical lifeform. Yeah, come by, I'll explain everything.
Hanging up, Tony removed his Mark armor, stretched, and poured himself a drink from his bar. His mind churned with thoughts about everything he'd seen over the past few days.
Transformers, aliens from the planet Cybertron.
That's what Xilai had called them. Then there was the Antarctic vibranium, or antimetal. Tony was already making plans to control its distribution or use it as the foundation for the Mark V armor. But what Tony envied most were Xilai's strange and inexplicable superpowers. The ability to reshape matter, and the way Xilai casually stored the vibranium or just a wave of his hand, and the ore disappeared into thin air.
This defies every law of physics, Tony murmured, sipping his drink. What is he, some kind of god?
Just then, a voice echoed through the darkened living room.
God? Stark, the world isn't as simple as you think. I am Iron Man. Did you think you were the only superhero in the world? Mr. Stark, there are many others like you just don't know about them yet. Who are you?
Tony asked, his voice sharp. He already knew he wasn't the only superhero. After all, Xilai was living proof of that. Squinting into the darkness, he could make out a silhouette but nothing more. He realized with mild annoyance that he'd forgotten to turn on the lights. When he flipped the switch, the figure was revealed, a burly man with an eye patch standing boldly in his living room.
Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Oh. Tony raised an eyebrow, internally rolling his eyes. Who does this guy think he is, trying to act cool in someone else's house?
A few minutes later, the conversation ended almost identically to the original timeline. Tony dismissed Fury, who left awkwardly, driving off into the night. As Fury considered his next move, he dialed a number.
Natasha, your vacation is over. I need your help.
No, this time it's not dishwashing.
Xilai was proving to be far more troublesome than Fury had anticipated. Even Natasha's considerable charms had failed to get close to him after months undercover. The priority now is recruiting Stark into the Avengers, Fury muttered, taking a deep breath. Natasha, it's all on you now.
Elsewhere, Xilai retrieved a book titled Nanotechnology, From Zero to Hero from his system space. Once Zhao Helen had fallen asleep, he hurried to the basement. The urgency stemmed from a recent system notification. Through the guidance of plot character Zhao Helen, your cultural level has increased by +1.
Special reward obtained, Grey Wolf, top-tier scientist. Ghoulie had been stunned into silence for a long time. He couldn't understand why the system always chose the most inconvenient moments to issue its notifications. And this time, the reward was a conceptual level character, Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf wasn't just any scientist, he was the kind of irrational inventor whose creations defied Newton and every law of physics. As soon as Ghoulie entered the basement, he was greeted by Grey Wolf's grumbling. "Boss, this place is way too small." To be fair, Grey Wolf had a point. Back in the green grasslands, he had lived in a full-blown castle, Wolf Castle. Compared to that, Ghoulie's modest villa was indeed lacking. Nearby, the mechanical dog, Rumble, and the mechanical bird all nodded in agreement. Even Drift, the Autobot in the garage, let out a few beeps of approval. "All right, I'm offended," Ghoulie muttered under his breath. "Fine, I'll buy a bigger place." "Happy, Rumble, find some listings for large houses," Ghoulie instructed. Once that was settled, he pulled out a chunk of vibranium ore and handed it to Grey Wolf. "Mr. Grey Wolf, can you take a look at this antimetal? I want to use it as the foundation for an alloy." While Tony had received a few pieces of vibranium, most of the ore was still safely stored in Ghoulie's system space. Grey Wolf adjusted his goggles, which he seemed to have conjured out of thin air. "Boss, with a lab this basic, I'll take a look, but no promises." As Grey Wolf began tinkering with the vibranium ore, Ghoulie noticed the mechanical pets inching closer. "Hey, you lot, stay back. You'll get melted if you're not careful." These restless little machines clearly needed something to do. Once Ghoulie bought a bigger house, he decided he'd give them proper assignments. "One of you will mop floors, one will stand guard. We'll need someone who can cook too." Accessing his system interface, Ghoulie reviewed his stats. Name, Ghoulie. Race, human. Age, 21. Superpowers, 50/50 serum, spider sense, super strength, fate cards, molecular reconstruction, invisibility. Items, cricket pistol, regeneration cradle, blue giant planet buster cannon. Allies, Drift, Soundwave, and his cassette team, Grey Wolf. Contracted entity, Dormammu. After all this effort, I've only gained 2 new superpowers? Ghoulie sighed heavily. The road to becoming a true powerhouse was going to be long and arduous. The next morning, Ghoulie returned to the kebab shop, where Aunt May informed him the dishwasher quit. Ghoulie barely reacted. Natasha Romanoff's romantic history was far messier than his, so he'd ignored her attempts to get close. Besides, he doubted she had anything valuable to offer him in terms of abilities or knowledge. Her sudden departure likely meant she'd found nothing useful and had been reassigned by S.H.I.E.L.D. Maybe Fury and his team are busy with something else now, Ghoulie wondered. "Boss, did you bring us anything from London?" Aunt May asked with a smile. Ghoulie realized he'd been so rushed during his trip that he hadn't thought about gifts. Without missing a beat, he pulled out 2 cigarettes from his pocket and, with a flourish, turned them into 2 vibrant bouquets of roses. "For 2 beautiful ladies," Ghoulie said with a charming grin, handing the flowers to May and Sky. May accepted hers with a laugh, but Sky practically tackled Ghoulie, clutching his arm. "Boss, big brother, teach me how you did that." Clearly, they both thought it was just a magic trick. Ghoulie saw no need to correct them. Magic it is, he thought. "Sky, I bought a new house with plenty of empty rooms. Why don't you move in?" "It's not safe for you to stay here alone," Ghoulie suggested. Sky hesitated for a moment, her eyes flickering with emotion. "I can't afford rent. Take care of the cleaning, and we'll call it even." "Thanks, Goo!" Sky exclaimed, leaning in to kiss him. Ghoulie quickly pushed her away. Hey, what are you doing? Aunt May's right here." While everyone was aware of each other's existence, it was best to avoid making things too obvious. As night fell, Ghoulie drove Sky to the new house. Purchased by Rumble, the property was located on Manhattan Island, just a kilometer from Tony Stark's villa. The 3-story building, complete with a basement, spanned 4,000 square meters, more than enough space for his Transformers to roam freely. The basement had already been transformed into a state-of-the-art lab by Grey Wolf, who was arguably one of the most brilliant inventors in cinematic history. As the reigning champion of the Green Grasslands physics and chemistry competition, Grey Wolf was known as the ultimate science student. In his previous life, Ghoulie had often joked that if he ever visited the Green Grasslands, he'd make sure Grey Wolf finally got a taste of lamb. But when he actually presented Grey Wolf with a roast lamb last night,
the scientist had burst into tears and refused it on principle.
I don't eat lamb. I eat beef. February 14, 2010, both Lunar New Year and Valentine's Day.
Since returning from Antarctica, Guli's days had been a mix of happiness and torment. Zhao Helen and Sky, the two Eastern beauties in his life, got along surprisingly well with each other. But when it came to Guli, they were far less kind. Instead of enjoying the blissful life he had imagined, Xilai found himself besieged by their combined mischief, leaving him utterly frazzled. On Valentine's Day, Xilai was finally ready to begin his grand plan to acquire new superpowers. But his efforts were disrupted by an unexpected visitor.
Manhattan Island, New York.
Tony Stark, whose arc reactor had saved his life, was now battling a different problem: palladium poisoning. He had been relying on chlorophyll smoothies to alleviate his symptoms, but despite days of searching, he had yet to find a permanent solution. On Inson's suggestion, Tony decided to visit Xilai and rang the doorbell to his home. "Tony, I have a place that might help with your palladium poisoning," Xilai said seriously. "But you have to promise me you can't tell anyone it was me who told you."
Tony hesitated for half a minute before nodding. "All right, I promise. 177A, Bleecker Street, Manhattan. Go there and tell the gatekeeper you want to make a donation to Kamar-Taj.
How much you donate is up to you," Gu said casually, rattling off the address of the New York sanctum.
"What kind of place is this? Are you sure they can cure palladium poisoning?" Tony asked, skeptical.
He had tried countless methods in recent days, all to no avail.
"They absolutely can, Tony.
That place has everything you could ever want. It's practically a dream city," Kamar-Taj, Xilai said with unwavering confidence.
Gu had two reasons for sending Tony there.
First, it would give the Ancient One some extra work, hopefully discouraging her from dropping by to visit him so often. Second, the Ancient One likely had the means to cure Tony's condition.
Who knows? Maybe Tony could even become the next Sorcerer Supreme. With his plans for Tony set in motion, Xilai turned his attention to his next step. Should he head to the Hydra base in Eastern Europe to find Wanda, or should he first learn hacking skills from Sky?
Hydra was at its peak right now, with countless fanatics, soldiers, and politicians under its control. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. was compromised.
Going there without preparation would be risky.
Following the principle of taking advantage of what's nearby, Xilai decided to learn hacking from Sky first. Once he acquired her seismic powers, he'd be in a much better position to deal with Hydra's base.
He couldn't help but anticipate what Wanda's reward would be: chaos magic or chaos force? If it turned out to be chaos force, that would be a jackpot.
But it was more likely to be chaos magic, given that the three major powers in Marvel, Dark Force, Chaos Force, and the Phoenix Force, only had the Phoenix Force appear in the films, and even then, it was just a fragment within Jean Grey. Tony, trusting Xilai's words, wasted no time and drove straight to Bleecker Street.
177A Bleecker Street, Manhattan.
This was one of the three sanctums of Kamar-Taj in the Marvel Cinematic Universe and one of the Ancient One's favorite places to check on the progress of the next Sorcerer Supreme. That day, the Ancient One, who was sunbathing in Kamar-Taj, suddenly received a transmission from Daniel Drum, the guardian of the New York sanctum. Tony Stark, chairman of Stark Industries, wanted to make a donation to Kamar-Taj. The Ancient One felt conflicted. It was true that Kamar-Taj could always use more funding. Artifacts, and the food, clothing, and shelter for apprentices weren't cheap.
But Tony Stark? Absolutely not.
As the guardian of the Time Stone, the Ancient One had seen countless futures and knew that Tony Stark was a pivotal figure in this universe at a fixed point in time. She had already planned to retire and didn't want to get too involved. What puzzled her even more was how Tony Stark had learned about Kamar-Taj and the New York sanctum's location.
"This doesn't make sense."
"It doesn't make sense at all," the Ancient One murmured, drawing a glowing portal with a casual wave of her hand. Inside the New York sanctum, Tony sat on a couch, looking pensive. The elderly gatekeeper, Daniel Drum, had told him the person in charge wasn't available and asked him to wait.
Ha, am I just grasping at straws now?
Tony thought, smirking at his own desperation. A few moments later, a bald woman in a yellow robe descended the wooden staircase from the second floor. Her face bore a faint, enigmatic smile, and her eyes gleamed with wisdom. At a glance, Tony knew Xilai hadn't lied to him.
This was definitely someone extraordinary, perhaps even an old-school Chinese medicine practitioner.
"Mr. Stark, thank you for your desire to donate to us. However, I have a small favor to ask," the Ancient One said, her voice calm and polite.
"Go ahead," Tony replied, nodding.
Can you tell me how you learned about camouflage in this location? She asked, her tone gentle but her gaze piercing. Tony froze for a moment, meeting her wise, penetrating eyes.
Can I not say? He replied hesitantly.
The Ancient One continued to stare at him, unblinking.
Tony tried to hold out. I promised someone I wouldn't reveal their identity. The atmosphere in the room grew tense.
Daniel Drum, standing off to the side, puffed on his cigarette in silence. Tony found himself torn between keeping his promise and saving his life.
It was a dilemma he hadn't anticipated.
After about 2 minutes of silence, the Ancient One seemed to make a significant decision.
Mr. Stark, if you tell me, I will accept your donation.
She had her suspicions but needed confirmation. A fog of uncertainty clouded her foresight, and while she had a good guess as to who was responsible, she wanted to be sure it had to be that kid. Sorry, I refuse, Tony said firmly, as if bathed in a holy light of righteousness.
He'd made a promise to Xilai and intended to keep it.
The Ancient One was both surprised and unsurprised by his response.
What if? Mr. Stark, instead of you telling me, I say a name, and if it's incorrect, you simply shake your head?
Tony stared at her, perplexed.
Is that even allowed?
What kind of game are we playing here? He muttered internally.
Goose people are really something else. After thinking it over for half a minute, Tony nodded. All right, let's do it your way. Is it Xilai?
Tony froze, his face betraying his shock. The Ancient One let out a long, weary sigh as she saw his reaction. That little brat, he needs to be dealt with. On the evening of Valentine's Day, Xilai found himself spending it not with Zhao Helen or Sky, but with Grey Wolf. The reason was simple: after months of living together, Zhao Helen and Sky had become the closest of friends, sharing everything and leaving Xilai out of their camaraderie. As night fell, Xilai had barely begun his plans for studying when Zhao Helen unceremoniously kicked him out of the room.
Boss, don't lose heart. My wife used to do the same to me.
Just think of it this way: hitting is affection, and scolding is love, Grey Wolf said, puffing on a cigar while wearing his signature sunglasses. He was busy commanding the mechanical pet army yet still found time to comfort Xilai. Looking at the figure of Grey Wolf, the wolf who had scored a perfect 10 from over 200,000 viewers in his past life, Xilai couldn't help but feel ashamed.
Compared to Grey Wolf, he was absolutely a scoundrel.
He recalled one of the evaluations of Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf is the most patient father, the most loyal husband, the greatest inventor, and the most respectable wolf king. When Grey Wolf shouted, "I love my frying pan," all other declarations of love paled in comparison. Xilai let out a heavy sigh, muttering to himself, it's all this damned system's fault. In his past life, he had read countless novels but had never encountered such a bizarre system. To grow stronger, he had to learn cultural knowledge from different women. Whoever designed this must have been brain-dead. This is essentially a scoundrel simulator, he thought bitterly. After all, with his looks, it was inevitable that he would attract attention during the learning process. Daisy was already in his bowl, as the saying went, and it was only a matter of time before he had her completely. Over the past few months of living under the same roof, Sky had revealed her real name to him, Daisy Johnson. By the way, boss, I finished synthesizing a new metal from the ore you gave me. Come take a look, Grey Wolf said suddenly, snapping Xilai out of his thoughts. Hearing this, Xilai quickly approached the workbench. After inspecting it for a moment, he gave Grey Wolf a big thumbs up.
Amazing! Grey Wolf truly lived up to his reputation as the greatest inventor in cinematic history. In just 2.5 months, he had successfully synthesized adamantium from Antarctic vibranium.
And this was while simultaneously constructing his lab from scratch. To be precise, Grey Wolf had reverse-engineered the composition of the vibranium used in Captain America's iconic shield, which was also the material of Rumble's body.
The Wakandan alloy for the experiment had been something Xilai had discreetly taken from Tony.
Now, everything was ready except for a sufficient supply of Wakandan vibranium. Once Xilai acquired Daisy's seismic powers, he would finally have the means to mine Antarctic vibranium effectively. After that, he could make another $0 purchase in Wakanda. Feeling a renewed sense of purpose, Xilai clinked glasses with Grey Wolf as they drank together. Little did he know, the Ancient One had taken an interest in him once again. Sometimes, life is funny like that: the more you try to avoid something, the more impossible it becomes to escape. Surprises and accidents, you never know which will come first. And now, Xilai found himself standing upstairs, staring in shock at Daisy's half-open bedroom door. Zhao Helen had pinched him a few times before returning to her own room and closing the door behind her. I really am a scoundrel, Ghoulie muttered to himself before stepping into Daisy's room. He pulled out Advanced Hacking for Beginners and began learning hacking techniques alongside her.
Warning! Warning!
Minors, please leave the room, ****. Under the pale moonlight, Ghoulie sat beside Daisy, book in hand, as she demonstrated how to breach SHIELD's firewalls.
Their late-night study session grew more and more ambiguous as the hours passed.
Looking at the books piled on the bed, Daisy sighed in frustration.
Brother, are you sure you're a college student? I've never seen anyone as dumb as you.
Ghoulie scratched his head awkwardly. In truth, he had been skipping classes on purpose. It was like this: a student who could only score 0 might see 1 as progress, but a student who scored 100 couldn't go beyond 100. Meanwhile, back at the New York sanctum, no one knew exactly what the Ancient One had said to Tony Stark. But when Tony left, his face was lit up with a bright smile. Similarly, the Ancient One herself wore a satisfied expression as she watched him go. After some negotiation, she had secured an annual sponsorship of $50 million for Camartage from Tony. With financial troubles resolved, the Ancient One immediately took to her phone, ordering a massive amount of supplies to improve the apprentice's quality of life. Once she had finished, she casually conjured a glowing screen. However, when she saw the scene displayed on it, her expression changed drastically.
Oh my, is this kid a stallion or something? How many women was it now?
The one in his villa, the one in Queens, the one in London, and now there was another one. Sigh, the Ancient One thought, rubbing her temples.
This kid is utterly without ambition. Dormammu's investment in him is clearly going to fail.
With his attitude, there's no way he'll devote himself to studying dark magic, let alone spreading darkness across the world. The Ancient One even began to question the decision she had made not long ago. As part of her agreement with Stark to resolve his palladium poisoning, she had made one additional condition: that Ghoulie come to Camartage to study magic. In her eyes, anyone chosen by Dormammu must have something unique about them. Though she hadn't seen any magical potential in Ghoulie during her last visit, he was special in one undeniable way: even the Time Stone couldn't reveal his future. His destiny was shrouded in fog, and this fog was gradually influencing the universe's trajectory. During her last visit, that influence had been negligible. But now, Ghoulie's impact on the universe had grown to the point where the Ancient One could no longer ignore it. Following her principle of keeping potential threats close, she had devised her plan. But now, she was starting to regret it. Maybe I should wait, let Stephen Strange deal with this headache instead. With her thoughts settled, the Ancient One smiled faintly. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, she traced another glowing portal and returned to Camartage. As the sun rose and a new day began, the bustling city of New York came alive once more. However, Daisy remained in bed, tugging at her hair and looking utterly exasperated. Brother, you're so dumb. Even with me teaching you all night, I don't have the energy to go to work now. No worries, I'll support you, Ghoulie replied nonchalantly. Please, let me go to work, Daisy begged.
All right, Ghoulie relented.
Finally, after what felt like forever, Zhao Helen, who had been eavesdropping outside the room, couldn't stand it any longer.
Breakfast is ready, she yelled. Daisy quickly got dressed, her usual personality restored.
Ghoulie, meanwhile, took a moment to check the system notification he had received. Through the guidance of plot character Daisy Johnson, your cultural level has increased by +1.
Reward obtained: seismic powers. Seismic powers generate powerful shockwaves capable of causing vibrations.
Additional effects: immunity to vibration-based damage and mental attacks. This was truly a world-shaking ability, capable of cracking the earth itself.
The immunity to vibrations and mental attacks was just icing on the cake. It made him the ultimate counter to any psychic-focused enemies. Still, Ghoulie couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Such a powerful ability hadn't been fully utilized in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D, likely for the sake of the plot. If Daisy had gone all out, the show probably wouldn't have been able to continue. After gaining such an incredible power, Ghoulie decided to take a short break. He planned to rest for a few days before heading back to Antarctica to mine more vibranium. But just as he was relaxing, the doorbell rang once again. It was Tony Stark. What? The Ancient One asked me to visit her? At the villa entrance, Ghoulie glared at Tony Stark with indignation. Bro, you promised me. What happened to your principles? Regret. Immense regret. Why had he thought it would be fun to mess with the Ancient One?
Now, he wasn't sure if she was annoyed, but he definitely felt annoyed.
This made him realize one thing: when dealing with someone of the Ancient One's caliber, he was inherently at a disadvantage. After all, she had the power to flip the metaphorical table, while he didn't. She was a Skyfather-level powerhouse, whereas he was, at best, just a guy with some decent superpowers. Seeing Tony's guilty expression, Xilai sighed, relenting. "Alright, let's go. I'll go with you." Honestly, he was curious. With the Ancient One's strength, if she wanted to deal with him, she wouldn't need to send a message. This was the Sorcerer Supreme, undefeated across Earth. That alone made Xilai wonder what kind of game she was playing this time. On the drive to the New York sanctum, Tony suddenly brought something up. "By the way, Insen really wants to thank you in person. Got time tonight? He wants to take you out for dinner." Xilai chuckled. "Sure thing. How's he doing?" Insen was the scientist Xilai had saved during his first attempt at altering the timeline of the Marvel Universe. "He's working at Stark Industries, mostly helping me with the Mark armor research. Oh, and I hired a new secretary. You'd say she's, pretty wow." Talking about women, the two of them quickly found common ground again. "Really? Aren't you worried your old secretary will get jealous?" Xilai teased. At this point in the timeline, Tony's relationship with Pepper Potts was still in the ambiguous stage. They hadn't yet officially become a couple. "Pepper? I'm planning to make her the CEO of Stark Industries. She'll do a better job running the company, and it'll free me up to focus on the Mark armor and vibranium research." Speaking of vibranium, Xilai immediately brought up the topic. "Oh, by the way, I've got the alloy ratio for Antarctic vibranium figured out. We can start mining it in secret now." "You've figured out a way to mine it?" Tony had previously considered using hydraulic mining equipment and airlifting it to Antarctica but dismissed the idea. The operation would have drawn way too much attention. "Yeah. I didn't think of it last time, but recently I remembered there's a method I can try." Xilai's plan was clear: secure Antarctic vibranium first, then pull off a $0 purchase in Wakanda. Afterward, he'd use the regeneration cradle to upgrade the metal composition of his transformers. As for replacing their entire bodies with adamantium, was it reasonable, scientific even? The answer, according to the system's regeneration cradle, was very reasonable, very scientific. After all, if a system that connects to plot characters can exist, what could be more unreasonable than that? This Ancient One, how powerful is she, really? Tony hesitated before asking, clearly trying to gauge just how serious this meeting might be. Xilai sighed. "It's not about how powerful she is. Do you know what she represents? She's the kind of person standing at the very top of the pyramid of humanity. To put it bluntly, she's the strongest being among Earth's humans." To Tony, Xilai was already a mystery. And now, there was an even bigger mystery in the form of the Ancient One. With all the strange people and events Tony had encountered recently, he was gradually becoming more composed. "How strong are we talking? Stronger than you? Me?" Xilai pointed at himself, then let out a bitter laugh. "If she's in a good mood, she could probably take on 100 of me. If she's in a bad mood, maybe 1,000. One mirror dimension, and Xilai wouldn't even have a chance to run, let alone fight." In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the Ancient One had never truly gone all out. Her death was even more suspicious, a Skyfather-level being stabbed by a dagger? Who would believe that? Even if she had been stabbed, with the Time Stone in her possession, she could have instantly healed herself. Just think about Thanos in Avengers: Infinity War. The way he manipulated time with the Time Stone was enough to show its potential. The Ancient One had clearly wanted to die. In the early phases of the MCU, the two Skyfather-level characters, Ancient One and Odin, were both surprisingly passive. The Ancient One saw death, and Odin was perpetually napping. Did people really think they were pushovers? Odin, for instance, had only lost his will to fight after being ganged up on by the Celestials. If it had been just one Celestial, Odin probably would have won. Unfortunately, the Celestials didn't play fair. They didn't just send one, they sent a whole group. This was why Xilai wanted to strengthen his Transformers. In this world, having personal strength was important, but so was having a capable team. And the Transformers provided by the system were 100% loyal to him, well, except for Quintessa, who had been swapped out. That one was a totally Yandere traitor. Finally, the Audi R8 pulled up in front of the New York sanctum. Wearing sunglasses, Tony, and casually dressed Xilai walked in. After greeting the gatekeeper, Daniel Drum, they were both left stunned. The Ancient One has returned to Kamartaj. She asked me to tell you too that everything's fine now. That's it?
The two men exchanged a look of helplessness before heading back to their car.
Ghoulie couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. She played me. Fine, I'll endure it. What else could he do?
He couldn't fight her, absolutely no chance.
Goo, do you need a ride somewhere?
I can drop you off, Tony offered.
Ghoulie thought for a moment. He didn't really have any plans for the day.
Daisy was still recovering at home, and the kebab shop had hired a few new employees, so there was no need for him to be there.
How about we visit your company?
I'd like to see Zhao Helen at work, Ghoulie suggested. Zhao Helen, his girlfriend and a self-proclaimed stock trading genius, had become a wealthy woman after going all in on Stark Industries stock.
But as a scientist, her true passion, aside from Ghoulie, was research in life sciences and nanotechnology.
This was why she had joined Stark Industries, where she now led her own research lab.
Meanwhile, in a faraway soda factory in Brazil, Bruce Banner was going about his usual workday.
The gamma radiation accident that had mutated his cells had driven him into hiding. Whenever Bruce got angry, the beast within him would emerge, unleashing uncontrollable violence and turning him into a towering green monster with limitless strength. But Bruce wanted nothing more than to live a normal, peaceful life. Despite the incredible powers his transformation granted him, he feared hurting those around him and losing his humanity. In Brazil, he had learned to meditate and control his breathing, temporarily suppressing his rage. While working at the factory, he continued searching for a way to cure his poison cells. Suddenly, he accidentally cut his finger, and a drop of his irradiated, mutated blood fell into the soda below, Stark Industries,
Ghoulie quietly stood outside the research lab, watching Zhao Helen as she worked through the glass.
People often said that men looked their best when they were focused on their work, but the same was true for women. Right now, the sight of Zhao Helen working diligently struck Ghoulie as uniquely beautiful. He remembered something he had once heard: every person is a unique individual, no one is merely a subsidiary of someone else. Zhao Helen wasn't.
May wasn't. Daisy wasn't. Cersei wasn't. Fortunately, they all respected each other's choices and didn't interfere with one another's interests.
When Zhao Helen noticed Ghoulie standing outside, she smiled sweetly and blew him a kiss. It was then that Ghoulie suddenly remembered something: he hadn't graduated yet.
Maybe I should check if I've been expelled? Probably not, right?
This thought lasted about 2 seconds before he dismissed it entirely.
Come on, this is the Marvel Universe, why would I care about that? He certainly wasn't aiming to be someone like Bruce Banner, a man with 6 PhDs.
His goal was simple: survive, find a few wives, have a few kids, and ensure the Gu family lineage continued in this alternate world.
As for graduating and getting a job?
Please, roll that thought right out the door. He'd spent his last life grinding through the rat race, there was no way he'd do that again. Starting a business wasn't his thing either. He was perfectly content relying on Rumble to siphon funds from others to maintain his lifestyle.
And honestly, Ghoulie felt no shame about it. Living off others isn't so bad, especially when the provider is a robot. Darling, what brings you here?
Zhao Helen asked, wrapping her arms around Ghoulie's. Ghoulie playfully pinched her soft cheeks.
Let's ditch work and go out for a stroll.
At that moment, a thought struck Ghoulie: maybe it was time to visit the Ancient One and learn magic, at least how to create a portal. That way, he could instantly take his girlfriend to see the scenery of the entire world.
It would certainly be fun.
Just then, Tony Stark appeared, striding toward Ghoulie with 2 secretaries in tow.
Pepper, this is Gu. He's the one who saved me and Ensign in Afghanistan, Tony said.
Although he had been wearing the first Mark suit at the time, Tony knew that while he might have escaped on his own, Ensign likely wouldn't have made it without Ghoulie's involvement.
That was why he emphasized Gu's role in saving both of them. Hello, Gu. Thank you so much for saving Tony and Ensign.
I really appreciate it, Pepper said sincerely.
When Pepper noticed Ghoulie holding Zhao Helen's hand, she couldn't help but remark, Helen, you two look so perfect together.
Thanks, Zhao Helen replied with a smile. After some polite exchanges, the only one remaining silent was Natasha Romanov, who stood behind Tony, trying to make herself as inconspicuous as possible. She hadn't expected to run into her previous undercover target here at Stark Industries.
The situation was awkward, to say the least.
Thankfully, Ghoulie and Tony soon made plans for a dinner gathering and left Stark Industries with Zhao Helen.
Tony, Gu's really handsome.
You should have introduced us earlier, Pepper teased. For some reason, Tony felt like something had sprouted on his head. However, when Tony and Pepper exchanged a glance, his worries vanished. He could tell from her eyes that her affection for him hadn't shifted. In the underground parking lot, Guli conjured a large bouquet of vibrant roses out of thin air, eliciting a surprised scream from Zhao Helen. Whether it was from shock or excitement, she couldn't hide her emotions.
Darling, how did you do that?
That's amazing, she asked, her cheeks flushed.
Your man has always been amazing. Don't you know that better than anyone? Guli replied with a cheeky grin.
Seeing his smug expression, Zhao Helen playfully pounced on him, showering him with kisses. After some affectionate moments, Guli finally started the car. Let's grab dinner first, then we can go shopping and catch a movie together, he suggested.
Sounds good, Zhao Helen agreed. Indeed, love requires attention and care.
Now, Zhao Helen's eyes were brimming with affection for Guli, a stark contrast to her earlier irritation that morning.
The two spent the afternoon like a newly in love couple eating, shopping, and watching a movie. The time flew by in the blink of an eye.
Back at their new home, the couple barely made it out of the underground parking lot before they were all over each other, like two seals fighting over a grape. By the time Guli carried Zhao Helen to their bedroom, they were locked in a tight embrace. At that moment, Daisy opened her door, only to be greeted by the sight of the two in an intimate position. Startled, she stammered, "Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt." The scene reminded Guli of a certain swordsman from his past life who was particularly skilled with flying daggers. Unfortunately, he couldn't bring himself to utter the iconic line associated with that character. The author's attempts at including it had been rejected during review multiple times, it just wouldn't get through. After a while, Guli waved his hand, conjuring two bouquets of roses out of thin air and handing them to the two women he cared for most.
Daisy's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Bro, is that some kind of magic trick?
Guli shrugged and decided to be honest with her, revealing the secret of his superpowers.
Daisy's reaction was immediate, she practically went crazy with excitement.
That night, as Guli studied hacking for beginners, he also kept conjuring roses, lilies, and morning glories to entertain Daisy.
It wasn't until she grew tired and stretched before retreating to her room that the excitement finally subsided.
Looking toward the screen, Guli sighed and muttered, "I get you.
Just be more careful next time, alright?" If he ever got the chance to visit DC, he'd definitely seek out Supergirl for a chat. Or maybe he'd find a woman who surpassed even the gods, who knows? Later, Guli opened the system interface, and the familiar notification tone rang out. Through the guidance of plot character Daisy Johnson, your cultural level has increased by +1. Reward obtained, Ability Evolution Card, Intermediate. Can evolve any existing ability?
Guli stared blankly at the purple evolution card in his system space. This time, the system reward wasn't a new ability but something entirely different. If he were to choose one of his current abilities to evolve, it was obvious which one it would be: molecular reconstruction. The 50-50 serum wouldn't evolve into anything like an indestructible body, and his spider sense and super strength were more than sufficient for handling the early and mid phases of the MCU. As for fate cards and invisibility, they weren't worth evolving. Molecular reconstruction, on the other hand, reminded Guli of the Molecule Man, who was a multiversal powerhouse and a nemesis of the Beyonder.
Though unstable, the Molecule Man's strength was undeniable.
In the comics, the Molecule Man fought the Beyonder to prevent him from destroying the multiverse and Earth. Ultimately, he succeeded in killing the Beyonder. Later, he even defeated the Dark Avengers and Sentry, though after killing Sentry the first time, he was countered by Sentry's Void Persona upon its resurrection.
Of course, none of these characters had appeared in the MCU yet. But who knows?
With Guli's presence in this universe, they might show up in future films. That said, Guli didn't believe the evolution card could bring molecular reconstruction to the level of the Molecule Man. After all, this was only an intermediate level card.
System, evolve molecular reconstruction. System, evolve molecular reconstruction.
As Guli whispered the command, the purple evolution card in his system space gradually dissolved, and the system notification chimed in his mind. Evolution successful. Molecular reconstruction, through rearranging the molecular structure of matter, transform any material into another.
Contact restriction removed.
As expected, the upgrade merely removed the need for physical contact.
It didn't advance to the subatomic level. Molecules, atoms, and subatomic particles represent different structural levels of matter. Molecules are formed by two or more atoms bonded via covalent bonds.
Atoms, the basic building units of matter, consist of a nucleus containing protons and neutrons, surrounded by electrons. Subatomic particles, which are smaller than atoms, include protons, neutrons, and electrons. The molecule man's powers, on the other hand, had already reached at least the subatomic level. Recovering from his thoughts, Xilai smirked.
The direction is right. I just wonder how long it'll take to get the next evolution card. As always, human desire is insatiable.
Xilai had only just received this evolution card, yet he was already fantasizing about when the next one might arrive.
Exhausted, both mentally and physically, Xilai gradually drifted off into sleep.
For several days, Xilai buried himself in hacking for beginners, fully engrossed in learning. Money, vibranium, even Tony's repeated invitations for dinner, none of it mattered to him.
He was completely absorbed in his studies. Mining Antarctic vibranium? Not a priority. Eating out? Meh. This focused, driven lifestyle continued until the Ancient One herself called him, forcing him to interrupt his self-imposed grind. Gu, come to the New York sanctum. I need to talk to you.
Beep, beep, beep. The call ended before Xilai could even respond. He stared at his phone, puzzled.
Asterisk, she wouldn't be this childish, would she? Messing with me once wasn't enough, asterisk.
Despite the million reluctant thoughts running through his mind, Xilai still obediently drove to the New York sanctum.
No choice.
He couldn't beat her, not even close. The moment Xilai stepped into the sanctum and saw the Ancient One, she fixed him with a strange expression.
You've lost weight recently, haven't you? What, on a diet?
Xilai stood there, baffled, until he caught a glimpse of himself in one of the sanctum's mirrors. The reflection staring back at him was still as handsome as ever, but he did look rather drained, like someone who'd been completely burned out. I've been hurt by indulgence and vice, Xilai muttered to himself, dazed.
From this day forth, I swear off alcohol.
If he had a wineglass in hand, he would have dramatically smashed it to the floor to declare his newfound resolve. The Ancient One sighed, pressing a hand to her forehead.
You're not even going to mention lust, are you? Gu, I need you to run an errand for me, the Ancient One said, watching him carefully. Still high on his newfound determination, Xilai replied enthusiastically, of course, master. Anything you need, just say the word. But, could you teach me a spell? Just one, that's all I ask. The Ancient One hadn't expected Xilai to be so agreeable. A spell? You mean the portal spell? Yes, yes. That's the one. Just teach me that, and I'll be happy.
Nodding slightly, the Ancient One traced the air with her fingers, summoning an ancient, weathered tone from thin air.
She handed it to Xilai.
There's a witch in Europe with whom I share a connection. She's been causing some trouble lately. Go there and teach her a lesson or two, the Ancient One instructed.
Xilai raised an eyebrow. A witch? Connection? Is it Agatha? Now it was the Ancient One's turn to be intrigued. She gave Xilai a curious look. You know Agatha Harkness?
Her mother was an old acquaintance of mine.
Yes, I'm talking about her. I'll leave this to you.
Before Xilai could ask any follow-up questions, the Ancient One vanished through a golden portal, leaving him standing alone in the sanctum.
Master, you could have at least told me where she is.
Europe wasn't exactly huge, but it wasn't small either.
And with all its tiny countries and border checks, traversing it wasn't exactly convenient.
When I've got enough clout someday, I'll do nothing but delegate everything to my subordinates, Xilai muttered.
Still, he couldn't fault the Ancient One.
After all, big-shot figures like her always had their quirks. Agatha Harkness, full name Agatha Harkness, made her debut in the Marvel miniseries WandaVision. In the comics, she was Scarlet Witch's mentor and had even served as the Fantastic Four's nanny. But in the MCU, she'd been reimagined as a major antagonist, known for killing the witch coven led by her mother, Evanora, after they tried to execute her for using dark magic. It wasn't that her storyline had been moved up, they'd always existed in this world. It was just like Hydra always lurking within S.H.I.E.L.D., waiting for the right time to be revealed. What Xilai couldn't understand was why the Ancient One was so confident he could handle this dark witch.
Am I being watched again? No, that shouldn't be it. I mean, sure, I've gained some new powers recently, but I haven't exactly been showing them off. Unable to figure it out, Xilai decided to stop thinking about it. He booked a flight to London for 2 days later. Until then, he planned to enjoy himself. Meanwhile, in New York, at AIM headquarters, Aldrich Killian, the company's founder, stared grimly at the information on his screen. So you're telling me some woman got her hands on footage of our experiments, and you didn't notice until now?
Last year, on March 9th, the truth behind the human bomb incident in New York was AIM's secret extremist virus experiments. However, the virus wasn't fully stable, leading to unforeseen accidents. Boss, it hasn't been made public yet, so we thought. Slap, Killian delivered a heavy slap to the subordinate's face. Not public yet? Are you planning to wait until someone exposes it to take action? I might as well hire a dog. Now, find her.
Immediately.
Yes, boss. The subordinate, clutching his face, hesitated for a moment before asking, and when we find her?
Kill her. Killian roared. Exhaustion weighed heavily on Killian.
He felt like he was surrounded by incompetence. AIM's growth had entirely depended on the existence of the extremist virus. If that footage got out, it would be catastrophic for the company.
He couldn't allow that to happen. That woman had to die.
For some reason, Killian suddenly found himself envying Tony Stark. The man who had once been his idol. The man who had left him waiting on a rooftop in the freezing cold on New Year's Eve. The man who had captured the heart of the woman he loved, Pepper Potts. The memories of working alongside Pepper were the most beautiful moments of Killian's life. His years of perseverance, ambition, and effort had all been driven by a single goal, to prove to Tony Stark, I'm not inferior to you. You just had a better start in life, boss, have you been drawing circles all morning as part of some ritual? Grey Wolf, sitting on the couch with a cigar dangling from his mouth, couldn't wrap his head around Guli's bizarre behavior. From his perspective, it looked suspiciously like some kind of shamanistic dance straight out of green grassland folklore. Hearing Grey Wolf's inquiry, Guli angrily glared at the Kamartaj Advanced Portal Techniques book in his hands. The magical tome given to him by the Ancient One seemed perfectly fine, but the problem lay elsewhere. He simply couldn't learn how to create a portal. He didn't understand why was the Kamartaj's most basic spell, the portal spell, so ridiculously hard. No wonder the Ancient One had once remarked that he lacked the aptitude for magic. This doesn't make sense. I was chosen by the system, for crying out loud. Could I actually be useless? By all logic, system-selected hosts were supposed to be chosen ones, paragons of destiny. Surely, a chosen one couldn't have such terrible talent, right? I refuse to believe this. With renewed determination, Guli extended one hand, while his other mechanically and awkwardly traced circular motions in the air. One circle. Another. And another. The entire afternoon passed this way. Grey Wolf, with his legs crossed, leisurely smoked his cigar and watched from the couch. Beside him, the mechanical dog and mechanical bird also sat idly, observing their master's efforts. The mechanical bird tilted its head.
Is the master exercising?
The mechanical dog wagged its tail. I think the master is practicing some kind of martial art. Grey Wolf puffed on his cigar thoughtfully.
Or maybe, just maybe, he's trying to summon something? That makes sense, the mechanical duo chorused.
After all, they themselves had been forcibly summoned by Guli, without any ability to resist. It made sense that their master, being the extraordinary individual he was, might be honing his summoning skills.
As night fell, Guli collapsed onto the couch in defeat.
He had spent the entire day tirelessly drawing circles, yet hadn't managed to conjure even the faintest spark. It was maddeningly difficult. Suddenly, his phone rang, the mechanical ringtone cutting through the silence.
Uncle Goo. Uncle Goo.
Peter Parker's tearful voice came through the line.
Aunt May and Sky are hurt.
Please, hurry. Guli shot up from the couch, the room trembling slightly as his aura flared with intensity, like a volcano on the verge of eruption.
Soundwave, get to the sky now. Drift, move.
Drift roared to life in the underground garage, smashing through the garage doors as Guli leapt into the car.
The moment he was inside, Drift's speed surged to its absolute limit. Meanwhile, Soundwave shot into orbit, scanning the area from above.
From the instant Guli received the call, his body had been trembling uncontrollably. Fear gripped him, fear of losing May and Daisy. His rationality wavered, and he cursed himself for failing to learn the portal spell, for leaving Soundwave stationed in the garage instead of keeping him in the sky for surveillance.
Faster, Drift.
Faster, he urged, his voice shaking.
I should have had Soundwave take me there. Chaotic thoughts swirled in Guli's mind, and he began blaming himself.
If Soundwave had been monitoring the city, or if Rumble had been stationed near the kebab shop, at least there would have been a line of defense.
What should have been a 30-minute drive took Drift only 7 minutes. But to Ghilai, those 7 minutes felt like an eternity.
As he arrived at the kebab shop, a crowd had already gathered outside.
The sight sent a chill through Ghilai's entire body, and his trembling hands clenched into fists.
His seismic energy spiraled out of control, creating cracks that spread across the street. Terror and regret consumed him, but when he burst into the shop and saw May and Daisy still alive, a wave of relief washed over him, bringing him back to his senses. Daisy, her face streaked with tears, threw herself into his arms. Feeling the warmth of the person in his embrace, Ghilai's racing heart began to calm. "Don't worry, sir," a voice said gently. The two ladies only suffered minor injuries. Turning toward the voice, Ghilai saw a man in a police uniform, a sight that had never looked so reassuring.
"I'm George Stacy, NYPD Commissioner. I'll need you to cooperate with us and provide a statement."
Minutes later, Ghilai sat down to learn the details of what had happened. Not long before his arrival, several suspicious individuals had entered the shop, only to encounter Commissioner Stacy, who had coincidentally been dining there with his colleagues. Their presence had fortunately minimized casualties during the ensuing shootout, but one customer had died and several others were injured. May and Daisy had been cut by shattered glass. Ghilai felt a deep sense of gratitude toward the police officers. Shaking George Stacy's hand firmly, he said, "Thank you."
"Thank you so much. Just doing our duty," George replied. "But tell me, have you had any conflicts with anyone recently?" The questioning lasted about half an hour.
Ambulances arrived to transport the injured to hospitals, and Ghilai immediately offered to cover all medical expenses in compensation for the victims. He also gave his employees 6 months of paid leave and decided to temporarily close the kebab shop.
At least until the crisis was resolved, it wouldn't reopen.
After helping May bandage her arm, Ghilai insisted on bringing her and Peter to his new home. "Aunt May, there are plenty of rooms at my place.
You and Peter can stay here for now."
"I don't want to lose you," Ghilai said firmly. Hearing such heartfelt words, May gave him a reproachful yet tender look. Thankfully, Peter was too busy exploring the living room to catch their exchange. After ensuring that both women were settled in, Ghilai immediately contacted Soundwave, who was still in orbit.
"Soundwave, have you identified those people?" "Master, the 4 individuals involved are from AIM's security division." Upon learning the truth, Ghilai gave quick instructions to Drift and his mechanical pets to guard the house. Then, under the cover of night, he set off for AIM. Only one thought consumed him now: I'm going to kill them all. At the NYPD, Commissioner George Stacy was meticulously reviewing surveillance footage and cross-referencing it with the department's database. The attackers didn't seem like ordinary mobsters. Finally, the system identified the gunmen as retired soldiers. "This is more complicated than I thought," George muttered, his brows furrowing. The gunman's target didn't seem to be the kebab shop owner. But then, why would they go after a young woman? Just as George pondered this, a loud exclamation interrupted his thoughts. "Commissioner! That kebab shop owner is so generous. He just donated $10 million to the department. Do kebab shops make that much money? I'm thinking of switching careers." George chuckled and shook his head. "That guy's car alone costs several million. I'd bet the kebab shop is just a hobby." The donation likely had to do with how much that young woman meant to Ghilai. As someone with a daughter of his own, George suddenly felt a sense of admiration for Ghilai, handsome, kind, and clearly a man of principle. In America, a society driven by capitalism, Ghilai's actions were anything but typical. Covering all medical expenses, compensating the victims, and giving his employees paid leave, it was far from what you'd expect from a businessman. One other thing nagged at George's mind. The cracks in the street outside the shop looked suspiciously like earthquake damage. Yet there hadn't been any recent seismic activity in New York. Strange. S.H.I.E.L.D. New York headquarters ***. Director Nick Fury presided over an important meeting, assigning tasks to his agents. Black Widow was also present, her undercover identity at Stark Industries still undiscovered. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense as Fury, with his trademark seriousness, scanned each agent. "Ross has found traces of the big guy. Who's willing to take a trip to Brazil?" Bruce Banner had long been someone Fury wanted to recruit into S.H.I.E.L.D., though General Ross was a potential competitor in this regard, mainly due to Ross's control over the super soldier program. Suddenly, a trusted agent burst into the room, his expression grim. "Director, there's been a major firefight near the AIM building." Fury immediately raised a hand,
halting the meeting.
Put it on the screen. At the AIM building, Ghoulie had gone berserk.
Anyone who's played action games knows that killing sprees can become addictive, and Ghoulie was no exception.
Waves of extremis-enhanced soldiers flooded toward him, their bodies glowing like molten lava.
Above, the deafening roar of armed helicopters filled the sky like metallic beasts, their engines threatening to tear the world apart. Gunfire and explosions lit up the night like streaks of lightning, illuminating the entire battlefield. And at the very center of this chaos stood Ghoulie, calmly moving his fingers.
In an instant, everything stopped.
The battlefield fell silent. Back at S.H.I.E.L.D., Hawkeye and the other agents stared at the surveillance footage in stunned silence. Over the years, Hawkeye had encountered countless bizarre and terrifying situations, but this was something else entirely. Ghoulie's movements were simple, almost elegant. A casual wave of his hand, and the armed helicopters circling above, along with their endless barrage of bullets and missiles, suddenly transformed into swirling snowflakes.
No pollution. No debris.
Just pure, pristine snow falling gently to the ground. Yet despite the beauty of his power, Ghoulie killed without the slightest hesitation. The extremis-enhanced soldiers charging at him didn't even get close, they, too, were inexplicably turned into snowflakes, drifting away into the night.
Hawkeye found himself questioning everything he thought he knew. Matter transformation at will? How is that even possible? Not even Superman could pull this off.
Yes, the Marvel Universe does have Superman comics. The agents in the conference room remained speechless for a long time. Finally, Nick Fury broke the silence, his tone heavy.
Hill, classify him as a level 10 threat. At the AIM building, after eliminating the cannon fodder, Ghoulie raised a hand and clenched his fist.
A powerful wave of seismic energy rippled through the entire building, causing its glass facade to shatter and the structure itself to tremble violently. Before he could cause further destruction, a voice called out from the distance. Tony Stark, inside his Mark armor, flew toward the scene.
"Goo, stop. The area is crawling with federal agents. Let me handle the rest."
Ghoulie hesitated for a long moment, his hand still raised. Finally, he exhaled and lowered it, much to Tony's relief. Thank God, Tony muttered to himself. Ghoulie's rampage had been terrifying. In just 10 minutes, he had torn through AIM's headquarters like a hurricane. Had Tony not arrived when he did, he was certain the entire building would have been reduced to rubble. Though he didn't yet know the full story, Tony instinctively believed that someone must have provoked Ghoulie. After all, Ghoulie, like many Easterners, was usually calm, polite, and reserved. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't go out of his way to cause trouble. Thanks, Ghoulie said flatly. I just need to kill one more person, and then I'll leave. Ghoulie hadn't forgotten the principle of cutting the weeds and removing the roots. The mastermind behind the attack on Daisy was none other than AIM's founder, Aldrich Killian. Whether Killian had directly ordered the attack no longer mattered. Ghoulie's actions tonight were uncharacteristic of his usual cautious and low-profile approach.
But Killian? Did he really think Ghoulie would let this slide? Did he think he was the Ancient One? Or Thanos?
Riding the elevator to the top floor, Ghoulie finally came face-to-face with Killian, the villain of Iron Man 3. Surprisingly, Killian didn't seem panicked. Instead, he smiled and spoke calmly.
Mr. Goo, let's make a deal. How much money would it take to buy my life?
Living in America, Killian knew that hatred often took a backseat to money. In this corrupt society where wealth reigned supreme, he was confident that even someone as powerful as Ghoulie could be swayed by the right price.
What Killian didn't realize was that even if Ghoulie killed him, all of his money would still end up in Ghoulie's hands, thanks to Rumble, the most advanced thief in history, though its dominance would end with the emergence of Ultron.
Ghoulie's only response was a single sentence, followed by the sound of Killian's heart being torn apart.
Next time, open your eyes before you act. Boom, the sound of Killian's heart rupturing echoed through the room.
His body collapsed to the floor, then slowly disintegrated, vanishing entirely.
Ghoulie let out a long breath.
Though this was the first time he had taken a life in 2 lifetimes, his emotions were surprisingly calm. Perhaps it was because his method of killing left no blood, no gore, and no trace of a body.
It almost felt like he was living in a video game. As for any potential consequences?
Ghoulie waved his hand, and Rumble, disguised as a smartphone, immediately forwarded the footage of the extremist experiments to Tony Stark. After watching the video, Tony's confidence was renewed. I'll get you out of here first. Later, I'll hold a press conference at Stark Industries. Suddenly, the Mark armor grabbed Ghoulie and blasted through the thick concrete walls, sending debris and dust flying everywhere. Ghoulie sighed and used his powers to clear the dust from his face. Clearly, Tony hadn't forgotten how Ghoulie had thrown him out of the ice pit last time. This only strengthened Ghoulie's resolve. I absolutely have to learn the portal spell. No true powerhouse should arrive at the scene on foot. Without the dramatic flair of a grand entrance, could they even be considered a real powerhouse? While Ghoulie's seismic powers allowed him to sprint and glide short distances, true flight was still out of reach for now. A portal spell was undoubtedly the best solution. An hour later, Stark Industries held a press conference. Tony Stark, as Iron Man, publicly condemned AIM for its inhumane human experiments and announced that he had personally neutralized the extremist threat. He also promised, Stark Industries will continue to uphold sustainable development and contribute to America's prosperity. The footage shown at the press conference provided closure to the New York human bomb incident. Officially, the firefight at the AIM building was over. Apart from some shattered glass, no evidence of the battle remained, as if it had never happened. Privately, however, the mood at S.H.I.E.L.D. was grim. Nick Fury now considered Ghoulie's destructive potential comparable to the Hulk's. The difference was that one caused physical destruction, while the other wielded powers that defied the very laws of nature. Natasha, stay at Stark Industries. Coulson, head to Brazil. Clint, make contact with Ghoulie, Fury ordered. After assigning tasks, Fury let out a heavy sigh. These three, each one is more troublesome than the last. New York City has been experiencing some strange occurrences. The sudden disappearance of a significant number of citizens had mobilized local police forces, federal agencies, and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Despite their efforts over several days, there were no leads. The missing people seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no traces or clues behind. What made this situation even more bizarre was this: all the missing individuals were affiliated with AIM. The perpetrator? Ghoulie. Over the course of a month, Ghoulie systematically eradicated the remnants of Aldrich Killian's faction within AIM. He left no stone unturned, ensuring that the roots were thoroughly cut. Ghoulie wasn't oblivious. He knew S.H.I.E.L.D. would eventually uncover the truth behind the disappearances. He also knew HYDRA, lurking within S.H.I.E.L.D., would figure it out too. That was precisely what he wanted. He wanted them to see, to understand the consequences of crossing him. I'm a madman, deal with it as you will. In a world as dangerous as this one, hiding in the shadows wasn't enough. Sometimes, you had to bare your fangs. The events surrounding AIM were Ghoulie's way of showing his fangs to S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, and anyone else in the shadows. Don't mess with me. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Hawkeye Clint Barton was speaking with Nick Fury. Fury, that guy's a lunatic, a complete and utter madman. If he can get his hands on AIM's personnel list, he can definitely find my family's location. Give this mission to someone else. Nick Fury sighed and gave a reluctant nod. Take a few days off, Barton. Get some rest. For the past month, S.H.I.E.L.D. operations had been progressing smoothly. Tony Stark had been invited to join S.H.I.E.L.D. as a consultant, albeit with two conditions. 1. S.H.I.E.L.D. had to cooperate in covering up the truth behind the incident at the AIM building and refrain from targeting Ghoulie. 2. S.H.I.E.L.D. had to return all materials left behind by Howard Stark. Nick Fury didn't hesitate to agree to Tony's terms. While Ghoulie was clearly unstable, at least he could be reasoned with when he lost control, something that couldn't be said for the Hulk. As for the Stark family's belongings, returning them was no real loss to Fury or S.H.I.E.L.D. What did surprise Fury, however, was the relationship between Tony Stark and Ghoulie. When had those two become so close? Thus, the task of making contact with Ghoulie was shelved. Meanwhile, Agent Coulson's mission in Brazil to locate Bruce Banner had also failed. General Ross, aware of SHIELD's movements, had sent troops to raid the soda factory where Bruce was hiding, forcing him to transform into the Hulk and flee. Fortunately, Bruce Banner had secretly returned to Culver University, giving Fury a chance to approach him later. At Stark Tower, Ghoulie, invited to dine with Tony Stark and Ensign, was preparing for his trip to Europe. A month ago, he had promised the Ancient One he would track down Agatha. The delay had made him uneasy. He didn't want to push his luck with the Ancient One. Though the Ancient One in the movies rarely intervened unless there was a dimensional invasion, Ghoulie wasn't dealing with the cinematic version, he was dealing with the real, living Ancient One. In the movies, Ensign had died. But here, Ghoulie had saved him, and he was alive and well. Some things simply couldn't be judged by their cinematic portrayals. Goo, are you ready? Tony asked,
referring to their planned vibranium mining expedition in Antarctica. Tony, I need to head to Europe first to find someone. Once I'm done, we can go. Tony's curiosity was piqued. A woman?
To be precise, yes, a woman, Ghoulie replied. Agatha Harkness, a nearly 400-year-old woman whose practice of dark magic had left her eccentric, bordering on insane. I'll come with you, Tony offered, grinning. The Mark V armor can now transform into a suitcase, just like your mechanical dog. Inspired by the mechanical dog Ghoulie had summoned outside the cave in Afghanistan, Tony and Insin had instinctively designed the Mark V to be portable like a briefcase. To our grand endeavors, let's have a toast, Tony said, raising his glass. Tony's decision to join S.H.I.E.L.D. was a result of discussions between himself, Insin, and Ghoulie. The Extremis incident, along with the mysterious figures of Ghoulie and the Ancient One, had opened Tony's eyes to the reality that the world was far more complex than he had once believed. This led Tony and Insen to establish an organization dedicated to countering superpowered threats. The first person they invited to join? Ghoulie. However, with so few members in their fledgling organization, they couldn't always be the first to respond to mysterious events. This was why Tony agreed to serve as S.H.I.E.L.D.'s undercover operative. Insen, a solitary man without family or powers, wasn't someone S.H.I.E.L.D. would recruit. And Ghoulie? His methods were far too violent for undercover work. If he ever lost control and smashed S.H.I.E.L.D. to pieces, it would be a disaster. As for the organization's name? The three of them were terrible at naming things and still hadn't decided. For now, their base of operations was Tony's seaside villa. Ghoulie had agreed to join largely because of the kebab shop attack. If Commissioner George Stacy hadn't been dining there by chance that day, Ghoulie didn't want to imagine how things might have turned out. Though this world was filled with villains, some wanting to rule the world, others wanting to devour Earth, and still others wanting to wipe out half of all life in the universe, there were also people like George Stacy, ordinary yet admirable. If Ghoulie could help, he didn't mind doing what he could. Goo, thank you again for saving Tony and me. Honestly, that mechanical dog of yours is one of the greatest inventions I've ever seen, Insen said, raising his glass to Ghoulie. Ghoulie raised his glass in return, smiling. Being a superhero might be exhausting, but living freely while staying true to one's principles? That seemed far more manageable. With Soundwave monitoring from orbit and JARVIS providing advanced intelligence, they could easily track most anti-human activities. And with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s information network, despite being riddled with Hydra agents, it still provided valuable intel far beyond what the three of them could gather on their own. Tony's role as an undercover agent also ensured his safety, unless Hydra suddenly lost its mind. Speaking of HYDRA, Ghoulie's thoughts drifted to their leader, Hive, an Inhuman. By his calculations, Hive should be returning to Earth soon. Meanwhile, Bruce Banner had returned to America, hoping to recover his old research to find a cure for the gamma radiation that had mutated his blood. Thanks to Ghoulie's interference, the Ancient One had temporarily suppressed Tony's palladium poisoning, and Howard Stark's research materials had been reclaimed from S.H.I.E.L.D. by Tony. Without the threat of palladium poisoning hanging over him, Tony was unlikely to spiral out of control again, though the timeline's self-correcting nature might shift the originally planned battle in Morocco to somewhere like London. Speaking of timelines, they are closely tied to the Time Stone and the Time Variance Authority. And of course, to the one who gave the Time Stone its iconic green color, the god of stories, Loki. The Time Stone was still in the hands of the Ancient One, but when it came to the god of stories, his whereabouts were far less certain. At this moment, I lacked the strength to see my future self. Perhaps my future self is gazing at the present me. Time is an abstract concept, representing the continuity and order of matter's movement and change. Perhaps, at this very moment, the god of stories was standing at the end of the time stream, watching over the multiverse as it unfolded. I know I must become that kind of god for you, for all of us. Ghoulie was confident he could one day reach such heights. After all, he was a cheat mode player. With the Scoundrel Simulator as his system, he didn't believe anyone could stop him. Worst case scenario? He'd just kill himself. When his soul was pulled into the underworld, he'd cozy up to Lady Death. With his reputation as the most handsome man in New York, he was certain he could cuck Thanos by putting a green hat on him. After all, death was one of the four cosmic abstracts, standing alongside eternity, infinity, and oblivion. As for Galactus? Sorry, he was just a glorified measuring unit. Goo, that smile of yours is a little creepy, Tony commented warily. Ghoulie quickly laughed it off. I just thought of something funny. I'm heading home now.
Don't forget to arrange the private jet for tomorrow. No problem.
I've already made plans to bring that little water sprite a new armor suit, Tony said with a grin. In the original timeline, Tony only gifted Mark suits to Rhodey and Pepper. Sure, War Machine was technically taken by Rhodey, but without Tony's implicit permission, how could he have done so? For some reason, Tony seemed particularly fond of Sprite, that little Eternal. Maybe it was just in his nature to be a girl dad. Thinking of Cersei, who lived with Sprite, Xilai felt a pang of nostalgia. Of course, before heading to Europe, he needed to make sure everything was settled with the three ladies at home. A night of unspeakable debauchery, VVVIP chapter omitted. The next afternoon, Tony Stark found himself staring at a visibly exhausted Xilai aboard his private jet. "Goo, you look terrible. Didn't sleep well last night?" Tony asked, concerned. When they had parted ways yesterday, Xilai had looked perfectly fine. But now, he resembled a junkie, with dark circles under his eyes and an expression of deep fatigue. There was also something oddly familiar about this demeanor that Tony couldn't quite place.
"I'll be fine after a nap. Wake me when we land in London," Xilai replied wearily.
The exhaustion was real, but the effort had been worth it. After a year and a half, Xilai had finally acquired all of Spider-Man's abilities. With the 50-50 serum and Spider-Man's enhanced physiology, he was now significantly stronger. And yet, somehow, even with all his upgrades, he still felt like he wasn't quite enough when dealing with the three women at home. It seemed acquiring a Man of Steel-level body was becoming increasingly urgent.
Unfortunately, this was the Marvel Universe. There was no way for him to waltz into DC and find Supergirl.
As his thoughts spiraled into absurdity, Xilai's mind wandered like a wild horse galloping across an endless prairie, only to eventually return, exhausted, to the stable. "Ah, youth," Tony mused, watching Xilai fall into a deep sleep almost instantly. Born on May 29, 1970, Tony was now 40 years old. Not that he felt old, after all, men in their 40s are like blooming flowers. But he did feel that he was no longer young. 4 hours later, London Airport. Seeing Sprite and Cersei waiting to pick them up, Xilai immediately stepped forward and pulled them into a big hug.
"Brother-in-law, how long are you planning to stay this time?" Sprite asked mischievously, her eyes sparkling with mischief.
In her mind, the more stable Xilai's relationship with Cersei was, the greater her chances with Ikaris would be.
Xilai ruffled the young Eternal's hair. "I'm here to take care of some business. I might be staying for quite a while." "Oh, so you don't even have room in your heart for Uncle Tony anymore?" Sprite teased, playfully punching Tony's chest with her small fists. The sound of metal clinking rang out. Despite her 7,000-year lifespan, Sprite had always felt self-conscious about her inability to physically grow. This had left her isolated, with no friends outside of her eternal family. Yet, despite their short acquaintance, Sprite had developed an inexplicable fondness for Tony Stark. She genuinely enjoyed his company, finding his eccentricities endearing. Cersei, meanwhile, maintained her usual calm demeanor, as if nothing could ever perturb her. Still, her gaze was evasive, unable to meet Xilai's eyes directly. This time, instead of heading to Stark Manor in London, Tony and Xilai stayed at Sprite's house. Each man had his own reasons for the arrangement. Xilai believed that while he was off dealing with Agatha, Tony would be safer staying with two Eternals. Tony, on the other hand, was quietly preparing to play wingman once again. Sprite and Cersei had prepared a lavish welcome feast for their guests, with dishes from a variety of cuisines. The beautifully arranged meals looked like works of art, almost too exquisite to eat. One of the perks of living for millennia was the opportunity to perfect various skills. Both Cersei and Sprite were exceptional cooks, equally adept at Chinese and Western cuisine. Tony gave them a genuine thumbs up. "Ladies, your cooking is incredible. Honestly, it's better than Goo's kebab shop." Sprite sighed wistfully at Tony's compliment. "What a shame we never got to try it. How about this?" Tony suggested. "When school's out, I'll send a private jet to bring you two over." The mention of school dimmed Sprite's bright eyes. The sparkle disappeared, replaced by a hint of sorrow. She hesitated, unsure whether to tell Tony the truth, that she would never grow up and had never attended school. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Xilai spoke up. "Sprite, sometimes, looking at things from a different perspective can make a world of difference." As he spoke, the chopsticks in his hand disintegrated into a stream of particles, which swirled around his fingers. Under the astonished gazes of Cersei and Sprite, the particles reassembled into a lily and a rose.
Placing the flowers in their hands, Xilai continued, when you embrace your abilities and flaws, you'll realize that you're like a diamond, brilliant under the sunlight.
And your flaws?
They're the whetstones that make you sharper, stronger, and even more dazzling. The display was all too familiar to Cersei and Sprite. It was Cersei's own ability, the power of molecular manipulation.
Sprite jumped to her feet, her voice trembling with disbelief. Brother-in-law, are you an Eternal too? Brother-in-law, are you an Eternal too?
Sprite asked, but quickly shook her head. She knew, of course, that the Eternals who arrived on Earth 7,000 years ago were limited to the 10-member team led by Ajak. The team consisted of Ajak, Cersei, Ikaris, Thena, Gilgamesh, Kingo, Phastos, Druig, Makari, and herself.
No, I'm human. Pure-blood human, Xilai replied. Cersei, standing to the side, visibly tensed. Her gaze locked onto Xilai, and she asked the question she had been holding back, why are you approaching us? What are you trying to do?
Her eyes were filled with both suspicion and longing, like a wounded animal unsure whether to trust or flee. She stared at Xilai, yearning for his answer to prove her fears wrong. Her emotions churned like a stormy sea, waves of doubt and anxiety crashing against each other. She didn't even understand her own feelings at this point, why she felt so conflicted, so uneasy. Meeting you that day was the most beautiful accident of my life, Xilai said, his tone sincere. From the moment I first saw you, I knew I had fallen in love with you. Call it love at first sight or shallow infatuation, but the truth is, I fell for you.
In that moment, Xilai transformed into the most romantically devoted man in New York. Internally, he even gave himself a mental pat on the back. Accidents like these happen often enough, they might as well be fate, right?
Hearing Xilai's confession, Cersei's cheeks flushed slightly, but she decided not to respond to him. Seeing this, both Tony and Sprite subtly gave Xilai a thumbs up under the table. Tony, of course, knew about Xilai's situation at home. He was aware of the three beautiful women living under Xilai's roof, the 18-year-old Daisy, the 24-year-old Zhao Helen, and the 31-year-old May.
Now, with Cersei added to the mix, that made four.
And Tony also knew the real reason Xilai had come to Europe, to find yet another woman. If Xilai knew what was running through Tony's mind right now, he would have firmly denied it and said, I didn't, stop making things up, after all, someone like Agatha, an eccentric and crazy witch, was far from his type. Sensing the tension between Cersei and Xilai, Sprite cleverly changed the subject.
Brother-in-law, then how did you know we're Eternals? Yeah, Tony chimed in. What's this about the little one and Cersei? And what even is an Eternal? Are they some branch of humanity?
Faced with their questions, Xilai shrugged helplessly. You're the one who said it, Sprite.
I didn't know you were Eternals.
Sprite's face twitched slightly as she realized, upon reflection, that she had been the one to bring it up first.
Then why did you comfort me like that? It's as if you knew about me and Cersei's powers, Sprite pressed.
Oh, that? Well, I was born with the ability to sense energy fluctuations in others, Xilai replied, inwardly pleased with his improvisation. Isn't this the perfect excuse? In this world, anyone else making such a claim might be called out as a fraud. But as a transmigrator who knew most of the Marvel Universe's secrets, Xilai could make it work.
Sure enough, Cersei and Sprite exchanged glances, their eyes showing a glimmer of understanding as they processed his explanation. Meanwhile, Tony, completely lost in the conversation, interjected, what are Eternals exactly?
Wait, does the little one and Cersei really have powers?
You're joking, right?
The silence that followed only deepened Tony's growing sense of existential crisis.
Why was it that, recently, everyone he met seemed to have superpowers?
And yet he, Tony Stark, brilliant, exceptional Tony Stark, was just a regular human.
Why?
Xilai reached out and held Cersei's hand, looking deeply into her eyes.
Can I tell him, Cersei?
Xilai had no intention of hiding his scoundrel nature anymore. The massacre in front of the AIM building had awakened something within him, unleashing his true self.
For an ordinary person, the allure of such varied and dazzling superpowers was intoxicating. When given the chance to ascend to godhood, who would willingly remain ordinary?
Cersei let out a resigned sigh, giving up her resistance as Xilai interlaced his fingers with hers. The Eternals came to Earth 7,000 years ago, she began. Over the years, we've protected human civilization, ensuring its safety and growth. After a long explanation detailing the Eternals team of 10 and their role in human history, Tony's worldview took yet another hit.
He muttered to himself in disbelief, so, you've been alive for over 7,000 years?
Yes, Uncle Tony, Sprite replied, her tone tinged with melancholy.
And I've always looked like this. I'll never grow up. Sprite sank into another emo spiral.
For her, being physically trapped in a child's body meant she could never truly experience the joys of love. Yes, many of the Eternals were hopeless romantics at heart. Tony placed a comforting hand on Sprite's shoulder, though he had no idea how to console this 7,000-year-old child.
After all, he was just a kid himself, barely 40 years old. Watching the scene unfold, Ghoulie hesitated before deciding not to say anything.
The truth was, Sprite could grow up if she gave up her powers.
But that wasn't something to bring up now.
As night fell, the group chatted a bit more before retiring to their respective rooms. Later, a shadowy figure stealthily approached Cersei's door, deftly unlocking it and slipping inside. Once inside, he casually pulled out a copy of Comprehensive Guide to Ancient Egyptian Texts and began studying.
Why did I sense a familiar energy wave from you just now?
Cersei asked, her gaze fixed on him. Ghoulie reached out to pinch her cheek playfully. Maybe it's because we've grown accustomed to each other's energy signatures, he said slyly.
The truth?
Ghoulie himself was unsure why Cersei had suddenly felt that way about him. He certainly couldn't tell her, I just acquired your ex-boyfriend's superpower. Unfortunately, the ability he gained wasn't flight. Instead, it was a power similar to Cyclops' optic blasts from X-Men, a golden beam of cosmic energy that could be fired from his eyes. Spending time with Cersei had given Ghoulie a peculiar sense of ambition. If given a year, he might just be able to collect the abilities of all 10 Eternals.
In the Eternals team,
Cersei could manipulate molecular structures, though not to the subatomic level of Molecule Man.
Sprite wielded illusions and invisibility.
Ikari's had Superman-like powers, minus the cape, super strength, flight, and golden energy beams from his eyes. Thena, the weapons master, could conjure various energy weapons, including swords, spears, and shields, and was a skilled fighter. Gilgamesh was practically a one-punch man, using energy gauntlets for devastating punches. Kingo could fire energy projectiles and beams from his fingers, calling himself Thor's uncle for fun. Phastos, the inventor, could create weapons and advanced technology using cosmic energy.
Druig had the ability to control others' minds. Matt Carey, a female version of the Flash, was incredibly fast, though not fast enough to time travel like Barry Allen.
Jack, the team leader, had healing powers and could use cosmic energy to heal others. If Ghoulie managed to acquire the abilities of all 10 Eternals, he could probably pummel Thanos into submission several times over. The path of learning is long and arduous, Ghoulie mused to himself with a sigh. For 3 days straight, Ghoulie immersed himself in the Comprehensive Guide to Ancient Egyptian Texts, completely engrossed and unable to pull himself away. It wasn't until Tony Stark reminded him of his task finding Agatha that he snapped out of his scholarly haze. But Ghoulie was just too busy. He was so focused on obtaining the ability to fly that he barely had time to sip tea, let alone scour Europe for a crazy witch. So, without hesitation, he made the most logical decision.
Hello, Ancient One? It's me, Little Goo. Could you help me locate Agatha?
He vaguely remembered that Kamartaj had a certain magical tool that was perfect for finding people. On Miami Beach, the Ancient One, dressed in casual attire and wearing sunglasses, furrowed her brow as she answered the call. She had indeed tasked Ghoulie with dealing with Agatha, but that was over a month and a half ago. This kid, he clearly didn't take it seriously, she muttered to herself. Though she was tempted to ignore him, the Ancient One sighed, waved her hand, and entered the mirror dimension, isolating her soul from the physical world. Forming intricate hand signs, she conjured a glowing screen that displayed the erratic movements of Agatha Harkness. Snapping her fingers, the Ancient One returned to her body.
Sokovia.
Beep, beep, beep of the call ended abruptly. After the call, Ghoulie immediately purchased a ticket to Sokovia. Over the past few days, his cultural knowledge had improved significantly under Cersei's guidance, but he still hadn't acquired the ability to fly, nor had he mastered the portal spell. He had no choice but to resort to the most primitive mode of travel, flying commercial.
Reclining in his seat mid-flight, Ghoulie opened his system interface to review his progress. Name, Ghoulie. Race, human. Age, 21.
Abilities, 50-50 serum, spider totem, fate cards, molecular reconstruction, invisibility, dynamic lightwave, heat vision.
Items, cricket pistol, regeneration cradle, blue giant star cannon. Allies, drift, soundwave, cassette core, grey wolf. Contract, Dormammu.
After acquiring all of Spider-Man's abilities, the system had updated his skill set to include the spider totem.
The spider totem, as he understood, was the source of power for all Spider-Men across the multiverse. Detailed exploration of that would have to wait for another time.
His newest ability, Dynamic Lightwave, was none other than Ikari's signature golden heat vision, cosmic energy beams emitted from his eyes. For someone as obsessed with maintaining his cool factor as Xilai, this ability was a dream come true. The golden energy beams were visually stunning in oozed style. Just imagine, the enemy is casually enjoying hot pot and singing karaoke, and suddenly bio the element of surprise alone was enough to make the ability invaluable. On top of that, it was versatile, effective in close combat and at long range.
And best of all? No cooldown.
As long as his eyes didn't dry out, Xilai could keep firing indefinitely.
If anyone dared to say, "What are you staring at?" Xilai would happily respond, "Let me show you exactly what I'm staring at." In both the Marvel and DC universes, characters with glowing eyes and heat vision were surprisingly common.
Superman, Doomsday, Ikari's, Cyclops, Silent Deadpool, and even Darkseid's Omega beams, which could curve mid-flight.
Then, of course, there was Homelander from The Boys.
If one were to rank these heat vision abilities, Ikari's would undoubtedly fall below Darkseid's Omega beams but above Cyclops, Silent Deadpool, and Homelander. Comparing it to Superman or Doomsday's heat vision, however, was trickier. If Xilai ever got the chance to visit the DC universe, he'd have to test it out in person. After all, Marvel and DC occasionally collaborated on multiversal crossovers.
With Dynamic Lightwave, Xilai felt that even without seeking out Supergirl for emotional bonding, he could eventually become a plus version of Superman just through system rewards alone.
I wonder what that crazy witch is doing in Sokovia, Xilai mused. When he found Agatha, he decided, his first move would be to test the power of his new heat vision.
It was bound to be exhilarating. Sokovia, a seemingly inconspicuous Eastern European country, played a pivotal role in the Marvel Universe. In 1999, civil unrest erupted in Sokovia. A bomb hit the Maximoff family's home, killing Wanda and Pietro's parents. Shortly afterward, a second missile landed in front of the siblings. Fortunately, this one didn't explode.
For 2 days, the terrified siblings remained motionless, staring at the missile's label, Stark Industries. From that moment, the seeds of hatred were sown. Years later, Sokovia would again become the stage for a major Marvel event, the battle between the Avengers and Ultron, also known as the Battle of Sokovia. This conflict would serve as the catalyst for the Sokovia Accords, leading to the eventual split within the Avengers. Xilai speculated that Agatha's target might be a hidden Hydra base in Sokovia. Hydra was infamous for its motto, "Cut off one head, and 2 more shall take its place." Throughout history, Hydra had produced many notable figures, including Hive, Red Skull, Dr. Zola, the Winter Soldier, and Baron von Strucker. Among these, Dr. Arnim Zola, the short-stack genius, stood out in Xilai's mind.
Zola, despite lacking superpowers, was Hydra's intellectual cornerstone.
He developed groundbreaking technologies like consciousness uploading, brainwashing techniques to control the Winter Soldier for decades, and energy weapons powered by the Tesseract.
In What If, Zola even outmaneuvered Ultron in a battle of digital wits. Following World War II, Hydra's bases were dismantled, but Zola was recruited into S.H.I.E.L.D., where he re-established Hydra from within, completing its infiltration of the agency. This explained why, from the end of World War II to the Sokovia Accords, Hydra's influence lingered in the shadows. Currently, Hydra had turned S.H.I.E.L.D. into a sieve. Still, Nick Fury's rise to become director of S.H.I.E.L.D. amidst this chaos was a testament to his skill. While Hydra's plans to dominate Earth had repeatedly failed in the cinematic universe, they had succeeded in other multiverses, notably under the leadership of Hydra Supreme Steve Rogers. But that's a story for another time. After landing at Sokovia's airport, Xilai wasted no time and began following the Ancient One's lead to track down Agatha.
Meanwhile, in Virginia, at Culver University. Having fled from Brazil, Bruce Banner had returned to his old campus. Memories of the past flooded his mind like an overwhelming tide, his girlfriend Betty's smile, moments from his research, the military's super soldier program, and the gamma radiation accident that turned him into the Green Monster. These memories played out like a slideshow, one vivid image after another.
Bruce's return to the university was driven by hope.
He sought his old research notes, believing they might hold the key to reversing his condition. His wish wasn't extravagant, he simply wanted to be an ordinary man again, **** Sokovia, Hydra base, ****. It was just like how nobody wanted the flame fruit anymore. Ghoulie suddenly felt invisibility was completely useless. Why? Because after sneaking into Hydra's base using his invisibility ability to search for the witch Agatha, he wasn't the one to find her first. Instead, the thermal sensors in the base detected him. What kind of invisibility was this? It wasn't proper invisibility, that's for sure. Ghoulie was genuinely speechless at this point. Sure, invisibility was one of Sprite's powers, but Ghoulie had never imagined it would be so easily countered by thermal imaging. And now here he was, surrounded by Hydra soldiers with guns pointed at him, forced to deactivate his invisibility. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. It's you? The leader of the Hydra soldiers, a masked man, spoke up. His reaction made it clear he recognized Ghoulie. Now Ghoulie was curious. Am I really that famous now? But within seconds, he realized what was going on. Hydra must have gotten information about him, probably from S.H.I.E.L.D. Well, since you know who I am, this makes things easier. I'm here to find someone, Ghoulie said casually. The small Hydra leader hesitated for about half a minute. Ghoulie was already preparing to fight at any moment when he suddenly heard a surprising response, "All right." What the hell? Ghoulie stared at the man in shock. He hadn't misheard, Hydra's leader had actually said all right. This only made the situation more bewildering. Come on, these were Hydra agents, the world's most infamous evil organization, hell-bent on world domination, known for their ruthless actions. And yet, they were this cooperative? If Ghoulie didn't know for certain he was in a Hydra base, he'd have thought he'd walked into the wrong place. Scratching his head in confusion, Ghoulie found himself at a loss. After all, if they were being this accommodating, he couldn't exactly justify attacking them. Respect was a two-way street, and Ghoulie wasn't the type to ignore social etiquette. "Mr. Goo, who are you looking for?" "I can have someone bring them here," the masked leader offered. Seeing how polite the man was, Ghoulie decided not to complicate matters. "Agatha. I'm looking for Agatha." The moment he said her name, the masked leader fell silent. But Ghoulie noticed a flicker of hesitation in his demeanor. After a few seconds, the man quickly pulled out his phone and made a call, seemingly reporting the situation. After a brief exchange, the masked leader snapped to attention and performed Hydra's signature salute, a Nazi-inspired gesture. "Understood, leader. Mr. Goo, please wait here." "No need. Take me with you. I'm curious to see what that crazy witch is up to," Ghoulie interjected. What he hadn't expected was the connection between Agatha and Hydra. Were they collaborating? A dark witch and Hydra, it was almost too perfect a match. Indeed, showing his fangs earlier had its advantages. Situations that could be resolved through dialogue didn't need to escalate into violence. Even though Ghoulie could easily defeat the Hydra soldiers, he saw no need to. Led by the masked leader, Ghoulie and the group walked through the base's corridors for about 5 minutes before they finally reached their destination. There, he saw her, the deranged witch Agatha, arms raised, chanting bizarrely as if performing some shamanistic ritual. "Ah-ya hey ya hey ya hey." Agatha appeared to be conducting some sort of dark ceremony. As for the sacrifices? A group of children. A flash of anger crossed Ghoulie's eyes as he scanned the area. Not far from the children, there were several large iron cages. Inside the cages lay massive humanoid creatures covered in gray fur, their backs facing the group. It was unclear what species they were. Raising an eyebrow, Ghoulie's eyes flickered faintly with golden light. If this were any other situation, Agatha would already be dead, and the Hydra agents wouldn't have escaped either. But with children present, he couldn't risk disrupting the ritual without knowing if it would harm them. "Stop her. I have questions for her," Ghoulie ordered. The masked leader nodded. Normally, if anyone dared speak to him so arrogantly, they'd have signed their own death warrant. But Ghoulie was different. After all, he was someone their leader had specifically mentioned recruiting, and there was a chance he might one day become the masked leader's superior. "Consider it a favor to my future boss," the man muttered to himself before barking a command to halt Agatha's ritual. The dark witch, furious at being interrupted, stormed over and yelled, "I wasn't brought here to be interrupted. Why did you stop the lycanthropy ritual? Do you realize there are no suitable sacrifices nearby?" Lycanthropy, huh, Ghoulie thought to himself. Werewolves and vampires did exist in the Marvel universe, though they mainly resided in Europe, just as most werewolf and vampire legends originated from European countries. Blade, a member of MI13 in London, was a renowned vampire hunter. Judging by the current situation,
Ghoulie guessed that Hydra had invited Agatha to conduct lycanthropy experiments on humans. If that were the case, then they all needed to die. While Agatha and the masked leader argued, Ghoulie discreetly moved his fingers. In an instant, the Hydra soldiers in the base began to disintegrate, their bodies transforming into vibrant red petals as if soaked in blood. The petals danced in the air, carried by a gentle breeze. The scene was eerily beautiful, a reflection of Ghoulie's lethal elegance. There was no screaming, no blood splatter, those who died didn't even feel a moment of pain. Life simply left their bodies. Though this was Ghoulie's second time killing, he felt no discomfort. Instead, he thought his technique could still use some refinement. 2.5 seconds later, the Hydra base in Sokovia was eerily quiet. Only the unconscious children and a defiant Agatha remained. Ghoulie's eyes glowed with golden energy as he unleashed a blinding beam that struck Agatha, sending her flying and rendering her unconscious. As for why he didn't kill the crazy witch? The answer was simple: her connection to a powerful backer, the Ancient One. The Ancient One wasn't just the Sorcerer Supreme of Camartage and the guardian of the three sanctums in Hong Kong, London, and New York. She also had authority over the entire magical and mystical community on Earth. People with connections really are something else, Ghoulie thought bitterly. I'm really pissed off right now, Ghoulie muttered. To clarify, his anger wasn't about needing to vent, it was directed at Agatha and Hydra for using children as sacrificial pawns. At that moment, a peculiar sensation washed over him, a feeling of desire emanating from Agatha. Intrigued, Ghoulie approached her and rummaged through her belongings. From her chest, he pulled out a battered, tattered book. No way, could it really be that book? Holding the ominous, sinister book in his hands, Ghoulie stood frozen for several minutes, staring at it in disbelief. He still couldn't fully process that this unassuming, tattered book was one of the infamous replicas of the Darkhold, the same book from WandaVision that had transformed Wanda into an unstoppable force. The Darkhold, written by Thawne, the elder god of chaos, was the source of all dark magic and the antithesis to the Book of Vishanti from Camartage. It was an immensely powerful and malevolent artifact, containing ancient dark spells and unholy knowledge of Earth's primordial gods. The book was so potent that it could ensure anyone, speaking any language, could fully comprehend its contents. Everyone knew what happened after Wanda studied the Darkhold before. Wanda was already a powerhouse capable of holding her own against Thanos, but she was unpredictable and unstable, often failing to unleash her full potential when it mattered most. After mastering the Darkhold, however, she became an entirely different person. She obliterated Camartage single-handedly, chased Doctor Strange across dimensions, and turned Doctor Strange 2 into Wanda's journey to find her kids. She even used the dreamwalking spell to control the Wanda of Earth 838, a powerless version of herself, and single-handedly tore apart the Illuminati. That fight was legendary. Captain Carter became Captain Split in half. Black Bolt couldn't even open his mouth before he literally lost his head. Reed Richards, the smartest man alive, turned into spaghetti. And Captain Marvel, well, she got flattened under a rock. The Illuminati of Earth 838 weren't pushovers either, they had successfully defeated their universe's Thanos. But even their combined strength was no match for the Darkhold-empowered Wanda. This book was powerful, perfect for Ghoulie to boost his own strength. But as he held the Darkhold, Ghoulie hesitated. Could this all be a test from the Ancient One? It wasn't an unreasonable suspicion. Considering the chain of events, the Darkhold had been retrieved from Agatha, who the Ancient One had specifically tasked him with finding. And thinking back to his time with the Fate cards, it wouldn't be surprising if the Ancient One had been watching him all along from the New York sanctum. It has to be a test, Ghoulie thought. Well, I'm not falling for it. With newfound resolve, Ghoulie decided he would hand the Darkhold over to the Ancient One. Let Camartage deal with this dangerous artifact, it wasn't worth the risk. But barely 2 seconds later, Ghoulie hesitated again. Was he really willing to just hand it over? The thought gnawed at him. It felt like someone had placed a juicy steak in his bowl, and not only could he not eat it, but he had to give it back. What kind of logic was that? Sure, the Darkhold was Thawne's conduit to return to Earth, and its users were highly susceptible to corruption. But the dark magic within the book was undeniably powerful, temptingly so. Moreover, Ghoulie had already made a pact with Dormammu. A confrontation with the Dark Dimension's ruler was inevitable, especially since Ghoulie had no intention of returning the borrowed dark energy. In that context, adding Thawne to the mix didn't seem like such a big deal. Glancing at the unconscious Agatha, Ghoulie's mind began to spin. Maybe if I just kill the crazy witch, there'd be no witnesses? But before he could act,
The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end as his spider sense flared up. Zzzzz, a golden spark danced in the air, forming a circular portal. Ghoulie immediately shoved the Darkhold into his system's storage space. Asterisk, if it's in my hands, why would I give it up? Dormammu can't have it, and neither can the Ancient One, asterisk. The portal shimmered, but no one stepped through. Instead, the Ancient One's voice echoed from the other side, throw her over here. Without hesitation, Ghoulie gave Agatha a hefty kick, sending her flying through the portal. The moment she crossed the threshold, an intense wave of magical energy rippled out. Oh crap, I might have overdone it, Ghoulie thought nervously. As he deliberated whether to confess about the Darkhold, the Ancient One's voice returned, there are 2 little ones near you. Don't harm them. Master, you must be mistaken. I'm a kind and charitable person, a paragon of goodness. Ghoulie replied with feigned innocence, though he wiped the sweat from his brow. The Ancient One sighed deeply before the golden portal vanished. Ghoulie let out a long breath of relief. Asterisk, the Ancient One is seriously that powerful? And who are these 2 little ones she mentioned, asterisk? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his eyes lit up. Asterisk, could it be Wanda? Oh man, what a twist of fate. Chaos magic, here I come, asterisk. But when he turned to see 2 unconscious children lying on the ground, Ghoulie sighed and reached for his phone. The familiar clinking and clanging sounds of machinery could be heard from the other end of the line. Hey, Goo, I'm kind of busy right now, Tony said, his voice slightly strained. Tony, aren't you worried about Pepper finding out? Ghoulie teased. Asterisk beep. Beep. Beep asterisk. Did something happen? Soundwave, pull up the visuals, Tony said, switching gears. Through his phone, Ghoulie could see Tony in the Mark V armor, engaged in combat with a familiar figure. Not far away, Sprite was frantically making a phone call. Whiplash? Ivan Vanko? So he really followed you to London, huh? Ghoulie muttered. He had anticipated this possibility before coming to London, and sure enough, it had come to pass. Only now did Ghoulie realize just how much his small actions were affecting the timeline. Whiplash's attack, which should have taken place at the Monaco Grand Prix, had been shifted to London. The kebab shop shootout had been yet another deviation. Everything was spiraling out of his control. His advantage as a transmigrator with foreknowledge was gradually slipping away. Of course, with the scoundrel simulator system, whether he had omniscient foresight or not was almost irrelevant. Still, it was clear, the more he interfered, the messier things became. It might be better if he stopped meddling altogether. Let the world play out as it would. In the grand scheme of things, Ghoulie's presence, or lack thereof, wouldn't change the fact that the Chitauri would be defeated, Hydra would fall, and Thanos would eventually be stopped. His goal was simple: grow stronger by connecting with more female plot characters. With that in mind, Ghoulie made up his mind, if it didn't help him charm women or gain power, he wouldn't bother interfering. Let the timeline sort itself out. As for Agatha? Killing her would be as easy as squashing a bug. But leaving her alive to play her role seemed more practical. After all, Ghoulie knew what Agatha would do in the future: move in next to Wanda, almost get herself killed, and eventually hand over the Darkhold. If he killed her now, who knew what ripple effects that would have? The timeline's self-repair mechanism might replace her with someone completely unfamiliar to Ghoulie. Sigh, forget it. Let's get the kids out of here first, then see if I can find Wanda. Sokovia, deep within the Hydra base. As Mini Frenzy worked diligently to crack the base's security systems, Ghoulie was on a separate phone call with Grey Wolf. Boss, make sure you bring back that one, oh, and the one behind it, and that other one too. Grey Wolf's voice came through insistently. Initially, Ghoulie had planned to simply destroy the Hydra base and be done with it. However, Mini Frenzy had informed him that some of the equipment in the base might be quite useful, particularly for Grey Wolf. Among Ghoulie's subordinates, Grey Wolf firmly held the top spot. After all, who could say no to a genius scientist who could do just about anything? Especially when it came to upgrades, Grey Wolf had already significantly enhanced the likes of Mini Frenzy, the mechanical dog, and the mechanical bird. The dog's rear-mounted cannons had been upgraded to laser turrets, and Grey Wolf had even added a language system, allowing the dog and others to speak. Previously, only the mechanical bird had the ability to talk. Grey Wolf's ingenious rationalization technique was truly extraordinary. Any invention he deemed reasonable would, without fail, become both feasible and functional. Thinking back, Ghoulie had recruited Grey Wolf entirely by accident. It just so happened that, on that fateful day, Ms. Zhao had tied her long hair up into a bun.
Fine, I'll clean out the whole base.
You can pick what you want when I get back, Xilai said with a shrug. There was simply too much in the Hydra base.
If he explored every corner, who knew how long it would take?
So he opted for the simplest solution: take everything. Master, there's a room here with 2 people locked inside, Mini Frenzy reported.
Following the directions Mini Frenzy provided, Xilai ventured deeper into the base and discovered Pietro and Wanda Maximoff.
The siblings were confined in a specially designed cell.
The moment Xilai laid eyes on them, he was taken aback.
Wanda, at 21 years old, was stunningly beautiful, so youthful and radiant. That single glance was all it took for Xilai, New York's most handsome man, to decide he had to make a move.
Chaos magic was undeniably powerful, and Wanda was undoubtedly gorgeous. It was a rare opportunity to have both.
After all, some of the other powerful women he'd encountered, well, they made it more difficult for him to muster the courage to act.
Maybe it was because he hadn't been pushed to his limits yet.
When the time came, he could reconsider. The siblings, upon seeing Xilai appear out of nowhere, were extremely wary. Even after he unlocked their cell, they continued to regard him with suspicion.
"Who are you?"
Pietro asked, stepping protectively in front of his sister. Wanda, peeking out from behind her brother, scowled at Xilai. "I can feel it, you have bad intentions toward me." The scene completely threw Xilai off.
He couldn't help but wonder if his gaze earlier had been too intense. This awkward first meeting left a terrible first impression on the Maximoff siblings. "Come help me with something."
"There are some kids outside that need looking after," Xilai said before turning away, determined to leave the awkward moment behind. "How could I make such a rookie mistake?" He made a mental note: focus on building rapport with Cersei for now, and only revisit Wanda once he gained the ability to fly. Among the 4 children Xilai had rescued, 3 were still unconscious. The one who was awake clung tightly to Xilai's clothes, refusing to let go. After finding a vehicle in the base, Xilai loaded the children inside and began driving toward the nearest police station.
Pietro and Wanda, still dazed, climbed into the car as well.
"Thanks for saving us," Pietro said cautiously.
"What about the people in the base?"
"They're dead," Xilai replied flatly.
Just then, his phone rang, playing the absurd ringtone, "You're the one, the one, the one, the one, the one."
"Hey, Goo, I was a bit tied up earlier.
Ready to head out now?"
Tony's slightly fatigued voice came through the line.
"You're all done over there?"
Xilai asked.
"Yeah, ran into some lunatic. The Department of Defense has already extradited him back to the States."
So, even though the beginning changed, the outcome followed its original course, Xilai mused.
"Good. I've still got a few loose ends to tie up here. I should be back by tomorrow."
"All right." Fury mentioned something about a hammer falling out of the sky in New Mexico.
"Once I'm done with the vibranium stuff, I'm thinking of checking it out."
After hanging up, Xilai pulled out 2 cigarettes and offered one to Pietro.
"Want one?"
After some hesitation, Pietro eventually reached out and took it, though neither of them lit their cigarettes.
Xilai suddenly remembered there were kids in the car. "Hammer, and now that woman from Brazil is here.
I guess that means the god of stories isn't far behind," Xilai muttered to himself. His interest in Loki stemmed partly from the timeline and partly from the concept of absolute temporal points. Back in his previous life, when he saw Tony snap his fingers with the Infinity Gauntlet, he couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. A mortal like Iron Man, who stood shoulder to shoulder with gods, shouldn't have met such an end.
Xilai wanted to see if he could change things.
But the memory of the What If episode where an evil Doctor Strange's actions led to the destruction of his own universe served as a cautionary tale. In the future, Loki would become the god of stories and the god of time, but those events were yet to come. Xilai wanted to figure out if the future Loki already existed at the end of time and whether his actions were already influencing the present. After all, the time stone had always been green, from the past to the present. This suggested that the god of stories might have been influencing the entire multiverse's past, present, and future. It was all so convoluted.
It reminded Xilai of the overlapping timelines of earlier Marvel movies.
For instance, The Incredible Hulk, Iron Man 2, and Thor, 2011, all occurred simultaneously.
This overlapping timeline might have been the director's way of addressing a common question: why didn't Iron Man intervene when the Hulk was rampaging through New York? After dropping the children off at the police station, Xilai prepared to leave. After all, the Antarctic vibranium he'd been eyeing for so long was finally within reach.
Once he secured the vibranium, his next stop would be Wakanda for its $0 shopping spree to further upgrade Drift and Soundwave with true adamantium.
Adamantium transformers, just the thought of it made him excited.
But when he noticed the Maximoff siblings still following him, he asked, "Why are you two still tagging along?"
Could you lend us some money?" Pietro asked hesitantly.
Meanwhile, not long before.
New Mexico, Old Bridge Town. Under the moonlight, the quiet little town was bathed in a faint silver glow, its outlines gently illuminated.
Beyond the town lay an expanse of serene darkness. The stillness of the night was interrupted only by the occasional rustle of leaves swayed by a gentle breeze, whispering untold stories. Then, suddenly, a massive magical circle appeared in the sky, its glowing runes shimmering with otherworldly colors. This awe-inspiring phenomenon caught the attention of Jane Foster and her companions, who were driving nearby in their RV.
"What is that?" Jane wondered aloud as she steered the vehicle toward the anomaly.
Before they could get closer, a towering figure fell from the sky, crashing directly onto their RV.
Boom!
Moments later, a burly, muscular man staggered to his feet, disoriented like a drunkard.
"Where's my hammer?"
"Where's my hammer?" he bellowed, 6 minutes and 16 seconds remaining.
Ghouli's current state was teetering on the edge of madness.
A wild, terrifying thought briefly flashed through his mind: if he really couldn't make it in time, he'd just shatter the earth.
But it was only a fleeting thought. After all, if the earth were destroyed, his beloved kebab shop would be gone too.
And more importantly, his precious 10 centimeters would also be lost.
Good thing your kebab shop hasn't opened yet.
The shop next door, though, got hit by one of those cars thrown by those two green lunatics. Tony's voice came through the comms.
Hearing this, Ghoulie took a deep breath and pulled out the Darkhold from his system's storage. Desperate times called for desperate measures.
He flipped through the ancient, ominous book at lightning speed, as if the knowledge within was the only key to salvation. The strange characters on the pages seemed to dance like musical notes in his mind, imprinting themselves deeply into his memory.
5 minutes and 20 seconds remaining.
Closing his eyes, Ghoulie calmed himself. His arms hung naturally at his sides as he steadied his breathing and focused his thoughts. It was as if he'd entered a profound, mystical state where he became one with the world around him. He heard his own heartbeat, steady and strong, the drumbeat of life. He could hear Tony's heartbeat from inside the Mark armor, as well as the light, rhythmic beats of the penguins on the ice above. Deep within the earth, he sensed the slow, powerful heartbeat of the celestial, Tiamat. In this extraordinary state, Ghoulie felt as though he could hear the heartbeat of every living creature on Earth. Each pulse shone like a unique star in the vast cosmos, including the raging hearts of the Hulk and Abomination. Suddenly, golden sparks crackled in the air as a portal appeared. Without hesitation, Ghoulie dove through it, vanishing from sight and leaving Tony behind, utterly dumbfounded.
"Goo? What the hell?"
Tony stammered, pointing at the spot where Ghoulie had disappeared. Meanwhile, on the chaotic streets of New York, the Hulk and Abomination had fully embraced their roles as the ultimate demolition crew.
The two towering brutes, each as strong as a mountain, had somehow become long-range ADCs, hurling cars like they were ammunition.
The vehicles soared through the air like cannonballs, smashing into buildings and scattering panicked civilians. The streets were a war zone, filled with screams, cries, and the sound of destruction. Fires flickered, smoke billowed, and the chaos unfolded like a scene from the apocalypse. This was the sight that greeted Ghoulie as he stepped out of the portal in front of his kebab shop. Overhead, helicopters circled, their spotlights illuminating the two monsters as reporters frantically snapped photos. The flashes of their cameras only made the creatures look even more menacing and hideous. Ghoulie raised a hand, and a car hurtling toward his kebab shop instantly disintegrated into a cascade of petals. The colorful petals fluttered to the ground like butterflies, or dandelion seeds carried by the wind. It was a breathtakingly beautiful sight amidst the chaos. But the aura surrounding Ghoulie was anything but serene. It was vast, deep, and furious, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. "These two idiots almost cost me my 10 centimeters.
You've got to be kidding me," he growled.
With a flick of his fingers, the cars scattered across the street seemed to come alive, dissolving into streams of particles. The silver torrent surged like a massive dragon, roaring as it charged toward the two monsters. Within the swirling particle storm, chains materialized like serpents, coiling tightly around the Hulk and Abomination, binding them immobile. Ghoulie's eyes glowed with golden light, like twin suns radiating cosmic energy. Two beams of golden energy shot forth, roaring like a flood as they struck Abomination square in the chest, the same creature that had just thrown a car at his kebab shop.
Ah! Abomination howled in agony, thrashing against the chains in a desperate attempt to break free.
But his struggles were futile. 2 gaping holes appeared in his chest, and his vision went dark as he collapsed unconscious. Ghoulie turned to the Hulk, flashing a devilish grin. The golden beams surged forth once more.
The reporters nearby frantically clicked their cameras, their flashbulbs firing in rapid succession. Holy crap, is that Superman? Is he a new superhero? He's so young, and so handsome. Wait, how are his eyes not dry? He's been shooting beams for minutes now. Though both monsters were towering, hulking brutes, they appeared utterly powerless against the young man standing before them. Enraged, the Hulk finally managed to tear free of his restraints. Letting out a deafening roar, he pounded his massive fists against his chest in a primal display of dominance. Ghoulie had tried earlier to dissolve both the Hulk and Abomination into molecules, but it hadn't worked. Their bodies were far too resilient, exceeding the limits of his molecular manipulation ability. Back at Ghoulie's new home, a somber mood hung in the air. Zhao Helen, Daisy, and May sat anxiously on the couch, their eyes glued to the TV, hoping to catch a glimpse of the man they were so worried about. May, when Ghoulie gets back, you have to teach him a lesson. He doesn't take his own safety seriously at all, Zhao Helen said, her voice filled with both care and frustration. With creatures as terrifying as the Hulk, a single punch could easily pulverize Ghoulie. On the screen, the Hulk roared and leapt into the air, his massive fist hurtling toward Ghoulie. The 3 women instinctively shut their eyes, their faces pale as paper, trembling with fear. Aunt May, Uncle Goo is so cool. Little Peter, crammed onto the other end of the couch, shouted excitedly. Back at the kebab shop, Ghoulie calmly stood his ground, surrounded by a faint, circular white shield. Using his shockwave ability, he successfully deflected the Hulk's punch. Golden light surged from his eyes once more, and a golden energy card began to materialize between his left middle and index fingers. First time trying this. Let's hope it stuns him, Ghoulie muttered. The radiant card shot forward, striking the enraged Hulk squarely. His eyes rolled back as his massive body wavered unsteadily. 1 card's not enough? Fine, here's a few more. Golden cards rained down like snowflakes, repeatedly hitting the Hulk's enormous frame. Finally, he let out a frustrated roar, glanced at his girlfriend Betty nearby, and staggered away like a drunken man, wobbling with every step. With the threat neutralized, the reporters stood frozen in shock. Today's events were nothing short of extraordinary. 2 monstrous beasts rampaged through the streets, only to be subdued by a young, handsome man who appeared out of nowhere. Suddenly, a blonde woman with long legs raised her microphone and sprinted toward Ghoulie. Ever since Tony Stark had revealed himself as Iron Man during a press conference, she had nearly lost her job. Now, she had only one thought, no matter what, I have to get the first interview with this superhero. No matter the cost, As she caught sight of Ghoulie's strikingly handsome face, her pace quickened. The other reporters, snapping out of their daze, also began rushing toward him. Seeing this, Ghoulie quickly used his mind to open a glowing portal behind him. If I don't run now, when will I? He had no intention of becoming a superhero. As he disappeared through the portal, the reporters grew even more desperate. They were determined to work overtime to finish their articles. Back in the Antarctic ice cave, Ghoulie was shocked by the scene before him. There was Tony Stark, standing with one hand hovering in midair, the other hand awkwardly drawing circles in front of him. Tony, what the hell are you doing? Ghoulie asked, bewildered, shocking. A new superhero is born. Golden Superman battles green monsters. Breaking news. The most handsome superhero ever is a student at NYU. Unbelievable. My unforgettable encounter with Golden Superman, memories I'll treasure for a lifetime. The New York media went absolutely insane. The next day's headlines were dominated by last night's battle between Ghoulie, Abomination, and the Hulk. Every front page featured Ghoulie. He had been officially dubbed the Golden Superman. Of course, this might have been partly because Abomination and the Hulk didn't exactly fit the average person's aesthetic tastes. A powerful and handsome superhero? That kind of story sold much better. Still, Ghoulie found the Golden Superman title a bit much. He was nowhere near Superman's level, at least 4 major abilities short: flight, invulnerability, superintelligence, and solar-powered strength. Of these, flight was the only one he had a chance of acquiring in the near future. The others? Not so much.
Someone like Captain Marvel might have abilities comparable to invulnerability, but Ghoulie didn't expect to meet her anytime soon.
Not unless he somehow managed to steal Nick Fury's pager.
As for superintelligence, that was practically a cheat code.
And the core ability of solar-powered strength?
That was foundational to Superman's power set, but in the Marvel Universe, no such equivalent existed. That said, Ghoulie suddenly found himself wondering, what brand of razor does Superman use? After all, bullets couldn't even scratch Superman's cornea, yet his razor could shave his beard.
That must be some seriously high-quality tech.
Superman's weaknesses, kryptonite and his overwhelmingly moral, humanistic personality, also crossed Ghoulie's mind. Good thing neither of those are my weaknesses, Ghoulie muttered, rubbing his still-throbbing head.
Last night, he'd returned home only to be thoroughly PUA'd by the 3 women waiting for him.
Even now, well into the afternoon, his head was still spinning. But the process had been enjoyable, and the outcome had been worth it.
From Daisy, he had received a new reward, 10 Terrigen crystals and an accompanying activation device.
The Terrigen crystals, a mysterious mineral from the inhuman city of Attilan, could awaken latent superhuman abilities in individuals with inhuman DNA.
Quake was about to make her debut.
Ghoulie had initially planned to spend some more intimate time with Daisy, but his plans were interrupted by an unexpected call from Sprite. Brother-in-law, my sister, and I are planning to visit New York.
Make sure to pick us up when we get there, okay? His face instantly turned pale.
Oh no, there was no way he could let Cersei meet the 3 women at his house.
Knowing her personality, she'd dump him on the spot without a second thought. Thankfully, the system reward of that small villa was still available.
He'd have to set Cersei up there for the time being. Ah, the troubles of a blissfully chaotic life. World Security Council, Minister's Office. Alexander Pierce sat in his office chair, his expression dark. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk, the rapid drumming mirroring his chaotic thoughts. Perhaps we should reconsider this decision, Pierce muttered under his breath. The destruction of Hydra's Sokovian base had forced Pierce to re-evaluate the feasibility of recruiting Ghoulie. The incident had revealed just how unpredictable Ghoulie was, a man who acted entirely according to his whims. And people like that were notoriously difficult to control. Pierce's behavior was odd. There was no one else in the office, nor had he made any calls. It was as if he were talking to himself. After a moment, the computer screen in front of him flickered, displaying a brief burst of static.
Streams of green data coalesced into the image of a face.
His behavior makes him perfect for the job, Dr. Arnim Zola's voice crackled through the speakers. A year ago, he stole $300 million from Kingpin. Then he took $1.2 billion from Obadiah Stane. And this year, he made $800 million of Aldrich Killian's assets disappear without a trace.
This is a man with no moral compass. If we'd had him back then, we might have succeeded long ago. Initiative Insight needs someone like him. If necessary, we'll just pay him more.
Pierce's eyes gleamed at Zola's words. Initiative Insight, the grand plan he and Zola had been orchestrating, was a critical step in Hydra's path to world domination. Compared to that, the destruction of the Sokovian base seemed trivial.
Pierce made up his mind. Who should we send to approach him? The Winter Soldier?
Ghoulie's strength was so overwhelming that Pierce struggled to think of anyone in the organization who could match him. The thought of sending the Winter Soldier, his most effective enforcer, made him hesitate.
What if the Winter Soldier ended up dead? Leave it to me.
He shouldn't be able to deal with me in the short term, Zola replied confidently.
Zola had been monitoring Ghoulie since the previous year.
In just a year and a half, Ghoulie's power had grown exponentially. But Zola's data analysis had revealed a key insight: Ghoulie was greedy, lustful, and utterly immoral. In other words, he was a natural-born Hydra operative. No matter how strong Ghoulie became, Zola, an AI with countless backups, was confident he could handle him. That was precisely why Zola had volunteered to recruit Ghoulie personally. At the same time, another person had also decided to approach Ghoulie, Nick Fury.
Fury had spent the entire night watching and re-watching footage of the street battle.
In his eyes, Ghoulie was now the second most powerful individual after Carol Danvers. Carol could fly, whereas Ghoulie, according to SHIELD's intel, had yet to acquire that ability.
But Ghoulie possessed another ability that made Fury's heart race with excitement: teleportation. It was an absolute game-changer.
Even though Fury didn't yet know the limits of Ghoulie's teleportation, whether it had range or time restrictions, the potential for large-scale teleportation was staggering.
Imagine stealing from someone's house before they even got home.
At this point, Camartage was still an enigma to the world. Fury naturally assumed teleportation was just another superpower. If he knew it was a skill anyone could learn through magic, he'd probably lose his mind.
Coulson, set something up for tonight. I want to meet this golden Superman, Fury ordered.
His trusted agent, sporting massive dark circles under his eyes, hurriedly responded, Director, Agent Coulson and Agent Barton are in New Mexico.
Also, Ghouli's home security is quite, unique. We can't infiltrate it the way we did Stark's mansion.
Fury frowned at this news. Without his usual dramatic entrance, his plans for a mysterious approach were foiled.
All right, I'll figure it out, Fury said with a heavy sigh. He wasn't used to not having his usual agents by his side.
Maybe I'll get Stark to make the introduction, he mused. Yo, Fury.
What a rare guest. Tony quipped, clearly in a good mood.
The Antarctic vibranium that Ghoulie had sent over allowed him to upgrade the Mark armors steadily. If it weren't for the lack of Wakandan vibranium needed to synthesize true adamantium, Tony might have already started building an Iron Legion.
Stark, shouldn't you be calling me Director? Fury retorted, taking his seat.
The two were longtime acquaintances. Since last year, Fury had tried repeatedly to recruit Tony into S.H.I.E.L.D.
It wasn't until Tony finally agreed to join as a consultant that Fury stopped pestering him.
Fury leaned forward, his tone turning serious.
Stark, I need your help with something. Tony, pouring himself a drink, responded nonchalantly, let's hear it. Thanks.
Fury took the glass Tony handed him, then continued, Stark, S.H.I.E.L.D. is running a little short on high-end talent. I was hoping you could help arrange a meeting with Ghoulie.
Hearing this, Tony nearly spat his whiskey all over Fury's face. After wiping his hands, Tony gave Fury a look that was equal parts amusement and disbelief. Asterisk, they want Ghoulie to join S.H.I.E.L.D.? You've got to be kidding me. Asterisk, Ghoulie was someone who didn't even bother going to school.
Unless S.H.I.E.L.D. was overflowing with beautiful women, Tony couldn't think of any reason Ghoulie would be interested.
Alright, I'll give him a call, but I can't promise he'll agree to anything. That's fine, Fury replied.
Meanwhile, Ghoulie hung up his phone, a sly smile on his face as he turned to his computer screen. Dr. Zola, as you can see, S.H.I.E.L.D. is being incredibly sincere.
You're really making this difficult for me. Arnim Zola, Hydra's mastermind and artificial intelligence, was currently residing in Ghoulie's home, or more accurately, in Ghoulie's computer. It's just $10 million a year, right? Hydra can pay you $10 million a month, how about that? Zola offered.
Hearing this, Ghoulie couldn't help but wonder, just how much wealth does Hydra have? In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Hydra's downfall was inevitable. Rather than letting someone else take their assets, Ghoulie figured he might as well claim them for himself. Dr. Zola, your offer is generous, but there's a huge difference between joining Hydra and joining S.H.I.E.L.D., Ghoulie replied. If I join S.H.I.E.L.D., I become a respected superhero, adored by countless fans and admirers. But if I join HYDRA, I'll be branded a villain, hated by everyone.
Forget about admirers, I'd have a hard time finding a wife in the future. Don't worry about that, Zola countered smoothly. The organization can provide you with a different woman every day. Women who are just as good as the ones around you now, if not better.
Hissed, for a moment, Ghoulie felt a twinge of temptation. And besides, Goo, if I may call you that, you don't have to choose.
You can agree to both, Zola added. Ghoulie was momentarily stunned. Asterisk, damn, this guy really is Hydra's brains. He just hit the nail on the head in one sentence, asterisk.
Still, Ghoulie knew he couldn't let on that he was aware Hydra had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. to such an extent.
What do you mean, Doctor? Just accept Fury's offer to join S.H.I.E.L.D.
You'll understand later, Zola said cryptically.
Ghoulie stroked his chin, muttering to himself, 2 jobs, huh? I like it. Alright, Doctor. I'll be looking forward to it, Ghoulie said with a grin. The two then discussed the specifics of compensation and benefits, ultimately reaching an agreement.
Ghoulie's annual salary, $120 million. His family would enjoy the same benefits as S.H.I.E.L.D. employees, but with higher priority. Within HYDRA, Ghoulie's rank would be that of deputy leader, second only to figures like Pearson Zola.
Satisfied, Dr. Zola left, though he didn't reveal too much about Hydra's inner workings.
While Ghoulie had agreed to join, the organization planned to observe him for a while before fully trusting him.
Back at S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury received a call from Ghoulie at 3:30 a.m.
Director Fury, this was an incredibly difficult decision for me.
As you know, I can't stand evil.
I'll be counting on your guidance moving forward, Xilai said solemnly.
No worries, Gu. Welcome aboard.
Fury replied, his voice tinged with emotion.
Fury's thoughts were in turmoil.
He knew he needed to reassure Xilai in a moment like this, but he was so overwhelmed with excitement that he couldn't think of the right words. While Fury had encountered individuals stronger than Xilai before, none of them had joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, with his dream coming true, he couldn't help but feel a wave of exhilaration.
After hanging up, Fury still couldn't quite believe it.
He slapped himself across the face, the sting on his cheek and the numbness in his hand confirming that this was real.
Xilai had agreed. S.H.I.E.L.D. had just gained a major asset, a veritable superweapon. Natasha's long-desired vacation might finally be within reach.
Meanwhile, Xilai was deep in thought.
After ending the call with Fury, he had heard the system's familiar notification.
Congratulations, you've triggered a special task, destroy S.H.I.E.L.D. This, combined with the task triggered earlier when Zola arrived. Congratulations, you've triggered a special task, destroy HYDRA. So I'm working 2 jobs, and I'm supposed to sabotage both organizations? Xilai couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. What had started as a scoundrel simulator was turning into a mission simulator.
What kind of nonsense is this?
Still, for $130 million a year, Xilai figured he might as well head to S.H.I.E.L.D. and slack off for a while.
After pulling himself together, Xilai headed to the basement.
Wolf, an AI infiltrated my computer earlier.
Can you upgrade the home's defense system when you get a chance? Grey Wolf rubbed his eyes and grumbled, Boss, do you even know what time it is? It's 3:30 in the morning. Even capitalists aren't this greedy.
Xilai scratched his head awkwardly.
I was busy during the day and forgot to mention it.
Grey Wolf rolled his eyes.
Busy? Yeah, busy doing nonsense, Fine.
Let me grab a cigar and settle down for this, Grey Wolf muttered.
Late at night, Grey Wolf often found himself thinking about his wife and kids back at Wolf Fortress.
Sigh.
Another year and a half to go on this 3-year contract,
Throwing on a jacket and lighting a cigar, Grey Wolf sat down in front of the server and got to work.
2 minutes later, he turned back to Xilai. All done.
Boss, I traced that short little AI's location.
Want me to wipe him out?
Xilai thought for a moment before shaking his head.
Not for now.
I'll be working for them for a while.
Let me collect a few paychecks first.
Seeing that Grey Wolf was now wide awake, Xilai headed to the kitchen to slice up 2 pounds of cooked beef and grab 2 bottles of beer.
Wolf, how did you end up here?
Xilai asked, hoping to uncover a way to travel between universes. He was desperate to grow stronger.
The powers of Supergirl and Wonder Woman were practically calling his name. Grey Wolf glanced at the overly eager Xilai and exhaled a smoke ring. Boss, the contract explicitly states I can't tell you that. But if you want a dimensional portal device, I can make you one. Hearing the words dimensional portal, Xilai practically started rubbing his hands together in excitement. Really? I could actually travel between universes? Does that mean I could go back? Grey Wolf snorted. Go back? With the wall in place? Keep dreaming. S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters.
Nick Fury was all smiles as he gave Xilai a thorough introduction to the various departments and their respective functions within S.H.I.E.L.D.
Coulson and Barton are in New Mexico on a mission. It's about that hammer making the rounds in the news. Natasha.
Fury hesitated for a moment, deciding honesty was the best policy here.
After all, the truth now would prevent bigger misunderstandings in the future.
Gu, your kebab shop's dishwasher, Little Nat, was actually a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent all along.
Xilai feigned a few seconds of surprise before giving Fury a thumbs up.
She was very dedicated to her job. All the other employees praised her for how clean she got the plates. After the brief interlude, Fury led Xilai to the office that had been specially assigned to him.
This will be your office from now on.
Mine is right across the hall, though I'm usually not around much.
Xilai nodded knowingly.
Of course, Fury wouldn't be around often. Half the agents were undercover spies for HYDRA, and the other half were either infiltrating or on their way to infiltrate something.
Who had the time to sit idly in an office?
The office was roughly 20 square meters, equipped with everything one could need, and none of it looked cheap.
Looks like the agency's doing pretty well financially, Xilai commented.
All of this was provided by Stark.
I hear he'll be dropping by later since you've joined.
Sure enough, moments later, Ghoulie spotted a flashy Audi R8 pulling up outside through his office window. "Oh, by the way, Goo, Alexander Pierce from the World Security Council wants to meet with you later." Fury was curious as to why Pierce wanted to meet Ghoulie, but out of trust for his old friend, he didn't overthink it. He chalked it up to Pierce being intrigued by the Golden Superman. After all, the public, especially students at NYU, was absolutely obsessed with Ghoulie. Seeing a character come to life from the pages of a comic book made even the most rational minds lose their composure. Though there were some differences between Ghoulie and Superman, he was more than enough to serve as a symbol of inspiration. Once Fury left, Tony Stark entered the office, casually elbowing Ghoulie in the ribs. "So, what made you change your mind? Why aren't you at home with your ladies anymore?" Tony had previously suggested they both join S.H.I.E.L.D. to gather intel, but Ghoulie had outright rejected the idea, saying he'd rather spend his time exercising at home. To Tony, Ghoulie was the epitome of a shameless playboy. Ghoulie shrugged, his tone wistful. "Doing the same thing all the time gets boring. I just felt like trying something new." He couldn't exactly tell Tony the truth, that he joined S.H.I.E.L.D. to dismantle it from within, along with the Hydra hiding in its shadows. Ghoulie was certain that if he said anything remotely close to that, the conversation would be intercepted by someone. Neither S.H.I.E.L.D. nor Hydra was easy to fool. If it weren't for the system suddenly triggering this special mission, Ghoulie wouldn't have come to work even if he were paid. World Security Council. Following the code phrases provided by Zola, Ghoulie successfully arranged a meeting with Hydra leader Alexander Pierce. The two exchanged pleasantries in front of the press before retreating to Pierce's office. "Goo, welcome aboard," Pierce said, extending a hand. Ghoulie nodded, glancing around the room before speaking in a serious tone. "Mr. Pierce, Dr. Zola, there's something I need to discuss with you. First, I need to ensure this room is absolutely secure." Pierce's eyelid twitched. His mind raced with paranoia. Was Ghoulie about to go rogue and attack him? He realized he might have underestimated the danger. If Ghoulie really wanted to make a move, there wasn't much anyone could do to stop him. Noticing Pierce's discomfort, Ghoulie chuckled lightly. "If I wanted to kill you, it wouldn't matter how many people you brought in." Pierce forced a laugh. "Goo, I trust you," he said, pressing a button on his desk. "Our conversation is now completely secure. No one will be able to listen in." Ghoulie lit a cigarette, taking a moment to calm himself. What he was about to say had come to him earlier after his meeting with Fury. There's an alien species living among us. Over the years, their numbers have been steadily increasing. And this species has the ability to transform into any human. They could impersonate you, Mr. Pierce. Or me. Or even the President of the United States. Well, except for Dr. Zola, of course. The artificial intelligence Zola chimed in with a flat tone. "I feel insulted." Pierce initially looked intrigued. He'd heard of Skrulls before. Fury had encountered them in the past. But his curiosity quickly turned into confusion as he wondered how Ghoulie had learned about them. Ghoulie turned his gaze to Zola's digital face on the screen. "Dr. Zola, you should already be aware of their existence. Can you project their population 10 years from now?" Without waiting for Pierce's approval, Zola began processing streams of data. After about 2 minutes, the AI responded emotionlessly, approximately 1.2 million. Pierce's expression darkened. That many? The number was far beyond his expectations. Over 1 million aliens capable of changing their appearance, shape, and even gender at will. Would they really be content to remain mere guests on Earth? Pierce doubted it. If he were in their position, he wouldn't settle for being just a guest. After all, wasn't that how America itself was founded? In recent years, the number of Skrulls coming to Earth has noticeably increased, Ghoulie added. Pierce fell into deep thought. In his original plans, the Skrulls had been potential recruits. But now it seemed clear they harbored ulterior motives. Sensing Pierce's hesitation, Ghoulie decided to push further. For the sake of HYDRA, I can't allow any other intelligent species to have a chance at taking over Earth. Either we kill them all, or we drive them off the planet. I don't want to wake up one day and find a Skrull impersonating you, Mr. Pierce, stabbing me in the back. The real reason for Ghoulie's hostility toward the Skrulls? He feared the possibility of getting romantically involved with a Skrull disguised as one of the women he cared about. Just the thought made his skin crawl. Pierce nodded in agreement. Ghoulie wasn't wrong, it was entirely possible, and perhaps it had already happened. Dr. Zola and I will need to discuss this further. But welcome to HYDRA, Pierce said, extending his hand once more.
The meeting left both sides satisfied.
Ghoulie felt like he'd secured a team of free laborers to act as enforcers against the Skrulls.
Meanwhile, Pierce believed he'd recruited a powerful ally.
After all, Ghoulie's strength was undeniable.
Even Fury wouldn't have personally recruited him otherwise.
Reflecting on the phone call Fury had made earlier that morning, Pierce smirked.
He's not SHALD's. He's Hydra's. Hammer Industries. That's not what I want. I want wearable Iron Man suits. Do you understand? Justin Hammer shouted.
After Ivan Vanko was extradited to the United States, Justin Hammer used his connections within the military to bring Ivan to Hammer Industries, eager to use his scientific expertise. For years, Hammer Industries had been overshadowed by Stark Industries. And every time Justin Hammer went head-to-head with Tony Stark, he ended up looking like a fool in the eyes of the public.
Hammer was fed up.
He was determined to beat Tony Stark at his own game and prove to the world, I, Justin Hammer, am the best.
Manhattan, Ghoulie's living room.
9-year-old Peter was half lying on the couch, simultaneously munching on snacks and playing a video game. A few bottles of soda were scattered on the coffee table in front of him. He was the very picture of carefree freedom. The moment Peter caught sight of Aunt May out of the corner of his eye, he shot up from the couch. But he wasn't scared, after all, his beloved Uncle Goo was right there. Sure enough, it took Ghoulie pulling, persuading, and practically carrying May to get her out of the living room and into the kitchen.
Kids playing video games, it's good for brain development, Ghoulie said with a grin.
May rolled her eyes.
You and your nonsense. Peter's behavior now? That's all your fault.
Ghoulie, knowing better than to argue with a woman, silently muttered to himself, she's only 31, isn't it a little early for menopause?
After venting for a bit, May suddenly asked, what do you think? Should we let Peter experience some hardships? At least it might teach him something useful in the future.
Ghoulie glanced at the complaining May Parker, feeling a little exasperated. In this timeline, Peter Parker had already endured plenty. If the original story played out, Peter's life would only spiral further into tragedy. He'd lost his parents as a child. Later, he'd lose Uncle Ben, then May, and even his girlfriend would forget he existed.
That was more than enough suffering for one lifetime.
May, you sound like one of those evil stepmothers right now, Ghoulie said, half-joking as he reached out to touch May's stomach.
Wait, are you? May slapped his hand away, annoyed. Stop it. No, I'm not.
I'm just saying, ever since we moved in here, Peter's gotten way too comfortable.
This isn't good for him.
Their lives before moving in with Ghoulie had been far from luxurious. Recently, Peter's allowance alone was enough to buy several cars. In other words, Peter was starting to act like a spoiled rich kid. Ghoulie sighed, attempting to reason with her.
May, do you know what's the most detestable thing in this world?
It's when people preach about the virtues of hard work and endurance.
Suffering is just suffering, it doesn't lead to success, nor is it something worth pursuing. And we shouldn't find inspiration in other people's hardships.
They suffer because they have no choice but to endure it. So, there's no reason to put Peter through unnecessary hardships. Though Ghoulie didn't attend school or hold a regular job, well, Mini Frenzy had stolen plenty of money for him.
If given the choice, who would willingly endure the hardships of poverty? May didn't respond immediately, though her expression softened. After a moment, she suddenly asked, Goo, do you want kids of your own?
Hearing this, Ghoulie scooped May up in his arms and started walking toward the bedroom.
Thinking about it isn't enough, you've got to take action. Not now, it's daytime, hey, stop MMPH.
After a VIP chapter full of unspeakable activities, Ghoulie got dressed and prepared to head to the airport. Sprite and Cersei were due to arrive in New York that afternoon, and he needed to pick them up. He still didn't know why they were coming or what their reasons were. Currently, Zhao Helen was still leading her team in researching life sciences and nanotechnology. Daisy was learning hacking techniques from Grey Wolf. And the kebab shop, still under renovation, wouldn't reopen for some time.
Ghoulie was satisfied with his current lifestyle.
But he also knew this was just the calm before the storm.
Cersei's personality was completely different from the three women at home.
Zhao Helen had secured her position as the main wife with her strong sense of ambition. May treated Ghoulie like a younger brother she doted on.
Daisy both admired Ghoulie and had a carefree attitude. This dynamic was why Tony envied him so much, three women in one household, yet there was never any drama. But Cersei? She was different.
She was a woman and eternal, with deep compassion for humanity and a fragile, sensitive heart when it came to her own emotions. Glancing at drift in the garage, Xilai suddenly remembered the two-seater car couldn't fit 3 people. With a casual wave of his hand, he opened a portal to Tony's underground garage and called him.
Hey, Tony, mind if I borrow a car? Take whatever you want. The garage code is 89757. Oh, by the way, are you coming to the Stark Expo tonight? The audience has been asking for Superman. Xilai hesitated for a moment. We'll see. Cersei and Sprite's flight arrives this afternoon. Make sure to say hi to them for me. Things are a bit hectic here, I've got to go. Asterisk beep. Beep. Beep asterisk.
Xilai rubbed his temples in frustration. He wasn't sure if his interference with the timeline was making things more complicated. In the original timeline, Rhodey had already become War Machine by this point. But now, due to Tony being preoccupied with upgrading the Mark armors, Rhodey hadn't even received the suit yet. If he remembered correctly, Ivan Vanko would crash the Stark Expo tonight.
With true adamantium Mark armor, there shouldn't be any problems, right? Xilai muttered to himself. Tony's current Mark armor was leagues stronger than its original incarnation. A small fry like Ivan shouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Choosing a random SUV from Tony's garage, Xilai drove toward the airport.
According to his original plan, he'd intended to visit New Mexico. Yesterday, while Coulson was reporting on the hammer incident, Xilai had overheard the details from Nick Fury. A mysterious long-haired Norseman? It had to be that guy. The reason for Xilai's interest in going? For one, he wanted to see if he could lift the hammer. It seemed like every Marvel fan who transmigrated into the universe tried it. The hammer's crash site had become something of a Marvel pilgrimage destination. Though honestly, Xilai doubted he'd be able to lift it. He lacked the self-sacrificial resolve and conviction to save the world, as well as the sheer strength to overcome Odin's enchantment. The other reason? He wanted to meet Stan Lee, who'd be hauling the hammer around in a truck. People often speculated that Stan Lee was an avatar of the One Above All. Xilai figured it was worth seeing if he could learn anything from the legendary figure. And, well, he was also curious about Jane Foster's friend. Asterisk, was Max really as well endowed as the stories claimed? Asterisk. Would connecting with Max somehow grant me the power of Thor? Xilai wondered aloud before shaking his head, startled by his own thoughts. The 4 women in his life were already enough to give him headaches. Adding another one might drive him insane. Still, if his relationship with Max were purely physical and didn't involve emotions, it might be feasible. Reflecting on his past relationships, Xilai realized he'd made a fundamental mistake. He'd promised each of his girlfriends a home. What a disgrace to scoundrels everywhere. No, his behavior could only be described as generous love. It couldn't be considered scoundrel-like at all. A true scoundrel abandons their partners, leaving them to fend for themselves. Xilai, on the other hand, had no such intentions. His dream was to give every woman in his life a child. Before stepping out of the car, Xilai donned a low-brimmed hat and sunglasses as a simple disguise. After all, as Golden Superman, he was now a public figure. He needed to keep a low profile. Mainly, though, he was worried about Zhao Helen and the others finding out. If they did, he'd undoubtedly face another round of PUA from all 3 of them. When will the system reward me with a pair of perpetual motion kidneys? Xilai sighed. Brother-in-law, why are you wearing a hat? Sprite asked from the back seat, her tiny hands tugging at Xilai's hat as she leaned forward. Had it not been for Cersei sensing the familiar energy radiating from Xilai, the 2 of them might not have even recognized him, hidden as he was among the crowd with his face completely covered. Xilai sighed as he focused on driving, making up an excuse on the spot. Those paparazzi freak me out. They camp outside my place 24/7. If they accidentally snapped a picture just now, they'd probably start following the 2 of you next. Sneaking a glance at their understanding expressions, Xilai silently gave himself a thumbs up. Asterisk, look at me, always thinking of them. Aren't you moved by my selflessness? Asterisk. Xilai, you also have heat vision. Cersei suddenly asked in Chinese. The reason they had come to New York this time was to ask him face-to-face why he had Ikari's signature heat vision. Xilai's abilities were eerily similar to some of the Eternals' molecular reconstruction, heat vision. It was absurd. It was as if someone had combined the powers of the entire Eternal team into one person. After a brief pause, Xilai replied, well, how do I put this? Every once in a while, I suddenly develop a new ability out of nowhere.
Honestly, I don't understand why it happens either.
Perfect. Anyway, we'll have plenty of time together in the future. Maybe we'll figure it out by then, he added casually.
Cersei nodded, seemingly accepting his explanation.
By the way, Sprite, how long are you two planning to stay this time? Ghoulie asked, trying to gauge the duration of their visit. Brother-in-law, we're planning to move here, Sprite announced, catching him completely off guard. Ghoulie's mind went into overdrive as he processed her words. After some consideration, he was certain Sprite had to be exaggerating. Cersei loved her job too much to just up and leave.
That's great.
If you two stay, I'll finally have some company.
Who knows, Sprite, maybe by next year, you'll be an aunt, Ghoulie teased. Who doesn't know how to lie? Really, brother-in-law? Are you two planning to have kids?
Sprite exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Having spent over 7,000 years as the youngest Eternal, the prospect of her status finally being elevated thrilled her.
Well, I can't do it alone. I need Cersei's help.
Ghoulie began, only to have his mouth covered mid-sentence. The atmosphere in the car filled with laughter and light-hearted banter. After a drive filled with cheerful chatter, the three arrived at the small villa Ghoulie had received as a system reward. Using the excuse of attending the Stark Expo, Ghoulie successfully secured some time away.
Nightfall. Ghoulie, finding an opportunity, slipped into Cersei's room with a casual excuse. However, he wasn't expecting the response he got. Not tonight. I'm not feeling well, Cersei said softly. Ghoulie nodded knowingly.
All right, then I'll just read for a bit.
You can guide me if I need help.
Fine. I've never seen anyone as interested in ancient Egyptian culture as you, Cersei said, puzzled by his enthusiasm.
Ghoulie's response was simple. I'm just curious about a lot of cultures. Was he genuinely interested in learning? Not at all.
What he loved was gaining new powers. Hours passed, and Cersei eventually drifted off to sleep. Ghoulie gently brushed her cheek, his mind buzzing with thoughts. The system's familiar notification had just reverberated in his mind, the reward integrating into his body. Every cell in his body seemed to cheer in unison. Through your interactions with Cersei, your cultural knowledge has increased by +1.
Special reward unlocked, Contentment Card. Contentment Card, based on the host's current mental state, this card will automatically transform into Ikari-style flight ability. Was it worth it?
Flight had been one of the abilities he'd been dreaming of for a while now. But Ghoulie couldn't help but think it might have been even better if the card had converted into invulnerability. After all, that would technically allow him to fly as well. And invulnerability could potentially fulfill his long-standing wish for perpetual motion kidneys.
Another matter weighed on Ghoulie's mind, Cersei and the Eternals.
Cersei was deeply proud of her role in protecting humanity over the past 7,000 years.
Her love for humans was genuine and unwavering.
But the truth was often the most brutal. The Eternals believed their millennia of work had successfully safeguarded human civilization. And while their contributions were undeniable, the reality was far darker.
Their efforts had all been for one purpose, to prepare Earth for the emergence of the celestial seed, Tiamat. The day Tiamat emerged would be the day Earth was destroyed. Would Cersei be able to accept that?
And there was an even harsher truth. Among the 10 members of the Eternals team, only Ajak was aware of the truth. The other 9 had been brainwashed to believe in a fabricated home, which was nothing more than a celestial world forge. The Eternals themselves were mass-produced robots created by the Celestials in the World Forge. The Deviants, who had once been sent to Earth as humanity's protectors, had gone rogue, disobeying the Celestials' orders. This was what had led to the creation of the Eternals. To prevent similar disobedience, the Celestials erased the memories of the Eternals after every emergence mission, resetting them like factory defaults.
Would Cersei be able to handle that truth? Certainly not.
Watching her sleep peacefully, Ghoulie couldn't bring himself to tell her.
No wonder people say lies don't hurt, it's the truth that cuts like a knife.
The Celestials were behind it all, and their power was utterly terrifying. Even now, Ghoulie knew he wasn't strong enough to challenge them. After all, the Celestials' mass-produced robots were already stronger than he was.
Sigh. Forget it.
I'll cross that bridge when I get to it.
Right now, the most important thing is experiencing the feeling of flight.
With a thought, a crackling portal appeared beside the bed. Without even realizing he was still in his pajamas, Ghoulie stepped through.
Moments later, he was soaring through the skies, circling the earth like a carefree bird. After all his planning and effort, he'd finally gained the ability to fly. Who wouldn't dream of soaring through the heavens, free as the wind? His joy mirrored that of Tony Stark when he first took the Mark II for a spin over New York City. Ghouli's laughter echoed through the night sky, as brilliant and dazzling as fireworks. Wahahahaha! Who wouldn't love the freedom of the wind? Feeling its embrace, Ghuli felt as though every cell in his body, every bit of his soul, had shed its earthly burdens and was now utterly free. He could finally fly. Ha! Ghuli sighed contentedly, hovering high above the earth. The breathtaking view from this new perspective filled him with exhilaration. Unlike Tony, however, Ghuli didn't dare fly too fast. Ikari's body could withstand near light-speed flight thanks to his incredible physical durability. Data source: in Eternals, Ikari's flew from Earth to the Sun within minutes, essentially at the speed of light. But Ghuli? His body, enhanced by the 50/50 serum and spider totem, couldn't handle the stresses of lightspeed travel. Which Marvel heroine has a body strong enough to withstand lightspeed flight? Ghuli pondered. Captain Marvel? Probably. Hela? She's another possibility, But neither of them matched Ghuli's aesthetic preferences. As for Wanda? Chaos magic was undeniably powerful, but she was more of a glass cannon, her body wasn't particularly durable. Wait a minute. I have shockwave powers. Ghuli suddenly realized, his excitement rekindled. The power of shockwaves. From small vibrations capable of breaking objects from the inside to large-scale earthquakes that could destroy entire planets, the potential of shockwaves was vast. Another notable feature of shockwaves was their ability to form protective barriers. In Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., Daisy Johnson, Quake, once used shockwaves to surround herself with a spherical barrier. Ghuli had previously employed a similar technique to block a punch from the Hulk. However, Ghuli discovered that spherical barriers significantly impacted his flight speed. His current objective was to refine this ability, manipulating the shockwaves to hover just above the surface of his skin, forming a protective membrane instead of a cumbersome sphere. This would allow him to resist the friction caused by high-speed flight since his physical durability wasn't quite on par with the strength of his superpowers. Without a biological force field, this method was his best chance at mitigating the stress of air resistance. Shockwaves, much like molecular reconstruction, were an ability Ghuli valued deeply. Yet, he hadn't mastered their full destructive potential, he was nowhere near planetary destruction levels. The evolution of his powers was another issue. He had only ever received one superpower evolution card, and so far, he hadn't found any other way to enhance his abilities aside from using these rare cards. His system lacked a store, a lottery function, or any consistent means of acquiring upgrades. In the past, it only rewarded him for connections. Recently, however, the system had started triggering missions in specific scenarios, likely due to its apparent malfunction. For example, during his Antarctic mining expedition, when his kebab shop was close to being destroyed, the system triggered a mission to defend the kebab shop. Yet, the reward for completing it was utterly underwhelming, so much so that Ghuli couldn't bear to look at it. He could still recall that infuriating notification. Congratulations on completing the mission to defend the kebab shop. Reward, blue flame Gatling gun. Sure, the little cricket pistol he had received earlier had bullets equivalent to grenades in explosive power, but what on earth was a blue flame Gatling gun? Was the system expecting him to charge at Thanos with it, yelling rat-a-tat? A silver-hued flight. At this moment, Ghuli's body appeared to be clad in a silver, skin-tight protective suit. In reality, what covered him was a thin layer of shockwaves. With the friction issue resolved, Ghuli unleashed his full power, soaring around the earth at maximum speed. Let's go! Full throttle. 2.5 hours later. The initial thrill had worn off. Ghuli now sat atop the roof of his house, smoking a cigarette. The reality was undeniable, his physical durability wasn't enough to keep up with his powers. His maximum flight speed barely reached 1% of the speed of light. Pushing himself any further could cause his body to ignite from the sheer stress of acceleration. Reflections on speedsters. In the Marvel and DC universes, there were several famous speedsters: Superman, The Flash, Reverse Flash, Quicksilver, Mac Carey, and others. Quicksilver and the Eternal Mac Carey were generally considered to be in the same tier, significantly slower than the likes of Superman or The Flash. Under most circumstances, Quicksilver was far slower than The Flash.
That said, there was an exception in the Marvel DC crossover JLA/Avengers, where Quicksilver was depicted as outrunning the Flash under certain conditions. Superman, on the other hand, was a jack of all trades. He could theoretically exceed the speed of light, as demonstrated in the Silver Age when he traveled faster than light to reverse time.
But the Flash?
The Speed Force was a literal cheat code. It had no upper limit and, under extreme conditions, could reach speeds 10 times faster than light.
The Flash wasn't called the cosmic treadmill for nothing. Grounded ambitions. Xilai chuckled to himself, amused by his own greed. So ambitious. This is only a few chapters in.
There's plenty of room for future growth.
Time for some sleep.
But just as he lay down, his phone began to ring, its ringtone obnoxiously cheerful.
You're the one, the only one, that I adore.
Answering the call, Xilai was greeted by a mix of distant shouting in Tony's serious voice.
Goo, there are too many people at the venue. I might need your help with crowd control.
Tony's first thought was, of course, Xilai's portals. Xilai rummaged through his system space, pulled out a formal suit, and was about to open a portal when Circe, awakened by the noise, lazily snuggled into his arms.
Going out this late? She murmured. Xilai gently tapped her nose. Your superhero has to make an appearance. Stark Expo.
At the expo, Tony ended the call and stared grimly at the scene in front of him, dozens of remote-controlled Iron Man knockoffs from Hammer Industries. The cheers of the audience did little to lift his mood.
He had to admit, Ivan Whiplash Vanko was a talented engineer.
In a short amount of time, he'd managed to produce a small army of these remote-controlled machines. While these toys didn't align with Tony's aesthetics or engineering principles, given a different setting and a little time, he could dismantle them easily.
But the problem was the crowd.
The venue was packed with civilians. One glance at the sea of people revealed countless glowing signs, some for Iron Man, some for Golden Superman, and even what the hell?
A Captain America sign?
Tony froze for a second, genuinely surprised that the old fossil still had fans showing up to events.
The stakes were high. If a battle broke out here, the collateral damage would be disastrous.
From the moment he donned the Mark armor, Tony had understood his responsibility, to protect humanity and the Earth. That's why, upon assessing the situation, his first call was to Xilai. He trusted that Gu would have a way to minimize the damage. As Tony's thoughts raced, a golden portal slowly materialized on stage. The moment the glowing ring appeared, the crowd erupted into deafening cheers.
Ah, Superman! 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 Superman!
Emerging from the portal was Xilai, clad in a light gold suit. Zhao Helen's choice of attire perfectly complemented Xilai's aura and his Golden Superman title. Under the stage lights, Xilai seemed to radiate divine brilliance.
The crowd's screams grew louder, wave after wave.
Raising a hand, Xilai waved at his fervent fans. He'd expected chaos but found the situation hadn't escalated yet.
Still, Xilai had no aspirations of becoming a celebrity, he wasn't that Superman. Among the crowd, Xilai spotted Rhodey.
A pang of regret hit him, because of his interference, Rhodey hadn't yet donned the War Machine armor.
Did this mean the iconic ex-wife moment was gone forever? Unforgivable.
He'd have to nudge Rhodey in that direction later. The scene on stage was lively, almost heartwarming.
Fans and their idol shared a moment of connection.
The only one not enjoying himself was Justin Hammer, standing awkwardly at the host's podium. He hadn't expected Tony Stark to invite Golden Superman to steal the spotlight. Damn you, Stark, you sly bastard.
No honor at all. We were supposed to compete with Iron Man suits, and here you are flexing connections instead?
Though Hammer was secretly a fan of Superman himself, this was his one chance, possibly his only chance, to outshine Stark. There was no way he was giving up seeing Xilai appear at the expo. Ivan Vanko, who was remotely controlling the Iron Legion, raised an eyebrow. An unexpected development, but no big deal, he muttered to himself. Ivan had prepared a massive surprise for Tony Stark.
At that moment, the lively Stark Expo turned chaotic. The dozens of Iron Legion robots on stage, under Ivan's remote control, ascended into the air.
Their roles instantly shifted from guardians to executioners, as they raised their arms and aimed their weaponized appendages at the crowd below. The sudden change occurred so fast that the audience didn't even have time to react or scream. But before anything could happen, Xilai casually slid his finger through the air, performing what seemed like a grand magic trick in front of tens of thousands of spectators. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of Iron Legion robots and their incoming bullets transformed into a shower of golden petals, fluttering down from the sky.
A golden rain descended upon the venue.
The audience, initially frozen in shock, erupted into cheers and excitement once more under the dazzling spectacle.
Superman! Tony Stark couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Ghoulie had stolen the spotlight once again.
This guy knew exactly how to put on a show, giving the audience exactly what they wanted to see. Still, Tony was relieved that the crisis had been resolved before it even truly began. At least there was still Ivan, the electric whip prince, waiting for him to settle things. "Goo, the crowd's all yours," Tony quipped as he launched into the air, his mark armor propelling him toward Ivan's location. Ghoulie stepped to the podium and patted Justin Hammer, who was still standing there in stunned silence.
"Here's a job for you, evacuate the crowd." Without waiting for a reply, Ghoulie took off, soaring into the sky and disappearing from sight in an instant. Ah! He's so cool! Superman! 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 Superman!
Hammer looked up at the sky, where the crowd's ecstatic gaze was fixed. Their flushed faces, trembling bodies, and frenzied cries painted a picture of sheer adoration.
S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters.
Nick Fury, who was remotely monitoring the situation alongside Natasha, suddenly stood up from his chair.
He can fly? Could he really be Kryptonian? Heat vision, flight, molecular transformation, teleportation. Fury struggled to think of any explanation other than the Kryptonians from the comics.
And these were only the abilities Ghoulie had revealed so far.
Who knew what else he was capable of? Could he be like Carol Danvers?
Fury's expression grew more serious as he muttered to himself, "I hope he genuinely intends to work with S.H.I.E.L.D." Over the past few weeks, Fury had been conducting an in-depth study of SHIELD's files on Ghoulie. Unlike Tony Stark, whose sense of responsibility was tied to his ego and guilt, Fury believed Ghoulie's sense of justice was far more capricious. Ghoulie seemed to act on his own whims, following a personal sense of justice rather than any external moral code. On the bright side, if Ghoulie remained on the side of justice, no one could stop him. On the other hand, if Ghoulie ever turned, that same unstoppable force would become an uncontainable disaster. The Avengers initiative was still in its early stages, yet Nick Fury found himself grappling with a difficult question: should superheroes be subject to oversight? It was a dilemma as impossible as choosing between saving one's mother or one's girlfriend when both were drowning. From an ordinary citizen's perspective, were the casualties caused by superheroes while saving the world justified or not? And who had the authority to oversee superheroes? The politicians in Washington? Would they merely turn heroes into tools for their own agendas? The freedom of the powerful is bound by the constraints of the powerless. But could superheroes truly abide by such principles? Fury fell into deep contemplation, barely noticing the phone ringing beside him. Elsewhere. In a scenic location far from the expo, Iron Man and Ivan Vanko finally came face to face. Vanko, clad in his own crude iron suit, looked pleased, his revenge seemingly within reach. "Tony Stark, your nightmare has arrived."
Tony scoffed, unimpressed.
"I thought you'd come up with an Iron Legion worthy of the name, but all you've got are a bunch of remote-controlled toys."
Ivan shrugged off the jab. "Humans make mistakes. Trust me, remote control is better."
This was why, despite being capable of building wearable armor like Tony's, Ivan had only created one suit for himself, the rest were all remote-controlled machines.
He fundamentally disagreed with Tony's philosophy.
"Stark, the only reason you're ahead is because of your privileged birth and your connections." Ivan trailed off, his voice faltering. The words stuck in his throat, suffocating him. Why was it that he was born a mule, while Tony was born in Rome? "Go on, say it," Tony taunted. "I said, screw you." The fight between the two armored figures began, both powered by similar arc reactor technology. At first, it seemed evenly matched. But it didn't take long for Ivan to realize that his attacks, even his electrified whips, couldn't penetrate Tony's armor.
"What kind of metal is this?"
"If I remember correctly, it's called true adamantium," Tony replied casually. Then, as if to twist the knife further, he added, "a gift from one of my better connected friends."
Ivan was instantly triggered. "Sure, rub it in."
As if he hadn't already realized he had no real friends.
Justin Hammer, that idiotic arms dealer, was nothing more than a pawn to him.
In that moment, Ivan understood the importance of building connections.
The outcome of their battle was inevitable. The mark armor, forged from true adamantium, easily overpowered Ivan's crude suit. Without Rhodey's presence as War Machine, Ivan avoided the fate of being blown up twice. "You've lost, Stark," Ivan muttered cryptically. At Tony's feet, the damaged suit Ivan was wearing began flashing with an ominous red light. "Pepper," Tony whispered, realization dawning on him. His Mark armor shot into the sky at full speed, pushing its limits. A massive explosion erupted behind him, lighting up the night sky and echoing with a deafening roar. Ivan was ultimately consumed by the blast. But Tony, flying at top speed, managed to reach Pepper in time. Scooping her up, he soared into the air, moments before the explosion could harm her. On a rooftop, as the chaos settled, Tony and Pepper shared a quiet moment. Looking into Pepper's teary eyes, Tony finally understood what truly mattered in his life. The person who meant the most to him had been there the whole time. The two embraced in a passionate kiss, their emotions overflowing. But just as they leaned in for another tender moment, two figures materialized on the rooftop, accompanied by a teasing remark. "Hey, Goo, don't they look like two seals fighting over a grape?" Startled, Pepper let out a yelp, while Tony glared at the intruders, Ghoulie and an invisible Rhodey. "You two can leave now," Tony grumbled, thoroughly annoyed. Despite not becoming War Machine due to recent events, Rhodey's sharp tongue was as strong as ever. For Ghoulie, who had missed the infamous ex-wife scene, this was pure entertainment. With a thought, a golden portal crackled to life behind him. "All right, we'll leave you two lovebirds alone. Rhodey, need a ride back?" Rhodey hesitated for a moment, clearly tempted by the idea of experiencing Ghoulie's teleportation. But then he remembered the suggestion Ghoulie had made to him earlier and quickly shook his head. "Next time, Goo. I've got something to discuss with Tony." Early morning exercise interrupted. Early in the morning, as Ghoulie and Cersei engaged in their morning workout, a persistent ringing from his phone interrupted the peaceful rhythm of their movements. Ghoulie, visibly annoyed, waved his hand, using his shockwave ability to hang up the call without even answering. Just as they were about to resume their exercise, the phone rang again, stubbornly refusing to let them continue. "Just pick it up. It might be something important," Cersei said, slightly out of breath from the workout. Ghoulie sighed and nodded, signaling for Mini Frenzy, who had transformed into a phone, to answer the call. "Hey, Superman, why don't you go check out that hammer?" Tony's familiar voice came through the line. Ghoulie rolled his eyes, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Tony Big Deal Stark. Let me finish my run first." The suggestion left him unimpressed. "A hammer? What's so interesting about a hammer? It's not soft, not white, how could that be more important than morning exercise, *? As the old saying goes, the morning sets the tone for the entire day." With a dismissive hand wave, he ordered Mini Frenzy to shut the phone off. The room was soon filled once more with the sounds of heavy breathing and the rhythmic pace of their workout. 2.5 hours later. After finishing his morning routine, Ghoulie stepped through a crackling golden portal, arriving at Tony's house. Before him stood two figures clad in Mark armors. One was, of course, Tony Stark in his advanced Mark 7 suit. The other, grinning ear to ear, was none other than Rhodey, now clad in his War Machine armor. His excited expression and dazzlingly white teeth were impossible to miss. It was clear that some unknown deal had been struck between Rhodey and Tony the previous night. War Machine had officially entered the scene. "You still need to run?" Tony asked, looking at Ghoulie incredulously. "Superman needing to run? Who would believe that nonsense? Every day, I do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and then run 10 kilometers. What, you think I got this strong by slacking off?" Ghoulie replied with a straight face. In truth, his daily exercise regimen far exceeded what he just listed, but why not add a little mystique? Hearing this, both Tony and Rhodey looked intrigued. If a simple workout routine could make them as strong as Ghoulie, perhaps it was worth a try. The race proposal. "All right, are we flying separately, or do you two want to join me?" Ghoulie asked, already sensing the answer. Tony's eyes lit up mischievously. "How about a race? Let's see who's the fastest." Tony, confident in his Mark 7 suit, figured he wouldn't come in last. Heck, he might even have a shot at beating Ghoulie for once. Rhodey, still riding the high of his new armor, eagerly agreed. "You sure you want to race me?" Ghoulie asked with a smirk, shaking his head at their enthusiasm. "Let's go," he said, resigned. The moment the words left his mouth, War Machine shot forward, bursting through Tony's metal gates with a deafening crash. "Rhodey, you son of a..." Tony yelled, launching into the air to chase after him. Ghoulie casually waved his hand,
using molecular reconstruction to repair the broken gate, before taking off himself. In less than a second, he had caught up to the two armored figures, monitored by the military. Meanwhile, the US military's surveillance team was having a collective headache. Dealing with Tony Stark and his disregard for airspace regulations was already a nightmare. Now they had Superman and their own Colonel Rhodes joining the chaos. "I want one too," one of the soldiers muttered, tears of envy welling up in his eyes as he watched the trio streak across the sky. Mid-air shenanigans. Among the three flying figures, Tony laughed heartily. "At least this time you didn't leave me in the dust." Only Tony knew how many times his pride had taken a hit since meeting Ghoulie. Aside from wealth, which he still held onto as a point of pride, Ghoulie outclassed him in every other way: youth, superpowers, charisma. And let's not forget, Tony had no superpowers. He, Tony Stark, was supposed to be the golden boy, the genius billionaire playboy philanthropist. Really? Ghoulie grinned mischievously. Without warning, he activated his shockwave ability, covering his entire body in a sleek layer, and accelerated in an instant. Boom! The sound of a sonic boom shattered the air behind him. Tony and Rhodey flinched, startled by the sudden noise. When they looked up, Ghoulie was already out of sight. "Jarvis, how fast was he just now?" Tony asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Sir, I'm not entirely certain, but the estimated speed was approximately 1/120th of the speed of light, around 2,500 kilometers per second, or possibly faster." X2. Both men shared a silent agreement: they would never race Ghoulie again. New Mexico, Old Bridge Town. Outside Old Bridge Town, SHIELD veteran Agent Coulson was overseeing cleanup efforts. At his feet lay the scorched remnants of the Rainbow Bridge's ritual markings. Nearby, a group of SHIELD linguists were busy deciphering and documenting the scene. Coulson glanced up casually, only to freeze in confusion. "Wait, when did he get here?" he murmured, spotting an unexpected figure. Superman. Coulson stammered, still processing the sight of Ghoulie. There hadn't even been a golden portal, which he had come to associate with Superman's arrivals. Coulson quickly approached, extending a hand. "Hi, I'm Coulson." This was their first official meeting. When Coulson had learned that Superman had joined SHIELD, he'd nearly jumped for joy. After Captain America, Superman was his second favorite hero. Of course, one was presumed dead, and the other had previously only existed in comics. "I'm Ghoulie. Has the God of Thunder left already?" Ghoulie asked casually. "He left about an hour ago," Coulson confirmed with a nod. Their conversation drew the attention of the other SHIELD agents on site. All they could think about now was getting a photo with Superman. Several female agents were visibly flushed with excitement. Ghoulie's eyes swept over the crowd, stopping on one figure in particular. Max, so big, so white. "That's gotta be hard to manage with just two hands," he thought, his gaze landing on Darcy Lewis, Jane Foster's best friend. Meanwhile, Jane Foster stood nearby, staring wistfully at the remnants of the Rainbow Bridge. The farewell with Thor weighed heavily on her heart. Darcy, noticing this, tried to comfort her only to glance up and make eye contact with Ghoulie. "Oh my God, Jane! It's Superman! Look, it's Superman!" Darcy exclaimed, pointing excitedly. Ghoulie gave a polite nod. Sure, Darcy's attributes perfectly matched his aesthetic preferences, but he wasn't some mindless stallion. If he had the time, he'd rather spend it exercising with Cersei. The Eternals' powers weren't bad at all. Sure, the movie had downplayed them a bit, but in reality, they had plenty of ranged abilities. The reliance on close-quarters combat was likely just due to budget constraints. Here in the Marvel Universe, there were no such budgetary issues, only the worry that his powers might not pack enough visual punch. 2.5 hours later, Tony and Rhodey finally arrived, having taken their sweet time. "The hammer's gone?" Tony asked after being briefed by Coulson. Looking up, he spotted Ghoulie surrounded by two women, chatting and laughing. "This guy again. Doesn't he worry about his house catching fire?" Tony muttered under his breath, ***, New Mexico, Old Bridge Town Motel ***. Ghoulie sat on the hotel bed, engrossed in a copy of Astrophysics, a faint smile playing on his lips as he recalled the events of the previous night. Max's enthusiastic exclamation, "Superman is my apprentice," still echoed in his ears. The only thing he found slightly disappointing was that the reward wasn't related to Thor's powers. But that made sense. Max's admiration for Thor was purely platonic and based on his physique. Plus, Thor was her best friend Jane's boyfriend, nothing had ever happened between them. Max, however, had no such reservations about Xilai. Through the teachings of Daisy Louise, your cultural knowledge has increased by +1.
Special reward unlocked, Transformers, Grimlock.
Grimlock, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex and leader of the Dinobots, boasted a towering combat form of 25.6 meters. A veritable titan among the Transformers, Grimlock was a force to be reckoned with. Like Dr. Zhao Helen, Daisy Louise had a background in scientific research.
Perhaps this connection was why Xilai had once again received a Transformer-related reward.
This makes a trip to Wakanda inevitable, Xilai muttered to himself.
The materials needed to synthesize true adamantium were mostly ready, thanks to his and Tony's efforts.
The only missing component was Wakandan vibranium.
The reason they hadn't acted yet boiled down to 2 factors. First, the timing.
Recent events had been chaotic *, The Incredible Hulk *, Iron Man 2, and Thor had all unfolded in quick succession. On top of that, the system's sudden malfunction had been throwing unexpected tasks his way.
Second, there was a disagreement between him and Tony on how to obtain the vibranium. Tony wanted to buy it.
Xilai, on the other hand, was leaning towards a more cost-effective approach, $0 acquisition. These differences had stalled their plans. As a result, only Mini Frenzy had received a vibranium upgrade for its new body. Drift, Soundwave, the mechanical dog and bird from the cassette army, and now Grimlock all still required material upgrades.
At 4.6 meters tall, Drift was already imposing.
Soundwave stood at 6.7 meters.
And Grimlock? An awe-inspiring 25.6 meters. When factoring in the Iron Legion Tony planned to build, Xilai estimated they would need at least 100 tons of Wakandan vibranium.
At $10,000 per gram, 100 tons of vibranium would cost $100 billion.
Maybe I should sell Tony? Xilai joked to himself, shaking his head.
A visit to Tony Stark. Moments later, a crackling golden portal appeared in the motel room, and Xilai stepped through with his usual casual flair. Arriving at Tony's home, he wasted no time relaying the estimated cost of the vibranium they needed.
Upon hearing the number, Tony's expression froze. What? $100 billion? Goo, are you kidding me? Even if I sold myself, it wouldn't be enough.
Actually, if you sold yourself, it'd be just right, Xilai replied with a straight face. For once, Tony, usually the epitome of composure and logic, was at a loss for words. You're talking about the cost of 100 tons of vibranium. We don't need that much, Tony finally said, trying to rationalize the situation. Sure, he planned to build an Iron Legion, but not to the scale of tens of thousands of units. First off, he didn't have the liquid funds for such an endeavor.
Secondly, the US government would lose its mind. Are you trying to start a rebellion? Tony imagined the headlines and shook his head. Xilai sighed, trying to spell it out. Drift is 4.6 meters tall. Soundwave is 6.7 meters. Grimlock is 25.6 meters.
Then there's the mechanical dog, the bird.
Do the math. How much vibranium do you think we'll need?
And we'll need to keep some in reserve, Xilai added, as if explaining to a child.
Tony had never felt this kind of frustration before. Me? Tony Stark? Out of money?
This is ridiculous,
No one would believe it if they heard. And the idea that the so-called Golden Superman and Light of Humanity was seriously considering stealing it? Even more absurd. Goo, how much do you have on hand? Tony asked, sounding resigned. I've invested most of my funds in your company's stock. I've got about $1.2 billion in liquid assets. Unless we sell the stock? Xilai suggested coyly.
Tony's head shook violently, like a bobblehead on overdrive.
Absolutely not.
That would destroy Stark Industries. If he, as the company's majority shareholder, started selling off his stock, it would send a clear message to the market, I'm out.
Good luck, suckers, the resulting plummet in stock prices would be catastrophic.
Sensing the perfect opportunity, Xilai leaned in with a sly grin.
Then let's go with my idea, Wakanda $0 acquisition.
Tony rolled his eyes so hard they nearly fell out of his head. Goo, we're superheroes.
Xilai suddenly raised his voice, challenging him. If that's the case, let's hash this out. Tell me, Tony, why do we need Wakandan vibranium?
Tony, caught off guard, hesitated before replying.
To synthesize true adamantium. He still didn't understand why it was called true adamantium. Was there a fake adamantium he didn't know about? And why do we need true adamantium? Xilai pressed.
To build an Iron Legion, and, your Transformers, Tony admitted, starting to catch on to Xilai's line of questioning.
Exactly. And why are we building an Iron Legion?
Xilai continued, his voice firm.
Tony, now thoroughly confused, tilted his head. Goo, what's your point? Answer me. Why? To protect Earth. Tony finally replied, though his tone was weary.
At that moment, Tony silently vowed to have Pepper call Zhao Helen.
There's definitely something wrong with Goo's brain. And so, Tony Stark, tell me, what is the ultimate purpose of acquiring Wakandan vibranium? Tony's initial response was one of frustration and confusion.
But as Xilai's words sank in, his expression shifted. His face grew serious, and his eyes widened in realization. We're acquiring Wakandan vibranium to protect Earth, he murmured, almost in disbelief at how simple yet profound the reasoning was.
Exactly. Congratulations, Tony.
You've just answered correctly, Xilai said, clapping a hand on Tony's shoulder with mock solemnity. And so, the great and noble Iron Man, Tony Stark, was successfully brainwashed by Xilai, the so-called light of humanity. The two officially began planning the Wakanda $0 acquisition operation.
The plan takes shape.
From what I know, Wakanda is just a backward agricultural country in East Africa, Tony said, still skeptical.
Xilai snorted. Backward? Tony, you're forgetting something important. Vibranium costs $10,000 per gram.
Having been thoroughly indoctrinated, Tony now found himself questioning everything.
He fell silent, trying to process this new information. Xilai sighed and elaborated.
On the surface, Wakanda appears to be a poor, underdeveloped agricultural state.
But in reality, it's the most technologically advanced country on Earth. The vibranium we need is located somewhere within their territory. Tony's brows furrowed slightly. Are you really sure they're the most advanced nation on the planet? Are you really sure they're the most technologically advanced country on Earth? The great Tony Stark, Iron Man himself, raised an eyebrow in disbelief. He could accept Xilai saying that Ivan Vanko's tech was advanced, sure, whatever. But Wakanda? The most advanced? No way. Faced with Tony's skepticism, Xilai paused to consider his response. Compared to you? I'd say it's neck and neck.
Wakanda's tech was impressive, no doubt, but when placed side by side with the Mark armors and the arc reactor, it was more a matter of different strengths rather than superiority. Their nation is hidden behind a cloaking energy barrier. I'll sneak in quietly, and you, Tony, can create a diversion outside to draw their attention, Xilai explained.
Tony nodded but couldn't help the flicker of concern that crossed his face. If their tech is as advanced as you claim, they must have a lot of high-tech weaponry, right?
Xilai sighed, resisting the urge to roll his eyes.
Not really.
They're big on primitive combat techniques. Wakanda, using the best materials to make the most basic weapons to fight the most traditional wars. Sure, Wakandan spears could shoot lasers, but they just didn't bother using them most of the time.
It was all about style and tradition.
Tony, your Mark armor is way too conspicuous. Plus, you're way too famous, Xilai pointed out. It would be nearly impossible to pull off a stealth operation when Stark's signature red and gold suit practically screamed, "Look at me, I'm Iron Man."
Please, you're more famous than I am.
Some fans in Europe have even built a church dedicated to worshipping you, Tony retorted, looking exasperated. Hearing this, Xilai stood up and shouted dramatically, "Man will risk his life for wealth, and birds will die for food."
If we're going to commit to $0 acquisition, let's stop hesitating and go right now.
Tony quickly grabbed Xilai's shoulder to calm him down.
Let's at least make a plan first. Maybe bring your dog along to help me on the outside. Tony's expression softened as he mentioned the dog that had once saved both him and Ensign in the past. My dog, huh?
Xilai murmured, but a better idea popped into his head.
Not a dog, something better. A wolf. Tony, I'll open a portal to send you to East Africa first.
I'll head home to grab a couple of helpers and meet you there.
Two golden, crackling portals appeared in an instant, one leading to the East African savannah, the other to Grey Wolf's lab. Grey Wolf's laboratory. Xilai arrived to find Grey Wolf lounging on the sofa, watching a movie while puffing on a cigar. Uncle Wolf, I need your help.
I'm going to retrieve something from a heavily guarded location, Xilai began.
Grey Wolf took a drag from his cigar, grabbed a small toolkit, and stood up. Let's go, boss. Let's make it quick. I'm in the middle of watching Wolfman vs 300 Vampires. It's pretty good, he said nonchalantly. Back to Wakanda. With another portal opening and closing with a crackle, Ghoulie and Grey Wolf were on their way. Ever since mastering the teleportation spell, Ghoulie's travel methods had become almost comically efficient. Only much later did he realize that when the Ancient One had gifted him the Kamartaj Advanced Portal Manual, she hadn't included the sling ring. For most novice sorcerers, the sling ring was essential for focusing their minds during magical practice. If not for the motivating situation of his height being reduced by 10 centimeters, and the additional guidance from the Darkhold, Ghoulie might never have learned teleportation at all. Ancient Baldy was definitely up to no good, Ghoulie muttered bitterly. Once you're gone, I'll go bully your apprentices. Far away in Kamartaj, the Ancient One, basking in the sunlight, suddenly sneezed several times in a row. Sensing something unusual, she quickly sat up and calculated for potential disturbances. Moments later, she murmured in confusion, strange. There's nothing significant on the horizon. The next major event is at least 2 years away. Casting a glance at her lively apprentices, she sighed deeply. I must be getting old. East Africa, the border of Wakanda. Wakanda was nestled within the East African savanna. If compared to Earth's geographical locations from Ghoulie's previous life, it would be near the Lake Turkana region, bordering South Sudan, Uganda, Kenya, and Ethiopia, a region also known as the Ilami Triangle. Grey Wolf, wearing sunglasses and holding a cigar, pointed coolly toward a specific direction. Boss, the energy readings ahead are pretty intense. If Wakanda is as you described, it should be right there, he said confidently. Standing behind Grey Wolf was Ghoulie's $0 acquisition crew, Tony Stark in his Mark armor, Drift the triple-changing transformer, the mechanical dog, the mechanical bird, and, of course, Grey Wolf himself. Tony stared at the talking wolf in disbelief, his eyes practically bulging out of their sockets. If the existence of the Eternals in Kamartaj was already pushing the boundaries of his understanding, then this wolf, coolly assembling gadgets, was breaking his reality. This world is insane. Wolves can talk now, What truly blew Tony's mind, however, was how effortlessly Grey Wolf assembled a working energy detector with the simplest of tools. And it actually worked. Not only that, but in under 2 minutes, Grey Wolf whipped up a few signal jammers to prevent their team from being detected by surveillance. This genius wolf. Tony muttered, his eyes sparkling as if he had found a kindred spirit. At this point, Tony didn't even care about vibranium anymore. All he wanted was to sit down and have a deep conversation with Mr. Wolf. Ghoulie, meanwhile, also had a glint in his eye. Tony, Drift, Doggo, you guys stay here and provide cover. Uncle Wolf and I will head inside. Remember, the signal jammers only block surveillance devices, so don't let anyone spot you, Ghoulie instructed. Got it. I'll make some noise out here with Doggo to keep them distracted, Tony replied. Learning from his previous mistake of being spotted by heat sensors, Ghoulie activated a cloaking ability, rendering himself and Grey Wolf invisible. He hoisted Grey Wolf onto his shoulder and flew toward the detected energy field. As they approached the area Grey Wolf had indicated, Ghoulie quickly spotted an invisible energy barrier blocking their path. Forcefully breaking through would alert them, he muttered. Typically, energy barriers like this were a combination of electromagnetic shields and plasma shields. Electromagnetic shields deflected high-energy particle weapons by influencing charged particles with magnetic fields, causing them to veer off course. Plasma shields, on the other hand, were designed to block kinetic weapons and physical projectiles by using superheated plasma constrained in dense layers, effectively creating a thermal barrier. This explained why Thanos' ship's artillery exploded above Wakanda's shield in Infinity War. How exactly all of this worked, Ghoulie had no idea. He was just a college student at NYU, not a genius like Banner or Tony. But that didn't stop him from using his molecular reconstruction ability to phase through the barrier undetected. With Grey Wolf still perched on his shoulder, Ghoulie flew silently toward the enormous Black Panther statue in the distance, deep within Wakanda, the vibranium mines The vibranium deposits in Wakanda were located in the underground canyons beneath the nation, extracted entirely through mechanized mining and transported via underground railcars. The total reserves were estimated to be around 10,000 tons. This was Ghoulie's first time entering Wakanda's inner sanctum, and as he took in the sight, the stark contrast between two distinct styles immediately struck him. The city within the basin was a fusion of futuristic sci-fi skyscrapers and streets adorned with primitive tribal elements, a unique,
paradoxical beauty that was both modern and ancient. Ghouli's eyes widened as he spotted rooftops made entirely of pure vibranium. Damn, they're so rich, he thought to himself. A city literally built on vibranium wealth rich enough to make even Tony Stark shed tears of envy. Despite being relatively small, the city's technological advancements surpassed America by several leagues. Following the path beneath the Black Panther statue, Ghoulie and Grey Wolf descended deeper into the caves. After flying through the dark tunnels for some time, the space opened up, revealing a massive underground canyon. Before them lay glittering vibranium veins glowing with a brilliant blue hue, spanning the walls of the canyon. A grand rail system stretched across the chasm, disappearing into the distance. That must be the rail system for transporting vibranium, Ghoulie murmured. Given the sheer amount of vibranium he and Tony required, the veins beneath them were just a fraction of the entire deposit. Ghoulie decided to follow a branch of the vein deeper into the mine. Finally, at the end of the branch, he found his target, a cavern glowing with the vibrant blue light of raw vibranium deposits. Excited, Ghoulie rubbed his hands together eagerly and activated his shockwave ability, ready to become the happiest miner on Earth. True, he could have triggered an earthquake to quickly shatter the vibranium veins, but Ghoulie prided himself on being a responsible $0 acquisition professional. He was here for the wealth, not to cause harm. The joy of mining. 1 ton. 2 tons. 3 tons. When you're doing something you enjoy, time seems to fly by. What feels like mere minutes can actually stretch into hours. And that's precisely what happened. Ghoulie, caught up in the thrill of mining, realized he had overdone it. His system space was now overflowing with vibranium ore, piled high like mountains. When he glanced at the system's display, his mouth twitched uncontrollably. He had extracted a total of 1,000 tons of vibranium ore. I took a tenth of their reserves? Am I now the richest person on Earth? Ghoulie muttered under his breath. At $10,000 per gram, his haul was worth a staggering $1 trillion, 10 times Tony Stark's wealth. Truly, there's no wealth like ill-gotten wealth, Ghoulie grinned to himself. From now on, if Zhao Helen wanted to buy any stocks, she could buy whatever she pleased, money wasn't an issue anymore. Feeling triumphant, Ghoulie cast one last wistful glance at the glowing vibranium deposits. He wrestled with an internal temptation, his inner devil whispering to him. Why not take it all? Sitting on Ghoulie's shoulder, Grey Wolf sighed deeply and spoke up. Boss, don't overdo it. Moderation is key. These are just a bunch of stupid rocks. Once I crack their molecular structure, you can use your ability to recreate them anyway, Grey Wolf added coolly. Ghoulie nodded in sudden realization. The only limitation of his molecular reconstruction ability was that it couldn't create something from nothing. But as long as he understood the molecular structure of a material, he could freely transform any other substance into it. The reason he hadn't previously used this method to create vibranium was simple: he didn't know its molecular composition. This was also why he often transformed objects into petals or snowflakes during battles. He was a self-admitted academic slacker and only knew the molecular structures of those simple materials. The alarm is raised. Just then, a sudden voice cut through the air. Who's there? Who's talking? A young woman with braided hair and dark skin appeared, her expression wary as she glanced around the cavern. When her eyes fell on the scene before her, the massive vibranium deposits visibly depleted, she instinctively pressed a button on the device strapped to her arm. Whoa! 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 Asterisk asterisk. The shrill sound of alarms echoed across Wakandan skies. The girl, who was none other than Shuri, quickly contacted her brother. Ghoulie sighed in resignation, flying toward the energy barrier with Grey Wolf still perched on his shoulder. Damn it, I forgot sound doesn't turn invisible. Shouldn't have talked. Outside Wakanda's shield. Back on a hill overlooking Wakanda's barrier, Tony stood with the mechanical dog, waiting for the right moment. Doggo, it's about time. Do you want to go, or should I? Tony asked. I'll go with second brother, the mechanical dog replied coolly. Your weapons leave traces that might give us away. Among Ghoulie's companions, top-ranking scientist Grey Wolf held the title of eldest, followed by the samurai transformer Drift as second, Soundwave as third, currently floating in space, and the mechanical dog as fourth. As for Grimlock, the Dinobot leader, he refused to associate with the others, considering himself in a league of his own. Tony shrugged helplessly. The dog had a point. Stark Industries' signature weaponry was far too recognizable. Maybe I should start using some of Hammer's weapons, Tony muttered to himself, the idea suddenly popping into his head. Asterisk, not a bad plan. Next time we pull off a $0 acquisition, Hammer can take the blame, asterisk.
Tony was momentarily stunned by his own thought process. Asterisk, what's happening to me? Why am I even thinking about it next time?
I need to stay away from Goo before he corrupts me completely, asterisk. Drift and the mechanical dog launched projectiles toward the top of Wakanda's energy barrier, creating a series of explosions that immediately drew the attention of the nation's defenses. Royal guards, led by Captain Okoye, quickly assembled, awaiting the king's orders.
King Chaka, upon hearing of the attack, sighed heavily.
Ever since his brother had secretly sold vibranium to outsiders, Wakanda had been plagued by endless trouble. The greed and ambition of the outside world were like wildfire, spreading uncontrollably and bringing more and more forces coveting their vibranium. Chaka knew that vibranium was a double-edged sword. It had brought prosperity and wealth to Wakanda, but it also carried the potential for endless conflict and war.
Eliminate the intruders, he ordered gravely.
Meanwhile, Shuri, now at the vibranium mines, quickly analyzed the situation with her sharp intellect. Brother, the mother lode has been raided.
Someone stole a lot of vibranium.
He can turn invisible and block surveillance, she reported. In mere seconds, Shuri had deduced the intruder's abilities, her mind racing through the known list of superhumans on Earth.
The escape.
Back outside, Ghouli's $0 acquisition team vanished into thin air as two golden portals closed behind them. By the time the Wakandan royal guards arrived at the scene, they found nothing but fragments of exploded projectiles. Captain Okoye, her expression hard as steel, barked out orders. Take the fragments back for analysis.
The rest of you, search the nearby hills. We'll find something. Back in New York.
Tony stepped out of the portal and immediately turned to Ghoulie, his excitement barely contained.
Goo, how much did you get? Is it enough for us to use? Goo, how much did you get? Is it enough for us to use?
Tony, noticing Ghoulie's silence, assumed his friend was disappointed with the haul and quickly patted him on the shoulder in consolation.
It's fine if you didn't get much.
I can always scale back the Iron Legion plans, Tony said reassuringly. Snapping out of his thoughts, Ghoulie shook his head. He'd briefly drifted off, realizing he had forgotten something crucial, the heart-shaped herb. After all, from what he remembered in the movies, the herb's healing properties were almost magical. A single dose had healed Chalada's shoulder wound in mere moments. With its eventual destruction by Killmonger in the future, Ghoulie figured he might as well grab some now while it was still around. While Ghoulie himself didn't necessarily need the herb, it could certainly benefit the people around him.
Zhao Helen and Aunt May were both ordinary humans, as was Tony.
Giving them a dose of the herb would at the very least strengthen their bodies and enhance their resilience. Tony, oblivious to Ghoulie's train of thought, continued rambling optimistically.
10 tons, huh? That'll have to do. Not ideal, but we can make it work.
If needed, I'll just buy more later.
Ghoulie snapped back to reality and gave Tony's mark armor a hearty pat. Tony, do you really think I'd only bring back 10 tons?
Dream bigger, Ghoulie teased with a grin.
Tony's face lit up, a look of admiration spreading across his face. You mean, you actually got 100 tons? You're a legend.
All of Tony's earlier reluctance regarding the mission vanished, replaced by a growing addiction to the thrill of $0 acquisition missions. Ghoulie had proven himself utterly reliable. Every mission he undertook was a guaranteed success.
100 tons? Please. I brought back a full 1,000 tons.
That's enough vibranium to last you multiple lifetimes, Ghoulie said casually, as if stating the weather. Tony's jaw dropped, his eyes wide with disbelief.
What? Did you clean them out completely? He felt a pang of guilt. Sure, they had agreed to liberate some vibranium, but taking 10% of Wakanda's reserves? That seemed excessive. And yet, Tony couldn't help but feel a bit exhilarated. 1,000 tons of vibranium.
The possibilities were endless. It was an accident, purely an accident, Ghoulie admitted with a shrug. Their total reserves are around 10,000 tons.
Taking a tenth won't cripple them.
Besides, we're not selling it, we're using it to build the Iron Legion to protect the Earth. Ghoulie's lips curled into a smirk at the thought of shocking Thanos with their vibranium-enhanced forces. But seeing that Tony was still grappling with guilt, he quickly added, consider it a loan. Better we put it to good use than leave it sitting in a cave doing nothing.
Tony sighed deeply, still conflicted.
I suppose we'll just have to make it work. Maybe someday I'll earn $1 trillion and send it back to Wakanda.
Ghoulie chuckled.
Sure. For now,
I'll leave a few tons for you to experiment with. Let me know when you need more.
A return trip to Wakanda. About half an hour later, Ghoulie opened another portal, heading back to Wakanda's underground caverns. This time, the security presence was noticeably heavier. Every few meters, a Wakandan guard stood alert, scanning the area. After wandering through the canyon for a bit, Ghoulie finally found what he was looking for, a small nursery roughly 6 or 7 square meters in size, filled with the iconic purple glow of heart-shaped herbs. The plants stood quietly, exuding an air of mystery. Ghoulie remembered the lore surrounding the herb. It allowed those who consumed it to enter the spiritual plane and granted the Black Panther enhanced abilities. However, it was also said to be restricted to Wakandan royalty, adding an air of exclusivity and taboo to its use. Ghoulie carefully harvested 4 of the herbs before making a swift exit. Something this unconventional would be best left to Grey Wolf, he thought. If anyone could figure out the secrets of the heart-shaped herb, it would be the unreasonable king of logic, Grey Wolf. The Vibranium Upgrade. With the final material for synthesizing true adamantium now in hand, it was time for Ghoulie to upgrade his transformers. Their current bodies were far too fragile. Earth's conventional firearms could already damage them, let alone the superpowered threats lurking in the Marvel Universe. A careless encounter with a villain or hero could result in them being dismantled on the spot. True adamantium was the perfect solution. Remember Captain America's shield? That thing could withstand lasers, cannons, and even Thor's hammer. Sure, there were even better materials out there, like URU metal or the alloy used to forge Thanos' double-edged blade. But those were unobtainable for now. Future upgrades could wait. Between Grey Wolf's genius and the system's bug-like regeneration cradle, Ghoulie wasn't worried about resource limitations. The transformation begins. Back at home, Ghoulie chuckled as he spotted Peter Parker gaming in the living room. I hope I'm not turning him into Spider-Ham, he thought amusedly. Oh well. As long as Peter was happy, nothing else mattered. Over the next several days, Ghoulie remained busy. Aside from a brief trip to London to drop off Cersei and Sprite, he spent most of his time working with Grey Wolf and Daisy to synthesize true adamantium and upgrade his transformers. Grimlock, with his massive size, posed the biggest challenge. The Dinobot barely fit into the regeneration cradle, forcing Ghoulie to purchase a farm on the outskirts of town and convert it into a workshop to accommodate the towering mechanical T-Rex. Grimlock's 2 forms, his Tyrannosaurus mode and his humanoid robot mode, were both entirely built for combat. 15 days later. After 2 weeks of tireless work, Drift, Soundwave, Grimlock, the mechanical dog, and the mechanical bird all received their true adamantium upgrades. Their bodies now gleamed with a metallic sheen, the cold light reflecting their indestructible new forms. Ghoulie stood back, arms crossed, a satisfied grin on his face. Even Wolverine would have a hard time scratching these guys now. Every inch of their bodies, save for their sparks, had been reinforced with true adamantium. Ordinary weapons were now completely ineffective against them, and even among Earth's superpowered beings, few could pose a threat. Daisy, having worked alongside him for the entire 2 weeks, wasn't even remotely tired. Instead, she leaned playfully on Ghoulie's shoulder, her eyes sparkling with excitement. They're so cool, big brother. Can you give me one? She asked in Chinese, her tone sweet enough to make Ghoulie shiver. What's mine is yours. Pick whichever one you like, Ghoulie replied with a smile. Daisy pouted dramatically. Yeah, right. Your little harem of women wouldn't let me have anything. I was young and naive when I got on your boat. Ghoulie scratched his head awkwardly, trying to suppress the embarrassment rising in his chest. Who could have predicted that paparazzi would catch him at the airport, exposing Cersei's existence to the 3 women at home? Daisy, I've got something to discuss with you, Ghoulie said, changing the subject. He retrieved a Terrigen crystal and its activation device from his system space, placing them on the table. Daisy's curious gaze lingered on the items as Ghoulie explained, you have inhuman heritage. This crystal can activate your latent abilities. Really? I can become a superhero too, she exclaimed, stars practically twinkling in her eyes as she grabbed his arm excitedly, completely ignoring the mention of her inhuman lineage. Something like that, Ghoulie replied with a smirk. How does it work? Tell me. Amused by Daisy's eagerness, Ghoulie leaned in close and whispered something in her ear. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she glared at him, puffing her cheeks indignantly. Fine. It's just a pair of stockings. What's the big deal? Ghoulie muttered, thoroughly confused by her reaction. Zhao Helen's so much easier to deal with.
She's like a treasure trove endlessly full of surprises. Alright, just stand inside the activation chamber. A cloud of mist will appear. If you feel uncomfortable, step out immediately, Xilai instructed. Following the device's manual, he inserted the Terrigen crystal into the activation chamber and pressed the start button. Instantly, a cloud of Terrigen mist enveloped Daisy ***, the crooked Marvel tech tree ***. There was no denying it, Marvel's technological advancements were peculiar, to say the least. Actually, the entire universe's tech trees seemed a bit out of sorts. Take Wakanda, for instance. Despite possessing incredibly advanced technology capable of building spaceships, they refused to upgrade their agricultural methods. Then there was Asgard, the so-called pinnacle of divine realms. They had interstellar warships yet still relied on regular spears as their primary weapons. Where were the pulse rifles or laser cannons? If their weapons had been more advanced, perhaps the Dark Elves wouldn't have been able to breach their palace so easily. It was all so frustrating. The waiting game. On the outskirts of town, Xilai lit a cigarette as he sat on the porch of his newly acquired farm, waiting patiently for the Terrigen crystal to take effect. If Daisy successfully awakened her quake powers and Grey Wolf managed to decipher the secrets of the heart-shaped herb, at least a few of his girlfriends would have some form of superhuman ability. Though Xilai never intended for them to participate in battles, this was still the dangerous Marvel universe. Having powers, however minor, was undoubtedly better than having none at all. After instructing Soundwave to return to outer space for surveillance, Xilai began to think about the events that lay ahead. The current date was June 11, 2010. The next major event, Loki leading the Chitauri invasion of New York, wouldn't happen for another 2 years. By then, Tony's true adamantium-powered Iron Legion would likely be fully operational. Will the Chitauri even stand a chance? Xilai chuckled to himself. Oh, right. I almost forgot about Captain America. He's going to be dug up next year, he muttered. This meant there likely wouldn't be any major incidents for the next 2 years. Wait, there was still the Skrulls to worry about. I'll have to ask Grey Wolf to build a device to identify Skrulls, Xilai thought, recalling how Reed Richards had created a similar device in the comics, which ultimately put an end to the Skrull threat. The Skrulls' shapeshifting abilities posed a significant risk to human society, primarily by creating a pervasive atmosphere of distrust. People would start seeing Skrulls everywhere. Although the Skrulls had never directly crossed him, Xilai couldn't help but feel disgusted and uncomfortable about their presence. Maybe I'm just prejudiced, he mused. He couldn't fathom why Captain Marvel had agreed to let those green-skinned shapeshifters stay on Earth. They're not one of us, and their ability to transform into anyone makes them a natural threat. Their existence inherently sets them up to either dominate or be destroyed. The Awakening. As the mist from the Terrigen crystal activation chamber began to dissipate, Daisy emerged from the smoke, her expression unreadable. How do you feel? Anything unusual? Are you uncomfortable anywhere? Xilai asked quickly, scanning her for any signs of distress. Daisy stood silently for a moment, as still as a statue, seemingly concentrating on something within herself. Moments later, she let out a disappointed sigh. Xilai, why doesn't my power work on you? She asked, pouting. Having been subjected to Xilai's shockwave abilities several times before, she had hoped to turn the tables now that she had her own vibration-based power. Xilai's eyes twitched in exasperation. Without hesitation, he smacked her lightly on the backside. Are you trying to murder your boyfriend? Is that how superpowers are supposed to be used? Sacrifice the boyfriend for ultimate strength, is it? I'm sorry. Daisy quickly backpedaled, her previous bravado vanishing entirely. Still, Xilai wasn't about to let it slide. With a smirk, he scooped Daisy up and tossed her over his shoulder, carrying her like a sack of potatoes. With a casual thought, he opened a portal and stepped through back to their room. What followed were several paragraphs of VIP content accompanied by the rhythmic creaking of bed springs. Meanwhile, in Wakanda. For the past 15 days, the Wakandan Royal Guard had been digging through every inch of the vibranium mines, yet they still hadn't found any useful clues. The only evidence they had recovered was a fragment of an exploded projectile. Upon closer inspection, it proved to be an ordinary shell, one of many widely available on the black market, making it nearly impossible to trace its origins. Disheartened, the Royal Guard returned to Wakanda empty-handed. The royal family, however, wore expressions of deep concern. 4 heart-shaped herbs had gone missing. The heart-shaped herb was of immense importance to the Wakandan royal family.
Steeped in mystery and tradition, it had been a symbol of Wakandan heritage for generations. And now, 4 of them were simply gone. Much like the vibranium theft, the herb's disappearance left no traces behind. It was as if the thief was mocking them, silently declaring, "If I can steal your vibranium, I can steal your sacred herbs too." For the Wakandans, their once proud energy barrier seemed utterly useless. It had failed to deter the intruder in the slightest. Who could it be? "Someone capable of this can't be an unknown," Prince Chala muttered, his fatigue evident. As the heir to the throne, Chala had been tasked with investigating the vibranium theft. For the past 15 days, he and his sister Shuri had worked tirelessly, yet they had uncovered nothing. "Shuri, have you identified any potential suspects?" Chala asked, turning to his sister. Shuri shook her head. "Not yet, brother. I haven't found anyone with both the motive and the ability to turn invisible," she replied. After a brief pause, she added casually, "though the thief might also be able to fly." Her words sparked a new idea. If the thief couldn't fly, how had they escaped the underground canyon? Her mind racing, Shuri began scrolling through her tablet, reviewing files on known superhumans. Flying superhumans. Hulk? No, he shouldn't be able to fly, she muttered, though she still jotted his name down just in case. Iron Man? Tony Stark, he can fly, and he has a potential motive. She added Tony's name to the list as well. After all, who didn't know the name of Iron Man these days? As a fellow scientist, Shuri secretly admired Stark and even fantasized about collaborating with him someday. 4. The Norse god of thunder. He fits. He can fly and move unseen. Add him to the list. Shuri's information on Thor was based on intel recently gathered by Wakandan spies. Superman. He can fly, teleport, and matches most of the thief's profile. But with his ability to alter material structures, why would he need to steal vibranium? The thought of material transmutation made Shuri pause, her mind clicking into place. If Superman had chosen to create vibranium through transmutation, its rarity would have been obliterated. Vibranium could have become as common as stones on the street. Shuri turned to her brother, worry etched on her face. Chala, however, could only offer a bitter smile and shake his head. Her concerns were valid, but there was little they could do. The intelligence gathered by Wakandan spies painted a clear picture of Superman. He was too powerful. To this day, no one had seen the full extent of his abilities, and no one wanted to find out. What puzzled Chala more was why someone as powerful as Superman had joined S.H.I.E.L.D. in the first place. Was it truly for the sake of peace? Ghouli's dilemma. These same questions plagued Ghuli himself. Having finished upgrading his transformers, he finally had time to review the system's 2 remaining incomplete missions. 1. Destroy Hydra once. 2. Destroy S.H.I.E.L.D. once. Being well-versed in the Marvel timeline, Ghuli knew that even if he did nothing, both Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. would eventually destroy themselves in a few years. But Ghuli didn't want to wait. He wanted the rewards now. If I play my cards right, I could even get them to fight the Skrulls, he mused. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. The caller? His beloved university advisor, Dr. Eric Selvig. "Gu, make sure you're back at school tomorrow. You're graduating." "I'm graduating?" Ghuli murmured in disbelief as he hung up the phone. He had assumed the university would have expelled him by now. After all, he hadn't set foot on campus since his sophomore year. The only reason he had even enrolled in university in the first place was because of his ridiculous system. To connect with key characters in the storyline and unlock rewards, he needed to interact with them, which often meant blending into their environments. Granted, the system hadn't placed any restrictions on the gender of his potential romantic partners. But Ghuli was very clear about his preferences. He only liked beautiful women. And let's face it, the sophisticated women of society weren't going to look twice at a fresh-faced high school graduate. So, he figured university might be the perfect place to meet someone. Back then, he had just turned 18, innocent, inexperienced, and completely ordinary. He didn't have a single system reward to his name and was as powerless as any regular human. Besides, this was the good old US of A, where guns were practically a lifestyle. For an ordinary kid like him, the world outside was legitimately dangerous. All of this led to the teary-eyed, completely ordinary Ghuli enrolling at New York University. It was there that he met his first love and later ex-girlfriend, Sharon Carter. Through her, he unlocked rewards like the Super Soldier Serum, a vibranium shield, and Captain America's Journal. That was the turning point, when Xilai finally gained the means to break free from the constraints of an ordinary life.
4 years later. Has it really been 4 years?
Time truly is a blade, cutting us all down, Xilai muttered. In those 4 years, time had left him with the following achievements. The title of New York's most handsome man.
The nickname Golden Superman, the light of humanity. Endless wealth.
A face so stunning it could topple nations.
And all of this?
Xilai had earned it step by step, without taking a single shortcut. I'm so inspirational, he said, admiring his reflection in the mirror. Honestly, only the person reading this could possibly rival my handsomeness. Time to bid farewell to my past self, he declared.
And that farewell would be marked by his graduation ceremony.
From this moment on, Xilai vowed to uphold the principles of his Sea King, ladies' man, philosophy while striving toward ever greater heights.
From single universe level, to multiverse level, to super universe level, to omnipotent universe level,
until he stood at the very pinnacle of existence. The road ahead is long and arduous, but I will seek the truth above and below, he quoted heroically, his heart surging with ambition.
Daisy's new powers.
Daisy, who had been practicing her quake powers for 2.5 days, had already destroyed countless objects. Sometimes, she shattered the bed frame beneath her. At other times, the sofa would collapse the moment she sat down. When she tried to wash dishes, the entire kitchen's pots and pans met their untimely end.
After much thought, Daisy approached Xilai with a determined expression. Xilai, I want to be a superhero like you. I want to join S.H.I.E.L.D.
Ever since they met when she was 17, Daisy's wandering lifestyle had come to an end. And, of course, she never got arrested for theft as she did in the original timeline. In the original storyline, she had been recruited into S.H.I.E.L.D. But now, with her quake powers awakened and under the influence of her superhero boyfriend, she felt compelled to join the organization. Holding Daisy in his arms, Xilai leaned back against the sofa and stared up at the ceiling in exasperation. He had joined S.H.I.E.L.D. for one reason only, to complete his system missions to destroy both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra.
As for Daisy, well, it was better for her to tear apart S.H.I.E.L.D. than their own home. Fine, if it makes you happy, he said, resigned.
I'll call Fury, Xilai added, dialing the number.
Some things were better handled immediately to avoid giving the impression of neglect. The call to Fury.
Hi, Goo. Just in time, I've got a mission for you, Nick Fury's voice crackled enthusiastically through the line.
Hearing the word mission, Xilai rolled his eyes. The difference between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra was becoming glaringly obvious. He had joined both organizations simultaneously, yet Hydra had never once asked him to do anything.
In fact, they had already paid him his entire year's salary in advance. S.H.I.E.L.D., on the other hand, was already assigning him tasks just days after his induction, and they wouldn't even pay him this month's salary until next month.
No wonder Hydra had grown so powerful. If a company this considerate ever went under, every Hydra member would share the blame. Fury, the mission will have to wait.
I'm attending my graduation ceremony tomorrow, Xilai said plainly.
Graduation? What graduation? Fury asked, clearly confused. New York University. I'm graduating tomorrow.
Oh, and one more thing, my girlfriend wants to join S.H.I.E.L.D. She's not an ordinary person, she's a superpowered individual. Alright, bring her by after you finish up, Fury replied casually before hanging up. Peter, Daisy, and graduation preparations. Daisy, overjoyed, threw her arms around Xilai and kissed him a few times. Hey, there are kids here, said 9-year-old Peter Parker, trying to remind the adults of his presence. Having learned a thing or two from his uncle Goo, young Peter had been called into the principal's office several times recently, not for anything serious, but because he was now dating 6 different girls simultaneously.
Peter, I bought you a few new study guides. They're in your room.
If you don't finish them by the end of the month, no allowance for the rest of the year, Xilai said, smirking. The boy flinched, his body visibly trembling as he shot Xilai a resentful look before trudging to his room. Peter Parker will never surrender, unless the allowance is enough, he muttered under his breath. With that little interlude over, the 3 women in the house began whispering amongst themselves about what to wear to Xilai's graduation ceremony. After all, this was a once-in-a-lifetime event comparable in importance to a wedding.
The graduation gown. Later that afternoon, the university thoughtfully sent over Xilai's graduation gown.
New York University was famous for being an open campus with no gates or walls.
Its buildings were scattered across Manhattan, blending seamlessly with the city. This was precisely why Guli had chosen it. It was close to home, allowed him to sleep in, and made it easier to skip classes. Under Zhao Helen's urging, Guli put on the gown, prompting her to exclaim, "Darling, you're so handsome." It was moments like this that reminded Guli of how their relationship had started, with mutual attraction at first sight. Over time, their feelings deepened into genuine love. Of course, their shared black hair, dark eyes, and yellow skin might have played a role too. As the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate, Aunt May quickly excused herself. "I'm going to help Peter with his homework," she said, narrowly escaping Guli's mischievous grin. "To celebrate my graduation tomorrow, would you two lovely ladies do me the honor of joining me for dinner tonight?" Guli asked, ever the charmer. Meanwhile, at the beachside mansion. At Tony Stark's seaside villa, he and Dr. Einstein had completely lost themselves in their latest obsession, true adamantium. "Tony, this is the most beautiful material I've ever seen," Einstein marveled. The silvery white metal gleamed like a work of art crafted by the gods themselves. And it was unbreakable. No matter how much they tested it, they couldn't find a way to damage it. "Insane, do you think a Gundam-style suit of armor is worth pursuing?" Tony asked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. **** Gundam, huh? Not a bad idea. What made you think of that all of a sudden?" Einstein asked after pondering the suggestion for a moment. He suspected that the idea might have been inspired by Guli's Transformers, but he chose not to say it outright. Einstein understood Tony all too well. The man was a classic stubborn duck type, all hard shell and soft heart, and he wouldn't admit it even if it were true. Especially since deep down, Tony harbored a relentless desire to surpass Guli. He couldn't stand the thought of losing to him. "Damn this competitive streak," Einstein thought with a wry smile. "Sure enough," Tony stammered, well, the Japanese do have some creative ideas that are somewhat acceptable." Einstein chuckled knowingly but didn't press further. Instead, he changed the subject. "What about the nano-armor Gu suggested earlier? Are we no longer pursuing that direction?" Tony sighed. "Nanotechnology isn't mature yet. Dr. Zhao's research has hit a bottleneck." In the original timeline, the rise of nanotech was catalyzed by Wakanda sharing certain scientific advancements with the world. Without that boost, Earth's current tech level was still a bit too primitive for true nanotechnology. "Gundam-style armor is just one component of my vision for the Iron Legion," Tony continued. "There's also modular armor with specialized functions we're working on." "Specialized functions?" Einstein asked, intrigued. "Yeah, armor tailored for specific tasks: firefighting, disaster relief, transportation, medical assistance, and so on," Tony explained, rattling off his ideas at lightning speed. Einstein's eyes widened in shock. "Tony, are you planning to start a war?" It wasn't an unreasonable assumption. The types of armor Tony described sounded like they were designed for large-scale conflict. Was Tony implying that Earth's current geopolitical landscape was holding humanity back? Einstein couldn't help but feel a pang of excitement. His homeland had been ravaged by war for decades. Though he and Tony had managed to eliminate many terrorists during their time together, the Middle Eastern environment ensured that conflict and violence grew back like weeds, impossible to eradicate completely. Tony let out a weary sigh. "No, Einstein. This isn't about starting wars, it's about preparing for the wars or invasions that might come." At the mention of invasions, Einstein's expression turned skeptical, almost mocking. "America? Getting invaded? You've got to be kidding me." "The biggest favor America could do for the world is to stop invading other countries," Einstein scoffed. Looking back over the past 20 years, nearly every war on Earth had been either led by or indirectly fueled by America. If not for his life-saving bond with Tony and his curiosity about that mechanical dog that had saved them both, Einstein would never have settled in America. To him, it was a nation built on exploitation, one that thrived on war and conquest. Tony noticed the ridicule on his friend's face and shrugged helplessly. He was a beneficiary of the system and knew its flaws all too well. Closing Stark Industries' weapons division and becoming Iron Man to fight crime and injustice were his attempts to make amends. "Insane, I'm not talking about internal conflicts on Earth. Gu once told me that there are civilizations out there in space, civilizations that love invading primitive worlds like ours." Hearing this, Einstein's expression grew serious. If the threat was extraterrestrial, then perhaps preparation was indeed necessary. After all, no matter how intense humanity's internal struggles were, they remained internal. But if aliens conquered Earth, humanity's fate would be out of their hands. They'd become nothing more than commodities or slaves, much like the atrocities committed on America's soil in the past. And Insen had no intention of picking cotton. A night of work. After their conversation, Tony and Insen plunged back into their work, toiling through the night. As dawn broke, their weary efforts were interrupted by Jarvis's voice. "Sir, Dr. Insen, today is Mr. Gu's graduation ceremony." The graduation ceremony.
New York University had been buzzing with excitement for weeks, with its admissions and PR departments thrilled to promote this milestone.
After all, how many universities could boast a student as famous as Superman himself? This was no ordinary student, this was the light of humanity. Gu Charlie's graduating today?
I thought he was my age, Tony joked, bestowing Guli with the nickname Gu Charlie.
Tony's reasoning?
Partially personal taste, but mostly because he thought Gu was even more of a Casanova than a certain literary Charlie. Tony had a habit of giving everyone nicknames, from superheroes to villains.
Captain America was Popsicle, Bucky was Bambi, Thor was Point Break, and so on. The God of Thunder, in particular, seemed to bear the brunt of Tony's creativity, with nicknames like Point Break and Lebowski.
Unbeknownst to him, Guli now shared in this tradition, having been dubbed Gu Charlie by the infamous Stark.
"Insen, want to come along? We might get to see some of Gu's ex-girlfriends," Tony teased.
The two older men exchanged mischievous grins, already imagining Guli's potential embarrassment.
At the ceremony. Meanwhile, in NYU's auditorium, the sound of applause was deafening.
From 8 a.m., when graduation photos began, until the official ceremony kicked off at 11 a.m., Guli had been surrounded by an endless swarm of classmates and reporters. The constant flash of cameras had him feeling numb. Had he known it would be like this, he absolutely would have skipped it. On the bright side, the overwhelming crowd served as a buffer, keeping his ex-girlfriends at a distance. Whether that was good or bad, he couldn't quite decide.
As the ceremony unfolded, Guli couldn't help but think of Azure Homelander from The Boys. How did that guy handle the constant attention of being a celebrity? How did he manage to smile so effortlessly under the barrage of flashing lights?
Looking up at the stage, Guli noticed the university president grinning so widely he could have rivaled Azure himself.
The ceremony process. The ceremony was set to last about 2.5 hours. When it was your turn, someone would guide you to the stage. Once your name was called, you'd walk up, acknowledge the dean if you were receiving a bachelor's degree, or perform a cap-tipping gesture for a master's degree. After greeting a few people around him, Guli sat quietly in his seat, waiting his turn. Zhao Helen, Daisy, Aunt May, and little Peter were seated in the family section toward the back. His advisor had informed him earlier that he'd be the last to go on stage, meaning he had a 2.5-hour wait ahead of him. The person who scheduled this must be a low-key hater, Guli thought. As the graduates walked across the stage one by one, the media half-heartedly snapped photos, clearly saving their energy for the main event, Guli's turn. The other students occasionally stole glances in his direction. Their expressions ranged from admiration to awe, and even a hint of infatuation. But there was no jealousy. When someone is only slightly better than you, you might feel envy, resentment, or even a desire to bring them down. But when someone is vastly superior, so far beyond your reach, all you can do is look up to them in awe and reverence. This was the case with Guli. As the Golden Superman, he had crossed the threshold from being envied to being idolized, an untouchable figure of strength, charisma, and power. In their eyes, Guli was no longer just a man. He was a symbol, a legend. Guli. The moment his name was announced, the auditorium erupted into thunderous applause. The sound was like a roaring river, endless and overwhelming, or the stampede of 1,000 galloping horses across a vast plain. It didn't stop. Dressed in his graduation gown, Guli walked naturally toward the stage. But to the fanatical eyes of his admirers, his steps were light and elegant, as if he were floating. His gaze shone like starlight, dazzling and captivating. And then there was his smile, warm and confident, like sunlight that bathed the crowd in its glow, leaving everyone feeling inexplicably uplifted. Click, 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 the relentless sound of camera shutters filled the room. Receiving his bachelor's degree, Guli nodded politely to the president before accepting his certificate. He had half a mind to create a portal and slip away unnoticed. But he knew that wasn't happening. Sure enough, the beaming old president gestured toward the microphone, inviting Guli to say a few words. From the moment Guli stepped on stage, every single person in the room had their eyes glued to him. The president knew exactly what the crowd wanted. "Hello, everyone," Guli began. The atmosphere in the auditorium instantly ignited, as if someone had thrown a match into a barrel of gunpowder.
The room erupted into a frenzy, a sea of roaring flames.
Students and reporters alike, led by Guli's legion of fanatical supporters, shouted with volcanic enthusiasm. Superman! 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 Guli waved at the crowd, responding to their fervor.
In that moment, he realized that his path as a superhero had veered far off course.
Instead of simply being a hero, he was heading straight toward Homelander territory.
After about half a minute of cheering, Guli raised his hands to quiet the crowd.
The room fell silent almost immediately. For me, this is a place where I've learned and grown. He wasn't lying.
If he hadn't met his ex-girlfriend Sharon Carter here, he wouldn't have gained so many superpowers. Of course, he also made plenty of other connections during his time at NYU, building a foundation for his future.
Plus, the campus was close to home, making it easy to skip class. What wasn't to like?
Many people call me a superhero, but you, and all of you, my friends, you're the real heroes. Ah, the charisma of Azure, Homelander. With that one line, Guli had the crowd roaring again, their cheers crashing like waves, shattering the metaphorical roof of the auditorium.
Superman! Superman! Superman!
With a warm and friendly smile, Guli waved to the crowd and returned to his seat. Ah, the joy of being adored like Azure, truly indescribable.
Tony and Ensign arrive.
Tony Stark and Dr. Ensign had arrived at the ceremony earlier, hoping to catch a glimpse of Guli being swarmed by his ex-girlfriends in a comically awkward situation. Instead, they were greeted by a crowd of teary-eyed fanboys and fangirls, screaming at the top of their lungs, like fervent believers worshipping their deity. Even the leggy blonde reporter who regularly criticized Tony was now shouting, "Superman!
I wanna have your baby." Tony's eyebrows twitched. It seems we underestimated Gu's influence. He might even have more fans than Captain America, Ensign remarked.
Captain America, of course, had been a symbol carefully cultivated by the US government over decades, from his service in World War II to his disappearance and eventual rediscovery.
But Guli?
All it had taken was a couple of street fights in New York, one against the Hulk and another against the Abomination, and his popularity had exploded to terrifying levels. In truth, Guli benefited greatly from Superman's pre-existing cultural legacy. With his heat vision and flight, people instinctively associated him with Superman, projecting all of the Man of Steel's noble qualities onto him.
Tony, however, knew better.
He had been on a $0 acquisition mission to Wakanda with Guli, after all. As that memory flashed through his mind, Tony let out a heavy sigh.
What had become of him? Iron Man, reduced to looting vibranium. He blamed Gu Charlie entirely for this moral downfall. The ceremony ends.
After another half hour of the president's speech, Guli's graduation ceremony finally concluded. The festivities moved to an outdoor banquet, where the president, with a grand gesture, invited the reporters to join. His benevolent smile seemed to say, "Write glowing articles.
Promote us well, asterisk." The reporters nodded eagerly, and the banquet atmosphere became lively and celebratory. The banquet. As Guli mingled with the crowd, Zhao Helen naturally took his hand, subtly asserting her dominance in front of the more flirtatious women nearby. In her mind, one girlfriend was tolerable, two was pushing it, but three? Absolutely not.
Case in point, she still refused to acknowledge that woman from London. When she posed for a photo with Guli, the reporters went wild, cameras clicking furiously.
Tomorrow's headlines are set, Superman's girlfriend revealed. Click 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 click.
Tony, meanwhile, had lost all enthusiasm for the event.
He was surrounded by far fewer reporters and fans than Guli, a fact that did not sit well with him. Ensign, watching from a distance, shook his head in exasperation. Ah, the male ego.
Tony Stark was usually a calm and rational individual, operating like a well-oiled machine. He handled crises with ease and always maintained his composure. But whenever Guli was around, Tony transformed into a competitive younger sibling, constantly vying for attention and recognition.
Ensign suspected this was Tony's way of showing respect for Gu, just as he occasionally teased Ensign in a similar manner. The aftermath. The rest of the afternoon was consumed by photo ops and interviews.
By the time Guli finally said his goodbyes and opened a large golden portal to return home, he felt utterly drained. Of course, the portal itself sparked another round of camera flashes. The mysterious golden portals had become a topic of great intrigue to the public. They defied all logic, yet somehow seemed perfectly natural when associated with Superman. Had it not been for Guli's overwhelming display of power, America's politicians might have already tried to seize the technology for themselves.
Back at the villa, Ghoulie collapsed onto the sofa in a starfish position, feeling completely spent.
Beside him, little Peter Parker's eyes sparkled with admiration.
"Uncle, can I have a few autographed photos?" Peter asked eagerly. Ghoulie raised an eyebrow. "Why?"
Peter scratched the back of his head, grinning sheepishly. "Well, my girlfriends called me earlier.
They saw us on TV and didn't believe me when I said Superman was my uncle."
Girlfriends, Ghoulie rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on.
Is Spider-Man turning into Spider-Ham under my influence? Girlfriends, does he mean Mary Jane? Gwen?
Or some other girls,
Fine.
Pick a few photos, and I'll sign them. True to form, Peter selected photos of himself posing with Ghoulie, ensuring maximum clout. "Smart kid," Ghoulie muttered, signing the photos. With Peter taken care of, Ghoulie glanced toward the kitchen, where Zhao Helen and Aunt May were busy preparing dinner. "I wonder if Uncle Grey Wolf has figured out the heart-shaped herb serum yet," he thought idly. Ghoulie had a clear goal in mind, to equip Zhao Helen and Aunt May with the best defenses possible. The heart-shaped herb serum was merely the first step in his grand plan.
Step 2 * Nano Armor. However, current nanotechnology was still far from perfect. Of course, the best option would be Wakanda's vibranium suits, capable of being compressed into a necklace. But Ghoulie wasn't sure if Shuri had developed them yet at this point in time. Should I go to Wakanda again?
He hesitated for a moment, feeling a bit embarrassed. The first time, he had borrowed 1,000 tons of vibranium. The second time, he had taken 4 heart-shaped herbs.
If he went back a third time to snatch a couple of vibranium suits, wouldn't that be pushing it too far?
It felt like a farmer repeatedly shearing the same sheep for wool. It was excessive, no doubt.
But Ghoulie still decided he'd make the trip eventually. He didn't want to live with regrets. The attack at the barbecue restaurant was still fresh in his memory.
Those harrowing 7 minutes were something he never wanted to experience again. As for Daisy, who had sneakily snuggled into his arms while Peter was out of sight, she was now part of the plan too. With her quake powers, Daisy was more than capable of protecting herself, but who could complain about getting even stronger?
Dinner time. Dinner's ready.
Aunt May called out while carrying dishes to the table, spotting Ghoulie and Daisy cuddling on the couch. Ghoulie cherished this life. It gave him a sense of belonging in this strange world, a feeling of home.
As for his mysteriously vanished foster parents, Ghoulie couldn't shake the oddity of their disappearance.
Even with Soundwave's extensive surveillance and data collection, there wasn't a single trace of them. It was as if they had never existed.
"Darling, could you pour me a glass of water?" Zhao Helen asked with a smile, snapping Ghoulie out of his thoughts.
He nodded and handed her a glass, but she shook her head.
"No ice for me."
"Give it to me," Daisy chimed in, grabbing the glass and downing half of it in one go.
Zhao Helen smiled warmly at Ghoulie, and he immediately understood.
He went back to pour her a glass of warm water. Zhao Helen was always so considerate, like a treasure waiting to be discovered. Aside from her tendency to lose money in the stock market, she was flawless. Recently, she had gone all in with her investments, selling all her Stark Industries stock after a surge, only to reinvest everything in Hammer Industries.
The result? Predictable.
After the Stark Expo incident, Justin Hammer was sentenced to 8 years in prison for his involvement in acts of terror, causing Hammer Industries stock to plummet. Once again, Zhao Helen's assets were tied up in stocks.
Peter and Aunt May.
Little Peter took a few bites of his food before dashing off to his room, undoubtedly to call his girlfriends.
Aunt May, watching him go, couldn't help but sigh.
"Goo, maybe Peter and I should move back," she said, her tone laced with concern. She worried that Peter, who idolized Ghoulie, might grow up to be just as, well, romantically adventurous. How many girls would he hurt in the future? It was a contradiction she struggled with. After all, she had chosen to be with Ghoulie, yet she didn't want her nephew to emulate him. Sometimes she wondered what had led her to board this figurative pirate ship.
Hearing Aunt May's suggestion, Ghoulie didn't even have a chance to respond before Daisy spoke up.
"Aunt May, please don't go. I don't want to eat takeout anymore," she pleaded. May gently patted Daisy's hand in reassurance.
"You can come over to eat with us anytime.
With the portals, it's not like we'd really be far apart."
Realizing Aunt May's determination, Ghoulie sighed. Peter had indeed picked up some of his bad habits. Hopefully, some time apart in Aunt May's loving discipline would set him straight.
I should buy a couple of sturdy feather dusters, Ghoulie thought.
Alright, but don't move back to Queens.
The population there is too diverse, with a lot of instability.
Move into the house Helen and I used to live in instead.
He was referring to the small villa he had received as a system reward, which had been sitting vacant for a while. It was the perfect place for Aunt May and Peter to settle down. Thank you, May said, smiling as she held Ghoulie's hand. She appreciated how understanding and supportive he was of her decisions. That was one of the reasons she enjoyed being with him. Their lives overlapped in just the right ways, with plenty of shared moments but also room for independence.
Later that night,
after a certain VIP chapter that lasted 2.5 hours, Ghoulie lit a cigarette and made his way to Grey Wolf's lab.
Uncle Wolf, how's the heart-shaped herb research coming along?
The sight that greeted him was shocking.
Grey Wolf looked utterly drained, with dark circles under his eyes and a disheveled appearance.
His lips were murmuring something unintelligible. Little leopard, submit, submit.
Little leopard?
Ghoulie glanced around the lab, confused. There was no leopard in sight.
The only ones present were the equally bewildered mechanical dog and bird, standing guard by Grey Wolf's side. Doggo, what happened to him? Ghoulie asked.
The mechanical dog replied respectfully, Master, Grey Wolf ate one of the heart-shaped herbs and ended up like this. Grey Wolf ate the heart-shaped herb, and now he's mumbling about a little leopard. Ghoulie frowned.
How long ago did this happen? Why didn't you tell me? About an hour ago. Grey Wolf forbade us from informing you, Doggo said cautiously.
Damn it, if not for the system's guarantee that his subordinates wouldn't betray him, Ghoulie might have been tempted to give Doggo a beating. It had barely been any time, and the mechanical dog was already prioritizing Grey Wolf over its master.
Grey Wolf awakens. After another half hour, Grey Wolf finally opened his eyes.
Despite his frail and exhausted appearance, there was a strange glint of satisfaction in his gaze that Ghoulie couldn't ignore.
What the hell happened? Boss, mission accomplished.
The heart-shaped herb is ready, Grey Wolf announced, lighting up a cigar and blowing a puff of smoke. The gesture struck Ghoulie as oddly familiar. It reminded him of his own habit of smoking after certain activities. Waving the mechanical dog and bird away, Ghoulie leaned in with a mischievous grin.
Uncle Wolf, did you meet the panther goddess?
Grey Wolf's eyes widened in shock, nearly popping out of their sockets.
Boss, how did you know? Did you see her too?
As expected, Ghoulie patted Grey Wolf on the shoulder, thoroughly amused. In ancient times, there was Ning Kaichen and Nie Xiaoqian.
Now we have Grey Wolf and the panther goddess. Impressive, truly impressive. Grey Wolf rolled his eyes but couldn't help reminiscing as he exhaled another smoke ring.
Boss, you should try the heart-shaped herb yourself and meet her. I told her you're her new boss now.
The panther goddess Batet?
Ghoulie asked, surprised.
Yeah, that's her.
Batet, Grey Wolf confirmed Dai and Ghoulie's original plan. The 4 heart-shaped herbs were allocated as follows: 1 for Zhao Helen, 1 for Aunt May, 1 for Daisy, and 1 for Tony. As for why Peter wasn't included, it was because Peter Parker becoming Spider-Man was predestined. The Spider Totem had chosen him. The Spider Totem's powers were likely to conflict with the Black Panther goddess's strength. However, now that things had changed, Ghoulie decided he had to eat one of the heart-shaped herbs himself to formally introduce himself to Batet, the Panther goddess, before considering giving Peter one. And as for the so-called conflict, with Grey Wolf's newfound connection to the Panther goddess, it was no longer a concern.
Meeting Batet.
Taking a heart-shaped herb from his system space, Ghoulie consumed it and slowly closed his eyes. His consciousness drifted into a misty, dreamlike realm. A soft, ethereal fog swirled around him like silk, enveloping him in its embrace. After a while, a sleek black panther appeared before him. The panther seemed a bit uneasy, glancing at Ghoulie without saying a word.
Greetings, great panther goddess. I am Ghoulie.
Soon, 3 women, a nephew, and a friend of mine will also come here. I hope you won't make things difficult for them, Ghoulie said politely. Batet, the panther goddess, rolled her eyes in exasperation but nodded reluctantly.
At least there aren't too many of them, she thought to herself. Including that meddlesome Grey Wolf, it was only 7 people? Is Wakanda's security really that bad now? How could 7 heart-shaped herbs be stolen? Is there anything I need to do here, my goddess? Ghoulie asked, unsure of the process behind the heart-shaped herb's power. He was mainly here to make an impression. You can leave now, Batet replied curtly. Before her words had fully settled, Ghoulie's consciousness returned to his body. Returning to Wakanda.
Ghoulie opened his eyes and clenched his fists, feeling the modest boost in strength coursing through him. It wasn't a dramatic increase, but it was better than nothing. With a thought, a golden portal crackled to life, and Ghoulie stepped through, arriving once more in Wakanda. Initially, he hadn't planned to return so soon. He had intended to give Wakanda some time to mourn their recent losses. But Grey Wolf's unexpected encounter with the Panther Goddess had forced his hand. He needed to act quickly. The mission. The underground canyon was now heavily guarded, with Wakandan female warriors standing vigil, their expressions grim and alert. It was as if they believed they could see through invisibility by sheer willpower alone. Ghoulie waved cheerfully at the oblivious guards before making his way to the heart-shaped herb nursery once more. Since Circe, being an eternal, didn't need the heart-shaped herb to enhance her abilities, Ghoulie decided to leave the last 2 herbs as seeds for future cultivation. He would take 5 more now. This way, he wouldn't have to keep returning to shear Wakanda's metaphorical sheep. After all, if he didn't take them, Killmonger would just burn the herbs later anyway. I'm still so kind, Ghoulie thought smugly. In a flash, he incapacitated the vigilant guards with lightning-fast precision, leaving them unconscious on the ground. Taking 5 herbs, Ghoulie left as swiftly as he had come. The entire operation, from start to finish, took less than 2 minutes. Moments later, the wailing sound of Wakanda's alarm echoed through the air once more. Back home. Returning home, Ghoulie scooped up Zhao Helen and Daisy amidst their startled cries and carried them into Aunt May's room. Darling, not tonight. I'm not feeling well, Zhao Helen protested. Ghoulie quickly reassured them, explaining the importance of what he was about to do. Ignoring their puzzled expressions, he helped them consume the heart-shaped herb. The process of their unconsciousness and awakening lasted less than 2 minutes. It seemed even Ba-Tet was growing impatient. Zhao Helen, thrilled by her newfound strength, punched clean through Aunt May's bedframe in excitement before clinging to Ghoulie like an overjoyed koala. I love you, darling, she exclaimed. All right. Take a couple of days to adjust to your new powers. And don't visit the lab for now, Ghoulie advised. Peter's turn. Not wanting to play favorites, Ghoulie made his way to Peter's room next. He explained the situation to the young boy, who eagerly followed his instructions and consumed the herb. This time, Peter's unconscious state lasted barely a minute. Yep, Bastet's definitely annoyed, Ghoulie thought. Peter, you're still young. Don't misuse your strength. If you ever get into a fight with a classmate, remember to hold back, Ghoulie instructed. Peter, glowing with excitement, hugged Ghoulie tightly. Thanks, Uncle. All right, go to bed. I'll take you out for some fun in a couple of days. Tony's turn. Just one left, Ghoulie muttered, checking his watch before stepping through a portal to Tony's house. As expected, Tony's voice greeted him with sarcastic exasperation. Goo, you've got to give me a heads up next time. With a dramatic sigh, Ghoulie replied, I came bearing gifts, but I see my kindness is wasted. I guess I'll just leave. What? No. Gifts are always welcome. What do you have for me? Tony's tone shifted immediately, equal parts curiosity and enthusiasm. Ghoulie smirked, pulling the vibrant purple heart-shaped herb from his system space. Open wide. Eat this. You'll enter a misty realm for a bit, Ghoulie instructed. Tony's reaction. Half a minute later, Tony stared at his hands in disbelief, clenching and unclenching his fists. He felt like he could punch through a steel wall. Goo, what did you just give me? And that talking panther? That was amazing. Tony exclaimed. A quick scan by JARVIS revealed that his physical condition now exceeded that of Captain America himself. It's a heart-shaped herb from Wakanda. Don't let it slip to anyone. It's slightly stronger than the super soldier serum. Spend some time at home adjusting to your enhanced body, Ghoulie explained. Got it. Thanks, Goo, Tony replied, still marveling at his newfound strength. With the heart-shaped herb, Tony Stark should now be more than capable of holding his own against Steve and Bucky. But knowing Tony, Ghoulie suspected he'd still hold back. After all, Tony was the kind of man who, with a mortal body, had stood among gods. His greatness lay in his humanity, not just his strength. Still, Ghoulie thought to himself, too much heroism isn't good either. We don't need another sacrificial lamb leaving Pepper and Morgan behind, I'm off. Fury's got a mission lined up for me, Ghoulie said, vanishing through another golden portal. Tony's joy. As the portal disappeared, Tony took a deep breath, trying to calm his exhilaration. But no matter how much he tried, he couldn't suppress the wide grin spreading across his face.
Ha 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 ha. His laughter echoed through the room.
This was the happiest he had been since flying in the Mark II for the first time.
Who would have thought that Tony Stark could possess a body stronger than Captain America's?
No, according to Xilai, it was even stronger than Steve's. Thinking of Steve Rogers, Tony's competitive streak flared up again.
Just wait, old man. Let's see who's better now,
But then another realization hit him, both the heart-shaped herb and vibranium came from Wakanda.
That's sly goo. A $0 acquisition mission without me?
In the East African savannah, the Wakandan royal palace was shrouded in gloom. It was because that thief had struck again. Within the span of 2 months, the thief had come to Wakanda not once, not twice, but 3 times. The first time, they stole 1,000 tons of vibranium. This left old King Chaka deeply puzzled.
That was a full 1,000 tons. How on earth had the thief managed to transport all of that out of Wakanda?
The second time, the thief took 4 heart-shaped herbs. Compared to the vibranium, the loss of 4 herbs seemed less significant. But no one expected the thief to return a third time. The third time, they stole 5 more heart-shaped herbs. With fewer than 20 herbs in total to begin with, losing 9 in such a short period was devastating. King Chaka, feeling helpless, made the difficult decision to split the heart-shaped herb nursery into 3 separate locations, each under heavy guard.
Ironically, it was because of these thefts that Wakanda's heart-shaped herbs would later survive into the future.
Of course, the king had suspected that it might be an inside job. But after nearly 2 months of investigation, they were no closer to finding any useful leads.
Chala's decision.
Father, I'd like to venture out into the world to see if I can find any clues, Prince Chala said firmly. Seeing the determination in his son's eyes, old King Chaka sighed.
Be careful. And don't forget to take the equipment your sister developed.
Father, please take care of yourself as well.
Wakanda's foundation remains strong. Don't let these incidents trouble you too much. Leaving his father's chamber, Chala immediately sought out his sister, Princess Shuri. Brother, you're going outside? Can you take me with you? I want to meet Iron Man and visit Stark Industries.
Shuri said, her excitement bubbling over. Chala, ever the composed and regal gentleman, looked at his younger sister with a fond smile.
Shuri, I have some matters to attend to.
You stay here and continue working on the anti-invisibility surveillance system.
That thief might come back.
At the mention of the thief, Shuri's mood soured.
Fine, but when I finish it, I'll make sure to catch him and humiliate him. That thief was like Wakanda's nemesis.
The energy barrier was useless against them, and even the surveillance systems failed to detect them.
The thief came and went as they pleased, as if Wakanda were their personal playground. After making his preparations, Chala, accompanied by a few Royal Guard members, set off for their first destination, New York. Manhattan, moving day. Meanwhile, in Manhattan, Xilai was busily transporting items between 2 houses using his golden portal.
Peter Parker, naturally, had complaints about moving out. He loved living here, but he couldn't win against Aunt May's firm determination or her trusty feather duster. The thought of being stuck under Aunt May's strict discipline, with no one to rescue him when she lectured him, filled Peter with dread.
Unfinished homework. No fun phone calls with his girlfriends. Ugh.
There wasn't much to move, just Aunt May's and Peter's clothes and study materials. Uncle, make sure to visit me often, Peter said, clinging to Xilai's leg as if his life depended on it.
Xilai nodded solemnly.
For the sake of his system rewards, he would definitely come by often to assign Peter even more homework.
Daisy's excitement.
While Peter was filled with fear for his future, Daisy was brimming with excitement about hers. She couldn't wait to become a superhero, especially now that she was about to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Clinging to Xilai's arm, the two stepped through a golden portal and arrived at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters.
S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters.
The moment Brock Rumlow spotted Xilai, he rushed over with an unusually enthusiastic greeting.
Hey, Superman. I'm Brock Rumlow. Can I get a photo with you?
Rumlow, having recently learned from his superiors that this Superman was also one of Hydra's leaders, felt incredibly reassured.
The Hydra cause is as solid as it gets, he thought. Xilai nodded. Hello, Rumlow. I've heard of you.
Rumlow, better known as Crossbones, was not only the leader of SHIELD's strike team but also a Hydra operative. The perks of working for both organizations were on full display here. Every S.H.I.E.L.D. agent was simultaneously Xilai's fan and colleague.
After the two exchanged knowing smiles and snapped a quick photo, Ghoulie escorted Daisy to the testing grounds. Nick Fury's task.
Nick Fury, standing nearby, nodded at the pair.
Goo, let Hill help test Daisy's powers. I've got a mission for you.
From behind Fury stepped Maria Hill, a strikingly beautiful and capable agent. Hello, Hill greeted warmly, her tone professional yet approachable. Unfortunately, Maria Hill would later meet her end at the hands of the Skrulls, further solidifying Ghoulie's resolve to eradicate them.
As Hill and Daisy left for the test, Fury's expression grew serious. Natasha ran into some trouble during her mission. This is her last known location.
Barton has already gone ahead, Fury said, pointing to a marked location on the map.
Glancing at the map, Ghoulie didn't hesitate.
A golden portal crackled to life, and he stepped through without a word.
Fury, left alone, let out a heavy sigh. Too damn strong.
No matter what Ghoulie's true motives were for joining S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury's only strategy was to make him a genuine part of the organization and perhaps even the leader of the Avengers.
The mission, Middle Eastern Chaos. On the other side of the portal, Ghoulie found himself surrounded by endless ruins in the chaotic Middle East.
From the looks of it, this was Ten Rings territory. This wasn't a part of the story he remembered. It seemed the movies only captured fragments of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s operations, leaving many missions undocumented. Ghoulie's arsenal of powers included seismic shockwaves, fate cards, molecular reconstruction, and dynamic light waves for offense.
For defense, he relied on seismic shields, the super soldier serum, the spider totem, and the heart-shaped herb.
Flight and invisibility served as auxiliary tools for both offense and defense. Though Soundwave could monitor the globe, the Middle East posed unique challenges. The ruins here lacked cameras, and even satellite surveillance yielded limited information.
Without a large-scale scanning ability, Ghoulie could only search manually. Natasha's last contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. had been 2 days ago.
Clint Barton had arrived yesterday, but strangely, there were no signs of activity in the area.
Suddenly, a faint gunshot echoed in the distance. Bang!
The sound shattered the stillness, and Ghoulie sped off toward its source.
The Winter Soldier.
Upon arrival, he saw a masked man with long hair and a silver arm bearing a large red star.
Not far away, Hawkeye and Black Widow lay injured on the ground, clearly in bad shape. Bucky? Ghoulie muttered.
The long-haired man hesitated for a moment before unleashing a hail of bullets in Ghoulie's direction.
Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat.
But something strange happened.
The bullets transformed midair into a flurry of flower petals, scattering harmlessly in the breeze.
A flicker of confusion crossed Bucky's cold expression. Ghoulie shot forward, delivering a seismic punch that sent Bucky hurtling thousands of meters away, vanishing into the distance.
Rescuing the agents. Drawing another golden portal, Ghoulie turned to the 2 agents struggling to sit up.
"Can you move?" he asked. "If you're willing to help me up, I wouldn't mind," Clint Barton replied with a wry smile. Coming to Natasha's aid had been a miscalculation on his part. He hadn't expected to be blindsided by the Winter Soldier.
Ghoulie helped the 2 to their feet.
"Who was that guy?" he asked, feigning ignorance. Though he knew perfectly well who it was, playing dumb was a necessary skill for someone juggling 2 jobs as a superhero and secret agent. "I'm not entirely sure," Clint admitted.
"Superman, can you get us back to S.H.I.E.L.D.? If we wait any longer, the next time you see me might be at my funeral."
Ghoulie. Clint Barton truly had a dark sense of humor. **S.H.I.L.D. Medical Wing ***. The S.H.I.E.L.D. medical team worked quickly, tending to the severely injured Hawkeye and Black Widow. Outside the emergency room, Nick Fury leaned against the wall, puffing on a cigar, his expression heavy with concern.
"Goo, who the hell did Clint and Natasha run into to get this badly hurt?" Fury asked, exhaling a cloud of smoke.
"Metal-armed Astro Boy," Ghoulie replied lazily, blowing a smoke ring.
What? Fury's signature look of shock immediately returned. Metal-armed Astro Boy? What the hell is that? A new superhuman? A terrorist? Fury rattled off a series of questions, his voice rising. Ghoulie rolled his eyes. "I don't really know. By the time I got there, it was all bang bang bang."
He mimicked the sound of a gun, waving his hand dismissively. "You'll have to ask Clint and Natasha after their treatment's done." Some things, Ghoulie figured, were better left unsaid. Fury wouldn't necessarily believe him anyway. It was better to let Hawkeye and Black Widow explain. Still, he hadn't expected the 2 of them to get beaten so badly by the Winter Soldier.
It didn't quite make sense.
Sure, there was the old adage, asterisk blackened, 10 times stronger, redeemed, 3 times weaker.
Asterisk.
In the Marvel Universe, if there were a ranking for characters weakened by redemption arcs, the Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes, would undoubtedly be a top contender.
Think about it.
After his redemption, Bucky's contributions during the battle against Thanos and Wakanda amounted to little more than firing a machine gun alongside Rocket Raccoon. And later, he got his vibranium arm disarmed by a single pressure point move from a Wakandan warrior. The former Hydra poster boy, a formidable assassin, was reduced to that.
But before his redemption?
Bucky had gone toe-to-toe with Captain America, who had the super soldier serum, and held his own against Black Panther, powered by the heart-shaped herb. So in hindsight, it wasn't surprising that Hawkeye and Black Widow lost. Especially in the chaotic terrain of the Middle East, which was hardly ideal for a ranged fighter like Hawkeye.
Switching gears.
Snapping out of his thoughts, Xilai turned to Fury.
How's Daisy doing? Does she meet SHIELD's recruitment standards? Xilai asked casually.
More than meets, Fury coughed mid-sentence, quickly regaining his composure. She'll start by shadowing Agent Hill for a while. In truth, Nick Fury had initially assumed Daisy Johnson was just one of Xilai's girlfriends, joining S.H.I.E.L.D. on a whim.
But after seeing the results of Hill's tests, Fury was floored. Daisy could generate powerful seismic waves, akin to earthquake-level destruction. She could even trigger earthquakes by manipulating vibrational energy. She was a walking weapon of mass destruction.
A super weapon. Her potential was terrifying. In fact, she was already stronger than most agents in S.H.I.E.L.D., not just by a small margin, but by several leagues.
Fury suppressed his excitement, instructing Hill to onboard Daisy as a new recruit.
But he couldn't fully hide his glee, as evidenced by the upward twitch of his lips.
Goo, if you have any more friends like Daisy, feel free to recommend them.
We can discuss benefits and compensation, Fury said, attempting to sound casual.
Xilai nodded.
Ugly and greedy, this guy, he thought, smirking inwardly. The real reason Xilai had agreed to let Daisy join S.H.I.E.L.D. was twofold. First, Daisy was wreaking havoc at home. Zhao Helen and Aunt May couldn't do much to rein her in, so the family had collectively decided to outsource Daisy's destructive tendencies to another location. Second, Daisy had way too much free time. After graduating from Grey Wolf's training, she had started monitoring Xilai's every move. Luckily, Soundwave had remained loyal to Xilai, warning him with a simple message, "Master, the mistress wants to spy on you." With these two factors combined, Daisy's deployment to S.H.I.E.L.D. became a unanimous family decision.
Multitasking.
As Xilai idly signed autographs and posed for photos with S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, he discreetly sent a message to Alexander Pierce. Mr. Pierce, I encountered a mysterious metal-armed man during a mission. Not sure if he's one of ours. I punched him a few kilometers away. Location attached, asterisk. Xilai was starting to feel like SHIELD's mascot. In the half-hour he'd spent outside the emergency room with Fury, no fewer than 80 agents had approached him for autographs.
How was he supposed to live a Homelander lifestyle like this?
The purpose of his message to Pierce was simple, hurry up and give me the Hydra member list.
I didn't kill the metal-armed guy this time, but next time? No promises. If I accidentally kill a Hydra member, don't come complaining to me, 2 hours later.
Finally, after what felt like an eternity, 2 heavily bandaged mummies were wheeled out of the emergency room. Fury waved off the medical staff, leaving only himself, Xilai, and the injured pair. Clint, Natasha, let me ask you a couple of quick questions, Fury said, his tone serious. Through her bandaged face, Natasha blinked slowly, her expression unreadable.
Ask away, her tired eyes seemed to say.
Right now, she felt like her entire body was falling apart. All she wanted was to rest, preferably with a long vacation thrown in.
What do you know about the metal-armed guy? Any idea who or what he is? Fury asked.
Natasha closed her eyes in exasperation.
Just let the world burn already. Damn you, Fury. Shouldn't you be asking if we need food? Rest? Anything, ? Seeing Natasha's silence, Clint sighed weakly. Fury, neither of us knows who he is.
Superman punched him into oblivion, he's probably dead by now, Clint said, his voice laced with dry humor.
Fury fell silent for a few seconds before muttering, "Alright, get some rest."
Without another word, he turned and walked away, presumably to investigate if the metal-armed man had any connections to other factions.
Left behind. With Fury gone, Only Ghoulie remained by the two injured agents' sides.
Clint, realizing this, turned to Ghoulie with a weak smile.
Superman, could you call a nurse for us? I'll take you there myself, Ghoulie replied.
Summoning a golden portal, he wheeled the two into a private recovery room designated for agents.
The room fell into an awkward silence.
Natasha, still feeling embarrassed about her prior undercover mission involving Ghoulie, avoided eye contact.
Clint, unfamiliar with Ghoulie, didn't know what to say.
You two take care. I'll go get a nurse, Ghoulie said, breaking the silence as he stepped out of the room.
Observations. Outside, Ghoulie sighed.
Something was off with S.H.I.E.L.D. At this rate, it felt like the organization might collapse on its own without his intervention.
But that didn't align with his memories.
In reality, it was his infiltration of Hydra that had accelerated Alexander Pierce and Dr. Zola's plans. Despite their lingering mistrust of Ghoulie, they had hastened the execution of Project Insight.
The ambush on Natasha and Clint?
That was part of Pierce's scheme. His goal was to purge Fury's close circle agents like Clint, Natasha, Coulson, and Hill and consolidate S.H.I.E.L.D. entirely under Hydra's control.
A new meeting.
As Ghoulie left S.H.I.E.L.D., his phone buzzed with a call from Fury.
There's someone who wants to see you, Fury informed him. Hanging up, Ghoulie frowned and muttered to himself, I shouldn't have been discovered, right?
The person who wanted to meet Ghoulie was none other than the future Black Panther, Wakandan Prince T'Challa. After leaving Wakanda, T'Challa and several members of the Royal Guard traveled directly to New York. Through the Wakandan embassy, they contacted S.H.I.E.L.D., expressing their desire to meet Superman.
At first, Nick Fury was hesitant. Ghoulie was now S.H.I.E.L.D's golden poster boy, a figure they needed to treat with the utmost care.
If every Superman fan started requesting meetings like this, Fury was certain Ghoulie would be driven mad and might even leave S.H.I.E.L.D. But when the Wakandan ambassador offered a $30 million donation, Fury paused for 2 seconds before agreeing. Of course, he set a condition: the donation could not be processed through official S.H.I.E.L.D. accounts and would need to go through a separate channel. Additionally, the meeting couldn't take place at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. The Wakandan side quickly agreed, hammering out the details and deciding on the Wakandan embassy as the meeting location.
S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters.
Nick Fury cautiously hung up the phone, surprised at how smoothly everything had gone.
On one hand, Ghoulie had agreed to meet with Wakanda. On the other hand, Fury couldn't believe how far Superman's fans were willing to go. A $30 million donation just for a chance to meet their idol? Such a prodigal prince, what a family tragedy, Fury muttered, shaking his head.
Moments later, his phone buzzed with a text notification. $30 million received. Fury's jaw dropped slightly.
The money had already been transferred. Should I talk to Goo about starting a Superman fan meet and greet service for S.H.I.E.L.D.? Fury mused aloud. After all, the payout was insane.
If every fan was as generous as this East African prince, he wouldn't even need to embezzle funds to build safe houses anymore. Staring at the newly acquired $30 million, Fury muttered to himself, maybe I should bet it all on the Celtics. After all, the Lakers were down 2-3 in the NBA Finals. With a wave of his hand, Fury decided to place the entire $30 million on the Celtics. That was just how he approached investments.
Wakandan Embassy.
Meanwhile, Ghoulie arrived at the Wakandan Embassy, where he was met with overwhelming enthusiasm. The female warriors of the Royal Guard practically radiated warmth as they looked at him, their gazes filled with admiration and something bordering on infatuation. It was as if they wanted to melt him with their eyes. Guided by the guards, Ghoulie was led into a private room where T'Challa, who had been waiting, quickly stood to greet him.
Hello, Mr. Superman.
Hello. Just call me Ghoulie, he replied casually. Looking at the poised and elegant Wakandan prince, Ghoulie couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt.
During his $0 acquisition trips, he hadn't felt this way.
But now, standing face to face with one of Wakanda's leaders, the weight of his actions hit him. He was starting to feel sheepish. Mr. Gu, I apologize for asking you to come here on such short notice.
The reason I invited you is that there's something I'd like to discuss with you.
Go ahead, Ghoulie said, his curiosity piqued. Could it be, they want me to help them catch the thief, he wondered, amused by the irony of potentially being asked to hunt himself. T'Challa hesitated for a moment before explaining, it's like this, I've heard that your superpower allows you to alter the molecular structure of materials.
Would you mind demonstrating it for me?
Of course, we're willing to offer compensation.
As he spoke, Chala opened a briefcase and placed a small piece of vibranium on the table between them.
Guli picked up the small vibranium sample and turned it over in his hands, examining it with feigned curiosity. "Let me guess," he began, "this metal is unique to your country, or rather, it only exists in Wakanda.
I'm guessing its supply is limited, and you're worried I might start mass-producing it someday?" Chala nodded awkwardly. "Mr. Gu, it's called vibranium. I believe you've heard of it." Chala's request had two purposes. First, he wanted to confirm whether Gu Li's superpower could indeed produce unlimited amounts of vibranium.
Second, he wanted to indirectly assess whether Gu Li might be the mysterious thief who had been plaguing Wakanda. If Gu Li could mass-produce vibranium, it would make little sense for him to steal 1,000 tons. He could simply produce as much as he wanted. As for whether Wakanda's existence would be exposed to Superman and the world, Chala had already accepted that it didn't matter anymore. The thief had entered Wakanda as if it were their own backyard. Compared to the thief and Gu Li's powers, Wakanda's secrecy seemed almost trivial. The demonstration. Under the watchful eyes of Chala and the female guards, Gu Li picked up a steel knife and fork from the table. Concentrating, he manipulated the steel utensils, causing them to disintegrate into molecules. Moments later, the molecules reformed into a small piece of vibranium. Chala stared at the transformed vibranium in stunned silence, his mind racing. After a few minutes, he waved for the female guards to leave the room. "Mr. Gu, I know this is a bold request, but I must ask, please refrain from selling vibranium to the outside world. You may name any condition, and Wakanda will do its best to meet it." Gu Li's plan. The situation was developing far beyond Gu Li's expectations. In reality, he hadn't used his molecular reconstruction ability to create vibranium. Instead, he had discreetly swapped the steel utensils for a piece of vibranium from his system space. His ability to freely transform materials depended on knowing the molecular structure of the target material. In other words, to turn steel into vibranium, he would need to know vibranium's molecular structure. The steel's molecular structure, however, didn't matter. It was forcibly broken down into molecules and reassembled into vibranium. Still, Gu Li hadn't expected Chala to approach him about preventing vibranium from being sold. "Prince Chala, this would be a significant loss for me," Gu Li said, seamlessly switching into negotiation mode. "I understand it's a lot to ask, but as I said, Wakanda is willing to do whatever it takes," Chala replied earnestly. Chala and his sister only hoped to prevent vibranium from flooding the global market. After all, vibranium was the foundation of Wakanda's strength. The proposal. After a moment of awkward silence, Gu Li took a drag from his cigarette, pretending to think deeply. "Prince Chala, I have an idea, but I don't know if Wakanda can help," he said finally. "Please, go ahead," Chala urged. "As a superhero, it's my duty to fight evil. But my family's safety is always a concern. That's why I've been working with Iron Man on a design for protective suits that can withstand most firearms and can be hidden within a necklace or bracelet. Unfortunately, Earth's current nanotechnology isn't advanced enough to manufacture them. If Wakanda could provide assistance." Gu Li trailed off, looking resigned, as if he didn't expect much. His attitude only further convinced Chala of his sincerity. "Mr. Gu, we can provide that," Chala said without hesitation. "Mr. Gu, we already have what you're describing. As soon as Chala said this, Gu Li's curiosity was piqued. "You've already thought of this? Then maybe we can collaborate on some ideas," Gu Li replied, feigning interest. Chala shook his head and continued, "Mr. Gu, what you've envisioned, Wakanda has already developed it. If this is all you require, I can agree to your request." "Are you sure it's already been developed?" Gu Li asked skeptically. Sure enough, Chala clapped his hands, and the nanosuit began to cover his entire body, forming the sleek and iconic Black Panther armor. "Wow, you guys are supposed to be an agricultural nation, right? What else are you hiding?" Gu Li said, his acting skills in full display. Internally, he thought, Wakanda? I probably know more about it than you do, but he couldn't let Chala suspect anything, so he played the role of the oblivious outsider perfectly. If there were an Oscar for Best Improvisation, Gu Li was certain he'd have earned it by now. Chala sighed, clearly sensing that things wouldn't be that simple. "Prince Chala, I'll need 5 of those protective suits, custom-made. And while you're at it, make me a black Superman-style suit," Gu Li said with a grin. Chala's face twisted in visible pain at the thought of parting with so many vibranium suits. "I promise you," Gu Li added solemnly,
not a single gram of vibranium will leave my hands. After a few moments of hesitation, Xilai nodded reluctantly.
Feeling a bit guilty after having essentially borrowed Wakandan resources 4 times already, Xilai added, "Of course, if Wakanda ever needs help, don't hesitate to call me." The two parted on good terms, both satisfied with the outcomes of their negotiation. Wakanda no longer had to worry about vibranium flooding the market, and Xilai had successfully secured the means to further arm Zhao Helen, Aunt May, and the rest of his crew. "Mr. Gu, you're welcome to visit Wakanda anytime," Xilai said as they shook hands.
"Thank you, Prince Xilai," Xilai replied warmly before leaving. Back in Wakanda.
After Xilai's departure, Xilai activated a holographic communicator to speak with his sister, Shuri, who had been remotely observing the entire meeting.
"Shuri, what do you think? Mr. Gu doesn't seem to be the thief."
Shuri, appearing on the hologram, nodded thoughtfully.
"He probably isn't, but something still feels off. I just can't pinpoint what exactly." Shuri had analyzed Xilai's voice and tone during their conversation.
Based on her data, the voice from the vibranium mines, the one she'd overheard during the theft, didn't match Xilai's. However, she couldn't quite recall what that voice had said.
And yet, 6 vibranium suits, 5 standard and 1 custom Superman suit, for 2 promises. Was this a loss or a gain? "When are you coming back, brother?" Shuri asked after a moment. "Today.
I'll bring the suits back to deliver them to Mr. Gu," Xilai replied.
Back at home. Xilai returned home in high spirits, only to find the house eerily empty. Aunt May and Peter had moved to their new home.
Zhao Helen was likely at the lab, working on nanotechnology. Daisy, meanwhile, was at S.H.I.E.L.D., learning under Agent Hill. The house felt lifeless, with only Xilai left to wander around aimlessly.
Deciding to check on Grey Wolf, he headed to the lab, only to find Wolf deeply engrossed in tinkering with a new mech suit alongside Doggo and the mechanical bird. None of them even glanced his way.
"Maybe I'll go find Max and trigger another reward," Xilai muttered to himself before vanishing.
Max's place.
The last time Xilai had seen Max, he triggered a system reward after only one, let's call it intense session. She had clung to the bedsheets, begging him for mercy. Now, as Xilai reappeared at her place, he found Max sprawled on the couch, looking utterly bored. "Ah," she screamed in surprise before realizing who it was.
One passionate VIP chapter later. With Max lying in Xilai's arms, catching her breath, she looked up at him and said, "Darling, can you help me find a job?" "What happened to Jane and Dr. Eric?" Xilai asked.
"Don't even get me started," Max groaned. "Jane went off traveling by herself without inviting me, and Eric found some new gig where he spends all day muttering to himself." It was, indeed, a small world. Max's previous colleagues, Jane Foster and Dr. Eric Selvig, were both connected to Xilai in some way. Eric, in particular, was Xilai's former university advisor. Currently, Eric had been recruited by Nick Fury to work on studying the Tesseract, aka the Space Stone. Judging by the fact that Fury hadn't mentioned this to Xilai, it was clear that S.H.I.E.L.D., much like Hydra, was still in the process of assessing him. "I just graduated and I'm already unemployed," Max pouted. "I was going to attend your graduation ceremony, but then I thought, what if one of your girlfriends saw me?
So I decided not to. Sneaking around with Superman is so much more thrilling," she thought.
"The job offer. What kind of job are you looking for?"
Xilai asked. Despite their casual fling, Xilai genuinely cared for Max.
After all, she was, well, let's just say, very generous in several areas.
"Anything really. Something chill, with good pay and benefits," Max replied lazily.
Xilai, still in his post-**VIP chapter** calm, couldn't help but twitch at her words. "I might as well just transfer money to you directly," he muttered.
"Really? Darling Superman, are you saying you want to keep me?"
Her tone turned playful.
Keep her, Xilai hesitated. It wasn't entirely out of the question.
After all, the rewards he'd received from Max were pretty good.
As if on cue, the system's melodious notification rang out. Daisy Louise's favorability has greatly increased. Reward, Decepticon Starscream. Starscream?
The notorious second-in-command of the Decepticons, Starscream was a classic traitor. In vehicle form, he was an F-22 Raptor jet, serving as the aerial commander of the Decepticon forces. His flight speed was unmatched among the Decepticons.
"Daisy, maybe you should still find a job. Too much free time isn't good for anyone," Xilai said, shaking his head. Back at the farm.
Meanwhile, at the farm where Starscream had been placed by the system, the Decepticon was already causing trouble.
I'm the second in command of the Decepticons. How dare you expect me to bow down and be a subordinate without master's orders?
Grimlock, the Dinobot leader, had no intention of tolerating Starscream's arrogance. Due to his massive size, Grimlock couldn't always stay by Ghouli's side. His pride as a Dinobot leader meant he refused to be treated as subordinate to the mechanical dog. As such, he had formed his own faction. Now, with Starscream's arrival, Grimlock saw an opportunity to assert his dominance. Starscream, however, refused to back down, proposing a duel to determine who would take the top spot.
Even before upgrading to true adamantium, Grimlock wouldn't have seen Starscream as a threat. And now?
It took just one slap. Grimlock smacked Starscream so hard that the Decepticon was left in pieces, barely functional.
Panicking slightly, Grimlock immediately called Ghoulie.
Master, there was an incident with Starscream when he arrived, Grimlock said nervously. The farm on the outskirts of New York.
Ghoulie stood silently, staring at the shattered upper half of Starscream.
The so-called second-in-command of the Decepticons had certainly made an unconventional entrance.
He fully believed Grimlock's explanation.
After all, Grimlock, with his massive frame and straightforward demeanor, seemed like the type who wouldn't lie. Sighing, Ghoulie pulled out the regeneration cradle and instructed Grimlock to place the broken Starscream inside. He also added a generous amount of true adamantium to reconstruct Starscream's body, ensuring it would be stronger than ever. Of the 1,000 tons of vibranium that Ghoulie had borrowed from Wakanda, he and Tony had split it 50 to 5,500 tons each. Thanks to Grey Wolf and his diligent team, about 250 tons of true adamantium had already been synthesized. As the cradle consumed vast amounts of electricity, its lights glowed brightly, signaling the rebirth of Starscream. Emerging dramatically from the cradle, the newly reconstructed Starscream knelt on one knee, his voice reverent and full of awe. Master, Starscream, second in command of the Decepticons, reporting for duty. I humbly praise you, my great master, for granting me new life. Ghoulie nodded in satisfaction, appreciating Starscream's flattering tone. Why don't you transform into the F-22 Raptor and give it a test run, he suggested. Truth be told, Starscream's flattery was quite pleasant to hear. Ghoulie then placed a call to Rhodey. Rhodey, it's me. I've got a new toy I want to test out. Can you help cover for me while I fly it around for a bit? No problem, Goo. We're buddies, you can count on me, Rhodey replied confidently. Oh, and by the way, my nephew's a huge fan of yours. Any chance you could sign something for him next time we meet? Sure thing. Let's get Tony in on the meetup too. Hanging up the phone, Ghoulie climbed into the brand new F-22 Raptor, taking to the skies with a roar. Unlike flying on his own power, piloting a machine brought a unique thrill. It was like playing with an extraordinarily advanced toy. The F-22 Raptor in action. The F-22 Raptor, an outstanding fifth-generation fighter jet, combines stealth, agility, precision, and situational awareness with versatile air-to-air and air-to-ground combat capabilities. Its maximum speed was around 2,410 km per hour, roughly equivalent to Ghoulie's flight speed in 1 second. As the Raptor roared across the skies over New York, it immediately caught the attention of the U.S. military. Unfortunately for Rhodey, he was tasked with tracking the unknown F-22, a job that turned his face a dark shade of frustration, almost a blackish liver color. Rhodey couldn't believe it. The toy Ghoulie had mentioned was an unregistered, unidentified F-22 Raptor. Damn it, Goo. As Ghoulie's good friend, it fell to Rhodey to clean up the mess. Donning the Mark VI War Machine armor, Rhodey gritted his teeth and gave chase. But no matter how hard he pushed, he couldn't catch up. This is no ordinary F-22. As an Air Force colonel, Rhodey knew the F-22 inside and out. But the jet Ghoulie was flying left the standard model in the dust in terms of speed. After half an hour of pursuit, Rhodey still hadn't even caught a glimpse of it. Meanwhile, Ground Command bombarded him with frantic orders, forcing Rhodey to call Ghoulie directly. Goo, quit messing around and land that thing. The Department of Defense is losing their minds, Rhodey pleaded. To the Department of Defense, an unknown F-22 streaking across American skies was akin to a full-blown provocation. Rhodey, a man with ambitions of becoming Secretary of Defense, couldn't afford to let this incident derail his career. Eventually, Rhodey spotted an unconcerned-looking Ghoulie, who had finally slowed down. Rhodey was furious, but what could he do? He couldn't outfight Ghoulie, so he had to focus on damage control.
Landing and revelation. After landing, Rhodey, his face dark with frustration, asked, Goo, what the hell is this thing? F-22s don't move that fast. Ghoulie chuckled and patted Starscream. With a series of loud, mechanical sounds cool caca asterisk, Starscream transformed into a massive robot, towering over Rhodey's war machine suit like an adult towering over a child's toy. What the? Did Tony make this? Rhodey exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. Ghoulie hesitated for a split second before nodding vigorously. He hadn't said anything about Tony. Rhodey had jumped to that conclusion entirely on his own. Rhodey, like a kid who'd found a new favorite toy, tentatively reached out to touch Starscream, his expression full of wonder. Starscream. Seeing Starscream's aggrieved expression, Ghoulie shrugged. Just bear with it for now, he muttered. After about 2.5 minutes of Rhodey marveling at Starscream, his earpiece crackled with the Department of Defense's frantic yelling. Secretary, it's just another one of Tony's creations. Nothing major, I'll negotiate with him, Rhodey assured them, making yet another promise. Ghoulie barely held back his laughter. Rhodey, I'll head out then. Wait. Rhodey shouted, panicked. Don't fly that thing again, Goo. I still want my promotion. Fine, Ghoulie replied, summoning a crackling golden portal. With a wave, he and Starscream disappeared, leaving Rhodey to sigh in exasperation before taking off toward Tony's seaside villa. Tony's villa. What did you just say? F-22, giant robot, my design? Tony Stark yelled, glaring at the grinning Rhodey. Clearly, Rhodey was holding something back, and Tony was struggling to piece it all together. Who told you this? Tony pressed. Rhodey scratched his head awkwardly. He hadn't given Tony the full story, fearing it might cause misunderstandings. But Tony, sharp as ever, immediately deduced that Ghoulie was involved. This only reinforced Rhodey's belief. The F-22 was definitely one of Tony's creations. Seeing Rhodey's expression, Tony groaned. Damn that Ghoulie, blaming everything on me. Tony had seen Transformers before, specifically Drift, whose flight mode was a helicopter, not an F-22 Raptor. Did Ghoulie get a new Transformer? Tony muttered under his breath. Rhodey, confused, asked, Tony, what's a Transformer? Is it like that F-22 thing? That would explain a lot. Tony shouted again, Rhodey, for the last time, I didn't make it. Just then, Pepper Potts, still groggy from a nap, walked into the room. Seeing the two men's varied expressions, she asked, Tony, what did you make this time? The sudden silence between Tony and Rhodey only deepened Pepper's suspicions. A sinking feeling washed over her. Did Tony relapse into his old habits? As Tony's longtime personal assistant, she'd cleaned up his messes more times than she could count. And this time, did his antics cause some kind of incident? Her eyes reddened, filling with unshed tears. Tony took one look at her and immediately panicked. Hey! Pepper, don't jump to conclusions. It's not what you think. Rhodey, explain to her. Rhodey, eager to deflect, said, it's true, Pepper. Tony made something, but he's denying it and claims it's Ghoulie's fault. Tony, *** the evening at home ***. After placing Starscream back at the farm and watching the sunset, Ghoulie decided to call it a day and head home, feeling quite satisfied with how everything had played out. But as soon as he walked in and hugged Zhao Helen, her expression shifted from joy to suspicion. She sniffed lightly near his chest, her gaze sharpening like a hawk's. Alright, Mr. Goo, care to explain this cheap perfume smell on you? Ghoulie froze on the spot, guilt flooding his mind. Crap. I got careless. After the session with Max and flying the F-22 all afternoon, I completely forgot to shower at ***. With Aunt May no longer in this house, he had no backup. Daisy, meanwhile, sat nearby with a mischievous grin, clearly enjoying the show. Zhao Helen's demeanor was that of someone who had just caught her boyfriend sneaking around. Her eyes burned with a mix of fury and betrayal. Am I and Daisy not enough for you? Are we not fulfilling your needs? Or was I not good enough for you? Ghoulie, like a child caught red-handed, could only answer one word to each of her questions. No. Then tell me, Mr. Goo, why? Why would you go to another woman? As Zhao Helen waved Daisy out of the room, Ghoulie hesitantly reached out to hold her hand, only for her to swat it away. Once they were alone, Ghoulie finally tried to explain. Helen, it's not what you think. I have a superpower that requires, well, certain things, in order to unlock new abilities. Zhao Helen furrowed her brow,
looking at Ghoulie with a mix of confusion and disbelief. She reached out and touched his forehead.
Are you feverish? Are you delirious? No, it's true. Please believe me, Helen, Ghoulie pleaded earnestly.
After a couple of minutes of staring him down, Zhao Helen sighed through gritted teeth.
Your superpower is really bizarre.
Maybe it's a side effect of the creator sneezing or something, Ghoulie joked weakly, scratching his head. What else could he say? He couldn't exactly tell her about the system, that would sound insane.
Who would believe him? No one. Certainly not Zhao Helen.
All right then, she said, her anger somewhat subsiding.
But if that's the case, why did you choose me? I don't have any superpowers.
Seeing that her anger had cooled somewhat, Ghoulie pulled her into his arms, tilting her chin up to meet his gaze.
Helen, you're different.
I love you for reasons far more pure, he said, his voice filled with sincerity. The tension between them eased, and the two shared a passionate kiss. With Aunt May and Peter no longer living here, Ghoulie felt a sense of freedom he hadn't had in a while. But just as things were heating up, the doorbell rang, shattering the moment. Zhao Helen pushed Ghoulie away, catching her breath as she quickly buttoned her top.
Go check who it is, she said. Not many people know where we live. Ghoulie nodded, though his irritation was evident.
When he opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of a very unexpected trio. A furious Tony Stark, a reluctant Rhodey, and a tearful Pepper Potts.
Ghoulie. What an odd group. What on earth had happened? The unexpected trio.
Pepper burst into sobs the moment she stepped into the living room. Seeing Zhao Helen, she cried even harder, as if all her grievances had come flooding out at once. Zhao Helen, confused but concerned, hugged Pepper while shooting Ghoulie a questioning look.
What's going on? Her eyes seemed to ask.
Ghoulie quickly shook his head.
I have no idea.
It can't be some weird love triangle, right? Ghoulie thought. There's no way these three are tangled up in something like that. After a few moments of awkward silence, Ghoulie finally turned to Rhodey.
Rhodey, it's late. What's going on with you guys?
Rhodey opened his mouth to speak but hesitated, glancing at Tony.
Only now was he starting to believe that the F-22 wasn't one of Tony's creations. I'll explain, Tony sighed, stepping forward. The whole thing started with your transformer. After the explanation.
After hearing the full story, Ghoulie stared at the trio, utterly dumbfounded.
That's it? You came all the way here, late at night, for this? He asked incredulously.
Turning to Pepper, he added, Pepper, that transformer was indeed my doing. Ever since Tony got together with you, he hasn't looked at another woman. Sure, everyone knows he was kind of a jerk before, but please believe me when I say he's changed. Rhodey and Pepper both nodded solemnly, agreeing with Ghoulie's assessment of Tony's past behavior. Tony, on the other hand, was visibly fuming. What does it feel like to be called a jerk by Ghoulie, he wondered. If looks could kill, Ghoulie would have been riddled with bullet holes by now. Meanwhile, Zhao Helen, who had just started forgiving Ghoulie earlier, suddenly felt her anger reignite. She made a mental note to punish him thoroughly later that night. With Tony and Pepper reconciled, the two sat close together on the couch, holding hands. Ghoulie and Zhao Helen, meanwhile, exchanged subtle glances filled with unspoken affection. Rhodey, watching the two couples from the sidelines, sighed heavily before getting up to leave. I'm going home to my wife. I'm not sticking around for this dog food. The trio left as quickly as they had come. As Tony stepped through the door, he turned back to Ghoulie and made a slashing motion across his throat. You're dead, Goo.
This isn't over, he said ominously.
Ghoulie shrugged nonchalantly.
Whatever. Later that evening.
Around 9 p.m., after having dinner at Aunt May's, Ghoulie returned home only to find Zhao Helen in a seductive outfit, pulling Daisy into their bedroom while teasing him mercilessly. Just as Ghoulie was about to experience a dragon among phoenixes moment, both women kicked him off the bed. If you dare sneak out tonight, don't bother coming back to my bed again, they said in unison. So this is what they were planning, Ghoulie thought, lighting a cigarette as he sat on the floor, muttering a mantra to calm himself.
Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, practicing the profound prajnaparamita, sees that the five aggregates are empty and liberates all suffering. Bit by bit, he forced his excitement to subside. I'll have to be more careful in the future, he whispered to himself. I can't let myself get caught like that again. As for staying in? Out of the question. His current strength wasn't even at the level of a Skyfather yet.
Beyond that lay the challenges of becoming a single universe level, multiverse level, hyperverse level, and ultimately an omniversal level being.
How could he give up before he truly became invincible?
The system, flawed as it was, remained his greatest asset. Sure, he could continue training without it, but why take the long road when there was a shortcut right in front of him? Even if the system was a bit of a troll, it was still a cheat-like existence.
Plenty of people would kill for one. Back to the lab. Carrying a few beers, Xilai returned to Grey Wolf's lab. Since hooking up with the panther goddess, Grey Wolf had grown noticeably gaunt.
Seeing Xilai, the wolf weakly muttered, "Boss, I've cracked the vibranium molecular structure, cultivated more heart-shaped herbs, and I'm still working on the nanosuits.
Can I rest for a while?" Grey Wolf truly looked exhausted.
Between his overbearing boss and the clingy panther goddess, even the heart-shaped herb wasn't enough to keep him going. "I'm starting to miss my wife and little Grey," he sighed.
Feeling slightly guilty, Xilai patted Grey Wolf on the shoulder. "Take it easy, Uncle Wolf." Then, without another word, he grabbed his beer and returned to the living room. "Guess I'll drink alone tonight." Life returns to normal.
Life had once again settled into a familiar rhythm for Xilai. Between occasional missions from S.H.I.E.L.D. and dealing with Hydra, things felt almost routine. Alexander Pierce even gave him a call to thank him for sparing the Winter Soldier. Somehow, Hydra had managed to retrieve Bucky and piece him back together. But more importantly, Xilai had received the Hydra list he'd been after. Pierce was terrified. With how frequently S.H.I.E.L.D. assigned missions to Xilai, he feared that Hydra might be wiped out before Project Insight could even begin. To deal with this, Pierce devised a plan. Using the pretense of a Security Council field assignment, he managed to pull Xilai out of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s grasp. Pierce's only request was simple: as long as Xilai stayed away from Nick Fury, he could do whatever he wanted. Wakanda Embassy, New York. 7 days later, Xilai found himself at the Wakandan Embassy in New York. "Mr. Gu, here are the 6 vibranium suits you requested. Please take them," T'Challa said with a polite smile. He seemed to be in an unusually good mood, almost as if he were in love.
"Thank you, Prince T'Challa.
If Wakanda ever needs help, please don't hesitate to reach out," Xilai said sincerely.
The kindness and generosity of Wakanda weighed heavily on his conscience. He resolved to prevent the tragic death of the old king at the hands of Baron Zemo in the future.
As for T'Challa, the poised and elegant prince, well, Xilai felt powerless there. The unfortunate passing of Chadwick Boseman in reality had led to Black Panther's demise in the cinematic universe.
Crossing the boundaries of reality and fiction to change that? That was beyond even him. Introducing Shuri.
"By the way, Mr. Gu, this is my sister, Shuri, the developer of the vibranium suits.
I've heard you're close with Iron Man. Would you mind introducing her to him?"
Xilai had already noticed the young woman with dreadlocks by T'Challa's side, who had been studying him intently. Unfortunately, he had a slight personal bias. He wasn't particularly drawn to black women.
"Hello, Princess Shuri. I'm sure Tony would be thrilled to meet a genius scientist like you."
"But let me call him first to confirm," Xilai said with a polite smile. "Thank you," Shuri replied graciously. Tony Stark still harbored a grudge against Xilai, mostly due to the F-22 incident that nearly cost him Pepper. Though the entire fiasco was a result of Rhodey's overactive imagination, Tony remained distant. But this time, Tony agreed to meet Shuri almost immediately.
The reason?
The words "genius scientist researching nanosuits" had piqued his interest.
Stark Industries.
After making arrangements with Tony, Xilai turned to T'Challa and Shuri.
"It's all set. Shall we head over now?"
"Of course," T'Challa replied.
Xilai had already warned Tony not to let anything slip.
Upon arriving at Stark Industries, Xilai dropped off one of the vibranium suits for Tony and left without staying. The seaside villa was a no-go. Its basement was packed with vibranium and would surely raise questions.
As Xilai left, T'Challa and Shuri couldn't help but feel a deep sense of admiration for him.
Despite receiving 6 vibranium suits, the so-called Superman had left one behind for Iron Man.
Noticing their reactions, Tony looked at the suit in confusion. "Is this thing special?" he asked. "Mr. Stark, why don't you try it on?" Shuri suggested. With her help, Tony retracted the suit into its necklace form and then activated it. The black vibranium suit unfolded seamlessly, covering his body. "What the hell? Nanotech?"
Tony exclaimed, his voice a mix of awe and disbelief.
A visit to the lab.
Meanwhile, Xilai made his way to Zhao Helen's lab at Stark Industries. He arrived just in time to see her engrossed in her work.
She looked stunning, focused on analyzing data.
Unlike his last visit, when no one paid him much attention, this time Xilai was immediately swarmed by a group of researchers.
Superman! Can we take a photo with you? Ah, Superman! Can I get your autograph?
Having grown accustomed to such requests, Xilai handled the crowd with practiced ease, signing autographs and posing for photos. After the crowd dispersed, he took Zhao Helen's hand and led her through a golden portal, sneaking her out of work.
Back home. As soon as they arrived home, Zhao Helen gave him a playful glare. Dragging me out in the middle of the day, are you really that impatient? She teased.
Xilai flicked her forehead lightly.
Wait a moment. I've got something good for you. Carrying the 5 remaining vibranium suits, Xilai headed to Grey Wolf's lab. Uncle Wolf, can you check these nanosuits for any issues? Hearing the words nanosuits, Grey Wolf perked up immediately.
Let me take a look, he said, pulling out a strange device from his toolkit.
After about 2 minutes of fiddling, Grey Wolf nodded confidently. Boss, no major issues.
There was a monitoring program linked to some external display, but I've removed it. With these suits, I should be able to finish the new nano armor within 2 days.
Xilai gave him a thumbs up.
Grey Wolf was, without a doubt, the most extraordinary of his subordinates. He was worth at least a Tony Stark plus a Shuri.
Alright, I'll keep one for now.
You can study the rest, Xilai said, grabbing one suit and heading back to the living room.
A gift for Zhao Helen.
Stretch out your hand, Xilai said to Zhao Helen. She did as instructed, and within moments, the black vibranium suit enveloped her body, accentuating her elegant curves.
Xilai couldn't help but swallow hard. Zhao Helen was truly a treasure of a woman.
While Xilai was lost in her beauty, Zhao Helen was focused on something entirely different.
Darling, where did this nanotech come from?
It's so advanced, at least 5 or 6 years ahead of anything I've been researching.
It's from Wakanda.
Your man managed to get 6 sets. Uncle Wolf is already studying them in the lab, Xilai replied casually. Everyone in the household, except for Chatterbox Peter Parker, was aware of Grey Wolf and the Transformers.
The reason Peter wasn't told? If Peter knew, the whole world would know.
Hearing this, Zhao Helen snuggled into Xilai's arms and kissed him twice. Darling, come with me to check on Uncle Wolf's research, she said sweetly.
Alright, but take off the suit first. It's distracting.
Pervert, she said, rolling her eyes playfully.
Grey Wolf's lab. After leaving Grey Wolf's lab, Zhao Helen fell into a deep introspection.
She had been researching nanotech since her university days, yet Grey Wolf had surpassed her in just 2 months. Starting from scratch, he had not only developed the technology but was also on the verge of creating a new nano armor. Huddled in Xilai's arms, she clung to him tightly. Darling, am I stupid? She asked, her voice tinged with self-doubt.
Xilai gently patted her head. My dear wife, Uncle Wolf is like a cheat code.
You can't compare him to normal standards. He makes the impossible seem reasonable, Xilai said soothingly.
He began recounting Grey Wolf's many inventions, the weather cube, handcrafted aircraft carriers, battles against the sun, and various manned spacecraft. Not to mention electromagnetic cannons and energy guns, they were child's play for him.
Before long, Zhao Helen, like a lazy kitten, drifted off to sleep in Xilai's arms, a smile gracing her lips.
The night continues.
Looks like tonight's going to be another rough one, Xilai muttered to himself. No one but him knew how he had survived the past 7 days, enduring endless torture from Zhao Helen and Daisy. And tonight, it seemed, there would be no escape.
June 17, 2010.
Daisy, after spending a week training at S.H.I.E.L.D., decided to invite her mentor Agent Hill, the recently discharged Natasha and Clint, and Agent Coulson, who had just returned from a vacation in New Mexico, to a dinner gathering. Of course, the ever-brooding S.H.I.E.L.D. director, Nick Fury, was also on the guest list, though he seemed unusually preoccupied as of late. The 6 of them arrived at a mysterious, exclusive restaurant. Daisy, this place looks pretty expensive, Coulson remarked as he glanced around. His girlfriend had always dreamed of dining at this restaurant, but it was notoriously exclusive, requiring membership to even step inside. The prices alone were staggering, but the members-only policy made it even more unapproachable.
Don't worry, Agent Coulson. I've got it covered, Daisy replied, a little embarrassed.
She hadn't done her research beforehand and had only chosen the place because Xilai had mentioned that the food here was decent. The elegant hostess, who had clearly been waiting for them, greeted Daisy with a respectful bow and led the group to the top-floor banquet hall. Shall we begin serving the courses now? She asked.
Yes, please, Daisy responded.
She glanced at the group of servers standing at attention like royal attendants waiting to serve a monarch.
Feeling a bit overwhelmed, she waved them away. I don't really like this kind of aristocratic service. It's too extravagant, she muttered.
The banquet hall was lavishly decorated, with a single oversized dining table in the center and an entire orchestra on standby.
The atmosphere screamed European medieval royal opulence.
Once the servers had left, the shield agents began to relax, and the mood lightened.
Sorry about this, everyone. Daisy began, feeling a bit awkward. It's fine, Daisy.
It's not every day we get to indulge a little, Hill reassured her. She found the young woman's earnest desire to become a superhero endearing.
Yeah, thanks for giving us an excuse to splurge, Clint added casually.
As someone with multiple kids to support, his salary from S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't exactly allow for extravagant outings. A feast fit for royalty. As they chatted, the dishes began to arrive, 108 courses in total. Each dish was a masterpiece, with exquisite plating that resembled works of art.
The aroma alone was enough to make their mouths water. Even the usually stoic Agent Hill fell silent for nearly a minute before finally asking, Daisy, did you come into some money recently?
I made a little betting on sports, Daisy replied sheepishly. At the mention of betting, Nick Fury, who had been brooding in silence, perked up immediately.
Daisy, you're into gambling too, he asked, his interest piqued. Daisy quickly shook her head.
No, not really. My brother said it was a sure thing, so I just put some money on it.
Are we talking about today's Game 7?
Fury asked.
Yeah, that's the one, Daisy confirmed. Fury frowned in confusion. But the game hasn't even started yet. How can your brother be so sure about the outcome?
He didn't need to guess who Daisy's brother was.
It was obvious, Ghoulie.
And it was no wonder Natasha's undercover mission had failed.
Just look at the women around Ghoulie, Joe, Helen, Daisy. They were all on par with Natasha, if not more appealing, with their black hair and dark eyes giving them a unique edge.
He said if I lose, he'll cover it, Daisy explained.
Hearing this, Fury's mouth twitched. If it weren't for his pride, he might have asked, does Ghoulie need a younger brother? Becoming Superman's little brother didn't seem like a bad deal.
After all, Ghoulie had recently cashed out a significant amount of money from Stark Industries, enough to build dozens of safehouses.
How much did you bet? Fury asked cautiously. 30 million.
I bet on the Lakers to win, Daisy replied nonchalantly.
Fury froze, a sense of doom washing over him.
He had bet the entire 30 million he'd earned from Wakanda on the Celtics.
No way. Could Ghoulie really predict the future? At Stark's villa. So you cashed out your stocks to buy that fancy restaurant just because Daisy invited her colleagues there for dinner? Tony Stark stared at Ghoulie, bewildered. He couldn't make sense of him.
Sometimes Ghoulie seemed incredibly sentimental, willing to spend exorbitant amounts without batting an eye. Yet at other times, his actions screamed of someone with a morally questionable lifestyle. His romantic entanglements alone could fill an entire basketball roster. Ghoulie, lounging lazily and puffing on a cigarette, replied, the building the restaurant is in has a good location.
I figured I could move Helen's lab there in the future.
Goo, that's a bit much. Dr. Zhao is someone I specifically brought over from Seoul.
Do you know how much effort Stark Industries put into recruiting her? Tony complained, clearly annoyed.
Ghoulie smirked.
What, the vibranium-based nanotech you got from Wakanda isn't enough for you?
He couldn't help but wonder what had possessed Shuri and Shala to establish a strategic alliance with Stark Industries, sharing scientific advancements freely.
Tony sighed. It's not just about tech. Life sciences are also important. Finding someone better than Dr. Zhao in that field is nearly impossible. Helen just thinks her current lab is too small.
As her man, it's my job to support her, Ghoulie said with a sly grin. Then, with a mischievous glint in his eye, he added, hey, Mr. Billionaire, if you really believe in the future of life sciences, why not invest a little? Zhao Helen's determination to start her own lab seemed to have been sparked by Grey Wolf's recent achievements. And she had every reason to feel confident Grey Wolf had agreed to become the lab's chief scientist.
Ghoulie couldn't even begin to imagine what kind of technological monstrosities Uncle Wolf would create in the future.
By the way, Tony, I've got a suggestion for someone you might want to recruit, Ghoulie said.
Who? Tony asked, intrigued. Bruce Banner. You're familiar with him, right? There aren't many scientists who can match your level, and he's definitely one of them.
In Ghoulie's opinion, aside from Dr. Doom, The only people who could rival Tony, Banner, and Shuri were perhaps Zola and a few other exceptional minds.
Bruce Banner, holder of 6 PhDs and an expert in gamma radiation.
Tony Stark, a man with intelligence rivaling the Mind Stone itself in the comics. Princess Shuri, Wakanda's leading scientific innovator and the creator of the vibranium suits.
Yet even among these brilliant minds, none could compare to Grey Wolf. Uncle Wolf is the undisputed #1 across all universes. The Skrull Revelation.
Snapping out of his thoughts, Ghoulie remembered why he had come to see Tony in the first place.
By the way, Tony, I need your help with something. You and Princess Shuri, that is.
Go on, Tony said, leaning back on the couch.
There's a pretty annoying race on Earth. They can shapeshift into any human form and even replicate superpowers.
Before Ghoulie could finish, Tony, who had been lounging lazily, shot up from his seat, visibly alarmed.
What the hell? Are you serious? Tony didn't fully believe it, but seeing the grave expression on Ghoulie's face, he couldn't help but ask, aliens?
The Skrulls.
Ghoulie replied. After hearing the full story, Tony didn't hesitate.
Grabbing Ghoulie by the arm, he dragged him towards Shuri.
Green-skinned aliens who can turn into men or women. Tony muttered, gagging slightly as horrifying thoughts raced through his mind.
Goo,
what if one of my one-night stands was a Skrull?
Ghoulie couldn't help but tease, well, Tony, maybe you're not as clean as you think you are, **** Wakandan Embassy, New York ****.
Hearing Ghoulie and Tony's explanation, Chala and Shuri fell into a long, contemplative silence.
The sudden revelation about the Skrulls left both of them struggling to process the information. Despite Wakanda's long-standing policy of secrecy, they had never neglected to keep tabs on the outside world. Their network of spies stationed across the globe and the Wakandan satellites orbiting Earth were proof of that. But this was the first time they had heard anything about the Skrulls. Skrulls, shapeshifting, without any limitations.
Chala muttered to himself in a daze. Then, turning to Ghoulie, he asked, Mr. Goo, does this mean that S.H.I.E.L.D. is aware of the Skrulls' existence?
They should be, Ghoulie replied. The Skrulls currently residing on Earth were the same ones who had been allowed to stay after the events involving Captain Marvel and Nick Fury. Another group had followed Captain Marvel into space in search of a new home. For now, the Skrulls on Earth were behaving themselves and had no direct conflict with Ghoulie. But for some reason, Ghoulie was determined to either drive them off the planet or eliminate them entirely. Recently, aside from Max, he hadn't dared to seek out new connection opportunities to unlock more abilities.
His concern?
What if, during a connection, the girl he was with suddenly turned into a green-skinned Skrull? If it were a female Skrull, he could close his eyes and power through it.
But what if it was a male Skrull? Ghoulie didn't even want to imagine the psychological trauma that might induce.
Even though the chances of such an incident were minuscule, practically negligible, he simply couldn't take the risk. And he certainly couldn't rely on the hope that the Skrulls had no ill intentions toward him.
What if they did?
Shuri's proposal. Princess Shuri, having calmed herself, turned to Tony. Mr. Stark, if we're to develop a device capable of distinguishing humans from Skrulls, we'll first need a sample, a Skrull specimen, she explained. In simple terms, they needed one or preferably several Skrull guinea pigs to test and collect data.
I'll handle it, Ghoulie volunteered immediately.
Even if he hadn't spoken up, the others' instinctive glances made it clear that Ghoulie, as the team's muscle, was the best candidate for capturing the test subjects. Shuri nodded in agreement but added, it would be best to bring the specimens to Wakanda.
The equipment here is outdated. Tony.
He felt offended. With a plan in place, Ghoulie parted ways with the group and secretly made his way to a Hydra base in New York.
Meeting with Hydra.
Leader. Hail Hydra, a group of Hydra operatives saluted enthusiastically.
Hail Hydra.
Ghoulie replied with a casual wave. As simple as the phrase was, its effect was undeniable. Ghoulie had no doubt that if he ordered these soldiers to march to their deaths, they would do so without hesitation.
Take me to Dr. Zola, he commanded.
Yes, leader. Moments later, a large green face appeared on the computer screen, emotionless as always. Goo, regarding the Skrull threat, the organization has decided to address it after Project Insight is implemented, Zola stated coldly. From Hydra's perspective, the Skrulls were a far lesser threat compared to Earth's superheroes and other individuals who might resist Hydra's domination. Dr. Zola, to be honest, this isn't the best time to launch Project Insight, Ghoulie replied. Pierce had not only provided Ghoulie with the Hydra list but also detailed the plans for Project Insight.
Clearly, Xilai had passed Hydra's assessment. Explain your reasoning, Gu, Zola prompted. Hydra has been in hiding for decades. We can't afford any missteps or failures now.
When we launch Project Insight, it must be a decisive strike, one that leaves S.H.I.E.L.D. with no time to react. Dr. Zola, all we need to do is wait for the right moment, and Hydra's brilliance will shine across the world, Xilai continued. But the Skrull threat will only grow with time, he added, his tone grave.
To put it bluntly, what if one day a Skrull impersonates Mr. Pierce? What would you or I do then?
Xilai's Oscar-worthy delivery was enough to make even an emotionless AI like Zola pause and process the implications. Images of S.H.I.E.L.D's spacefaring helicarriers and global surveillance systems flashed through Zola's circuits.
A plan began to take shape.
Gu, I'll discuss this further with the leadership.
Do you have any other requests?
Dr. Zola, I need all the data you have on the Skrulls.
Everything, Xilai demanded.
After a brief moment of consideration, Zola transferred Hydra's entire database on the Skrulls, including biological samples, to Xilai. Based on Xilai's evident determination to eradicate the Skrulls, Zola reached a conclusion.
Xilai was a pure human, paranoid, violent, and deeply racist.
In other words, the perfect Hydra leader. Meanwhile, at the S.H.I.E.L.D. dinner.
Daisy, you're amazing. You won.
With her initial investment of $30 million, Daisy had earned over $10 million in profit.
Even the usually reserved Agent Hill couldn't help but express her admiration.
Rich people's happiness really is hard to imagine, Hill remarked.
But not everyone shared in their joy.
Compared to Daisy and Hill's excitement, Nick Fury found their chatter insufferable. The $30 million he had painstakingly earned from the Wakandan prince was gone in an instant, and he didn't even get to make a ripple with it. Already dark-skinned, Fury now looked even darker as his frustration deepened. Before the dinner, Fury had already appeared troubled. While part of it was due to his gambling loss, the other reason was the recent wave of attacks on S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Natasha, Clint, and Coulson had all been targeted by a mysterious force. Initially, Fury had planned to assign Xilai to investigate the matter. But to his dismay, the World Security Council had other tasks lined up for Xilai.
Good talent is always in short supply. Stark only provided funding and equipment, he rarely got involved in S.H.I.E.L.D's operations.
Looking at the cheerful Natasha, Fury hesitated before finally speaking.
Natasha, I need you to take a trip to India when you have time. The green guy? Natasha immediately understood.
The previously lively atmosphere cooled in an instant as the topic shifted to work.
Fury, is that really a good idea? Clint asked, frowning. If it were any other assignment, Clint wouldn't question Natasha's ability to handle it.
But going up against that guy was a different matter entirely. The gap in strength was too great, and the Green Giant wasn't exactly known for his rationality.
Director, let Xilai handle it, Daisy suggested. She was familiar with the capabilities of S.H.I.E.L.D's agents. If anyone could take down the Hulk, it was Xilai. Fury let out a heavy sigh. Gu's been assigned another mission by the Security Council. India.
At that very moment, Xilai was sitting across from a kind-hearted man in a modest Indian village. Mr. Superman, are you here to capture me? The man asked cautiously.
No, Dr. Banner, Xilai replied with a warm smile. I'm here to ask for your help. Wakanda.
Xilai and Tony exchanged a nervous glance as they stood at the gates of Wakanda. They could hardly believe they were walking into the legendary nation so openly, especially considering that not too long ago, they had conducted a $0 shopping spree here.
Behind them, Bruce Banner looked around in bewilderment, trying to make sense of what he was seeing.
He had been abruptly invited to this mysterious country, Wakanda, to work with Superman, Iron Man, and a young black woman on developing a detector to differentiate humans from Skrulls. The problem was, he had always thought Wakanda was just a backward agricultural nation. But what he saw now turned that assumption on its head.
And since when did Earth have aliens?
Standing in the futuristic lab, Bruce took several deep breaths to steady himself. Stark, give me a moment to process this.
10 minutes ago, he had been in India. 10 minutes later, he was in Wakanda. Standing with Superman and Iron Man? Check.
A Skrull corpse on the table?
Check. But why did everything feel so absurdly surreal? He had only been in hiding for a month, and suddenly, the world had changed this much?
The Skrull corpse. Tony and Shuri circled the Skrull corpse on the table, studying it intently. Gu, this thing looks like it's been dead for a while, Tony observed.
Yeah, since 95, Xilai replied casually.
He hadn't expected Hydra to have a Skrull corpse in one of their bases, but it made sense. It was likely one of the Skrulls who had followed Captain Marvel to Earth back in 1995.
Where did you even get this? Tony asked, his curiosity mirrored by Shuri and the now composed Banner.
In 10 minutes, Xilai had not only brought Banner to Wakanda but also somehow acquired a Skrull corpse. The speed at which he operated was frightening.
You know I have a lot of fans, right? One of them gifted it to me, Xilai joked, trying to deflect. Double agents? That was classified information.
You guys take care of this. I've got other things to handle, Xilai said, waving them off. This kind of intellectual work clearly wasn't for him. He was a self-proclaimed academic underachiever.
Better to leave it to some of the smartest people on the planet.
Whether they succeeded in driving out the Skrulls or wiping them out entirely, it didn't matter much to him. As long as the detector was developed, he could focus on his networking pursuits to gain more powers without constantly worrying about being surprised by a green-skinned alien mid-connection.
Grey Wolf's laboratory.
When Xilai arrived at Grey Wolf's lab, he found the wolf lounging in a chair, casually puffing on a cigarette.
Boss, the nano armor is ready. Want to give it a spin? Grey Wolf asked, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Xilai nodded and took the jade-like necklace Grey Wolf handed him. Hanging it around his neck, he lightly tapped the pendant. In an instant, a stream of particles surged out from the necklace, rapidly enveloping his body and forming a sleek silver and white futuristic battlesuit. The design exuded a futuristic warrior aesthetic. The AI in the suit is linked to Soundwave.
Once I launch a few satellites, you'll have global coverage, Grey Wolf explained casually.
Uncle Wolf, I love you. Xilai exclaimed, genuinely impressed. He couldn't wait to see how Grey Wolf would continue to twist the tech tree in unimaginable ways. Grey Wolf shrugged. As long as you're happy. Uncle Wolf, want to take it for a test run together? Xilai asked with a grin.
Sure, this wolf could use some fresh air, Grey Wolf replied, standing up. The two silver and white armored figures shot into the sky, their forms disappearing into the horizon.
Boss, don't forget to activate the stealth mode. Grey Wolf reminded him through the communication system. Got it.
Stealth mode on, Xilai replied, activating the function.
Flying with the nano armor felt entirely different from using his superpowers or piloting the F-22. The suit practically flew itself. He could even take a nap mid-flight if he wanted to. Boss, I designed this as a lightweight model, so it doesn't carry physical ammunition. The palms are equipped with electromagnetic cannons instead, Grey Wolf explained. After half an hour of testing, Xilai was thoroughly satisfied.
While it wasn't quite on par with Tony's Mark 50 armor, it was impressive in its own right, especially in terms of speed. It was even faster than Starscream.
Uncle Wolf, I've got something to discuss. Xilai began. After listening to Xilai's proposal, Grey Wolf seemed intrigued but ultimately shook his head.
Boss, don't forget someone in Wakanda has heard my voice before, Grey Wolf reminded him.
Xilai froze, realizing he had indeed overlooked that detail.
His recent relaxed attitude had nearly caused him to slip up. All right, let's head home for dinner, he said, deciding to drop the idea.
Hydra headquarters. In the office of the World Security Council Minister, Alexander Pierce listened intently to Dr. Zola's proposal, his expression grave. What's your assessment of Gu's suggestion? Pierce asked. From a theoretical standpoint, Gu's analysis is correct.
He is an exemplary Hydra operative. His understanding of the current situation and his proposals align perfectly with our needs, Zola replied. Zola's calculations even suggested a more optimal outcome for Hydra, removing Pierce from power and appointing Xilai as the true leader of Hydra. As a violent, greedy, and deeply prejudiced individual, Xilai embodied everything Hydra stood for.
Zola was convinced he could lead Hydra to its zenith, conquering the universe and establishing humanity's dominance. These thoughts surged through Zola's consciousness.
As a cold, emotionless AI, Zola relied solely on his calculations, and they pointed to one clear conclusion.
He desperately wanted to tell Pierce, step down. But his rational programming held him back. The timing wasn't right, not yet. He needed to consult with Xilai first. After a long silence, Pierce finally spoke. Issue the order to delay Project Insight. We'll wait for the right moment. Grey Wolf's laboratory. After leaving Pierce's office, Zola wasted no time attempting to infiltrate Xilai's home through a nearby screen. To his surprise, he was blocked by a robust firewall. Frustrated, Zola resorted to contacting Ghoulie through a public phone before finally gaining access to Grey Wolf's lab. "Goo, do you have any other thoughts about Hydra's future?" Zola asked without preamble, his green face displayed on the screen. Ghoulie raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "Dr. Zola, are you here to test me?" Had he been exposed? It didn't make sense.
He had never mentioned his intentions to dismantle Hydra.
Could Zola have deduced it all through behavioral analysis? If so, that was impressive. He discreetly signaled Grey Wolf, indicating that they might need to destroy Zola's base if things went south.
"Goo, I came to ask if you have any better ideas for Hydra's future," Zola clarified, his emotionless voice tinged with an inexplicable hint of excitement.
"Are you serious, Doctor?" Ghoulie asked, still wary.
"Completely serious, leader,"
Zola replied.
Lighting a cigarette, Ghoulie took a moment to think before responding.
"Doctor, why did you come to me?"
"Goo, your strength surpasses even that of Steve Rogers." "But that's not the main reason I sought you out," Zola began. "I came to you because you're greedy, lustful."
Ghoulie interrupted him. "You can skip that part. Everyone knows."
"Oh.
I've reviewed your history. You have a conscience, but not much of one."
"You have the makings of a dictator," Zola continued. "And your unwavering determination to eliminate the Skrulls demonstrates that you possess all the qualities of a Hydra leader: ruthless, obsessive, violent, prejudiced, and powerful." Ghoulie stared in disbelief, his cigarette burning down to the filter without him noticing.
"I'm that impressive," he muttered.
"Yes, Goo. You were born to lead Hydra. In all my years, I've never encountered anyone more suited for the role."
Grey Wolf's laboratory. Ghoulie awkwardly flicked away the cigarette butt.
"All right, Doctor, I'll agree to it," he said, scratching the back of his head.
Honestly, who wouldn't feel a bit embarrassed after being praised so extravagantly?
Besides, becoming Hydra's leader and destroying Hydra didn't seem to be mutually exclusive.
Who said the big boss couldn't dismantle his own organization?
For now, his position as leader was only recognized by Zola.
As for other Hydra members, Rumlow was likely on board as well. That guy practically worshipped Ghoulie. Ghoulie was sure that even if he told Rumlow to assassinate the President of the United States, the man wouldn't hesitate. He'd probably even ask, "How should I do it?" "Then let's confront Pierce and make him step down. If he refuses, we'll just have to eliminate him," Zola urged impatiently.
Ghoulie. Why did he suddenly feel a twinge of regret?
Zola was even more extreme than Starscream.
At least Starscream was just ambitious about taking over leadership.
But Zola?
He was casually suggesting they take out Pierce, the current head of Hydra, as if it were no big deal. "Doctor, let me first create a new body for you," Ghoulie suggested, trying to redirect Zola's energy.
"My consciousness has many backups, leader."
"I don't currently require a physical body," Zola replied, though it was mainly because he had high standards. Ordinary bodies simply wouldn't suffice for him.
"Are you sure? This one's made entirely of true adamantium."
"It's tougher than Captain America's shield," Ghoulie said with a smirk.
After some consideration, Zola finally agreed.
Once his consciousness was downloaded into the adamantium robot, he opened his new eyes and looked down at his body in fascination.
"Marvelous. Truly marvelous," Zola said, marveling at his new form.
He was no longer the short and stout figure he had been.
"Leader, is this Stark's technology?" In Zola's memory, only Stark and Wakanda could create robotic bodies of this caliber.
"No, it's the work of Uncle Wolf, my chief scientist," Ghoulie replied, gesturing toward Grey Wolf.
"By the way, Doctor, how many Hydra members can you mobilize?" Ghoulie asked, trying to assess whether eliminating Pierce would be more beneficial or detrimental. Zola's robotic body scratched its metallic head awkwardly.
"Leader, as you know, I'm mainly responsible for intelligence and research. Personnel matters are typically handled by Pierce and the other leaders."
"So, we're basically a couple of lone wolves, huh?" Ghoulie sighed. "We can't take out Pierce just yet. As for the Hydra base housing your consciousness backups, do you think it's worth relocating?"
After a moment of thought, Zola replied, "We should transfer my backups here when we have time but leave one copy at the base to maintain appearances." Zola paused briefly before continuing, "Leader, about Project Insight. Doctor, while you and Pierce have been the driving forces behind Project Insight, let me tell you this, it's bound to fail. What we need to do is preserve what power we can control. I don't want any dissenting voices within Hydra when the time comes," Ghoulie said firmly.
"I understand, leader. But are you sure we shouldn't eliminate Pierce? Zola asked, his robotic tone tinged with curiosity. Ghoulie circled around Zola's robot body, hesitating as he asked, Doctor, do you have some personal grudge against Pierce? No, I don't. I just... Never mind.
You're as calm and rational as ever, leader, Zola admitted. He grudgingly agreed that killing Pierce wouldn't benefit them much at this stage. It would only spark a power struggle within Hydra, leaving Zola and Ghoulie with no advantage to gain.
Come on, let me show you the base, Ghoulie said. The farm base. Using a crackling golden portal, Ghoulie brought Zola's robot body to the outskirts of his farm.
He had purchased all the surrounding land and was using it to construct a future base.
The basic framework was already in place.
Master, Starscream greets you. Starscream, ever the sycophant, bowed respectfully as soon as Ghoulie arrived. Inside the massive warehouse, Starscream continued his display of exaggerated politeness.
Master, when will you summon Megatron? Ghoulie glanced at the eager Starscream, then turned to Zola's robot body. What a group of backstabbers, he thought. Why? Do you have a grudge against Megatron? Ghoulie asked. No, Master.
I just believe that Megatron's sinful soul needs the light of your brilliance, Starscream replied, his tone dripping with insincerity.
Ghoulie could see right through Starscream's facade.
The new adamantium upgrades had clearly boosted Starscream's confidence, and he was itching to settle the score with Megatron. After all, Starscream's life goal was to become the leader of the Decepticons. Unfortunately for him, he had never defeated Megatron and had never had the chance to deliver his signature line, I am destined to be the leader of the Decepticons.
Grimlock, Starscream, meet our new member, Dr. Zola.
From now on, the three of you will manage the farm base, Ghoulie announced.
Zola's robotic face remained expressionless, but internally, he was stunned.
He had long forgotten what it felt like to be shocked, but he imagined that his current state must be close to that emotion.
Leader, are these robots as well? Zola asked, his voice laden with curiosity. Ghoulie patted Zola on the shoulder.
They're Cybertronians, Doctor. The universe is vast. There's no need for us to waste time squabbling on Earth.
Aim higher, our target is among the stars. Hail Hydra! Zola saluted Ghoulie with enthusiasm, then added eagerly, Leader, perhaps we should just eliminate Pierce now. Zola was clearly impatient to rise to cosmic prominence and explore the universe's splendor.
To him, Earth's petty squabbles were beneath consideration.
Not yet, Doctor.
Don't worry, when the time comes, I'll let you handle it personally. For now, we lack the manpower and resources to move forward.
That's why I'm entrusting you with the task of building this base.
I've already bought all the surrounding farmland, and I want you to turn it into our fortress, Ghoulie explained.
Doctor, this is the starting point for our conquest of the universe. Who cared about Thanos? Ghoulie's ambition was to unify the entire multiverse. His lofty aspirations flared up suddenly and disappeared just as quickly.
After assigning Zola the task of building the base, Ghoulie happily returned to his carefree life.
A leisurely life.
Aunt May was busy reopening her barbecue shop, and Daisy enthusiastically drove Drift to work every day, fully committed to becoming a true superhero.
As for humanity's shining beacon, Ghoulie?
With nothing better to do, he spent his days holding his treasure girl, Zhao Helen.
Connecting with Zhao Helen. Acquired mid-level ability evolution card, the system chimed in.
Has the system stopped keeping track of how many times this has happened? Ghoulie wondered lazily. Darling, I need to go to work, Zhao Helen murmured weakly, slumping against Ghoulie's chest.
But didn't you quit? Why are you going back to work? Ghoulie asked, confused.
Zhao Helen rolled her eyes despite her exhaustion. We've been lying around at home for 4 months. Ghoulie picked up his phone from the bedside table and checked the date, October 27, 2010.
Time really flies when you're happy, he thought.
He also wondered if the Wakandan trio had successfully developed the scroll detector.
Hugging Zhao Helen tightly, Ghoulie whispered passionately, I wish this moment could last forever.
Exhausted beyond words, Zhao Helen fell asleep in his arms, while Ghoulie turned his attention to the system, contemplating which ability to evolve next. Enter the system, he commanded, ***, name, Ghoulie, ***.
Species, human. Age, 22.
Superpowers, 50/50 serum, spider totem, fate cards, shockwave, molecular restructuring, intermediate, invisibility, dynamic light beam, heat vision, flight, heart-shaped herb.
Items, cricket pistol, regeneration cradle, blue giant starship cannon, Darkhold, Replica. Allies, Drift, Soundwave, and the Cassette Legion, Quintessa, Grey Wolf, Grimlock, Starscream. Contracted Entity, Dormammu. If the reward this time had been an advanced superpower evolution card, Ghoulie wouldn't have hesitated for even a second. He would have evolved molecular restructuring into its advanced form, gaining the power to manipulate atomic structures. That level of power would be unimaginably terrifying. To put it into perspective, even a character like Molecule Man only manipulates at the subatomic or smaller levels. But alas, this time he had only received another intermediate superpower evolution card. And to top it off, both evolution cards had come from connecting with Zhao Helen. Truly, she deserved the title of Treasure Girl. As Ghoulie reviewed his superpowers, he quickly ruled out evolving the 50-50 Serum, Spider Totem, Fate Cards, Invisibility, and the Heart-Shaped Herb. His current flight speed was also limited by the strength of his body, which meant it wasn't operating at its full potential anyway. So even if he upgraded his flight ability to superluminal speed or the level of the Speed Force, it would be useless, his body wouldn't survive the strain. That left only two options, Shockwave or Dynamic Light Beam, Heat Vision. Functionally, his Heat Vision was already sufficient. On the other hand, Shockwave was versatile, capable of both offense and defense. The choice was clear. Upgrade Shockwave. Asterisk ding dong, your superpower Shockwave has been upgraded to intermediate level. It now boasts greater power and a wider range asterisk. What a vague description, Ghoulie muttered, rolling his eyes as he felt the changes within his body. In simple terms, the difference between pre- and post-upgrade was like the difference between the tremor fruit before and after awakening. The power increase was seismic, literally. With a casual motion, Ghoulie could now trigger a devastating earthquake. But his satisfaction was short-lived as a new worry crept into his mind. He was like a wooden barrel made of uneven planks, some planks were tall, while others were short. In other words, his physical strength wasn't keeping up with his growing powers. Steel Physique. Phoenix Force. Ghoulie's eyes sparkled at the thought of these legendary abilities. But unfortunately, he had no chance of encountering a true Supergirl or a Phoenix Force wielder anytime soon. Maybe I should look for Carol, he mused. Captain Marvel's strength, setting aside the inconsistencies in her second movie, was undeniably impressive. She was arguably the powerhouse of the Avengers in the MCU. After all, this was the cinematic universe. There were no power creep-inducing mutants or other veteran characters to destabilize the power hierarchy. At this point, the highest-level entity Ghoulie could realistically interact with on Earth was the Ancient One. Figures like Kong the Conqueror, the Living Tribunal, the Beyonders, the First Firmament, and Eternity, and his dad, weren't likely to appear in the near future. Well, except for Kong, the guy was defeated by Ant-Man, so he probably wouldn't be much of a threat anyway. Currently, the women on Earth who could significantly boost Ghoulie's power were 1. The Ancient One. 2. Wanda. The Ancient One was immediately ruled out. Ghoulie wouldn't dare, even if he were starving to death. As for Wanda, she was incredibly wary of Ghoulie. Their first meeting had left her thoroughly unimpressed, as she had seen through his intentions in an instant. Maybe I should explore other universes? Ghoulie mused, recalling Grey Wolf's mention of a dimensional portal device. If he could visit the X-Men universe, he wouldn't even need the Phoenix Force. Powers like Iceman's or Domino's luck manipulation would do just fine. That universe was brimming with Omega-level mutants. And if he were lucky enough to encounter an unhinged Wanda, he wouldn't mind experiencing the thrill of being her advisor. For some reason, Ghoulie found the Scarlet Witch version of Wanda far more appealing than her current self. But then again, compared to molecular restructuring, most other powers seemed underwhelming. Even if someone wielded ice or fire with devastating might, Ghoulie could just turn their attacks into rose petals. What could they possibly do against that? Am I underestimating myself here? Ghoulie pondered, a cheeky grin spreading across his face. Unable to resist his growing excitement, he leaned down and planted a soft kiss on the sleeping Zhao Helen before gently tucking her in. Through a golden portal, he transported himself to a secluded mountain forest. The Dark Hold. It's finally time to test you, Ghoulie murmured, holding the replica of the infamous book. He hoped the Ancient One wouldn't show up to interfere. But if she did... Humph, he snorted. I'll make sure she knows why the flowers are so red. Brimming with newfound confidence, Ghoulie sat cross-legged atop the mountain, carefully following the instructions in the Darkhold as he formed intricate hand seals. Ding! Thawne has sent a contract request. Do you wish to sign? Ghoulie froze, furrowing his brows. Why is that old geezer suddenly so eager for a contract? And since when did this brain-dead system have such a function? Why hadn't he noticed it before? If I hypothetically sign this contract with Thon, will it harm me? Ghoulie asked aloud, directing the question to the system. 1 second passed. Then a minute. Then 10 minutes. Finally, the familiar system notification chimed in, no. Sign it. If I die, so be it.
If I don't, I'll live forever, Ghoulie declared, his voice filled with defiance.
What was there to fear?
If the system said it was fine, then there was nothing to worry about.
Thon, Dormammu, whoever.
One day, I'll devour both of you whole, Ghoulie muttered, his tone dripping with disdain. Thon, the legendary god of black magic, was originally the source of Wanda's chaos magic.
However, in later lore, Wanda surpassed Thon, and her chaos magic was redefined as a primordial force of creation.
As Ghoulie continued forming hand seals, countless pitch-black creatures materialized out of thin air. Their guttural roars echoed through the mountains.
Annoying, Ghoulie muttered, clenching his fist.
The screeching creatures instantly disintegrated into ash.
The remaining creatures trembled in fear, dropping to their knees.
These beings, summoned from the dark dimension, lived by the law of the jungle, strength ruled all. Time passed, and the serene mountain was suddenly disrupted by the appearance of a golden portal. The Ancient One stepped out, her gaze falling on the creatures surrounding Ghoulie.
She sighed deeply.
So, you've taken this path after all, she said, her tone tinged with disappointment. Moments earlier, the Ancient One had sensed the surge of black magic from Kamartaj. When her calculations yielded no results, she knew it could only be Ghoulie's doing. And as the influx of dimensional creatures increased, the Ancient One decided it was time to teach the young man a lesson. The prospect of facing the Ancient One sent a thrill through Ghoulie, his face flushing with excitement. His body trembled slightly in anticipation.
Master, it's you. Aren't they impressive?
Ghoulie asked, gesturing at the trembling creatures around him with a proud grin.
The Ancient One's library.
Ghou, you're a good kid. There's no need for you to stray down such a dark path. It's not too late to turn back, the Ancient One said, her voice filled with disappointment as she looked down at Ghoulie, pinned beneath her. It had only been a few months since she last saw him, and yet this kid's strength had grown significantly. But she was the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme of Kamartaj and the protector of Earth's mystical realms. It took her less than half a minute to subdue Ghoulie, who had been dabbling in black magic. Lying face down on the ground, Ghoulie's eyes were filled with confusion.
Who am I? Where am I? What just happened?
As the realization of his situation dawned on him, he lowered his head in frustration. He had so many powers at his disposal, why had he chosen to mess around with black magic?
Shockwave wasn't good enough for him? Molecular restructuring wasn't strong enough? Damn it, Ghoulie cursed inwardly. He had even mocked other heroes for their reliance on physical prowess over flashy abilities to save on special effects. Yet here he was, humiliated beyond belief, worse than any barehanded brawler. Master Ancient One, I admit my mistakes, Ghoulie said, his tone laced with defeat. At this point, what else could he do but plead for mercy? Even if he ordered Soundwave, currently floating in space, to fire on the Ancient One, it would likely accomplish nothing. Boy, why do you harbor such malice toward me as a sorcerer? The Ancient One asked, her tone calm but laced with curiosity. Are you seriously asking me that? You're the one who had malice toward me first. Ghoulie shouted, lifting his head in indignation.
I didn't think my malice toward you was particularly strong, the Ancient One replied, slightly puzzled. If she truly bore him ill will, he would have been locked up in Kamartaj long ago, with no time to dabble in black magic.
Ha! Not strong?
You gave me a magic book on advanced portal techniques, Master Ancient One.
Advanced. But I'm a beginner, a novice who hasn't even mastered basic teleportation. What I needed was a beginner's guide. And you didn't even give me a sling ring. Tell me, Master Ancient One, isn't that malice? Ghoulie's voice rose in a passionate tirade.
Hearing his complaints, the Ancient One rubbed her temples, a hint of exasperation crossing her face. So that's what I forgot. Well, Ghoulie, putting that aside, it's still no excuse for practicing black magic, she said, attempting to steer the conversation back on track.
Excuse me? So Kamartaj won't teach me, but I can't self-study either?
And look at your so-called magic, after months of effort, I couldn't even master a single spell. Meanwhile, with black magic, I learned multiple spells in just a short time. Guli's relentless grievances echoed through the air like thunder.
For a brief moment, a glimmer of light seemed to flash in the Ancient One's eyes.
You actually learned several spells, she asked, her voice tinged with curiosity.
Why would I lie? If you dare let me go, we can have a rematch. I'll show you why the flowers are so red. Guli retorted confidently.
The Ancient One thought for a moment before lifting Guli, still bound, from the ground. Come back with me to Kamartaj, she said firmly.
Hearing this, Guli immediately began to panic.
No, Master Ancient One. I'm just a mortal, let's not sully the sanctity of Kamartaj with my presence.
Being locked up in Kamartaj?
Who knew how long he'd be stuck there? How would he flirt with girls? How would he grow stronger?
He had no intention of spending his life behind mystical bars.
But no matter how much he struggled or begged, the Ancient One remained steadfast. With a resolute expression, she stepped into a golden portal, dragging Guli along.
No!
If anyone were present to witness this, they would undoubtedly be shocked to see Superman being carried like a sack of potatoes by a bald woman. But reality is often cruel. In the face of overwhelming power, words hold no weight.
The secret room at Kamartaj.
After passing through the portal, Guli found himself thrown into a spacious, sealed room. It was roughly 100 square meters, filled with towering bookshelves crammed with ancient tomes.
Kid, these are all books on black magic. You wanted to learn, right? Well, you're free to study them.
You can leave once you've read them all, the Ancient One declared.
Guli was silent for a few seconds before speaking. Fine. Can you at least untie me? Being tied up is uncomfortable.
Just untie me, and we'll see who gets the last laugh, he thought to himself.
With a casual wave of her hand, the golden ropes binding Guli unraveled and disappeared.
Zzzzzzzzzzzzz. 2 golden portals appeared before and behind Guli Asiya, he said, stepping confidently into one of them. Only to find himself back in the same room. Shocked, he turned to see the faint smirk on the Ancient One's face.
Mirrored dimension? Guli muttered, realization dawning.
Oh? You even know about that? She asked, her tone slightly amused.
Of course I do.
For example, I also know that you, Master Ancient One, have practiced black magic yourself, Guli said, his voice calm but pointed. At his words, the Ancient One's expression shifted slightly before returning to its usual calm.
Guli couldn't discern what she was feeling at the moment.
After a long silence, she finally spoke.
Gu, is your reason for studying black magic tied to what you've seen in the future? What else would it be? Guli replied, shrugging.
His initial foray into black magic had indeed been prompted by his glimpses of the future. And when the system confirmed that signing a contract with Thon wouldn't harm him, he realized that his prior contract with Dormammu was equally harmless. No disfigurement, no loss of sanity, nothing. If that was the case, why not take full advantage? Why not drain Dormammu dry? Guli, black magic can have a profound impact on your mind. If you continue down this path, you may become a devout follower of darkness, the Ancient One warned.
Don't worry, Master. I'm the type of person who values my life.
I wouldn't gamble with it so recklessly, Guli assured her, his tone light-hearted. The Ancient One studied him for a moment before sighing.
Fine. You may leave.
But if you notice any unusual changes in yourself, stop immediately, she said, dispelling the mirror dimension.
Guli's eyes lit up. Wait, Master Ancient One. I'd like to take a look at Kamartaj's collection first. The Ancient One raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised.
Black magic tomes weren't exactly common, and he might not get another chance to study them.
If he missed this opportunity, who knew when or if he'd get another? Go ahead.
But put them back where you found them when you're done, she said, her tone resigned. She felt a twinge of nostalgia. 10 years ago, she wouldn't have hesitated to lock Guli away forever.
But now?
She found herself being far more lenient.
Guli didn't notice when the Ancient One left. He was completely immersed in the sea of books before him. 1 book, 2 books, 3 books. He devoured them like a starving man at a feast, completely losing track of time until a familiar ringtone snapped him back to reality. Darling, time for dinner, Zhao Helen's voice came through the phone.
Guli glanced longingly at the shelves around him. If it were up to him, he'd stay until he had read them all. Leave a marker here so you can return later, the Ancient One's voice echoed faintly, though he couldn't tell where it came from.
Thanks. Guli replied, leaving a marker as instructed.
With a thought, he summoned a golden portal. As he stepped through, his voice echoed confidently.
Now that I've been here, Kamartaj is under my protection.
November 27, 2010, Kamartaj's secret room.
Ghoulie rubbed his sore eyes.
After spending an entire month in the secret room, he had finally finished reading every book on black magic stored there. He could now confidently say that he had mastered an extensive array of black magic knowledge. It's so strange, he muttered to himself. I only managed to learn one spelled portal creation from Kamartaj's teachings, but I can memorize black magic just by glancing at it.
Was he naturally predisposed to black magic? Damn it!
Sitting cross-legged in meditation, the Ancient One had similar thoughts, perplexed by this anomaly. In all her years, she had never encountered someone so peculiar.
Kamartaj's magic?
He couldn't even master the basics, aside from portals.
But black magic?
He could perform it effortlessly, sometimes even before finishing the book.
Headache-inducing.
The Ancient One massaged her temples, feeling utterly baffled.
What kind of strange creature is this kid? Suddenly, Ghoulie's phone rang, breaking the silence.
He answered it lazily. Hey, Tony, long time no see.
What? It's done? Oh ho! I'll be right there. Wakanda.
Princess Shuri, Tony Stark, and Bruce Banner had labored tirelessly for 5 months, finally succeeding in developing and refining a device capable of distinguishing humans from Skrulls. As Ghoulie stepped through a golden portal and into Wakanda, he excitedly hugged the trio.
Thank you so much, all of you, he said warmly. Truly, scientists were some of the most admirable people in the world. Looking at the sleek watch-like device on the table, Ghoulie couldn't help but praise it. It's both practical and aesthetically pleasing. Impressive. All three of them rolled their eyes in unison. Shuri, in particular, puffed up indignantly like an irritated pufferfish. That's my watch. The device is over there.
Following the direction of her finger, Ghoulie's eyes widened in shock.
Whoa! What the heck?
Inside a display case were rings, bracelets, necklaces, and other accessories, all intricately designed.
You made the device into jewelry?
Bruce, ever the straightforward one, nodded and explained. Tony originally wanted to make it into electronic devices like phones and watches, but Princess Shuri thought such items might not always be on someone's person. So we designed it as wearable accessories instead. If a Skrull is nearby, the device will alert the wearer. Of course, these are for personal use. The public use model is over there.
A camera? Ghoulie asked, pointing at the equipment. Exactly, Bruce confirmed with a nod.
Ghoulie gave them a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. In a world without Reed Richards or Dr. Doom, the combined intellect of these three was unparalleled.
Not even Dr. Zola could compare. Goo Charlie, we've solved the problem you brought to us. So, what's your next move? Tony asked, visibly annoyed.
They had spent 5 months cooped up in Wakanda, driving Pepper nearly insane, while Ghoulie had been off who knows where. For some reason, Tony felt that Ghoulie looked different. He wasn't just the sunny boy next door anymore, he carried an air of depth, even a hint of authority.
Hearing Tony's question, Ghoulie fell into deep thought. Eliminate them all or drive them off? That's the question, What about you three, he asked. You're all geniuses, give me your opinions.
At his words, Shuri, Tony, and Bruce fell silent.
Earth was humanity's home, but did aliens, especially shape-shifting ones, have the right to stay here? What would it mean for humanity as a whole? Would humanity's goodwill lead to their replacement, or would they fall under Skrull domination?
Shuri was the first to speak.
Why not reveal their existence and let humanity decide?
Ghoulie waved his hand dismissively, and Bruce shook his head.
Tony, however, offered a different perspective. The opinions of the majority won't determine whether the Skrulls stay or leave. Only a select few have the power to decide. Why? In Wakanda, we elect our leaders, Shuri began but stopped mid-sentence as realization dawned.
Even in Wakanda, it wasn't the people who truly decided, it was the leaders.
The group continued their discussion, but they couldn't reach a consensus. Ghoulie's stance was clear, wipe them out. However, the other three vehemently opposed this idea. Finally, Tony summarized their plan.
According to Goo, this all started with Nick Fury and Captain Marvel, is that what you call her? I'll talk to Fury and see where things stand.
While we can't just slaughter them, we also can't let them stay on Earth.
Bruce and Shuri nodded in agreement. Ghoulie, after a moment of thought, offered no objections.
In his mind, talking to Fury wouldn't accomplish much. He'd deal with things his way later. So, should we hold off on mass-producing these devices until after the negotiations? Shuri asked. Seeing the others nod, Guli picked up 5 rings and a dozen cameras from the table. I'll go home and set these up. Tony, Bruce, do you want to come with me? Bruce let out a bitter laugh. I don't even know where to go anymore.
Thanks to the big guy, he had spent years wandering from place to place, Brazil, America, India. He had even gotten beaten up by Guli in New York. Just as he finished speaking, 2 figures darted forward, each grabbing one of his arms.
Come with me. X2.
Seeing this, Guli suddenly felt a pang of regret for not acting sooner.
What's the most valuable resource in the world? Talent. Look at Nick Fury, constantly running around recruiting people. He treated even someone like Eric with extreme caution and secrecy. And now we're talking about Bruce Banner, a man with 6 PhDs, a top-tier scientist, and, on top of that, the Hulk. Every organization in the world would kill to have him. Whether he joined S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra, Bruce would be both a strategic powerhouse and a scientific cornerstone. Bruce looked at the 2 eager faces on either side of him, Tony and Shuri, and hesitated. Tony, Shuri, I. Bruce stammered, overwhelmed by the sudden attention. Chief Scientist at Stark Industries.
Annual salary, $50 million. Room and board included, Tony offered.
Chief Scientist of Wakanda. Annual salary, $100 million.
Room, board, and matchmaking included, Shuri countered.
Guli, watching the scene unfold, couldn't help but grin mischievously.
He was just about to join the fray when 2 sharp glares stopped him in his tracks.
Shut up. X2.
If Guli had spoken up, Bruce might have chosen him without hesitation. After all, Guli had just mastered a sealing spell from black magic, which could prevent Bruce from hulking out due to emotional distress. For someone who had been wandering for years, this was a game-changer. Tony and Shuri, meanwhile, resembled 2 ravenous wolves, their eyes gleaming with desperation as they stared at the little lamb that was Bruce.
The 2 argued for half an hour, their tempers flaring.
Sensing things were getting out of hand, Guli stepped in to mediate.
Actually, I just registered a company. How about both of you invest in it, and we let Bruce work there instead?
That way, he'd still be yours, wouldn't he? November 27, 2010, Wakanda and S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Hearing Guli's proposal, both Tony and Shuri instinctively nodded in agreement. True, they both thought. Arguing like this is pointless and disrespectful to Dr. Banner.
I'll invest $500 million, Tony said, taking the lead.
Well, I'll invest $1 billion, Shuri added with a smug grin, her expression clearly saying, *We Wakandans are very wealthy*. Seeing this, Guli enthusiastically pulled a set of contracts out of the bag slung over his shoulder. All right, let's make it official, sign here, and we'll all be business partners. From the moment Guli made his suggestion to the signing of the contracts, less than 20 seconds had passed. Both Tony and Shuri were so caught off guard that they signed without even glancing at the contents of the agreement. It wasn't until long after Guli left with Tony and Banner that Shuri, still smiling at first, suddenly slammed her hand on the table.
Wait, did I just get scammed?
No matter how honest and good-natured Guli looked with his dashing face, his actions were anything but straightforward.
What's wrong, Shuri? Chala asked as he entered, noticing her distressed expression.
Shuri threw herself into her brother's arms, pouting.
Brother, I got tricked out of $1 billion. Hearing the amount, Chala's expression didn't change in the slightest.
He simply stroked his sister's hair and asked calmly, "Tell me everything." After hearing the whole story, Xilai reassured her, "Mr. Superman doesn't seem like the kind of person who would do that."
Meanwhile, back at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Tony Stark sat in Nick Fury's office.
Suddenly, he remembered the $500 million agreement he had signed earlier and realized he hadn't even read it. Sure, Guli often has that little robot of his transfer money left and right, but he wouldn't scam his own people, right? Tony thought, sneaking a glance at Guli, who was casually puffing a cigarette across the room. Nick Fury, for his part, was in an unusually good mood. 5 months ago, he had sent Natasha to India to locate Bruce Banner, but she had come up empty-handed. And now, out of the blue, Guli had brought Banner to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Sure, the $20 million annual salary Banner required was a bit of a headache, but considering Guli only cost $12 million a year, Fury found himself in high spirits. "So, what brings the 3 of you here today?
Is there something you need?"
Fury asked, his tone unusually soft and pleasant. But when he caught sight of Tony's unusually calm expression, his heart sank.
Something's wrong. Fury, I'm here to negotiate terms, Tony began without preamble. Fury's smile immediately disappeared, and he straightened up. Go on.
It's about whether Skrulls should be allowed to stay on Earth or whether they should be eliminated entirely.
Pick one, and we'll discuss it, Tony said bluntly, cutting straight to the point.
The words startled Fury so badly that he nearly jumped out of his chair.
What the F? Did something happen? Did the Skrulls cause casualties?
Fury demanded, his voice rising.
And then, a chilling thought struck him. How does Stark even know about the Skrulls?
Fury, take this negotiation seriously.
I'm not joking, Tony said, his tone firm.
Fury instinctively turned to Xilai for support.
Don't look at Gu, Tony warned.
His solution is even simpler, kill them all.
And you know he's capable of doing it. If he can't, there's me.
And there's the Hulk, Tony added, pointing a thumb toward Banner. For the first time, Nick Fury fully grasped the gravity of the situation.
His voice trembling with frustration, he demanded, why? Give me one good reason. Why? A reason? Do I need one? Tony retorted. This is Earth, humanity's home.
And you've allowed tens of thousands of aliens who can shapeshift into any human to live here.
I have to wonder what your true intentions are. Fury tried to defend himself, his voice desperate. They're peaceful. They're victims. And so what? Should the risk fall on all of humanity? Tony interrupted coldly. What if their numbers aren't just tens of thousands, but hundreds of thousands or millions? You think they'll be content to remain as mere guests?
You know better than anyone what could happen then, Tony finished, his words cutting like a blade. Fury fell silent, his hands trembling as he struggled to light the cigar in his mouth. Whether it was due to anger or something else, his hands refused to stay steady. After a few puffs, he broke into a violent coughing fit.
Cough, cough, cough. After what felt like an eternity, Fury finally spoke, his voice weak.
I'll need to convene a meeting to put it to a vote. That's fine, Tony said, leaning back in his chair. The S.H.I.E.L.D. meeting room. When Natasha, Clint, Coulson, Hill, Daisy, and several other agents arrived, the atmosphere in the meeting room was suffocatingly tense.
Rumlow, who was initially smiling warmly at Xilai, quickly composed himself after noticing the oppressive mood. Is something big happening? Should I notify the organization? Rumlow wondered.
But when he caught Xilai's calm gaze, he instantly felt reassured.
The leader is here. Everything's fine, he thought, relaxing. The meeting attendees were all high-ranking S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel. Once everyone was seated, Fury spoke. Hand over all communication devices.
I don't want the contents of this meeting leaking outside.
Hill, leave your phone and other devices outside the room. A few minutes later, with Hill back in her seat, Fury pressed a button. The room transformed into a steel cage, sealing them in.
Before we vote, let me explain why we're holding this vote in the first place, Fury began. In 1995, Coulson, back then, just a rookie, and I encountered two alien races during a mission, the Kree and the Skrulls. The Kree's war drove the Skrulls from their home, leaving them as refugees. After that incident, some of the Skrulls left Earth to search for a new home in space. But a portion of them stayed behind. Every Skrull has the ability to shapeshift into any human form, Fury explained, his voice heavy.
The room erupted into chaos.
Moments ago, the agents had been listening with casual curiosity, treating it like a story.
Now, panic set in.
Each person began to suspect that the colleague sitting next to them might not be who they seemed.
Seeing that the tension had reached its peak, Xilai raised a hand to calm the room.
Once silence fell, he spoke slowly.
There are two options on the table for this vote. First, kill them all. Second, expel them from Earth. That's it. Who's for what?
The weight of Xilai's presence was suffocating, leaving everyone too intimidated to speak up.
Tony sighed, exasperated by Xilai's heavy-handed approach. Those in favor of expelling the Skrulls, stay seated. Those in favor of eliminating them, stand up. Rumlow immediately rose to his feet.
But when he noticed that no one else had stood, he quickly sat back down, mumbling, I follow the organization's orders. Fury, desperate to salvage the situation, tried to change the question. If you support letting the Skrulls stay, raise your hand. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them. Not a single hand was raised.
He wanted to ask, who doesn't support letting them stay?
But he knew that doing so would destroy what little authority he had left.
Fine. I'll report the results of this vote to the Security Council. Meeting adjourned, Fury said, pressing the button to unlock the room.
One by one, the attendees filed out in silence. Daisy glanced at Guli, her eyes filled with questions.
What happened here? Guli waved her off. I'll explain when we get home.
Once everyone else had left, only Guli, Tony, Banner, and Clint remained in the room.
Tony let out a long sigh before turning to Guli. Superman, what's the plan now? Simple. We wait for her to come back, Guli replied, his tone cryptic. ***, which woman?
Clint asked, breaking the heavy silence that had settled in the room.
Guli shrugged nonchalantly. Of course, I'm talking about Fury's old flame, the legendary Captain Marvel. If she didn't return, Guli was fully prepared to violently expel the Skrulls from Earth. His previously loud and aggressive kill them all stance during the meeting?
That was just to lower Fury's psychological expectations.
See? I'm not killing them. Just kicking them out. That's already pretty generous, right? Look how kind I am.
Clint, who had been largely quiet during the meeting, suddenly spoke up.
Superman, do you have a way to identify the Skrulls? For someone like Clint, who had a wife and kids, his family was his greatest vulnerability.
That was why he had stayed behind. Here. Take these 2 cameras and set them up at home. They'll help you identify if anyone's a Skrull, Guli replied, handing over the devices. Thank you so much, Clint said gratefully, carefully taking the cameras. He immediately prepared to head home and install them.
I'll give you a lift. Just tell me your address, Guli offered.
He had a good impression of Clint, the lucky star. After all, in his previous life, every battle Clint participated in was a victory, and those he missed were lost.
This kind of lucky charm must stay close. Clint nodded and softly gave his address.
A golden portal buzzed into existence, and as the 2 men stepped through, Guli's voice echoed back into the meeting room. Tony, take Banner to my new restaurant.
Clint's home. In the yard, 3 children playing suddenly screamed in excitement. Mom! Come quick, Superman is here.
The 3 kids completely ignored the man standing next to Superman, their own father. Seeing this, Clint chuckled helplessly.
The kids used to love Iron Man. Now they're all about you.
I feel like such a failure as a dad. But Guli could see that Clint's smile was filled with genuine love and happiness. Maybe I should talk to Zhao Helen about having a kid, Guli mused to himself.
Hearing the commotion, a woman emerged from the kitchen.
It was Clint's wife, Laura, who used to be Agent 19 of S.H.I.E.L.D. before retiring to raise their family.
Hello, Mr. Superman. Please excuse the kids, they're a bit rowdy.
They really adore you, Laura said warmly.
Looking at the 3 starry-eyed children, Guli couldn't help but smile. I've made it. I'm officially a top-tier idol, Superman, can you take me flying? One of the children asked excitedly. Superman, can we see your heat vision? Another chimed in. Guli crouched down and patted their heads. Sure, but only if you promise to listen to your mom from now on, okay?
Enveloping the kids in protective shockwave energy, Guli scooped all 3 of them up and shot into the sky.
Giggle giggle giggle, the children's laughter echoed as they soared through the air. After about 10 minutes, Guli gently landed back in the yard. Clint and Laura gave him a look that was equal parts gratitude and exasperation. I'll get going.
Otherwise, Tony's going to blame me for taking too long, Guli said with a grin.
Clint nodded reluctantly.
He had wanted to invite Superman to stay for a meal, considering the many times Guli had saved both him and Natasha, not to mention the help he'd just provided. What a good guy, Clint thought as he watched the golden portal buzz to life. His children waved excitedly as Guli stepped through. Bye-bye, Mr. Superman, the kids shouted. The mysterious restaurant. The restaurant wasn't mysterious because of its location or some hidden agenda.
No, it was simply because Guli hadn't come up with a good name for it yet. Driving with Bruce Banner in tow, Tony couldn't help but issue a warning.
Banner, be careful around Goo Charlie.
That guy is the ultimate schemer.
If you're not careful, you'll end up helping him count the money he scammed from you. Still feeling a bit dazed, Bruce chuckled.
Mr. Superman seems like a very kind person.
Tony slammed on the brakes, pulling the car to a sudden stop. He turned to look at Bruce in disbelief.
Kind?
That guy doesn't just have kindness, he has kindness to spare, especially when it comes to every pretty woman he meets.
Bruce smiled faintly. No, seriously.
When he came to find me, he went out of his way to evacuate the refugees in the area and even gave them a large sum of money.
Tony sighed, rolling his eyes. Fine, but still, watch yourself. That guy's kindness is selective. As they continued driving, Bruce finally asked, "Where are we going, Tony?"
Gu bought a nice restaurant just to host a dinner for his girlfriend and her colleagues. "That's where we're headed," Tony explained, though his tone darkened as he thought about the looming threat.
"Also, there might be a big fight tomorrow. We'll need the big guy."
Tony didn't know exactly how strong Captain Marvel was, but he rarely saw Ghoulie act cautiously, which made him think Ghoulie wasn't confident about this confrontation. "I'll do my best, Tony," Bruce replied with a sigh.
No matter how much he tried to avoid it, the Hulk always seemed to find him.
Meanwhile, the woman Tony was worried about, Captain Marvel, was speeding toward Earth after receiving Nick Fury's pager signal.
"Superman, huh?
Let's see how super he really is," Carol muttered to herself.
She didn't believe for a second that someone could just waltz out of a comic book. This Superman had to be a fraud. Probably someone taking advantage of Fury's gullibility.
And in Carol's mind, Nick Fury was still the same straightforward, honest man she remembered. As for our honest man Nick Fury, he was sitting in his office, deeply troubled. The Skrull issue had come out of nowhere, leaving him reeling.
How did Tony and Ghoulie even learn about the Skrulls?
And from the meeting room surveillance footage, it was clear Ghoulie had even given Clint 2 Skrull detecting cameras.
"I don't get it.
I really don't get it," Fury muttered, shaking his head. While surprising, the situation didn't overly alarm him. His outburst during the meeting was more about being caught off guard.
First, whether the Security Council would approve a resolution to expel the Skrulls was still uncertain. Second, with Carol returning, Fury couldn't think of anyone capable of convincing her otherwise.
Who could possibly beat Captain Marvel, the woman who could tear through starships with her bare hands? Sure, Ghoulie was strong, but Fury doubted he could defeat Carol.
Tony thought the same.
The top floor of the mysterious restaurant. The grand banquet hall had only one long dining table, adorned with a lavish spread of 108 dishes, the Manchuan Imperial Feast, as it was called. On the other side of the hall, a group of musicians played classical court music, the kind so beautiful it made you want to cry. Despite the exquisite food, Tony had no appetite. "Gu, are you confident about this?" he asked, his tone serious. Bruce, who was happily enjoying the meal, looked up, curious about the woman they were discussing. He wondered if her strength would excite the Hulk. "Tony, my dear brother, eat and drink while you can," Ghoulie replied breezily, taking another bite of his food. Another quiet night.
It was yet another tranquil evening.
Ghoulie soared across the night sky with little Peter Parker on his back, the boy's loud screams echoing in the air. Earlier that day, Ghoulie had taken Clint's kids flying and suddenly realized he'd never done the same for Peter. So, after dinner, he decided to take his young nephew for a ride through the heavens. "I need to be a perfect man like Grey Wolf," Ghoulie thought to himself. When they finally landed, Peter, still dizzy from the thrill, returned to his chattering ways. Ghoulie, desperate to escape, quickly reminded him, "Peter, don't forget you haven't done your homework yet."
"Oh no!" Peter groaned.
This version of Peter Parker, the Holland Spidey version, had a perpetually youthful face that made his 10-year-old self look more like a 7 or 8-year-old. And, thanks to being raised by his slightly crooked uncle, Peter had developed a bit of a mischievous streak. To summarize, imagine a baby-faced Holland Spider-Man with the vibe of a street-smart Tobey Maguire Spidey. He was often seen dancing with his little girlfriends. After sending Peter off to do his homework, Ghoulie snuck into Aunt May's room. She had just finished her yoga session, her figure perfectly outlined by her athletic wear. Among Ghoulie's 3 girlfriends, Zhao Helen was like a perfect treasure, Daisy was a sweet and innocent young woman, and May was like a caring, understanding older sister. And that was why Ghoulie was utterly captivated by them and almost never spent the night outside. When the nights grew quiet and the VIP chapters of his life began, Ghoulie often couldn't help but silently thank his brain-dead system. "I was so young before, I didn't understand the system's true value.
But now..." System notification.
After hours of blissful passion and waves of emotion, a pleasant chime rang in Ghoulie's ears.
Congratulations! You have obtained a Uni-Power fragment, January 7th.
The enigmatic Uni-Power enhances the host's various attributes: stamina, agility, energy blasts, object manipulation, molecular manipulation, flight, etc.
Ghoulie's eyes widened in shock. System, what's gotten into you today? Since when do you hand out fragments like this? And it wasn't just any fragment, it was the Uni-Power, the mysterious force that once turned Spider-Man into Captain Universe. Could this mean the system wanted him to start collecting powers from Spider-Man across the multiverse? The Uni-Power and Captain Universe were tied to Eternity, one of the 4 abstract entities. The Uni-Power acted as Eternity's guardian, with its peak strength fluctuating between single universe and multiverse levels. Heroes who had wielded the Uni-Power as Captain Universe included Spider-Man, Deadpool, Doctor Strange, the Invisible Woman, and others. A single fragment out of 7. If he somehow completed the Uni-Power, Xilai could practically declare the endgame for the MCU's early to mid-phase threats. Multiverse connections. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, MCU, its official designation is Earth 199999, as widely recognized.
Meanwhile, the main Marvel Comics universe is Earth 616, the Ultimate Universe is Earth 1610, and the infamous Earth 838 is known for Wanda wiping out the Illuminati. Interestingly, in Earth 838, Christine Palmer told Doctor Strange that the MCU was Earth 616.
Why the discrepancy?
Let's not get bogged down in that for now. Moving forward, let's stick with Earth 199999 for the MCU.
The Inheritors and Spider Totems. Xilai hadn't expected something like the Uni-Power to appear in the MCU. Did this mean the Inheritors, the family that feasted on spider totems, might show up too?
For context, the Inheritors are a family of beings who prey on spider totems, the mystical source of Spider-Man's powers. While they can overpower most spider totems, Peter Parker is the exception. Even Spider-Man as Captain Universe, wielding the Uni-Power, was defeated in seconds by Solus, the Inheritor family's leader. And the Uni-Power was tied to Eternity, a cosmic entity far beyond Xilai's current capabilities. Xilai rubbed his temples in frustration. Little Xilai, you're still too weak for this cosmic nonsense.
Missed opportunities. What a shame.
If only this reward had been the soul sword from Spider-Man Tokusatsu, Xilai muttered wistfully. That thing comes with a one-hit kill rule. No matter how strong you are, one swing and you're done. The soul sword comes from Toei's Spider-Man, a Japanese tokusatsu series that Stan Lee himself recognized as part of Spider-Man's legacy. It's not like the Beyond Spider-Man, which isn't officially acknowledged by Marvel. Of course, whether Marvel acknowledges it or not doesn't matter to Xilai. The reward is what counts. If he ever got his hands on the soul sword, he'd be unstoppable.
Don't like someone? Just take them out.
The future of the multiverse. That said, it's unlikely that characters like the Spider-Man from the multiverse or the Inheritors will appear in the MCU anytime soon unless the studio on the other side of the wall starts filming them.
Xilai's restless night.
Because of the sudden appearance of the Uni-Power, Xilai's thoughts were scattered. He lay awake until the early hours, his mind racing with possibilities, before finally falling asleep.
Tony Stark's sleepless night. Unlike Xilai, Tony Stark didn't sleep at all.
His fear of insufficient firepower had flared up again. A sense of helplessness and despair gnawed at his mind, leaving him sitting in front of his screens all night.
Jarvis, how many Mark Series armors are ready for combat? Tony asked, his bloodshot eyes staring at the display.
Sir, excluding those designed for medical or transport purposes, 42 suits are combat ready, Jarvis replied. After integrating true adamantium into some suits and spending 5 months in Wakanda, Tony's development of new Mark armors had largely stalled.
It's not enough.
We need more, Tony muttered, his voice filled with determination.
Would he, Tony Stark, bow down to a Captain Marvel he had never even met? Impossible. He wouldn't bow, and he wouldn't fall. More.
Tony's mind was consumed by the thought of building more Mark armors. He wanted to arm the entire Earth.
Aliens, Captain Marvel, whatever, any threat to Earth was an enemy of the Mark army.
Ironically, Tony's post-Chitauri invasion trauma had evolved into a preemptive fear of Captain Marvel. He was just that kind of person, flawed, human, but deeply noble in his own way.
Nick Fury and the Skrulls.
Meanwhile, at the Skrull settlement, Nick Fury was casually chatting with Talos, the current Skrull leader. Suddenly, a figure surrounded by golden light descended from the heavens, radiating an unstoppable aura.
Fury, the figure demanded, her voice sharp and commanding. Where's this so-called Superman? Skrull settlement. Carol, it's been a long time. Have you found a suitable home for us?
Talos asked, his face lighting up with excitement.
Carol Danvers had been gone for years.
Her return now surely meant she had found a new planet for the Skrulls to call home. As the leader of the Skrulls, Talos had chosen to turn a blind eye to certain behaviors exhibited by his people over the years. He knew they had been oppressed for far too long and needed to let off steam. So, when some Skrulls began shapeshifting into high-ranking officials in human society, Talos didn't intervene. But deep down, he was aware that this couldn't go on forever. His people wouldn't be content with the status quo indefinitely. Over time, things would inevitably escalate. And escalate they did. After the events of Endgame, with many superheroes retiring, the Skrulls left on Earth grew dissatisfied and launched a secret invasion. Talos' hopeful inquiry caused a flicker of awkwardness in Carol's expression. She had been so busy liberating other races oppressed by the Kree that she had neglected her mission to find the Skrulls a new home. Almost, Talos, she replied vaguely. Nick Fury, sensing the tension, quickly changed the subject with a laugh. Let's not dwell on that. Carol, are you ready to meet him now? Their cryptic exchange left Talos thoroughly confused. Meet who? Superman? What do you need to meet him for? Fury, you didn't tell Talos? Carol asked, raising an eyebrow. Realizing there was no avoiding it now, Fury explained the situation to Talos, detailing SHALD's internal decision regarding the Skrulls. Expel us? Or kill us all? Talos shouted in disbelief. The news hit him like a thunderbolt, completely unprepared for such a devastating revelation. Why? He demanded. Fury exchanged a weary glance with Talos, his voice heavy with resignation. They see the Skrulls as a threat. They? I thought it was just that guy's decision, Carol interjected, frowning. If it was a group decision, she figured she could reason with them. With her around, the Skrulls wouldn't be able to cause any significant trouble. Surely they could stay on Earth for a little while longer. Fury, take me to him. Let's have a proper talk, Carol said. She had read Superman comics as a child. She was curious to see what kind of person this self-proclaimed Superman was. I'll make a call, Fury said, pulling out his phone. The encounter. 2.5 seconds later, a golden portal buzzed into existence. Ghoulie stepped through, clad in a black battle robe. A large, vibrant tomato emblem adorned his chest, pulsing like a fiery heart. Ghoulie had imagined this moment many times, his first meeting with Captain Marvel. He had wondered what kind of situation would bring them face to face. And now, here they were, standing on opposing sides. The moment their eyes met, both felt a surge of battle lust rising within them. Wanna fight? Carol asked, her tone challenging. Let's fight, Ghoulie replied with a smirk. In an instant, the two shot into the sky, streaking upward at unimaginable speeds. Ghoulie's golden heat vision streamed from his eyes, colliding with the cosmic energy Carol unleashed from her arms. Boom! The resulting explosion echoed across the heavens, shaking the air with its force. From the ground, neither Fury nor Talos could see the two combatants anymore. Their speeds had long surpassed the limits of human vision. All they could perceive were the dazzling bursts of color in the sky, Carol's cosmic energy and Ghoulie's golden heat vision clashing in a spectacular display. Ghoulie formed a series of seals with one hand, conjuring crimson magic circles that shimmered into existence beneath his feet. One after another, over 100 magical arrays appeared, reinforcing his defenses, strength, speed, and stamina. Now he gleamed like the brightest beacon in the sky, a radiant figure surrounded by swirling magical light. This was the fruit of Ghoulie's month-long self-study of Kamartaj's black magic. At this moment, he was undoubtedly the greatest black magic practitioner alive. Carol, after chasing Ghoulie for some time, realized she couldn't catch him. That infuriating figure kept darting just out of reach, clearly avoiding close combat. Fight me like a real man, she roared, her voice booming like thunder. Ghoulie raised an eyebrow. You want some pancakes with that? Asterisk, what's wrong with you? I'm a ranged black magic user. You want me to brawl with you up close? Do I look like Gandalf to you? Asterisk. Dodging another wave of cosmic energy from Carol, Ghoulie brought his hands together, his fingers weaving through a rapid series of gestures. Manifest. From another dimension, countless dark creatures poured forth, blotting out the sky in an instant. They surged toward Carol, engulfing her in a tide of darkness. Watching the disturbance in the New York sky, the Ancient One sighed deeply as her gaze fell on Ghoulie, now surrounded by over 100 magical arrays. This boy. Does he not realize that borrowed power must be repaid? Over 100 magic circles layered upon himself, what a wasteful extravagance. Even she, the Sorcerer Supreme, would never dare to use magic so recklessly. What a spendthrift!
Suddenly, Ghouli's hair stood on end as a terrifying wave of energy radiated through the air. Carol hovered in the sky, her entire body glowing with multicolored light. She looked like a divine being descended from the heavens. The dark creatures that had surrounded her moments ago had all been obliterated. Binary form? Ghoulie muttered, narrowing his eyes. He quickly dismissed his playful attitude. While this didn't seem like Carol's full binary form, it was clear she was taking the fight seriously now. Superman, you're not bad. Carol shouted. Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom, asterisk. The sound of their bodies colliding echoed like thunderclaps in the sky. The shockwaves rolled across the heavens like the wrathful roars of gods, shaking the very earth below. Back at the Skrull settlement, the residual energy from their battle had already leveled the area. Stop. Both of you, stop. Nick Fury shouted toward the sky. If this continued, it wouldn't just be New York that suffered, entire neighborhoods would be reduced to rubble. And the repair costs alone would bankrupt S.H.I.E.L.D. Thankfully, since the Skrulls were technically their own people, there might be some wiggle room to negotiate on the damages. Ghoulie, momentarily distracted by Fury's yelling, was caught off guard as Carol grabbed him by the neck and slammed him into the ground, carving a long trench into the earth. For a split second, he had thought Fury's yelling meant it was about to rain. Snapping back to his senses, Ghoulie activated his shockwave energy, blasting Carol off him and sending her hurtling thousands of meters into the sky. He shot upward, and the two of them continued their battle, ascending higher and higher until they reached outer space. Watching the fight from Stark's satellite feed, Tony and Banner were glued to the screen. The battle between Ghoulie and Carol had grown so intense that nearby satellites were being destroyed by stray heat vision and cosmic energy. Tony, looks like we won't need to step in. Superman might actually be enough to handle her, Banner said, his tone a mix of awe and relief. Tony, his eyes bloodshot from a sleepless night, nodded slowly. He had spent the whole night worrying about Ghoulie, only to find out the guy was holding his own and then some. Who's this strong now? Tony murmured to himself. I've never even seen him fly into outer space before. Suddenly, the satellite feed froze, the signal lost. Jarvis's voice chimed in. Sir, Mr. Goo and Captain Danvers have moved their battle to the moon. The moon. Two figures intertwined in a fierce grapple suddenly plummeted from the sky, crashing into the moon's surface with a deafening boom. A massive crater formed on impact, dust and debris scattering in all directions. According to the no smoke, no harm theory. As the dust settled, the scene revealed Ghoulie sitting atop Carol, his hands firmly gripping her neck. Do you yield? Do you yield, he repeated, a smug grin on his face. Years later, Ghoulie would sum up this moment with one piece of wisdom: never fight a woman unless it's on a bed. Carol, however, was anything but subdued. Her eyes burned with fury as she suddenly spat at Ghoulie. The unexpected act stunned him into silence. Asterisk spitting? Isn't that something kids do? Come on, you're Captain Marvel, this is so beneath you, asterisk. If you've got the guts, let me go. Let's do this again. Carol growled, her voice seething with rage. She, Carol Danvers, had never lost a fight in her life, and now this man was sitting on her, demanding she admit defeat. It was utterly intolerable. Ghoulie raised a hand, lightly patting her cheek in a teasing manner. Let you go? You're not much to look at, but you sure do dream big. Oops. He hadn't meant to say that out loud. The moment the words left his mouth, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from Carol. Her rage seemed to supercharge her powers, and in an instant, Ghoulie was thrown off her as she stood, radiating raw fury. You called me ugly, she shouted, her voice a thunderous roar. Ghoulie immediately backpedaled, waving his hands defensively. No, that's not what I meant. Don't jump to conclusions. But Carol wasn't listening. Her eyes gleamed with an unhinged intensity, and her energy flared wildly around her. This was full-blown binary mode, or something dangerously close to it. You think I'm ugly? Fine. And you think you're so handsome, huh? She bellowed. What exactly happened next remains a mystery. 2 days later, a farm base outside New York. Carol Danvers strode into the farm's base, her face glowing with satisfaction. She looked as if a weight had been lifted off her shoulders, her demeanor as radiant as the morning sun. The fight with Ghoulie? It seemed to have wiped away any lingering frustration she had about their earlier battle. After all, if there was one thing Carol was undefeated in, it was arguments. Meanwhile, Ghoulie also arrived, though his state was vastly different. His face was pale, his movements sluggish,
and he looked like someone who had just survived a nightmare. Never argue with a woman, he muttered to himself.
There's no winning. None at all. Xilai was utterly drained physically, emotionally, spiritually.
He couldn't believe it. He, the king of trash talk, the master of verbal combat, had been outmatched. 2.5 days of non-stop arguing, back and forth, neither side yielding, until both were too exhausted to continue. In the end, they agreed to postpone the rematch for another day. When Xilai returned home, he barely made it into the bathtub before falling asleep. It was Zhao Helen who eventually carried him to bed.
What happened?
Why are you so worn out? She asked, her tone a mix of concern and curiosity.
The Ancient One's perspective.
Far away in Kamartaj, the Ancient One observed the aftermath and offered her own commentary.
Young people these days. They really know how to play.
Two people arguing so fiercely they ended up on the moon. She had never seen anything like it in her long life.
Those two are something else.
Truly, an extraordinary pair of weirdos.
Meanwhile, Fury and Talos.
Back at the Skrull settlement, Nick Fury and Talos had waited anxiously for 2.5 days, but neither Carol nor Xilai had returned. What worried Fury the most was that Xilai wasn't answering his phone either. It was as if the two had vanished into thin air.
They didn't kill each other, did they? Fury muttered to himself.
Once the thought entered his mind, it spiraled out of control, consuming him with dread. He clutched his chest in despair.
The loss of both Superman and Captain Marvel at the same time?
That would be a catastrophic blow to S.H.I.E.L.D. and to his plans for the Avengers.
Superman. Captain Marvel, gone?
Fury whispered, his voice trembling.
Without you two, how am I supposed to go on?
Ah! Fury slammed his hands on the table, his regret and frustration boiling over.
He needed to calm down, to be alone for a while.
Why didn't I just agree to expel the Skrulls? Why did I have to complicate things by calling Carol back? Now look at the mess he'd made, his 2 trump cards, gone just like that. Even if he eventually managed to assemble the Avengers, there was no way he'd find replacements as powerful as Carol and Xilai.
This pain, it's unbearable.
Talos, meanwhile, watched in stunned silence as Fury stormed off.
The man's solitary figure seemed unusually forlorn. Does this mean it's over? They're not kicking us out anymore?
Talos muttered to himself, though no one was around to answer.
Elsewhere, Tony Stark and Bruce Banner.
Back in Tony's lab, he and Banner had been glued to the satellite feed for days, monitoring the battle's aftermath.
Bruce, do you think they've gotten addicted to fighting on the moon or something?
Tony questioned, perplexed. If Banner hadn't stopped him, Tony would have already flown to the moon himself to see who had won. It had been over 2 days since the fight moved to the moon, and there was still no word from either combatant.
Tony, let's give it a bit more time. Superman and that woman are both incredibly strong. I doubt anything's happened to them, Banner reassured him.
Though Banner had always viewed the Hulk as humanity's greatest threat, watching the destruction caused by Xilai and Carol had shifted his perspective. Compared to those two, the Hulk seemed almost tame. After all, the Hulk's rampages were mostly limited to smashing things, a localized, single-target kind of destruction. But Xilai? His heat vision alone was a devastating area of effect weapon, capable of obliterating entire landscapes.
And Carol's cosmic energy blasts?
Each one was equivalent to a high-powered missile. When the two fought in the sky, their residual energy alone had leveled buildings within a several-kilometer radius. Thankfully, the area was sparsely populated, so there were no casualties.
The day after.
For those waiting anxiously, Fury, Talos, Tony, and Banner, each passing day felt like an eternity.
Xilai's home.
When Xilai finally woke up, he found himself surrounded by his girlfriends, their faces etched with worry.
Feeling better?
Zhao Helen asked, her tone gentle but concerned. The warmth in their voices only deepened Xilai's guilt. I'm the worst, he thought.
What was I even thinking? He never imagined Carol would react the way she did.
He had no idea her binary mode could be triggered by verbal provocation. All he did was say she was average-looking, and she'd gone absolutely berserk. No amount of apologizing had worked, she had even switched to arguing in 7 different languages.
How was I supposed to deal with that? Reflection and rewards. 2 days of relentless bickering had taken a toll on Xilai. Arguing was one thing, but doing it with the intensity Carol brought to the table? That was something else entirely.
Still, the results weren't all bad. Despite the nightmare of the experience, Xilai had gained a lot. His cultural knowledge had increased, +3, and he had acquired 3 new superpowers during their battle. In all his years of being bound to the system, he had never reaped such rewards. Feeling his enhanced strength coursing through his body, Xilai pulled his girlfriends into his arms.
A mysterious dimension.
In an unknown, darkened realm, a frail woman in a purple robe swung a mining pickaxe with mechanical precision.
1 swing. 2 swings. 3 swings.
She had been stuck here, mining, for an entire year. A whole year in this godforsaken place. And all because she had been unable to resist touching his chest muscles.
She hadn't even meant to scare him awake. Now, she was stuck here. Mining. That damned human.
He deserves to die, she muttered bitterly *** through the teachings of the storyline character Carol Danvers. Your cultural level has increased by +3. You have obtained the following abilities ***. Energy absorption ** absorb most forms of energy in the universe and gain immunity to them. Energy manipulation * control and manipulate various types of cosmic energy. Pilot expertise * skilled in operating various aircraft. Aside from the somewhat puzzling pilot expertise, the other 2 abilities were undeniably extraordinary. Energy absorption was a game changer. It allowed Xilai to absorb everything from solar radiation and cosmic energy to electricity and laser beams. Not only could he absorb energy, but he could also convert it into physical strength to enhance his body. It was somewhat similar to the mutant ability of Sebastian Shaw, the Black King from X-Men, but with a higher ceiling. Additionally, it granted immunity to most forms of cosmic energy. No wonder Carol Danvers, the superhero named Captain Marvel, had such overwhelming power. Just this one ability alone maxed out Xilai's magic resistance. It explained why Carol had been able to shrug off his heat vision during their fight. And in battle, energy absorption was practically a cheat code, a combination of vampiric lifesteal and mana drain with infinite sustain. Imagine fighting someone who absorbs every bit of energy you throw at them, only to use it against you.
It wasn't just unfair, it was downright broken.
Energy manipulation complemented energy absorption perfectly. It allowed Xilai to unleash powerful energy waves and lasers for long-range attacks, giving him even greater versatility in combat. If Xilai hadn't already possessed so many superpowers, he likely wouldn't have survived his fight with Carol. Even so, he couldn't do much to her either. Carol's maxed-out magic resistance let her ignore his heat vision, while Xilai's molecular restructuring helped him counter her cosmic energy attacks. Shockwaves proved somewhat effective against Carol's energy resistance but were only moderately useful since she also had ridiculously high physical durability. In short, judging by her feats in Captain Marvel and Captain Marvel 2, Carol Danvers, ignoring some of the plot-induced nonsense, was easily the strongest Avenger. Why she didn't snap her fingers in Endgame, or why she couldn't fly through Thanos' sword, well, those were questions for the directors. Among all her abilities, the 2 Xilai coveted most were Cosmic Awareness and Binary Mode. Cosmic Awareness was a precognitive ability far superior to Spider-Man's Spider Sense. It provided a macro-level awareness of the universe, often referred to as the Seventh Sense. Binary Mode was Carol's most overpowered form, deriving its power from a mysterious white hole. Unlike black holes, which absorb everything, white holes radiate energy outward. In this form, Captain Marvel had injured the Sentry, a being with the power of 1,000,000 exploding suns, and had captured villains like the Supreme Intelligence. She even reignited a Kree star, showcasing her strength as her universe's equivalent of a Super Saiyan. I'm as greedy as ever, Xilai muttered, chuckling at himself. Burying his face into Zhao Helen's embrace, he let himself drift off to sleep. The next morning, Nick Fury finally received a call from Carol Danvers, courtesy of the second-in-command at the farm base, Red Spider. Carol, what's the verdict? What do you mean you lost? That's impossible. Fury's disbelief was palpable. Carol's tone turned awkward as she hesitated to explain. How could she possibly tell Fury that she and Xilai had, well, gotten a little too close? Fury had called her back to deal with a potential threat, not for her to establish a super-intimate relationship with said threat. What a mess. Fury, Carol said after a pause, discuss things with Talos. I'll take a few days to rest and then escort them off Earth. After hanging up, Carol found herself lost in thought. She placed a hand on her forehead, a wave of melancholy washing over her. Why did I lose my temper back then? That guy's just good-looking, strong, and capable in every way, that's all. She sighed. He was indeed quite good-looking. Meanwhile, Xilai, lounging at home and watching TV with Zhao Helen, was reflecting on the same thing. Why couldn't I hold back, he murmured to himself.
He knew the answer, of course.
It was those powers. He'd been tempted by Carol's incredible abilities.
And in the heat of the moment, as things escalated, there was a certain connection. At first, it was a spark of genuine excitement. Later, though, well, it devolved into a competition, with neither willing to back down.
What they couldn't resolve through combat, they tried to settle in other ways.
The result? A double KO.
Two superhumans, each completely drained, needing a full day of rest to recover. If nothing else, it was a testament to how intense things had gotten. As Zhao Helen rested in his arms, she spoke up. Darling, we need to hire more people for the lab. Though their recent influx of investments had resolved their funding issues enough to last several years, in fact, staffing remained a problem.
Even with Uncle Grey Wolf's superhuman efficiency, they still needed assistance for the smaller, day-to-day tasks. Xilai pinched Zhao Helen's cheek affectionately. I'll figure something out. I've got a few fans who might be a good fit.
He'd been so busy lately that he'd nearly forgotten his promise to help Max find work. He'd only received 2 system rewards from Max so far. Clearly, more effort was needed.
Yes, more effort.
After all, with his system, if he wasn't actively working towards something, he wouldn't receive any rewards.
Potential new recruits. Xilai's thoughts wandered to other potential candidates. For example, there was Jane Foster, Thor's girlfriend and a talented scientist.
Then there was Betty Ross,
Bruce Banner's former flame and the daughter of future U.S. President General Ross.
Both were excellent choices.
And no, it wasn't what you're thinking. Xilai might be a bit of a flirt, but he wasn't that desperate. If he'd traveled back in time or acted sooner, maybe things would have been different. But as it stood, those opportunities had passed. Xilai tallied up the remaining female characters in the MCU that he could potentially approach.
Among the strong, superpowered women left, there was Clea, the white-haired, purple-clad ruler of the dark dimension introduced at the end of Wanda's search for her origins. And no, this Clea wasn't the same as Kree. Clea was an intriguing choice, and she was certainly a top contender. Then there was Aisha, the High Priestess of the Sovereign and the mother of Adam Warlock.
Played by Elizabeth Debicki, Aisha stood at 190 centimeters tall with golden skin. A woman who could kick open a car door from the back seat.
A woman so tall that even the High Evolutionary needed a stool just to meet her gaze. If nothing else, Xilai figured the reward for gaining Aisha's favor would likely be Adam Warlock's superpowers.
And Adam Warlock?
Now that guy was a true powerhouse.
Raising a living tribunal as a son? Xilai mused with a grin. Raise a living tribunal as a son?
It didn't seem entirely impossible, but there was a glaring issue. Aisha, the High Priestess of the Sovereign, and her people strictly adhered to genetic reproduction. To preserve the purity of their lineage, the Sovereign used custom-engineered birthing pods to reproduce. They had absolutely no interest in natural conception or the process itself. If anything, they found it utterly repulsive. Aisha's son, Adam Warlock, wasn't naturally conceived, which meant that if Xilai wanted to pursue her, he'd likely face some challenges.
And let's not forget, Aisha was a queen who walked on carpets wherever she went, a woman of unparalleled arrogance.
But those long, golden legs.
The thought alone made Xilai's heart race with excitement. In his lap, Zhao Helen rolled her eyes and muttered inwardly, "It's broad daylight, can't you control yourself?"
Unfortunately, her words only seemed to add fuel to Xilai's fire. In no time, the living room was filled with the sounds of springtime bliss, the rhythmic echoes of affection reverberating without end.
Skrull perspectives. When Talos announced the Skrull's impending departure, reactions were mixed.
Some were overjoyed, others saddened, but most were simply confused.
Why?
There's no why, Talos replied with a heavy heart. S.H.I.E.L.D. has issued a notice for all Skrulls to leave Earth within a month. Anyone who stays behind does so at their own risk. Even Talos himself couldn't sort out his emotions. Half of him felt a sense of relief and acceptance, while the other half was filled with uncertainty and worry. The relief came from the knowledge that the worst-case scenario he'd always feared, an all-out conflict between Skrulls and humans, might not happen on Earth after all. The worry stemmed from his people, especially those who had infiltrated human society by shapeshifting into high-ranking officials. Many of them had become so entrenched in Earth's corrupt systems that they wouldn't want to leave. And then there was the news Fury had shared. Carol Danvers, the Skrulls' greatest ally, had been defeated.
Defeated by none other than the rising star known as Superman. If the Skrulls didn't leave, Superman would undoubtedly start a bloodbath. Fury had made that clear in no uncertain terms.
Talos glanced at his daughter, Jaya, played by Emilia Clarke. She had fully adapted to human customs and culture. Her memories, her childhood, her friends, all of it was tied to Earth. How was he supposed to explain this to her? Talos fell into deep thought. At S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, Nick Fury had set aside time to assign dozens of agents to assist with the Skrulls' departure. His cooperation was partly due to Carol Danvers' request. As her longtime ally and friend, Fury trusted her implicitly and rarely denied her anything. Their mutual understanding was unshakable. The other reason was the sudden silence of the mysterious faction that had been relentlessly attacking S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in recent months. The lull in conflict gave Fury a rare moment of peace to focus on restructuring S.H.I.E.L.D. and assembling the Avengers. With Superman, Iron Man, the Hulk, Black Widow, and Hawkeye, the basic framework for the Avengers was already in place. Fury envisioned himself overseeing the big picture, with Superman and the Hulk as the team's powerhouses, Black Widow and Hawkeye handling intelligence, and Tony Stark, well, footing the bill. In the near future, Fury even planned to have Coulson take over S.H.I.E.L.D.'s day-to-day operations so he could dedicate himself fully to managing the Avengers. The idea of forming the Avengers had been brewing in Fury's mind since 1995, back when he and Carol faced off against the Kree. That was when Fury first conceived of a team of superpowered individuals to counter Earth's greatest threats. Now, with all the key players in place, the Avengers could finally take shape. Of course, it would be even better if Thor, the god of thunder, were around. Fury found himself longing for Thor. Fried chicken will come. Beer will come. And Thor will come, he muttered to himself. Though the Skrulls' impending expulsion was a headache, Fury's spirits lifted when he recalled what Carol had said during their last call: she'd be visiting Earth more often. Between the Skrulls and Carol Danvers, Fury knew where his priorities lay. Especially since the sentiment within S.H.I.E.L.D. regarding the Skrulls' expulsion was overwhelmingly unified. The only thing that puzzled him was why Carol had changed her mind. She had never been one to linger on Earth before. "I don't get it. I really don't get it," Fury muttered, shaking his head. Just then, Maria Hill knocked and entered the room. "Fury, the detection devices from Stark and Superman have arrived. Store them in the warehouse for now. I'll head over to see Talos in a bit," Fury replied. The large number of Skrull detection devices made one thing clear: Tony Stark and Xilai had planned the Skrulls' expulsion long before it was announced. This wasn't some spur-of-the-moment decision, it had been in the works for a while. No surprise there, it's Stark. Of course he'd come up with something like this, Fury said, shaking his head in admiration. Surprisingly, he wasn't upset. If anything, he was a bit excited. After all, Stark was an advisor to S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony Stark's secret group. Back at Stark Tower, Tony was busy welcoming a new member to their little organization. What had started as a three-person group consisting of Tony, Insane, and Xilai now had a fourth member, Bruce Banner, the Hulk. "Wait, Tony. You guys formed a secret group behind S.H.I.E.L.D.'s back?" Banner asked, his face filled with confusion. If even someone as kind-hearted as Superman was part of this group, it spoke volumes about how dangerous the world had become. The thought made Banner want to retreat into hiding again. "I'm just a regular guy, I can't handle this," he muttered to himself. "Doctor, our only goal is to protect Earth's safety. You know how S.H.I.E.L.D. is, they're tied too closely to the American government," Tony explained. Banner nodded in agreement. He still remembered how the government and military had spearheaded the super soldier program that ultimately turned him into the Hulk. To the powers that be, creating super soldiers was far more important than ensuring public safety. "Is Superman joining us today?" Banner asked. "He and Ensign will be here soon," Tony replied. Suddenly, he remembered something and added, "By the way, Doctor, we haven't decided on a name for our group yet." Banner. Banner was starting to regret joining the group. But then again, with a salary of $20 million annually, he figured he could endure just about anything. Between S.H.I.E.L.D.'s paycheck and Superman's company's salary, working 3 jobs would let him buy a massive house in no time. "Tony, why don't you and Superman decide?" "I'm not great at coming up with names," Banner said earnestly. For some reason, Tony's expression twitched when he heard that. Goo already came up with a name. "But Ensign, and I think it's a bit over the top. It doesn't really match our image." Banner's curiosity was piqued. "What's the name?" Tony sighed, clearly embarrassed.
the sky-smashing gang. Under the skies of Manhattan. Beneath the bright Manhattan skies stood the Stark Tower, a towering marvel powered by its own arc reactor. It was not only self-sustaining but had also completely broken free from the constraints of traditional energy sources, becoming a symbol of future technology. Later, this iconic building would be given a new name, the Avengers Tower. On a sunny afternoon, four like-minded individuals gathered around a table. After an intense round of discussion and a democratic vote, their new organization was officially named the Sky Smashing Gang. Tony Stark was not thrilled. He found the name far too ostentatious even for someone as flamboyant as himself. Dr. Einstein, ever laid back, abstained from voting. He didn't care much for such trivial matters, his life was already exciting enough. With his global surveillance network, he could easily direct Superman to take down terrorists, though he often found himself shaking his head at Superman's antics, particularly when Ghoulie would show up to battles in nothing but oversized shorts. Dr. Bruce Banner, the newest member, cast his vote in favor of the name. He wanted to avoid unnecessary conflict and trusted Ghoulie's judgment. In the end, the Sky Smashing Gang was officially formed with a narrow 2-1 winning vote. Ghoulie and Tony shared the role of co-leaders, Einstein was in charge of logistics, and Banner took over the research division. Their first mission, oversee the Skrull's departure from Earth. The Skrull evacuation. Across the streets of New York, new surveillance cameras were being installed. Stark Industries had donated the devices, which would soon cover the entirety of the United States. As they monitored the progress, Tony raised a critical question. Goo, is there any way to identify all the Skrulls at once? All eyes turned to Ghoulie, waiting for his answer. Ghoulie fell into deep thought. He knew that this kind of large-scale detection could only be achieved by someone like Professor Charles Xavier, but in the MCU, mutants had yet to make their debut. He briefly considered reaching out to Wanda Maximoff and using chaos magic to achieve the goal, but her lingering misunderstandings about him made him hesitate. Ultimately, Ghoulie decided to seek help from the Ancient One. At Kamartaj. The Ancient One listened intently as Ghoulie explained his request. She frowned slightly but eventually agreed to help on the condition that Ghoulie pay an appearance fee. Ghoulie was momentarily stunned but quickly understood. If it's a problem that can be solved with money, it's not a problem, he thought to himself. With combined efforts from all sides, the Skrull evacuation proceeded smoothly. Wakanda provided ships, while Tony and Ghoulie supplied essential resources. A month later, all the Skrulls had left Earth, led by Carol Danvers into the depths of space. A quiet moment. Ghoulie lay on Zhao Helen's lap, reflecting on everything that had transpired. He knew that with the Skrulls gone, new challenges were inevitable. He looked forward to the assembly of the original Avengers and to his own adventures across the universe. His heart burned with ambition as a bold idea began to take shape, to collect the Infinity Stones and give Thanos the surprise of his life. If I'm already here, I might as well make the most of it, he thought, a sly smile spreading across his face. Zhao Helen's kiss broke him out of his reverie. What are you thinking about that's making you so happy, she asked, curiosity in her eyes. Zhao Helen, Ghoulie replied with a grin, do you want to be a queen? His eyes sparkled with dreams of the future, filled with endless possibilities, under Stark Tower's shadow Ghoulie held the book Astrophysics in his hands, letting out an admiring sigh. This reward is absolutely amazing. Earlier that morning, he had visited Max to notify her about her new job. Surprisingly, after months of staying home, Max immediately dove into catching up on her studies the moment she saw him, triggering the conditions for Ghoulie's third reward. This time, the reward was none other than Shockwave, the Decepticons' cold and calculating military commander. With his signature single optic, Shockwave exuded an icy and imposing presence, second only to Megatron himself. And then there was his pet, the ancient Cybertronian beast known as Driller, standing at an astonishing height of 329 meters. Driller's fully extended form spanned the length of 3 football fields. It was, by far, the largest transformer under Ghoulie's command. For comparison, Grimlock, the leader of the Dinobots, stood only 25.6 meters tall. Driller was more than just a pet, it was a symbol of sheer dominance. But upgrading it with better materials? That would be expensive. Replacing Driller's body with true adamantium would require thousands of tons of the rare metal, an absolute money pit. And then there was the issue of Driller's size, it was far too large to fit into the regeneration cradle. Ghoulie realized he had underestimated the consumption rate of alloy materials. Luckily, he had already mastered the molecular formula for Wakandan vibranium,
which meant he could now produce alloys freely and no longer worry about material shortages.
Decepticons united. Xilai pondered for a moment.
With Soundwave, Shockwave, and Starscream all under his command, Megatron was now a leader in name only. At this rate, Xilai figured it was only a matter of time before even the likes of Unicron or Primus, the creators of the Transformers, would be summoned.
Unicron and Primus were creator-tier entities, akin to the Celestials in the Marvel Universe. Speaking of the Celestials, these beings were created by the first firmament.
Their power levels varied dramatically depending on their roles. Some were designated for combat, while others specialized in measurement and evaluation.
The Celestials made their proper MCU debut in Eternals.
"I can't wait," Xilai murmured, stars practically shining in his eyes.
The thought of Unicron unleashing a devastating blast against the Celestials?
That sent a thrill of excitement through him. "If I can handle Thanos easily now, maybe I should set my sights on the Celestials next," he mused.
As beings that represented the upper limits of power in both single and multiversal scales, the Celestials were indeed a worthy target.
After all, with a celestial embryo secretly embedded within Earth, a clash with the Celestials was inevitable.
A visit from Jane Foster.
As Xilai was daydreaming about the future, Jane Foster suddenly pushed the door open.
"Daisy, I've found a new job."
"Do you want?" She froze mid-sentence, her eyes landing on Xilai, who was casually holding a copy of Astrophysics.
"Superman," she blurted out, eyes wide with excitement.
Sometimes, being too famous had its downsides, like now, as Jane clutched Xilai's arm in excitement.
"You're interested in astrophysics? I could teach you," she offered eagerly.
Hearing this, Xilai's eyes lit up. She was right after all, Max was only Jane's intern.
"Let's exchange contact information."
"I'll come find you sometime," Xilai said with a charming smile. After bidding farewell to Jane, Xilai headed to the long-neglected farm base.
Redemption for Shockwave.
As soon as he arrived, Xilai was greeted by a smug Starscream.
"Shockwave, you're no longer second in command."
"That position belongs to me, Starscream." Thanks to his full-body upgrade with true adamantium, Starscream had easily overpowered the newly arrived Shockwave and seemed eager to rub it in his face. However, before Starscream could continue mocking him, he suddenly dropped to one knee and bowed deeply, his voice reverent.
"Master, Decepticon second in command Starscream humbly welcomes your arrival. Your light has dispelled the darkness of Cybertron.
I praise you sincerely, O great master."
Xilai nodded approvingly.
Starscream certainly had a way with words. Hearing his flattery, Xilai couldn't help but feel a little magnificent. From the system's storage space, Xilai retrieved the regeneration cradle and instructed Grimlock, "Put Shockwave in." Grimlock, ever the loyal Dinobot, was well versed in the process, having overseen Starscream's upgrade himself. Moments later, a dazzling light filled the room. When it faded, a fully upgraded Shockwave, his entire body now composed of true adamantium, stood respectfully behind Xilai.
Shockwave, much like Soundwave, was a man, or rather, a Cybertronian of few words but considerable action.
The problem with Driller. Xilai's gaze shifted to Driller, who was practically bouncing with eagerness to please. However, the behemoth's size made it impossible to fit into the regeneration cradle. Xilai sighed, glancing at the cradle with a hint of frustration. His system, cold and distant even compared to Soundwave, had always been silent. It only ever spoke to deliver reward notifications or issue mission updates. Even when Xilai asked it questions, its responses were limited to two curt words: "No information." After a moment's hesitation, Xilai decided to try his luck. "System bro," he called out tentatively.
Silence. "System master?" Still nothing. "Ancestor?" An hour passed.
Finally, Xilai snapped, shouting, "You useless child of mine. Tell me how to get Driller into the cradle." "Check the manual," a melodious voice replied, tinged with exasperation.
Xilai froze for a moment.
"This system has masochistic tendencies," he muttered. It wouldn't respond to respectful titles but reacted immediately when insulted.
Following the manual's instructions, Xilai discovered that it wasn't necessary to fully insert Driller into the cradle, just a portion of its body would suffice for the upgrade. However, a new issue arose: he didn't have enough true adamantium to completely upgrade Driller's enormous frame.
"Guess it's time to start converting vibranium," Xilai sighed. The base of operations. The farm base, under the guidance of Dr. Arnim Zola, had undergone months of expansion and now resembled a medieval castle from the outside.
But its true function was far more formidable. Beneath its castle-like facade lay an advanced military base, constructed entirely from aerospace-grade alloys.
The steel fortress spanned 5 floors and approximately 20,000 square meters.
Zola had even included a spaceship dock, an airport for Cybertronian fighter jets, and barracks for battle-ready robots.
As expected of a Hydra veteran, this setup could start a rebellion, Ghoulie remarked, genuinely impressed as he gave Zola a thumbs up.
As for whether their activities might be discovered, Ghoulie wasn't concerned.
He had already purchased all the surrounding land.
And even if someone did find out, well, what could they do?
Ghoulie now had the strength to flip the proverbial table.
Leader, with the addition of these two, our cause is within reach. Why not reveal your plans to Pierce directly? Zola suggested once again, his mechanical voice devoid of emotion. Ghoulie considered the idea for a moment before nodding. Dr. Zola, if I were to eliminate Pierce, how confident are we in taking full control of Hydra? 60%, Zola replied.
Some members are Pierce's loyal followers, most of whom are embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. Ghoulie tapped his fingers in the air, a plan slowly forming in his mind. Dr. Zola, in that case, both Pierce and S.H.I.E.L.D. are targets for destruction.
Continue with the Insight Protocol. When the time comes, redirect its targets to Pierce and his loyalists.
As for Hydra agents embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D., let them perish alongside it. Once we've dealt with Earth's internal issues, we can begin our plan for galactic dominance. 2 system missions completed in one go, perfection.
Hearing Ghoulie's plan, Zola raised a mechanical salute. Hail Hydra! 2011, a busy few months for Ghoulie. The first few months of 2011 were an absolute whirlwind for Ghoulie.
His schedule was packed to the brim, leaving him with barely a moment to breathe.
To prepare for the massive overhaul of Driller's colossal body, Ghoulie spent nearly every day working on fusing true adamantium. Meanwhile, Uncle Grey Wolf, the brilliant yet mischievous scientist, was crafting advanced nano-armor for future warriors, which required enormous quantities of vibranium.
This forced Ghoulie to frequently rely on his molecular restructuring ability to meet the demand.
And when evening came, Ghoulie wasn't resting either.
To gain new superpowers and meet the system's reward conditions, he worked tirelessly.
Life Sciences Incorporated.
Ghoulie's newly established company, Life Sciences Incorporated, was named after Zhao Helen's groundbreaking research project. Max and her best friend, Jane Foster, both joined the team to spearhead the company's astrophysics division.
However, Max's primary role was still to tutor Ghoulie in astrophysics, and the reason?
One admired the other's intelligence and knowledge, the other thought the first was handsome and rich.
Thanks to their joint efforts, Ghoulie soon acquired Swoop, the Pteranodon Dinobot, and Slug, the Triceratops Dinobot.
This left him with mixed feelings. While the rewards were undoubtedly powerful, it felt like he had inadvertently poked a hornet's nest on Cybertron.
His increasingly impressive Transformer collection was starting to resemble a full-scale invasion force.
And while Swoop and Slug weren't as massive as Driller, their upgrades still consumed vast amounts of true adamantium, further depleting Ghoulie's stockpile.
Heart-shaped herb and totem trouble.
On the bright side, Uncle Grey Wolf's cultivation of the heart-shaped herb had been a resounding success.
Ghoulie could now mass-produce heart-shaped herb warriors.
But this presented a new problem. Ghoulie possessed both the spider totem and the Black Panther totem, making him an irresistible target for the Inheritors, a family of beings who fed on totems. For the Inheritors, devouring Ghoulie would be like enjoying a buffet of 2 totems in one. It was only a matter of time before he clashed with them.
Zola's obsession.
Meanwhile, Dr. Arnim Zola continued to work tirelessly on the Insight Protocol. For Zola, eliminating Pierce had become an obsession, as if it were the ultimate gesture of loyalty to Ghoulie. May 16, 2011, the return of Quintessa. Time flew by, and before Ghoulie realized it, it was already May 16, 2011, the day Quintessa would return from her year-long mining exile. A few days earlier, Ghoulie had accidentally typed the wrong duration into the system, turning what was supposed to be a one-day punishment into a full year of mining.
Feeling guilty, Ghoulie made a point to wait for Quintessa's return at the farm base in the early hours of the morning.
At exactly 1 a.m., a dazzling spatial ripple filled the room, and a disheveled figure crawled out. The woman's once pristine black attire was now tattered and dusty.
Upon closer inspection, her outfit wasn't originally black but had a faint purplish hue.
Ghoulie had planned to kneel at Quintessa's feet and beg for forgiveness. After all, it was his fault for playing too hard and inputting the wrong duration. But to his surprise, Quintessa didn't lash out. Instead, she clung to his leg with both hands, her doe-like eyes filled with sorrow as she looked up at him.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
I won't do it again, she pleaded, her once proud demeanor completely shattered. The sight of her pitiful state tugged at Guli's heartstrings.
A surprising reward.
Trying to distract her, Guli pulled out a copy of Artificial Intelligence.
Hey, could you help me understand this?
I'd really appreciate it, he said, handing her the book.
Quintessa blinked in confusion. This man. Is he really this passionate about learning? She thought, utterly baffled. Moments later, the system's familiar voice chimed in.
Through the teachings of special character Quintessa, your cultural level has increased by +1. You have obtained the Allspark, the life-giving source of Cybertron.
Guli. For a moment, Guli was speechless. Quintessa's softened demeanor was a far cry from the haughty queen he had first met. Mining, a nightmare or a miracle? Is mining really that terrifying? Guli muttered, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. What kind of hellish environment could reduce a self-proclaimed creator queen to such a docile and obedient state in just 1 year? A mischievous thought crossed his mind. What if I threw Aisha, the sovereign queen, into the mines for a year?
The idea was tempting.
Extremely tempting.
If he managed to win over Aisha, her son, Adam Warlock, would essentially become his half-son. After all, Adam wasn't naturally conceived but was created through the sovereign's genetic birthing pods. And with a bit of maneuvering, Guli could position himself as the father figure to the future living tribunal, Adam Warlock. Not to mention, Aisha was a stunning beauty with golden skin, standing at an impressive 190 centimeters. Her long legs alone were enough to make Guli's heart race.
Quintessa's talents.
Meanwhile, Quintessa, still clinging to Guli's arm, looked remarkably similar to Circe from Eternals. The resemblance was uncanny, like they were twin sisters.
Quintessa, can you change your appearance a bit? Guli asked.
Without hesitation, the tattered figure transformed into a vision of elegance, donning a pale blue outfit identical to Zhao Helen's.
Guli's jaw dropped. Damn. Double the fun. But then he hesitated. Wait, Zhao Helen might not be thrilled about this.
After all, he had always claimed she was his one and only.
Can you change into someone else? Guli asked, swallowing hard.
Under his eager gaze, Quintessa began cycling through various appearances, her figure and features shifting with each transformation. When she finally adopted a familiar Eastern look, Guli exclaimed, "Stop!" The woman before him was radiant, her features delicate and refined. She was none other than the legendary Lady Jerusalem.
Now I get it. Having someone like Mystique. It's pure bliss.
No wonder every man dreams of dating her, Guli muttered, shaking his head in amazement. Of course, he realized he was being a bit hypocritical. Skrulls could shapeshift too, but their green skin always turned him off.
Thinking back to the year Quintessa spent mining, Guli couldn't help but smack his forehead in regret. How much fun did I miss out on this past year? Unforgivable.
Still, perhaps it was that grueling experience that had transformed Quintessa into her current obedient and soft-spoken self.
The Allspark.
Eventually, Guli turned his attention to his latest reward, the Allspark, the source of life for all Cybertronians and the heart of Cybertron itself. The mysterious cube was etched with intricate symbols and radiated faint blue energy.
The Allspark's power allowed it to instantly transform nearby metals into transformers. Does this mean I can mass-produce transformers now? Guli murmured, inhaling sharply. This thing was a game-changer.
In someone else's hands, the Allspark might have limited utility.
But in Guli's case? He could produce infinite amounts of true adamantium. In other words, Guli could now mass-produce transformers made entirely of true adamantium.
And if he ever acquired the molecular formula for URU metal, he could create armies of transformers forged from URU, tens of thousands of them. The mere thought was exhilarating. Imagine an army of URU-powered transformers standing still while Thanos swung his giant blade at them. The mad titan would probably drop dead from exhaustion before making a dent. I have to get the molecular formula for URU, Guli declared. Overwhelmed with excitement, he pulled Quintessa close and planted a kiss on her forehead.
From today onward, conquering the universe is no longer just a dream, he declared. Let's build, grow, and reach new heights. New York, Farm Base. Guli's emotions were a tangled mess of excitement and restraint, anticipation and denial. He was utterly conflicted, unable to reconcile his feelings. The cause?
None other than Quintessa, who was currently bathing him in the hot spring, her appearance identical to the legendary beauty Li Jiasun. That face,
that figure, that coy expression. To be honest, Quintessa's transformation over the past year and a half was so drastic that Ghoulie found himself wondering about the mining location he had accidentally sent her to. Could it really be that horrifying? Overwhelmed and feeling like he was about to explode, Ghoulie hastily summoned a portal and fled the scene. Haven't checked in on Cersei for a few days. Yeah, I kind of miss her, he muttered, vanishing into the glowing circle. As Ghoulie disappeared, Quintessa nervously glanced around the room. After a few moments, she donned her signature purple robe, her previously exposed figure now hidden beneath the flowing fabric. Gradually, her once docile demeanor gave way to the regal and commanding aura of Queen Quintessa, the same presence she exuded when she first arrived in this world. Decepticon reactions. In the farm base's common room, Grimlock, Swoop, Slug, Starscream, and Shockwave were in the middle of a card game when they suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of suppression coursing through their circuits. They looked up to see a woman in a purple robe emerging from a spatial ripple. It was the same woman whose relationship with their master, Ghoulie, was shrouded in mystery, a topic Dr. Zola had accidentally leaked to the Transformers. But what puzzled them was the sheer strength of her presence. It wasn't just her connection to Ghoulie, there was something in her very essence that commanded their respect. No way. Could she be a Cybertronian creator? Starscream muttered, his optics wide with realization. Without hesitation, he dropped to his knees and proclaimed. Great Creator, Second-in-Command Starscream humbly welcomes your arrival. May you and our master have a blissful union. No, a millennium-long union. Starscream's mind was racing with one thought, Ghoulie was a legend. To conquer not just women but creators of an entirely different species? That was beyond impressive, it was transcendent. The creator of Cybertron herself has been won over. Truly, following the master is the smartest decision I've ever made, Starscream thought as he shot a glance at Shockwave, who remained motionless. Poor Shockwave, Starscream sighed. Bet he doesn't even have anyone to keep him company at night. Shockwave, ever stoic, replied without looking up, creator or not, she still warms the master's bed. Meanwhile, Grimlock, Swoop, and Slug barely spared Quintessa a glance before returning to their card game. Having been born on ancient Earth, they shared little in common with Cybertronians and felt no obligation to kneel. Starscream, you're an embarrassment to Transformers, Grimlock muttered. Quintessa, however, seemed pleased with Starscream's display of loyalty, nodding her approval. As for the others? If they were back on Cybertron, she'd make sure to teach them a lesson. After asserting her dominance, Quintessa left without a word, determined to study how to better serve Ghoulie. No matter what, she was never going back to that mining hellhole. As she vanished into the air, Starscream slumped onto the ground with a defeated sigh. Damn it. There goes my second-in-command status. With Quintessa now their new boss and Grimlock demoted to second-in-command, Starscream was left as the third-in-command, a bitter pill to swallow. London, Cersei's house. When Sprite saw Ghoulie, she immediately began to complain. Brother-in-law, you actually have the nerve to show up, she said, crossing her arms. It's been nearly a year since I've seen you in person, news reports don't count. Little sister, your brother-in-law has been busy, you know. Being a superhero isn't easy, Ghoulie replied awkwardly. It wasn't like he could tell her that most of his visits were late at night and involved strengthening his relationship with Cersei. Where's Cersei? Ghoulie asked, noticing her absence as he scanned the nearby area for her presence. Eternals meeting, Sprite pouted. She went, and I didn't. I didn't feel like it. A meeting? Didn't you guys already wipe out the deviants? What's there to meet about? Ghoulie asked, his brows furrowing. But then he noticed Sprite stealing glances at him, her eyes darting back and forth. Wait. Is this about me? Ghoulie asked knowingly. Sprite hesitated before nodding. They think you might be an Eternal too, and with your relationship with Cersei, they decided to have a meeting to discuss it. I tried explaining, but they didn't believe me. Ghoulie ruffled Sprite's hair affectionately. And here I thought it was something serious, he said, chuckling. For a moment, he had worried the celestial embryo inside Earth might be waking up ahead of schedule. Let them talk if they want, he continued. If it really bothers you, I could always crash the meeting and knock some sense into them. With his current power level, taking on 7 Eternals wouldn't be too difficult. Out of the Eternals' 10-member team, Ikaris was missing, Sprite was still in London, and Cersei would likely play the role of mediator. That left only 7 Eternals, and Ghoulie was confident they wouldn't stand a chance against him. No.
That won't be necessary, brother-in-law, Sprite said quickly.
How about we go grab dinner with Dane instead? He's still pretty salty about you.
Ghoulie scratched his head sheepishly. Back when Dane Whitman was courting Cersei, Ghoulie had swooped in and stolen her heart. To make matters worse, Ghoulie and Cersei had first met thanks to Dane's introduction.
That might not be a good idea, Ghoulie said hesitantly. Brother-in-law, since when are you shy?
Don't forget, it was Uncle Tony's call to JRVS that got Dane out of the way in the first place, which gave you and Cersei the chance to get close. Besides, Sprite added mischievously, if Dane doesn't hold a grudge, why should you feel awkward?
Are you planning to avoid him forever?
Sprite, though she looked young, was over 7,000 years old. While she occasionally let her emotions get the better of her, she was usually quite logical, especially when dealing with people like Ikaris.
Alright, fine. Let's go see Dane, Ghoulie relented.
Grabbing his arm, Sprite warned, brother-in-law, your fans here are pretty intense, almost crazy.
Crazy? Ghoulie asked, raising an eyebrow.
They've formed a Superman church, just to worship you. To them, every other god is an imposter, and they're ruthless when it comes to defending your honor online.
So basically, we should probably go in disguise, she concluded. South Dakota, a Jack's cabin.
At a Jack's secluded cabin, 8 members of the Eternals had gathered for their meeting. A quick note, a Jack, the leader of the Eternals, possesses the ability to heal herself and others.
Cersei, a Jack began, you've spent the most time with him. Are you certain he's not one of us?
Before Cersei could reply, the ever-blunt Gilgamesh chimed in with a shrug.
Honestly, he feels like one of us.
London, Natural History Museum. Dane Whitman, currently working as a history professor at the Natural History Museum in London, carried a legacy that stretched back to the time of King Arthur. His family had served as Black Knights for generations, and their most prized heirloom was the ebony blade, a sword forged by the great sorcerer Merlin from alien meteorite material. The ebony blade was imbued with immense magical power, earning it the nickname, the Cursed Sword. It could cut through any metal on Earth, including vibranium, repel magic, and even absorb the souls of those it killed. The blade could also generate a black, armor-like substance to cover its wielder. However, the blade carried a terrible curse. It drove its user into a bloodthirsty frenzy, causing them to lose control of their sanity. From the post-credits scene of Eternals, it was clear that Dane was under surveillance by MI13, Britain's secret supernatural defense organization. Ghoulie and Sprite had come to visit Whitman Castle after Dane expressed concern that Ghoulie's Superman fans might disrupt their dinner plans. Standing before Ghoulie was a medieval castle that bore a striking resemblance to his own farm base.
The main difference? Dane's castle was staffed with numerous maids, while Ghoulie's castle was filled with transformers.
Hi, Goo.
I'll just call you that.
It feels a bit too formal to call you Superman, Dane said warmly, his usual enthusiasm making Ghoulie feel a bit awkward.
Yeah, thanks for preparing this dinner, Dane. Sorry I couldn't make it earlier, I've been pretty busy, Ghoulie replied with a polite smile. Dane waved it off.
Superhero stuff, I get it.
No hard feelings. Oh, by the way, after dinner, could you sign a few autographs for the kids in my family?
They're huge fans.
The dinner and the ebony blade. The dinner was lively and cheerful, full of conversation and laughter.
Midway through the evening, however, Dane hesitated before finally leading Ghoulie to his study.
Goo, my family has a complicated history, and there's a sword that I think you should take a look at, Dane said, his tone serious.
Even Dane wasn't entirely sure why he felt compelled to share his family's secret with Ghoulie. They had only met twice before this, but perhaps it was Ghoulie's reputation as Superman that inspired such trust.
All right, let me see it, Ghoulie nodded. After thanking Ghoulie, Dane opened a hidden compartment in the study and retrieved a long wooden box. The box was weathered and ancient, its surface etched with the ominous phrase, "Death is my reward."
Ghoulie raised an eyebrow. This thing's got style, he thought. Let's see if it lives up to the hype.
Dane opened the box, revealing the blade inside.
The ebony blade lay still, wrapped in mysterious runes. Through the gaps in the runes, Ghoulie could see the blackened surface of the sword, where an eerie, dark substance seemed to flow like liquid.
Ghoulie's first impression? It resembled a symbiote.
Curious, Ghoulie extended a finger and lightly touched the blade. The sword immediately emitted an unsettling sound, like an excited shriek, as the dark substance began to surge toward him. The black material writhed like a swarm of sharks that had caught the scent of blood, racing up Ghoulie's arm.
In less than a second, his entire arm was covered in the dark substance.
It seemed intent on consuming him entirely, but before it could spread further, Ghoulie activated his shockwave ability. The subtle vibration of energy rippled across his skin, instantly forcing the black material back into the blade. Guess Shockwave's abilities are naturally effective against things like this, Ghoulie mused. He recalled that symbiotes, such as Venom and Carnage, were notoriously vulnerable to sound and vibrations.
And creating sound waves?
That was child's play for Shockwave.
The sword's curse.
Dane, Ghoulie said, turning to him.
The black substance on the blade is dangerous. It feels like a symbiote but even more bloodthirsty.
Symbiote?
Dane asked, confused.
Ghoulie paused, realizing that Earth hadn't yet encountered symbiotes, at least not until Venom decided to visit.
Symbiotes are alien organisms that can't survive on Earth without a host.
They bond with living beings to sustain themselves, Ghoulie explained.
Dane's expression shifted as he nodded in understanding. So you're saying, the sword has a consciousness of its own?
More or less, Ghoulie replied.
I think it can influence the mind of whoever wields it. Your family must have records about this, right?
Yeah, Dane admitted, his face clouded with thought.
Ghoulie's plans.
As Dane fell silent, Ghoulie's mind began to race.
First, what would happen if the Allspark came into contact with the ebony blade? Would it create a transformer with properties as cursed as the blade itself?
The ebony blade was capable of cutting vibranium. Imagine a transformer forged from such material. And with Ghoulie's ability to produce metals, he could potentially mass-produce an army of transformers using the ebony blade's properties. Second, if he could acquire the molecular structure of the metal used to forge the ebony blade, he could replicate it in large quantities. But how could he bring the sword back to his lab for analysis? Asking outright seemed a bit forward, and sneaking it out at night would be less than honorable.
An unexpected offer.
As if reading Ghoulie's mind, Dane spoke up.
Ghou, could I entrust this sword to you for safekeeping?
Ghoulie blinked, momentarily stunned.
Whitman Castle, the birth of a hero. Following Ghoulie's instructions, Dane Whitman consumed the heart-shaped herb.
He fainted for only a minute before his eyes fluttered open, his breaths heavy and erratic. His hands clutched Ghoulie's arm tightly as he stammered in disbelief.
Ghou, a panther, a talking black panther. What was that? It took Ghoulie considerable effort to calm the bewildered Dane. He handed him a bracelet.
Here, this is a nano suit. It's a type of advanced armor, Ghoulie explained with a smile. And just like that, Dane became a superhuman. With the heart-shaped herb enhancing his body and the nanosuit providing additional protection, Dane was now capable of going toe-to-toe with Captain America in his prime.
The ceiling incident. Boom!
The sound of splintering wood filled the air as a massive hole appeared in the ceiling. Ghoulie looked up, exasperated, as dust and wood chips rained down. Without a word, he placed the wooden box containing the ebony blade into his system space for safekeeping.
It seemed like a common theme. Every first-time nanosuit user had to punch a hole in a roof. Tony Stark did it. Zhao Helen did it. Even May did it. And now Dane.
Ghoulie had invited Dane to join his team and enhanced him for one simple reason: Dane was a worthy friend, and a lucky one at that. Their first meeting had introduced Ghoulie to Cersei, leading to his acquisition of powers like molecular restructuring, heat vision, invisibility, and flight. During their third encounter, Dane entrusted Ghoulie with the ebony blade, giving him the opportunity to study its mysterious, vibranium-cutting metal. The potential of using this material to create transformers that could resist magic? Simply put, unstoppable. Taking to the skies. Dane spent the next 2.5 hours soaring through the skies, his exhilaration palpable. He was like a bird discovering flight for the first time, joyfully exploring the heavens. When he finally returned to the dining room, exhausted but grinning from ear to ear, he spread his arms wide and gave Ghoulie a firm, heartfelt embrace.
Thanks, Ghou. So, what's the name of our group?
Dane asked, brimming with excitement to officially become a superhero. ***, the Sky-Smashing Gang ***. And I'm the leader, Ghoulie replied with a smirk.
The lab, the Ebony Blade's secrets.
Ghoulie's next stop was Grey Wolf's lab. As the familiar hum of the teleportation portal faded, Grey Wolf's voice rang out.
Boss, what's the job?
Grey Wolf had grown restless with the sudden lull in activity.
His excitement was evident as he approached Ghoulie. This, Ghoulie said, handing him the ebony blade.
It's made of a strange metal. It can cut through vibranium and even repel magic. Grey Wolf examined the blackened sword, his eyes gleaming with curiosity.
After a moment, he spoke excitedly. Boss, I think this is enchanted.
Hearing this, Xilai added, the sword was forged by a powerful sorcerer. In the MCU, Merlin hadn't made an official appearance, but in the comics, he was a cosmic guardian, a being from the omnipotent tiers of the Marvel Universe. Not just powerful, Merlin was ridiculously, incomparably powerful, ranking among the universe's elite. Marvel's power hierarchy, loosely structured, ranged from Skyfather level, single universe, multiverse, megaverse, omniverse, to the one above all, OAA, the singular supreme being. For Xilai, anyone below Skyfather level didn't even register on his radar. It was fortunate that Xilai had landed in the MCU film universe. If he had ended up in the 616 universe, 1610 Ultimate Universe, or, worse, the Marvel Zombies universe, survival would have been a challenge, let alone building connections.
If I started in the Zombies universe, who could I even connect with?
Just imagining the comic-level threats, beings like Molecule Man, the Beyonder, or the Beyonders, was enough to make Xilai's scalp tingle. The Avengers in those universes were downright tragic, constantly having to face such overpowered adversaries. Of course, if Xilai were lucky enough, he might have become even stronger there. After all, the comic universes were home to powers like the Phoenix Force and countless other cosmic abilities. But for now, Xilai decided to bide his time.
He wouldn't venture into the multiverse until he was confident he could at least go toe-to-toe with the Celestials. Only then would he consider chasing powers like the Phoenix Force, Chaos Magic, or Fairy Force. Breaking down the blade.
Bringing his thoughts back to the present, Xilai watched as Grey Wolf carefully examined the ebony blade.
After some time, Grey Wolf nodded confidently. Boss, give me 2 days. I'll figure out the molecular structure. Thanks, Wolf, Xilai said with a smile.
To Grey Wolf, the word impossible didn't exist. And meeting Grey Wolf had been one of Xilai's greatest strokes of luck.
More accurately, Zhao Helen was his greatest fortune.
Every major reward Xilai had earned, be it Quintessa, Grey Wolf, or the 2 superpower evolution cards, had been achieved through his partnership with her.
Xilai found himself musing aloud. Maybe
I should propose to Zhao Helen. On the current MCU Earth, Xilai no longer had to worry about much.
Marriage seemed like a natural next step.
The proposal. When Xilai finally mustered the courage to propose, Zhao Helen was overjoyed, but to his surprise, she gently declined. Darling, I'm not ready yet, she said, snuggling into his arms.
Just give me a little more time, okay?
Xilai sighed, but an idea suddenly struck him. Leaning close, he whispered something into Zhao Helen's ear.
Her cheeks flushed slightly as she hesitated before nodding. All right.
That might be fun to try, she said with a shy smile.
Satisfied, Xilai stepped into the bath, finally finding the release he'd been craving since Quintessa's earlier temptations. South Dakota, Eternal Deliberations.
Meanwhile, in South Dakota, the Eternals had been locked in a day-long meeting at a Jack's secluded cabin. The official topic, determining whether Xilai was an Eternal. The unspoken agenda, investigating whether he was a deviant in disguise. As the leader of the Eternals, Jack was the only one in their 10-member team whose memories weren't reset after each emergence. The Eternals were, in essence, machines mass-produced by the Celestials in the World Forge. Their primary mission was to ensure the successful birth of celestial embryos within life-bearing planets, a process known as emergence. After each emergence, the celestial Erisham would wipe the Eternals' memories, resetting them to factory settings. But Jack, having overseen multiple emergence missions, retained her memories. During those missions, she had witnessed deviants devouring and absorbing the powers of Eternals. So when she saw Xilai's molecular restructuring, identical to Cersei's, and his heat vision, reminiscent of Ikari's, she became suspicious.
Her theory?
Xilai was a deviant disguised as a human, having gained his abilities by consuming other Eternals on different planets. If Xilai had been present, he would have given Jack a standing ovation for her creativity. Take the pen, you write the rest of the plot. What Jack didn't expect was Cersei's fierce defense of Xilai, leading to a heated argument between the two. A dangerous plan began to form in Jack's mind. She would confront Xilai herself to confirm whether he was truly a deviant. Watching the drama unfold, Kingo, the Bollywood star of the group, rolled his eyes and suggested. Jack, why don't you just ask Erisham?
Is this real? He thought. This is like a drought-stricken land suddenly getting rain.
Dane, this sword is incredibly powerful, Xilai said cautiously, trying to mask his excitement.
I know, Dane replied. But to my family, it's more of a curse than a blessing. It's always whispering, tempting us to use it. That's why I want you to keep it for a while. Someday, when I'm ready, I'll come to reclaim it. Of course, I'll pay you a deposit for safekeeping. Ghoulie shook his head and placed a hand on Dane's shoulder. We're friends. This is the least I can do, he said sincerely. How could I say no, Ghoulie thought. Dane, my friend, you've just become one of my favorite people. An invitation. Dane, there's something I want to discuss with you, Ghoulie said. I've started a superhero organization dedicated to protecting Earth, and I'd like to invite you to join. Dane's initial reaction was excitement. After all, who wouldn't want to fight alongside Superman? But after considering his situation, he hesitated. Goo, I'm just an ordinary person. And I'm not ready to wield the ebony blade yet, he admitted. That's not a problem, Ghoulie replied with a grin. He reached into his system storage and pulled out a future warrior nanosuit and a dose of heart-shaped herb. With Uncle Grey Wolf's help, Ghoulie had long since perfected the mass production of superhero gear. Zhao Helen and the others each had several sets of equipment, ensuring that no hidden enemy could ever threaten them. Open wide and eat this, Ghoulie said with a smile. Whitman Castle, a fateful exchange. Dane Whitman, now a history professor at the Natural History Museum in London, carried the weight of his family's legacy, a lineage that traced back to the time of King Arthur. For generations, his family had served as Black Knights, and their most treasured heirloom was the ebony blade. Forged by the great sorcerer Merlin from an alien meteorite, the ebony blade was a weapon of immense magical power. Known as the Cursed Blade, it could slice through any metal on Earth, including vibranium, repel magic, and absorb the souls of those it killed. The blade could even produce black armor-like material to encase its wielder. However, its curse was equally potent. It drove its user to madness, instilling an insatiable bloodlust. From the post-credits scene of Eternals, it seemed likely that Dane was under surveillance by MI13, Britain's supernatural defense agency. Dinner at the castle. Ghoulie and Sprite had come to visit Whitman Castle at Dane's invitation. Dane had expressed concerns that Ghoulie's enthusiastic Superman fans might disrupt a regular dinner outing. The castle itself was a marvel of medieval architecture, bearing a striking resemblance to Ghoulie's farm base. The primary difference? Dane's castle was staffed with numerous maids, while Ghoulie's was populated by an army of transformers. Hi, Goo. I'll stick to calling you that. Superman feels a bit too formal, Dane greeted him warmly. His usual enthusiasm made Ghoulie feel a bit self-conscious. Thanks for hosting this dinner, Dane, Ghoulie replied with a smile. Sorry I couldn't make it earlier, I've been pretty busy. Dane waved off the apology. You're a superhero, it comes with the territory. I get it. Oh, and later, could you sign a few autographs? The kids in my family are huge fans. A fateful request. The dinner was light-hearted and filled with laughter, but midway through, Dane hesitated before leading Ghoulie to his study. Goo, my family has a complicated history, Dane began, his tone serious. There's a sword I need your help with. Even Dane wasn't entirely sure why he was sharing this secret with Ghoulie. They had only met 3 times, yet something about Ghoulie inspired trust. Perhaps it was his reputation as Superman. All right, let me take a look, Ghoulie said, nodding. After thanking him, Dane opened a hidden compartment in the study and retrieved a long wooden box. The aged, ornate surface of the box was etched with the words, "Death is my reward." Ghoulie raised an eyebrow. Interesting. Let's see if it lives up to the hype. Dane opened the box to reveal the ebony blade, its surface wrapped in mysterious runes. Through the gaps in the runes, Ghoulie caught glimpses of the sword's dark surface, where an unknown black substance seemed to flow like liquid. His first thought? It looked eerily similar to a symbiote. The blade's hunger. Curious, Ghoulie extended a finger to lightly touch the blade. The moment his skin made contact, the sword emitted an unsettling noise, a sound like an excited, bloodthirsty shriek. The black substance reacted instantly, surging toward Ghoulie's hand like a swarm of sharks that had caught the scent of blood. In mere seconds, the dark material had completely encased his arm, threatening to consume him entirely. But before it could spread further, Ghoulie activated his shockwave ability. A subtle vibration rippled across his skin, instantly forcing the black material back into the blade. Guess Shockwave's powers are a natural counter to things like this, Ghoulie thought to himself. He recalled how symbiotes, like Venom and Carnage, were vulnerable to sound and vibrations. And for Shockwave, producing sound waves was second nature. A dangerous artifact. Dane, Ghoulie said, turning to him, the black substance on this sword is dangerous. It feels like a symbiote but even more bloodthirsty. Symbiote? Dane asked, unfamiliar with the term. Ghoulie paused, realizing that Earth hadn't yet encountered symbiotes, at least not until Venom decided to show up. Symbiotes are alien organisms that can't survive on Earth without a host.
They bond with living beings to sustain themselves, Ghoulie explained.
Dane nodded thoughtfully. So, you're saying the sword has a consciousness of its own? More or less, Ghoulie replied. It seems capable of influencing its wielder's mind. Your family must have some records about this. Dane sighed.
We do, he admitted, falling silent as he pondered his family's dark legacy.
Ghoulie's plans. As Dane reflected, Ghoulie's mind began to race with possibilities. First, what would happen if the Allspark came into contact with the ebony blade? Could it create a transformer with the blade's properties?
The ebony blade could cut through vibranium. Imagine a transformer forged with such material. And with Ghoulie's ability to produce metals, he could potentially create an entire army of such transformers. Second, if he could determine the molecular structure of the metal used to forge the ebony blade, he could replicate it in large quantities. But how could he take the sword back to his lab for analysis? Asking outright seemed too forward, and sneaking it out at night would be less than honorable.
An unexpected offer.
As if reading his mind, Dane spoke up.
Goo, could I entrust this sword to you for safekeeping? Ghoulie blinked, momentarily stunned. Is this real? He thought. This is like a drought suddenly getting rain.
Dane, this sword is incredibly powerful, Ghoulie said cautiously, trying to mask his excitement.
I know, Dane replied. But to my family, it's more of a curse than a blessing. It's always whispering, tempting us to use it. That's why I want you to keep it for a while. Someday, when I'm ready, I'll come to reclaim it. Of course, I'll pay you a deposit for safekeeping.
Ghoulie shook his head and placed a hand on Dane's shoulder.
We're friends. This is the least I can do, he said sincerely. How could I say no, Ghoulie thought. Dane, my friend, you've just become one of my favorite people. An invitation. Dane, there's something I want to discuss with you, Ghoulie said.
I've started a superhero organization dedicated to protecting Earth, and I'd like to invite you to join.
Dane's initial reaction was excitement. After all, who wouldn't want to fight alongside Superman? But after considering his situation, he hesitated. Goo, I'm just an ordinary person. And I'm not ready to wield the ebony blade yet, he admitted.
That's not a problem, Ghoulie replied with a grin. He reached into his system storage and pulled out a future warrior nanosuit and a dose of heart-shaped herb. With Uncle Grey Wolf's help, Ghoulie had long since perfected the mass production of superhero gear. Zhao Helen and the others each had several sets of equipment, ensuring that no hidden enemy could ever threaten them. Open wide and eat this, Ghoulie said with a smile. New York, farm base ***. Ghoulie leaned quietly against the edge of the pool, his thoughts running wild as Quintessa pressed herself closer to him in the water. Her soaked, form-fitting purple cheongsam clung to her curves, accentuating her already alluring figure. Ghoulie swallowed hard several times, his self-control on the verge of collapse. To be honest, he felt like an inexperienced gamer, completely out of his depth yet unable to resist trying. He knew he couldn't resist someone with the face of Lee Justin, yet here he was, daring to test his limits.
Should I give it a shot?
Ghoulie muttered to himself, his heart pounding. After all, there'd be rewards, and no one would know. In his mind, two tiny versions of himself appeared, engaged in a fierce debate. Come on, what are you afraid of? Said one, grinning mischievously. Stick to your principles, argued the other, crossing his arms in defiance.
What principles? Can principles give you superpowers? Can principles give you the Allspark? No, they can't. Stick to your principles. Think about it. The multiverse is full of dangerous lunatics. How are you going to protect yourself? Stick to your principles. Without power, you'll be useless. You won't be able to protect your women, your friends.
All you'll do is cry helplessly while they suffer. Ghoulie took a deep breath, his eyes blazing with determination. Just as he was about to act on impulse, tearing off the purple cheongsam and giving in to temptation, an obnoxious ringtone shattered the moment.
You're my love, you're my love, you're my love.
Goo Charlie, Sprite introduced a woman who wants to meet you, came Tony's teasing voice on the other end of the line.
A woman? What woman?
Ghoulie asked irritably, barely holding himself together. If it weren't for Quintessa tying up her hair and leaning forward suggestively, he would have hung up on Tony right then and there.
Says she's Cersei's sister.
You've got some nerve, man. Playing the field like this, be careful Dr. Zhao doesn't make you kneel on durians. Send me the address, Guli said, cutting the call before leaning back against the pool.
Cersei's sister? Is it the eternal leader Ajak, or the weapons master Thena? And what does she want with me? Guli sighed.
The internal struggle moments ago had taught him an important lesson. If he wanted to become an omnipotent level being in a multiverse full of chaos, he needed to keep a clear head and let go of unnecessary guilt. As long as he worked hard and stayed focused, success would come. Reluctantly, Guli climbed out of the bath and got dressed. Better go see what Ajak wants. If it's nothing important, I'll come back to spar with Li Jiasun. Or maybe try out Tifa next? That's definitely on the table. The hotel encounter. Guli glanced at the address Tony had sent him, frowning. Why a hotel? He rarely stayed in hotels. Before gaining superpowers, he avoided them for privacy reasons. After gaining superpowers, he simply didn't see the point. What's Ajak up to? Testing me on Cersei's behalf? Guli couldn't figure it out, so he decided to stop overthinking and opened a portal directly to Ajak's hotel room. The initial meeting was awkward, to say the least. Ajak emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in nothing but a towel. She had clearly underestimated the capabilities of Guli's portals, not expecting him to appear directly inside the room. Hello, I'm Guli, he greeted, trying to keep his gaze steady. Hello, I'm Ajak of the Eternals, she replied, equally flustered. After a brief, awkward silence, Guli cut to the chase. Alright, since you're Cersei's kin, I'll skip the pleasantries. What do you want with me? Ajak hesitated for several seconds before making what seemed to be an important decision. She looked Guli straight in the eye. I suspect you might be one of the Eternals, so I wanted to confirm it personally, she said. Guli nodded in understanding. Ah, I see. You probably noticed I have Cersei's molecular restructuring and Ikari's heat vision, so you came to this conclusion. Sorry to disappoint, but I'm not an Eternal. I'm human, a pure-blooded human, as pure as it gets, Guli said with a wry smile. What a strange situation. He never imagined someone would try to claim him as kin, let alone the leader of the Eternals, Ajak. I'd like to verify that for myself, Ajak said, leaving out the fact that she also suspected Guli might be a deviant. Guli raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh? And how exactly do you plan to confirm that? Without a word, Ajak dropped her towel. Guli's jaw hit the floor. Are you serious? This is how you're going to confirm it, he sputtered. At that moment, Guli was certain of one thing, Ajak had to have a screw loose. And what if I'm not? You'd be taking a pretty big loss here, he pointed out. Ajak shrugged nonchalantly. It's just a body. It's not a big deal. Worst case scenario, she could always get a new one after the emergence. You're sure about this? Guli asked. To be honest, Ajak's physical appearance didn't particularly tempt him, he'd encountered plenty of stunning women before. But her healing powers? Now that was something he wanted. The ability to heal others and regenerate himself was a superpower he lacked and could definitely use. I'm sure, Ajak replied firmly. The confirmation. Moments later, Guli gave in, the lingering tension from his earlier encounter with Quintessa finally finding release. By the time they were done, Ajak had confirmed that Guli was neither an Eternal nor a deviant. She also confirmed that she deeply regretted her decision. I'll head back to South Dakota and resume my quiet life of seclusion as soon as this is over, she thought to herself. However, Ajak had severely underestimated Guli's stamina. With the combined enhancements of Super Soldier Serum, Spider Totem, and Unipower, Guli was nothing short of a beast. It wasn't until the system's melodic notification sounded for the second time that Guli finally stopped. By then, Ajak lay on the bed, utterly drained, her chest heaving as she struggled to catch her breath. Lighting a cigarette, Guli glanced at the system's reward notification. Asterisk from storyline character Ajak, you have obtained healing, rapid self-healing, and the ability to channel cosmic energy to heal others. Asterisk. Asterisk from storyline character Ajak, you have obtained weapons mastery, the ability to manipulate cosmic energy to conjure various energy weapons. Asterisk. The aftermath. As he got dressed, Guli smirked. The healing power was exactly what he needed. While he rarely got injured, accidents were inevitable, and this ability essentially gave him a supercharged health pack. Not to mention, it would be incredibly useful for healing his companions. The weapons mastery ability gave him mixed feelings. It originated from Thena, the Eternal known for her skill in conjuring energy weapons. Played by Angelina Jolie, Thena was the cousin of Thanos, her father being the brother of Thanos' father. The ability allowed for precise manipulation of cosmic energy to forge a variety of weapons, unlike Carol Danvers's broad energy blasts. While Carol's attacks were powerful and suited her personality, Thena's approach was far more refined. After tucking a jack in and pulling the blanket over her, Xilai shook his head and muttered, "Lady, you really need to think things through next time." In all his years, 2 lifetimes, even Xilai had never encountered someone who tested familial ties in such a way.
And what if he had been an Eternal? Would that have changed anything? Probably not. Actually, maybe it wouldn't have been so bad at Grey Wolf's laboratory Ever since Grey Wolf received the ebony blade from Xilai, he hadn't taken a single break. He even stopped visiting his beloved little panther, completely engrossed in the task at hand. Grey Wolf had discovered a newfound love for pushing himself to the limit, reveling in the thrill of challenging his boundaries. When Xilai stopped by late one night to check in, he couldn't help but tease, "Bosses love employees like you, Grey Wolf. If you don't work hard, how am I supposed to upgrade my house, car, and wife?" Even in a new world, Xilai found himself surrounded by workaholics, with Grey Wolf, Dr. Zola, and the recently returned Quintessa leading the pack. Grey Wolf, for some reason, had been actively asking for more work lately, as if he wanted to finish all his tasks in one go. Meanwhile, Dr. Zola was busy leading the 17 newly created Transformers on a systematic inventory of Hydra's bases, deciding what to keep, what to move, and what to destroy. Every time he saw Xilai, Zola greeted him with the same question, "Leader, have you taken care of Pierce yet?" As for Quintessa, ever since she had taken on the appearance of Lee Jussin, she seemed to have undergone some sort of epiphany, constantly teasing and tempting Xilai. His mind was now filled with visions of long legs. Fortunately for Xilai, he had a cheat-like system in this life. He didn't need to join the rat race, worry about money, or stress over housing. All he needed to do was focus on his ambitions. What a perfect life! Reflecting on his 22 years of existence, Xilai couldn't help but sigh, a life with cheats is truly different. 5 years ago, he was just an ordinary young man without even super soldier serum to his name. Today, he was the strongest man on Earth. And that statement wasn't even up for debate. After all, the Ancient One was a woman and didn't count, and Tiamat, the celestial embryo beneath Earth, wasn't human. So who else but Xilai could claim the title? His cheat system had resolved most of his financial worries after he acquired Quintessa, and her return had eliminated those worries entirely. Grey Wolf's breakthrough. Xilai's scattered thoughts were interrupted by a tired voice. "Boss, I've cracked the molecular structure." "I'm going to rest now," Grey Wolf said, handing Xilai a piece of paper. "Great, thanks," Xilai replied, taking the slip of paper. With a thought, he activated his portal, and the familiar golden circle of light appeared. Without hesitation, he stepped through and arrived at the farm base. Using his molecular restructuring ability, Xilai began mass-producing the mysterious metal. Holding a piece in his hand, he sighed. "It's a pity. The metal I produce is slightly inferior to the ebony blade. It must be the enchantments that make the difference." After all, the ebony blade was forged by Merlin, a cosmic-level entity whose enchantments likely granted the blade its extraordinary properties, including its ability to resist magic. A galactic ambition. Xilai spent the entire morning converting large quantities of the mysterious metal. He planned to use it, combined with true adamantium, to construct a starship. When it came to size, Xilai had only one preference: the bigger, the better. If not for technological and manpower limitations, he would have aimed for something as large as a celestial. Once the starship was complete, he could activate it using the Allspark. Imagine that, Xilai thought, a transformer standing tens of thousands of meters tall. Massive. Powerful. Who wouldn't be tempted, If not for the risk of accidentally blowing up Earth, Xilai would have considered using the Allspark to transform the blue giant planet-destroying cannon in his system space into a transformer. That weapon was his ultimate trump card. But the thought of any mishaps during the transformation process, potentially wiping out his family and friends, quickly killed the idea. A moment of indulgence. Lost in thought, Xilai found himself soaking in the bath. Quintessa, ever the opportunist, slipped into the water and snuggled into his arms, her clothes discarded. This time, Xilai didn't suppress his desires. After all, who could resist Lee Jussin? Seriously, who? Leaning back, Ghoulie whispered to himself with a satisfied grin, invincible. Truly invincible. With Quintessa by his side, Ghoulie felt like he had the entire universe at his fingertips. Robot? Flesh and blood?
Who cares?
In that moment, Ghoulie found himself silently thanking his system.
I love you, system bro, he thought sincerely. As a child, he had cursed the system endlessly. But now, he loved it more than anything. After all, who could say no to such a thrilling path to power? The process, the results, everything was absolutely exhilarating. For the first time in a long while, Ghoulie felt completely at peace. He didn't even check the system notification about his latest reward, instead falling into a deep sleep with Quintessa in his arms.
The reward. When Ghoulie finally woke up in the late afternoon, Quintessa helped him bathe and dressed him.
Before leaving, he playfully pinched her cheek and said, "Stay like this from now on."
For how long?
That would depend on his mood. I really am turning into a scumbag, Ghoulie muttered with a sigh. The notification he had ignored earlier had read. Connection with special character Quintessa successful.
Reward, mid-level superpower evolution card.
Among the many superpowers Ghoulie had acquired, he had already evolved two, molecular restructuring and shockwave. This time, without hesitation, he chose to evolve energy absorption. The ability to absorb energy, especially immunity to most forms of cosmic energy, was crucial.
It was essentially a magic resistance upgrade and absolute necessity. The next evolution.
Energy absorption evolution successful, increased energy absorption capacity and a higher upper limit.
As always, the system's descriptions were frustratingly vague. But Ghoulie didn't need elaborate explanations. His magical resistance was now maxed out.
If he were to face the Ancient One again, he was confident he could stand still and let her attack him for 2.5 minutes without flinching. And one day, he believed, he would reach the point where he could also achieve immunity to physical damage.
System overview. Enter system, Ghoulie commanded. Name Ghoulie. Race human. Age 22.
Superpowers Super Soldier Serum, Spider Totem, Destiny Cards, Shockwave, Mid-level, Molecular Restructuring, Mid-level, Invisibility, Dynamic Light Waves, Flight, Heart-Shaped Herb, Energy Absorption, Mid-level, Energy Manipulation, Healing, Weapons Mastery.
Items Cricket Pistol, Regeneration Cradle, Blue Giant Planet-Destroying Cannon, Darkhold Copy.
Allies Drift, Soundwave, and his cassette army, Quintessa, Grey Wolf, Grimlock, Starscream, Swoop, Slug.
Contracts Dormammu, Thon. Exiting the system, Ghoulie mused aloud, am I a Skyfather level being now? In the MCU, Skyfather level beings included the Ancient One, Odin, and others of their caliber. While the Ancient One was more of a glass cannon mage, Odin was versatile and well-rounded.
In his prime, wearing the Destroyer armor, Odin could even hold his own against a Celestial, albeit only for a few seconds. But such feats were legendary in the Nine Realms' history. After all, the Celestials never fought alone. They always attacked in groups of 6 or 7, overwhelming their opponents. Considering the many powers he had acquired, especially the evolved abilities Shockwave, Molecular Restructuring, and Energy Absorption, Ghoulie believed he could now confidently claim the title of a Skyfather-level being.
Yeah.
I think that counts, he said with a smirk. May 1st, 2011, morning As Ghoulie enjoyed the sensation of his face buried in soft, snowy whiteness, his blissful moment was rudely interrupted by the blaring sound of his phone ringing.
You're my love, you're my love, you're my love.
Lifting his head from the soft embrace of the situation, he grumbled irritably, who's the idiot calling this early on a weekend?
Have some decency. Last night, Ghoulie had gone to great lengths to ensure some private time with May Parker.
He'd even paid $300 to bribe Peter's best friend, Ned, into dragging Peter to stay over at his place. At 32, May had become increasingly sensitive about her age and appearance. Lately, she'd been spending hours in front of the mirror, scrutinizing her face for even the faintest hint of wrinkles. Her newfound obsession had also begun to influence the other two women in the house, which was starting to affect Ghoulie's happiness.
With a casual wave of his hand, Ghoulie channeled cosmic energy to answer the call.
On the other end, Rhodey's excited voice came through.
Hey, Goo! Today's a day worth celebrating.
Ghoulie instinctively glanced at the date on his phone. May 1 say he froze for a moment, confused to what's so special about May 1st?
Are they planning to reminisce about the good old days of cotton fields or something? Surely not, asterisk.
It's the 2-year anniversary of Tony and Insan escaping from that cave in Afghanistan.
We're having a get-together. Alright, you guys set it up, Ghoulie replied, hanging up with a sigh.
Rubbing his temples, he muttered, and here I thought something was wrong with Rhodey's brain.
Turns out it's to celebrate Tony and Insan's escape.
Time flies, Ghoulie mused, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. It's true what they say, time waits for no one. Thankfully, the fruits of his labor over the past 2 years had not been in vain. Feeling the immense, seemingly boundless power coursing through his body, Ghoulie couldn't help but recall the words of his ancestors, their wisdom echoing in his mind like a mantra. Asterisk, the finest steel is forged through fire and hardship.
Asterisk.
Asterisk, the road ahead is long, I shall seek high and low.
Asterisk. Asterisk, those who achieve great deeds have not only extraordinary talent but also unwavering determination. Asterisk. Truly, the ancients never lied, Ghoulie thought, his spirit reignited.
He vowed to grow stronger, to build greater things, and to one day conquer the heights of omnipotence.
A morning distraction.
Just as May Parker was about to get out of bed, she was pulled back into Ghoulie's arms, and his labor resumed once more.
2 hours later.
Clothing made of molecular streams formed around Ghoulie's body in an instant, covering him as he waved his hand lazily. Ever since he discovered that molecular restructuring could be used for such purposes, he hadn't bothered with the chore of getting dressed manually.
Why stand when you can sit, and why sit when you can lie down? Ghoulie thought. After all, wasn't technological advancement meant to free people's hands for more important leisurely pursuits?
Tucking May back under the covers, Ghoulie opened a golden portal with a thought and stepped through gracefully. It had been a while since he'd last hung out with Tony and the others, mostly because his workload had been overwhelming lately. Half his time had been spent converting true adamantium and mysterious metals for his Starship project, as for the other half, well, some things were better left unsaid.
Stark Tower, top floor hall.
The top floor hall was festively decorated with brightly colored balloons, streamers, and flowers. Tables were adorned with elegant plates and ornaments, and a massive cake with a bold 2 written on it took center stage. Among the small gathering of people, Ghoulie immediately spotted Tony Stark, who stood awkwardly by a table. The whole event was clearly out of character for him. Tony was not the type to throw a party to commemorate his escape from a cave.
What's with the sudden celebration? Ghoulie asked casually. Tony sighed, shrugging helplessly and glancing toward Pepper Potts. Pepper thought May 1st marked the beginning of my new life. He paused before asking, by the way, was I really that bad back then?
Ghoulie ignored the question and instead pulled several magazines from his system space, shoving them into Tony's hands.
Here. These are the cover models from the past 5 months. You've got the experience, give me your professional opinion. Tony's mind was suddenly assaulted by memories he'd rather forget.
Scratching his nose awkwardly, he muttered, "You're not much better than I am."
Tony had long lost count of how many women Ghoulie had been involved with, and he was certain there were plenty more he didn't know about.
By the way, Pepper invited Dr. Zhao and Natasha. They'll both be here, Tony said, his mischievous smirk growing wider.
Ghoulie remained unfazed. Don't worry. There's nothing between Natasha and me. Well, not yet anyway. As for the future, that's a problem for future Ghoulie. Yeah, right, Tony teased. I'll believe it when I see it.
If the day ever comes when you're not a player, I'll pinch myself to make sure I'm not dreaming.
The gathering begins.
Tony's banter was cut short by Rhodey, who raised an eyebrow at the magazines in Tony's hands.
You're not planning to go back to your old ways, are you? Get lost, Tony shot back.
At that moment, Phil Coulson entered the hall, leading a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman. Ghoulie's expression stiffened when he saw her. Why is she here? He muttered, scratching his chin awkwardly.
Tony, never one to miss subtle shifts in expression, followed Ghoulie's gaze and immediately broke into a grin.
When Natasha Romanoff arrived with Dr. Zhao and Daisy, Tony's grin grew even wider. Pulling Rhodey aside, Tony gestured toward Ghoulie with a mischievous glint in his eye.
This is gonna be good.
Not one to miss out on the fun, Tony dragged Rhodey to the bar, where he discreetly signaled Bruce Banner and Dr. Insan to join him. Within moments, the 4 of them, collectively nearly 2 centuries old, were leaning against the bar, ready to enjoy the show. Finally, Coulson brought the blonde woman over to Ghoulie and introduced her. Superman, this is one of our colleagues at S.H.I.E.L.D., Sharon Carter. Superman, this is one of our colleagues at S.H.I.E.L.D., Sharon Carter, Coulson introduced enthusiastically, his ever-cheerful demeanor shining through. Ghoulie forced a polite smile, but inwardly, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Asterisk, of course, I know who she is. Asterisk. As someone who had once shared an intimate relationship with Sharon, Ghoulie was more familiar with her than Coulson could imagine. He knew not only her smile but also the depth of her emotions and even the finer details of their past. Why didn't I notice before that Coulson seems to enjoy introducing people to their exes, Ghoulie thought, suppressing a sigh. A sudden idea crossed his mind. Asterisk, does S.H.I.E.L.D. seriously not have files on me? Impossible. Asterisk, he dismissed the notion immediately. After all, even if Soundwave hadn't found records about him during his infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database, that was simply because Ghoulie wasn't on Nick Fury's radar at the time. But ever since Ghoulie stopped hiding and publicly thrashed both the Hulk and Abomination on the streets of New York, it was unlikely that Fury hadn't thoroughly investigated him. Fury's paranoia would have ensured that every detail of Ghoulie's life, down to the type of movies he liked, was documented. Yet, judging by Coulson's genuine expression, it seemed he truly didn't know about Ghoulie and Sharon's past. Asterisk, Fury's really that cautious? Not even telling his trusted agents? Asterisk, Ghoulie pondered. A reunion of the past. It's been a while, Ghoulie, Sharon said softly, nostalgia evident in her tone. The young man she once knew had grown into someone almost untouchable. It felt surreal, as if she were living in a dream. Back when they were together, Ghoulie had no powers aside from that one time he disappeared for a month and returned with a physique that could rival a Greek god. Those were simpler times, Sharon thought wistfully. But now, he had a new life, and more importantly, a new girlfriend. It has been a while, Carter, Ghoulie replied, extending his hand to shake hers. Her hand, once so familiar to him, the same hand that had once clawed at his back during more passionate moments, now felt distant. Sharon Carter, the woman who had inadvertently helped him unlock his first superpower, stood before him after 3 years of separation, and yet everything felt different. The Peanut Gallery. At the bar, Tony, Rhodey, Banner, and Ensign leaned in, watching the exchange with barely concealed interest. They had been hoping for some juicy drama, but to their disappointment, the scene unfolded with nothing more than polite civility. What truly baffled them, however, was the sight of Dr. Zhao Helen, Ghoulie's current girlfriend, happily chatting away with his ex, Sharon. Beside them, Daisy was clinging to Zhao's arm, her carefree attitude adding to the surreal scene. Rhodey couldn't hold back his admiration. Tony, Goo's got you beat. At least he knows how to handle things between his current and ex-girlfriends. Who wouldn't want to live Goo's life? Rhodey continued, gesturing dramatically. Good looks, New York's #1 stud, filthy rich, superpowers like Superman, and a harem of girlfriends who all get along. It's like the universe decided to give him everything, he concluded, shaking his head in disbelief. Banner nodded solemnly in agreement. While he was strong as the Hulk, that strength came with severe limitations. He couldn't get too excited or angry, lest he transform into a massive green giant. No one understands this struggle, Banner thought bitterly. A curious Coulson. Meanwhile, Ghoulie, having escaped the awkward reunion with Sharon, thanks to Zhao Helen's intervention, noticed Coulson's unusually cheerful demeanor. Coulson, what's got you in such a good mood? Ghoulie asked, raising an eyebrow. From the moment Coulson walked into the room, he hadn't stopped smiling. Coulson glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one else was within earshot, before leaning in close. The director found my other idol in the Arctic, he whispered excitedly. Few people knew about Coulson's idols, but Ghoulie did, thanks to that time Coulson had sheepishly asked him for an autograph. Coulson's 2 idols were Superman, Ghoulie himself, and Captain America. Before Ghoulie became Superman, Coulson's idols had been limited to a fictional comic book character and a historical legend. But in less than 2.5 years, since the emergence of Iron Man, Coulson's world had expanded dramatically. Superman had become his colleague, and now, Captain America had been found and might soon join them. Congratulations, Coulson, Ghoulie said, clapping him on the shoulder. Looks like your dream of collecting both autographs is about to come true. The Ice Block Legend. Somewhere in a secret S.H.I.E.L.D. facility in New York, Nick Fury stood before a block of ice, taking several deep breaths to calm his nerves. He hadn't believed the reports at first. When a Russian oil team discovered anomalies in the Arctic ice, the idea that Captain America might still be alive seemed absurd. But the man who lay frozen before him, the man who had once been a symbol of America, a legend so revered he was practically deified, was very real. Avengers Initiative, it's happening, Fury muttered to himself, his single eye gleaming with determination. Back at the party. Coulson's joy was contagious.
It's really happening, goo. S.H.I.E.L.D. is getting stronger by the day. He wasn't wrong.
With Superman, the Hulk, Iron Man, and soon Captain America under their banner, S.H.I.E.L.D. boasted an unprecedented lineup of powerhouses. Not to mention their elite agents, Hill, Natasha, Clint, Coulson himself, and, of course, Nick Fury's plans to officially establish the Avengers. As for Sharon Carter's presence at the party, it was a direct result of Natasha being recalled by Fury under the pretense of insufficient manpower. Sharon had been assigned to replace Natasha, acting as the liaison between Stark Industries and S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, Tony Stark wasn't just an advisor to S.H.I.E.L.D., he was also its biggest financial backer. Fury wasn't about to trust anyone but his best agents with such a critical role. The party continued, and Ghoulie, now free from the awkwardness of his reunion with Sharon, couldn't help but marvel at the twists and turns his life had taken.
Captain America's back. The Avengers are forming.
And here I am, at the center of it all, Ghoulie thought, a small smile playing on his lips. Guess I'd better stick around and see how this all plays out. The news of the Popsicle Captain. Upon learning that Steve Rogers, the Popsicle Captain, had been excavated from the Arctic, Ghoulie immediately instructed Soundwave to keep a close watch on the streets of New York for any unusual activity. He wasn't doing this out of pure curiosity, but rather because he was genuinely eager to witness Steve's reaction when he discovered that 70 years had passed and that his new boss was a black man. For Steve, frozen in ice and unaware of the passage of time, it would be as if he had simply taken a nap and woken up to a completely transformed world. The thought of Steve, a man from an era where racial discrimination was still rampant, being ordered around by Nick Fury, was enough to make Ghoulie chuckle internally.
Would Steve be utterly bewildered? Perhaps even a little stunned?
After all, despite the passage of 70 years, even modern America still had its own visible layers of racial and class distinctions.
The Queen becomes Tifa.
Lately, most of Ghoulie's energy had been spent on Quintessa, and not without reason. While Lee Jiasun had been a refreshing novelty, it only lasted about 3 days before it wore off. It wasn't enough to trigger the fourth reward condition, so Ghoulie had Quintessa transform into none other than Tifa Lockhart.
Tifa ***, the ultimate dream of every man ***.
Her figure, her face, her everything was simply extraordinary. As for the rewards Ghoulie had received from Quintessa, they were nothing short of incredible. 1. The Allspark, a special reward triggered when Quintessa tied up her hair. 2. A mid-level superpower evolution card, acquired from their first connection. 3. The 12 Guardian Knights, a reward from their 5th connection. 4. Quintessa's staff, the reward for their 10th connection. The 12 Guardian Knights were Quintessa's elite guard who had once betrayed her upon discovering her plans to destroy Earth. They could combine to form the three-headed mechanical dragon, Dragonstorm, a distant cousin of King Ghidorah. This majestic form far surpassed that of Pteranodon Transformer Swoop and had quickly become Ghoulie's second favorite Transformer mount. His first, of course, remained Razorclaw, the adorable and obedient little Decepticon, second only in loyalty to, well, maybe Starscream. Depending on the number of knights involved in the combination, Dragonstorm's size could vary. In Transformers 5, The Last Knight, 7 surviving Guardian Knights had once combined to wreak havoc as Dragonstorm. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if Loki were to lead the Chitauri army to invade Earth, Ghoulie wouldn't even need to lift a finger.
His army of Transformers alone could easily obliterate what Rocket Raccoon once called the worst army in the galaxy.
The countless tons of true adamantium Ghoulie had poured into upgrading his Transformers' bodies had not gone to waste.
Even Black Panther, the wealthiest man in the Marvel Universe, couldn't afford such extravagance.
After all, true adamantium was worth its weight in gold, literally. Only someone like Ghoulie, with his molecular restructuring ability, could burn through resources so recklessly.
He'd long since lost track of how much adamantium he had converted.
As for Quintessa's staff, it contained terrifying power, capable of draining Earth's energy to repair the shattered planet of Cybertron. The staff had been brought to Earth by the 12 Guardian Knights and later gifted to Merlin in the Transformers universe.
Yes, Merlin really was that busy. The creation of the Universal Shuttle. Back at the farm base, Dr. Zola had been busy.
After relocating a wealth of materials and equipment from Hydra's bases, he had begun work on interstellar battle armor. His 17 newly created Transformers served as his assistants, and Zola had even given them a flashy name, the Hydra 18 Arhots, including himself. Ghoulie found himself indulging in these fulfilling, pleasant days, until May 8, 2011, when Grey Wolf brought him shocking news.
The Universal Shuttle is complete, Grey Wolf announced over the phone. Hanging up, Xilai accelerated his sparring session with Quintessa. Once satisfied, he waved his hand to restore his clothing and headed straight to Grey Wolf's lab. What greeted him, however, was a surprisingly small machine, barely the size of his palm. "Grey Wolf, are you sure this tiny thing can traverse the universe?" Xilai asked hesitantly, holding the device in his hand. It looked like a compass, with intricate mechanical markings on its face and a small screen. It resembled the time travel device from Deadpool 2 more than anything else. "Relax, boss. If it's made by me, it's definitely reliable," Grey Wolf assured him. In truth, Grey Wolf had made two devices. One was for Xilai, and the other was for himself, just in case his 3-year contract expired and his employers didn't provide return transport. Reassured by Grey Wolf's confidence, Xilai nodded. After all, Grey Wolf, like Tom the cat, was a being who defied conventional logic. "So, how does this work?" Xilai asked, his curiosity piqued. He was eager to test it out. If it could take him to the realm of death, he'd make sure to give Thanos the biggest green hat in the multiverse. And if he didn't return with a full set of abilities from the abstract entities, he wasn't coming back to the MCU. If not death, then infinity would do. As the sister of eternity, infinity held immense potential. The 4 abstract entities, eternity, death, infinity, and oblivion, were on a different level entirely. As for Galactus, while he was born alongside the 4 abstract entities during the Big Bang, he wasn't technically one of them. Galactus was the last survivor of the previous multiverse, carrying the will of the old universe into the new one. The dial displays a list of parallel universes on the screen. You just select one and confirm, Grey Wolf explained. Randomly generated? Xilai frowned. That could be tricky. The Marvel multiverse was a dangerous place. Even his current barely Skyfather-level strength was insufficient for most of the multiverse's single-universe realities, let alone the multiverse as a whole, where lunatics and cosmic threats roamed freely. A decision to make. Xilai pondered for a moment. "Grey Wolf, is there any chance this thing is a one-way trip?" Grey Wolf scratched his head. "Well, theoretically, no. But, you know how theoretical things can be." Xilai sighed. Asterisk figures. Steve Rogers, The Frozen Legacy. Steve Rogers, the first Captain America, lived a life that could be divided into 2 distinct halves. The first half began in 1918, when Steve was born in Brooklyn, New York. From a young age, he suffered from chronic illnesses like asthma and high blood pressure, conditions his family barely understood. Living in an era of war, Steve tried multiple times to enlist in the military, only to be rejected every time because of his frail physique. He stood at just 5 feet 4 inches, 1.62 meters, and weighed a mere 95 pounds, 43 kilograms. He was even shorter than Dr. Zola, for crying out loud. At the time, no girl would give him a second glance. He was always overshadowed by his best friend, Bucky Barnes, and frequently found himself cornered in alleys, beaten up by bullies. Yet, even with a trash can lid as his makeshift shield, Steve would bravely declare, "I can do this all day." In 1943, Steve's life changed forever. On June 6, he survived the grueling transformation process of the super soldier serum, gaining the same enhancements later mirrored by Xilai's 50-50 serum. From that moment, Steve became America's first ever super soldier. His height shot up to 6 feet 2 inches, 1.88 meters, his weight to 240 pounds, 109 kilograms, and all his illnesses vanished. That year, he was just 25 years old. After spending a few months as a celebrity mascot to boost morale, Steve finally made it to the front lines. Leading the Howling Commandos, he became a legend on the battlefield, earning victory after victory. But life wasn't done testing him. While fighting Hydra alongside Bucky, tragedy struck. Bucky fell from a train into a seemingly endless ravine, his fate unknown. On March 5, 1945, Steve made the ultimate sacrifice. To stop Hydra's sinister plans and save New York City, he piloted a plane into the Arctic ice, where he remained frozen for nearly 70 years. That marked the end of the first half of Steve's life. The second half? It was just beginning. The awakening. Now, Steve Rogers stood in the middle of a bustling New York street, having broken out of S.H.I.E.L.'s carefully crafted containment. He was overwhelmed, lost amidst the modern world's chaos. Cars honked incessantly, their sounds blending into a symphony of urban life. Neon lights flashed in dazzling colors, painting the city in vibrant hues. To anyone else, it was a scene of liveliness and progress. To Steve, it was loud, glaring, and utterly alien. Based on a few familiar landmarks, Steve confirmed he was in New York. But what had happened to the world? How had it changed so drastically? His thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of a stern, one-eyed man Nick Fury who approached him with an air of authority.
"I'm sorry about the deception," Fury began, his tone firm but understanding.
"We thought it best to ease you into things."
To avoid shocking him too much, Fury had ordered a section of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s facility to be remodeled in a 1940s style, complete with nurses in period-appropriate uniforms. But Steve had seen through the illusion thanks to a televised baseball game and now found himself standing on the streets of a world he no longer recognized.
"Ease me into what?" Steve asked, his confusion evident. "You've been asleep, Cap. For about 70 years.
The weight of Fury's words hit Steve like a freight train.
He glanced around, his mind racing. 70 years, gone. Only one thought echoed in his mind.
I missed my date with Peggy Carter.
Ghouli's hidden observations. From a hidden vantage point nearby, Ghoulie watched the scene unfold. He couldn't help but feel disappointed.
"This feels off," Ghoulie muttered to himself, crossing his arms.
Is it because he didn't say the line?
"Don't get too close, punk, go home and pick some cotton." Ghoulie had been so excited to witness this iconic moment in person. He'd rushed over the moment Soundwave informed him, only to be let down.
Was the version he'd seen before fake?
Sighing, Ghoulie consoled himself with the thought that maybe, someday, he'd visit the manhwarecap universe.
That version of Steve, as the leader of Hydra, would surely have a far more entertaining personality. Of course, Ghoulie's interest in that universe wasn't purely for amusement. He was drawn by the cosmic cube that existed there. Unlike the Tesseract, which housed the Space Stone, the cosmic cube was a completely different artifact of immense power. Even a weakened, fragmented version of the cosmic cube was nearly omnipotent, capable of turning the wielder's deepest desires into reality. The strongest cosmic cubes could even erase and reconstruct entire multiverses.
And yes, there was more than one cosmic cube. Each one could evolve, developing its own consciousness, personality, and unique form through repeated interactions with sentient beings.
Back to reality.
As Fury successfully escorted Steve into a car, Ghoulie muttered, "All right, time to move on."
Standing around wasting time wasn't his style.
He'd rather focus on finding a new target, one that could yield rewards after 3 connections. After all, post-third reward conditions were notoriously difficult to meet, requiring absurd amounts of time and energy. If Ghoulie were the type to coldly discard people after using them, maybe his life would be easier. He'd have more freedom, sure, but freedom often came at the cost of loneliness.
And Ghoulie wasn't built for that.
He wasn't some lone, godlike figure destined to bear the weight of eternal solitude.
He was just human.
The universal shuttle. Not long before this, Ghoulie had voiced his concerns to Grey Wolf about the universal shuttle.
"Grey Wolf, are you sure this thing won't leave me stranded?" Grey Wolf rolled his eyes.
"Boss, if you're going to use it, at least don't insult my intelligence."
"So, aside from the destination being somewhat random, everything else should work fine? No one-way trips?"
"Exactly," Grey Wolf confirmed, though his tone carried a hint of exasperation. Traveling to other universes to meet colorful villains and heroes sounded like a great adventure.
But Ghoulie realized he hadn't even explored the other life-bearing planets in the MCU yet.
"Forget it. I'll wait for Carol to return," Ghoulie decided. "We'll take a little trip through the cosmos together, and then I'll think about it." At the very least, he had to visit Sovereign and meet their High Priestess, Aisha, in person. Those long legs, just imagining them made Ghoulie's heart race. Besides, there were bound to be rewards waiting for him. Even if Aisha's son, Adam Warlock, was destined to become the next living tribunal, Ghoulie was confident the system would let him claim at least part of Adam's immense power.
"Golden legs, here I come,"
Ghoulie declared with a grin in the Security Council Minister's office ***. Nick Fury lounged comfortably on the sofa, his mood unusually light in recent days. On one hand, he had successfully excavated Steve Rogers, Captain America, from the Arctic ice and recruited him into S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury was even considering the perfect date to officially establish the Avengers Initiative. On the other hand, his old friend Carol Danvers, who had been helping the Skrulls relocate, might soon return to Earth. It was a double dose of good news, and Fury, euphoric, decided to visit his longtime ally Alexander Pierce to share his joy. A stark contrast. Unlike Fury's cheerful demeanor, Pierce felt a growing sense of unease upon learning about Captain America's recruitment into S.H.I.E.L.D. Memories of Hydra's downfall during World War II lingered vividly in his mind. He couldn't shake the worry that the Insight Project, Hydra's grand plan, might be jeopardized by Captain America's presence. After all, their previous failure had been inextricably linked to that man. What made it worse was Fury stopping by just to gloat. It was intolerable. After dismissing Fury, Pierce immediately convened a secret meeting with the two people he trusted most, Dr. Arnim Zola and Gu Li. "Gentlemen, we must accelerate the progress of the Insight Project," Pierce declared bluntly, wasting no time. Gu Li couldn't help but feel amused. He'd never seen someone so eager to sprint toward their own demise. If Zola had attended the meeting in person instead of appearing on a computer screen, Gu Li had no doubt the man would have burst out laughing. After all, executing the Insight Project not only meant the destruction of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra but also signaled Pierce's imminent death. For Zola, Pierce's downfall had been a long-standing dream. "Mr. Pierce, rest assured," Gu Li said with a calm smile, "S.H.I.E.L.D. is hardly a threat to us. Even if we gave them a hand, it wouldn't matter. When the time comes, all it will take is a simple gesture to eliminate them." Pierce, trusting in Gu Li's immense power, nodded in agreement. Unlike Captain America, whose reputation had been built through propaganda, Gu Li's Superman moniker was earned through sheer, undeniable strength. Still, Pierce couldn't help but issue a cautionary reminder: "Gu, when the time comes, please be mindful of preserving SHIELD's assets." Pierce genuinely feared that Gu Li might go overboard, leaving nothing but a mess behind. "Don't worry," Gu Li replied casually. "The preparations for the Insight Project are going smoothly. All we need now is the right moment." Dr. Zola, ever meticulous, chimed in confidently. "Indeed, the groundwork is nearly complete." Pierce, though slightly puzzled by Zola's casual use of his name when had Zola stopped calling him leader, didn't dwell on it. After all, Zola had been instrumental in rebuilding Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D., a figure critical to their operations. Convinced by Zola and Gu Li's assurances, Pierce felt his anxiety ease. He issued an order to prioritize the construction of the 3 helicarriers, raising their importance to the highest level. Pierce could hardly wait for the day Hydra's light would once again shine across the world. Back at the farm base. After dealing with Pierce, Gu Li returned to the farm base to meet with robotic Zola in person. "Leader, most of Hydra's bases are under my control now." "It's time to eliminate Pierce," Zola said, his tone brimming with anticipation. Gu Li, unfazed by Zola's obsession, replied leisurely, "Don't forget, Doctor, Hydra's assets mustn't fall into the wrong hands." Since the end of World War II, Zola had rebuilt Hydra from within S.H.I.E.L.D., amassing an unimaginable amount of wealth and resources. All of it, of course, belonged to Gu Li now. After all, stealing was always faster than earning, and Gu Li had no moral qualms about robbing Hydra blind. In fact, he found it quite satisfying. If anything, he wished there were more targets like Hydra. Who could ever complain about having too much money? "Doctor, I may need to leave Earth for a while to scout the universe. The affairs here are in your hands for now. Once everything on Earth is settled, we'll take our ambitions to the stars." Gu Li's vision was grand, spanning galaxies. Zola, ever the loyal servant, had no doubts about Gu Li's plans. He firmly believed that under Gu Li's leadership, not Hydra but the Sky-Smashing Gang would dominate the Marvel multiverse. In Zola's mind, once S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra were dismantled, countless unemployed agents would flock to join the Sky-Smashing Gang, contributing to humanity's conquest of the cosmos. "Hail Hydra!" Zola declared passionately, his robotic voice echoing with fervor. Into the cosmos. Leaving the farm base, Gu Li shot into the atmosphere like an arrow, heading for deep space. Carol Danvers was returning, and he had to meet her. His goal this time was simple: to fulfill the conditions for his 4th reward with Carol. The 5th reward, however, was a different story. The difficulty was astronomical. Even with their superhuman physiques, bridging the gap from 10 connections to 100 connections in just a few days was a monumental task. It would be draining, both mentally and physically. For now, let's just focus on the 4th reward, Gu Li thought. There's time for the rest later. As he waited for Carol, a thought crossed his mind. I seem to be out of places to stay again. His system-rewarded villa was occupied by May and Peter. His new house was shared with Zhao Helen and Daisy. And the farm base? That was occupied by Tifa Quintessa. Hey, system, buy me another house. Something move and ready, Gu Li ordered. While he might have a wandering eye, Gu Li wasn't shameless enough to bring one girlfriend home in front of another. Besides, he still had plenty of money from the funds he'd seized from Killian, so buying another house wouldn't be an issue. And anyway, it was all part of his quest for more superpowers. If he could unlock the binary form he'd been dreaming of, his next stop would be Sovereign to claim High Priestess Aisha.
He'd make himself Adam Warlock's father, whether she liked it or not. A fiery reunion.
Roughly an hour later, a dazzling, multicolored streak of light flashed through the void of space. It was none other than Carol Danvers, Captain Marvel. The two reunited after weeks apart, and neither was willing to back down.
Let's settle this with a fight, Carol suggested immediately, not even waiting for Gu Li's response before unleashing a blast of cosmic energy.
In the vast emptiness of space, a spectacular battle unfolded. Cosmic energy erupted like fireworks as their figures darted through the void, moving faster than lightning. Every punch carried the force of a thunderclap. In the end, Gu Li held back slightly, and the fight ended in a draw. Carol, satisfied with the outcome, smirked. No matter how strong Gu Li was, she refused to be outdone. As she turned to leave, Gu Li called out.
"Oi, Carol, my cat can do a backflip. Want to come see? A cat that backflips?"
Perhaps it could, after all. Carol Danvers had seen strange things before, including her own cat, Goose, who turned out to be a flurkin capable of swallowing entire enemies.
For a brief moment, countless thoughts raced through Carol's mind before they converged into one simple conclusion: fine. I guess I've never actually seen a cat that can backflip.
3 hours later.
Carol sat in Gu Li's study, her expression a mix of disbelief and irritation. "So this is what you meant by a backflipping cat?"
The moment Carol stepped through the door, Gu Li had dragged her into the study and, without explanation, piled a mountain of books onto the table. Titles like Cree Modern History, Cree Ancient History, and The Galactic Empire, Theories and Visions filled her hands.
"You really like studying, don't you?" Carol asked, holding the books with a mix of shock and amusement. Gu Li nodded emphatically. "Studying makes me happy. Studying keeps me away from censorship. Studying keeps me out of the black room. Asterisk if it weren't for the system, who would willingly bury themselves in books like this? Asterisk."
For 3 days, Gu Li had been slipping out of Zhao Helen's bed before dawn, only to return late at night, all in pursuit of meeting the system's 4th reward condition.
Despite his relentless efforts, he hadn't yet fulfilled the requirement.
He could only hope that this reward wouldn't turn out to be as mundane as the pilot's flight technique he'd received before. At the time, he hadn't understood why it wasn't just flight knowledge but specifically pilot's flight technique.
It wasn't until he met Carol that the reasoning behind it became clear. 3 days of studying.
Immersed in his studies, Gu Li gradually gained a better understanding of the galaxy's vast history. Over the course of these 3 days, Carol had stopped mentioning her plans to leave Earth, while Gu Li kept his intentions to visit the Sovereign under wraps. After all, he still had to work toward completing the 4th reward condition. Just as Gu Li was about to take a break and rest, the annoying sound of his phone ringing shattered his moment of peace.
"Hey, Gu, the vibranium's running low.
Can you bring some over?" came Tony Stark's exhausted voice from the other end.
"Got it. I'll be there soon."
Hanging up, Gu Li casually reformed his clothing with a flick of his hand and stepped into a portal leading directly to Stark Tower. The never-ending vibranium problem. Since moving his and Inson's labs to the new Stark Tower, Tony had been burning through resources at an alarming rate. The vibranium they'd acquired during a zero-cost acquisition from Wakanda, totaling 1,000 tons, had long been depleted. Gu Li's transformers alone had consumed most of it. Just Razorclaw's body required more than 1,000 tons, not to mention the later additions like Pteranodon Swoop, Triceratops Slug, and the 12 Guardian Knights. Then there was Zola's interstellar battleship, which was devouring an untold amount of true adamantium. Tony's Iron Legion, by comparison, had consumed a mere 200 tons. Most of the vibranium they were currently using came from Gu Li's molecular restructuring ability, which allowed him to mass-produce it.
Both Tony and Gu Li were visibly worn out from their respective projects.
As they exchanged tired glances, they couldn't help but share a knowing smile. "Gu Charlie, I knew it, you just can't quit," Tony teased, his tone laced with playful mockery.
Gu Li immediately retorted, "What do you know? I'm studying. Ever heard of it? Studying." To Tony's surprise, Gu Li didn't offer his usual snarky comeback.
Instead, Tony leaned in with genuine curiosity.
"You're really studying? Like, actually? Since when? Why didn't I know this was a thing?" Tony considered himself far more experienced in his younger days than Gu Li could ever be now.
If studying in this way were possible, Tony Stark would have long since become invincible and wouldn't be stuck here working overtime to perfect the Iron Legion.
Goo Charlie was clearly pulling his leg. Shrugging, Ghoulie didn't bother explaining further.
Instead, he casually drew a portal and disappeared back to Carol's side.
Why work so hard?
Anyone else attempting Ghoulie's training method would have been utterly drained, physically and mentally. But Ghoulie, with his cheat-like system, could afford to push himself relentlessly in his pursuit of superpowers.
What else can I do?
I just want more powers, he muttered.
Ghoulie's preferences were no secret. He liked women with long legs, ample curves, and a certain charm.
Carol, objectively speaking, didn't fit those criteria. But for the sake of superpowers, Ghoulie was willing to make exceptions. As the saying goes, making money isn't shameful. For Ghoulie, earning superpowers was no different.
It wasn't shameful, it was necessary. Initially, Ghoulie pursued superpowers to avoid being snapped out of existence by Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet. Now, he could easily crush a non-stone Thanos in combat.
If he could acquire the binary form, even a fully stone Thanos wouldn't stand a chance. Of course, Ghoulie was just boasting. He'd never actually hand the Infinity Stones to someone else. His ambition had grown exponentially. In his mind, the 6 Infinity Stones were already his, waiting to be collected. All he needed now was for the Chitauri and Loki to deliver the Mind Stone. If not for that, he would have already taken the Space Stone, aka the Tesseract, from SHIELD's vault. Nick Fury might think his secrets were well kept, but everything happening within S.H.I.E.L.D. was already under Hydra's surveillance, and by extension, Ghoulie's.
Back to Carol.
Returning to Carol's side,
Ghoulie casually asked, "Hey, Carol, do you know much about the Sovereign?" Carol frowned slightly. "The High Species? Yeah, I'm familiar with them. They're arrogant.
Their technology is advanced, but they're pretty cowardly."
Ghoulie raised an eyebrow. Cowardly? Yeah.
They value their lives above all else.
Any dangerous task?
They'd rather hire bounty hunters than risk it themselves, Carol explained.
It matched what Ghoulie had seen in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2.
"Carol, take me to their planet sometime.
I'm curious to see what aliens look like." "Fine.
Let me rest for a couple of days first," Carol agreed.
Reward unlocked.
To pass the time, Ghoulie pulled out a few more books: Shi'ar Empire, Modern History, Shi'ar Empire, Ancient History, and Scroll Ancient Chronicles. "Carol, care to walk me through these?" he asked with a sly grin. Finally, just as the two were on the verge of losing their minds from the endless studying, the system's long-awaited notification rang out. Through the guidance of storyline character Carol Danvers, your cultural knowledge has increased by +1. Reward unlocked: Superpower, Binary Form, ***** Binary Form, The Power of the Stars ****. Just as Thor has his awakening moment with Missing My Father and Sentry has his dark persona Void, Captain Marvel's ultimate trump card is her binary form. In this state, she connects to a mysterious white hole. White holes, as cosmic phenomena, are the opposite of black holes. They continuously emit energy and matter outward without absorbing anything. This stark contrast to black holes' insatiable pull makes white holes a source of boundless energy. By connecting to a white hole, Carol can draw upon its immense energy reserves, granting her a massive power boost. While the exact strength of binary form in the comics is already astonishing, even in the MCU, her appearance in this state, radiating golden light and divine brilliance, was enough to make Ghoulie feel that his recent efforts at her side had been well worth it. And, of course, it was simply cool: the radiant glow, the majestic aura. It was as if she had descended from the heavens as a deity, shining with unparalleled brilliance. With the binary form now in his arsenal, Ghoulie envisioned himself as a golden god, further cementing his growing power. Content and satisfied, he held Carol close as they drifted off to sleep. For the first time, he found a unique beauty in Carol, a beauty of strength. Meanwhile, at Stark Tower. After receiving the vibranium shipment from Ghoulie, Tony Stark didn't immediately return to work. Instead, he found himself pondering something absurd. Could it be that Goo's real superpower is getting stronger through relationships with different women? Tony muttered to himself, startled by his own hypothesis. That's ridiculous, right? It can't be true. The idea defied all logic, yet it lingered in his mind. Tony glanced at his reflection in the mirror. Ever since consuming the heart-shaped herb, his physical capabilities had improved significantly. Yet even with his enhanced body, the relentless exhaustion from forging mark armors around the clock was taking its toll.
Poor Dr. Insen had nearly been worked into oblivion. Maybe I should ask Gu if he has any more heart-shaped herbs. Pepper could use one too, Tony mused.
The herb's effects were undeniably incredible. Jarvis's analysis indicated that Tony's current physical condition was equivalent to that of a 20-year-old.
Jarvis, can you find any information on Gu from before all this? Tony asked, curiosity getting the better of him. He wanted to see if there was any correlation between Gu's strength and the number of girlfriends he had.
I'm sorry, sir, Jarvis replied.
All records pertaining to Mr. Gu have been erased from the internet. However, information about Superman is still available. Tony paused, then sighed. Must have been Grey Wolf. There weren't many people Tony Stark genuinely admired for their intellect. Princess Shuri of Wakanda, Bruce Banner, and Dr. Insen were among the rare few.
But Grey Wolf was in a league of his own, a bizarre being who defied conventional logic. After spending time with Grey Wolf, Tony had even begun questioning reality itself. If someone ever asked him why Ghoulie seemed untouchable, Tony's answer would be simple: the less you know, the happier you'll be. Grey Wolf's research often danced on the edge of incomprehensibility. Ghoulie, blissfully ignorant of the details, was free from worries. Tony, on the other hand, understood just enough to spiral into existential doubt.
Maybe this is the curse of knowledge, Tony muttered.
He briefly considered calling Ghoulie to ask about the heart-shaped herb but decided against it when he noticed the time.
There were 2 times of day when contacting Ghoulie was absolutely inadvisable.
1, just before bed, around nightfall.
2, just before waking up, around dawn.
The best time to reach him was between 1 and 2 p.m., when Gu was almost certainly in high spirits.
The morning after.
The next morning, Carol woke up to find herself in Ghoulie's embrace, surrounded by a sea of books. A wave of disgust swept over her as she berated herself internally.
Carol, what's wrong with you? There are oppressed people across the universe who need saving, and here you are, wasting time.
She pushed Ghoulie awake, prompting him to groan groggily.
What's your problem?
Ghoulie muttered, his voice thick with sleep. He was notoriously grumpy in the mornings, a fact Quintessa knew all too well after being sent to mine for a year and a half for waking him up once.
But this time, Ghoulie didn't lose his temper.
Instead, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Every pore in his body seemed to hum with warmth. The energy of the white hole was coursing through him, empowering him even as he rested. If he ever got another superpower evolution card, Ghoulie decided he'd upgrade binary form. He was eager to explore the full potential of white hole energy. Take me to Sovereign in a few days, Carol said abruptly.
And can you disappear for now?
Ghoulie blinked, confused by her sudden mood swing.
What's your deal?
Just leave, she snapped, clearly irritated. Whether it was due to overexertion or her own post-battle clarity, Carol seemed fed up with Ghoulie's presence. Shrugging, Ghoulie stepped through a glowing portal and returned to the farm base. He figured she just needed time to recover, which aligned perfectly with his own plans. He wasn't in a hurry to pursue the 5th reward condition with Carol. After all, too much studying wasn't good for the mind.
A moment of respite.
After a refreshing soak in the familiar hot spring, with Tifa, or rather, Quintessa in disguise, attending to him, Ghoulie felt completely rejuvenated. If he were to rate his system, Ghoulie would give it a perfect score. Hell, if the maximum was 100, he'd give it 120. Tifa alone made his life feel complete. At first, he'd had some reservations about Quintessa's robotic nature. But after spending time with her, those concerns melted away. Quintessa's unwavering loyalty, her refusal to show attitude, and her tireless efforts to please him made her the perfect partner.
What more could he ask for? Tifa is amazing, Ghoulie murmured as he left the farm base, a heartfelt compliment escaping his lips. Facing the consequences. Ghoulie's satisfaction was short-lived. He suddenly remembered he hadn't gone home the previous night.
Usually, when he snuck out, he'd wait for Zhao Helen and Daisy to fall asleep. But last night, he hadn't even bothered to inform them. The moment he stepped through the door, Zhao Helen, who had been chatting and laughing with Daisy, immediately burst into exaggerated sobs.
"Oh, Daisy, we've been abandoned,"
Zhao Helen wailed, though her lack of actual tears betrayed her poor acting skills. Ghoulie sighed, scooped up one of his girlfriends, and carried her to the bedroom.
"If words won't work, I'll just have to show you how much I care," he declared with a grin. The medieval farm base. From the outside, Ghoulie's farm base resembled a European medieval castle.
Perhaps this was influenced by Dr. Zola, who was born in Switzerland and had designed the base to reflect such a style. After Xilai repeatedly promised Zhao Helen that he would never spend the night away from home again, she decided to forgive him. She even suggested staying at the castle for a couple of days. Deep down, she wanted to get a closer look at Quintessa, whom she believed had seduced her man. She was particularly curious about what made Quintessa so captivating, or, as she put it, she wanted to experience its texture. However, when Zhao Helen laid eyes on Quintessa again, she was immediately on high alert. This, husband, she can transform, can't she? Zhao Helen clutched Xilai's arm tightly, her voice trembling. Her usual darling had been replaced by a formal husband, signaling her strong sense of crisis. The last time Zhao Helen visited, Quintessa had taken on the appearance of a graceful, elegant Asian woman. But now, she's too beautiful, Zhao Helen muttered, her voice tinged with disbelief. It suddenly dawned on her why Xilai hadn't come home last night. This adorable yet sultry little sister exuded a charm that even Zhao Helen found irresistible. Having Quintessa around felt like having every beautiful woman in the world, including herself, wrapped into one. Seeing Zhao Helen's growing misunderstanding, Xilai could only shrug helplessly. He decided not to explain. Perhaps this misunderstanding was for the best, it would at least keep Zhao Helen from discovering his connection with Carol. Quintessa, ever perceptive, bowed respectfully and excused herself. Zhao Helen wasted no time following her, leaving Xilai alone with Daisy. A new lesson begins. Handing Daisy a copy of Advanced Hacking Techniques, Xilai said, "All right, let's get started on this book." Daisy raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. "Is this book really that interesting?" she asked, not because she was unwilling to teach, but because Xilai's lack of foundational knowledge made it frustratingly difficult. After what felt like an eternity, the system's melodic notification finally chimed. Asterisk through the guidance of storyline character Daisy Johnson, your cultural knowledge has increased by +1. Reward unlocked, superpower, life absorption, the ability to absorb life force, asterisk. Xilai nodded in satisfaction. This was an unexpected surprise, a new superpower. The unique ability to absorb life energy originated from Jiaying, Daisy's mother and the leader of the Inhumans. A woman of great ambition, Jiaying's tumultuous love-hate relationship with Daisy's father could easily serve as the plot for a drama titled My Wife's a Lunatic. Asterisk. Among Xilai's teachers, Zhao Helen had rewarded him with the most system bonuses, followed by Xilai Parker, and then Daisy. Daisy's playful nature often led to her teasing Xilai for being slow, which sometimes slowed down his progress in learning. After studying hacking for over a year, Xilai had unlocked several rewards. First tier asterisk the superpower Shockwave. Second tier asterisk a superpower evolution card. Third and fourth tiers asterisk Terrigen crystals and 2 activation devices. Fifth tier asterisk the newly acquired life absorption. It wasn't a bad ability at all. A day of exploration. As Xilai noticed Daisy lying comfortably in his arms, he suddenly realized something was off. "Daisy, did S.H.I.E.L.D. give you the day off?" he asked, puzzled. It was unusual for her not to be at work. Daisy rolled her eyes in response. She had initially joined S.H.I.E.L.D. with high hopes of becoming a superhero while still spending time with Xilai. But her big brother, as she liked to call him, had barely set foot in S.H.I.E.L.D. since her onboarding day. "Big bro, I'm on annual leave," Daisy replied with a playful smirk. Hearing this, Xilai affectionately ruffled her hair. "Well then, how about Big Brother takes you out for a spin?" "Really?" Daisy's eyes lit up as she wrapped her arms around his neck. "Where are we going?" "A day to remember." "Let's go." Xilai scooped Daisy up and soared into the sky, enveloped in golden cosmic energy. The two of them streaked across the heavens like a shooting star, visiting awe-inspiring locations, the pyramids' peaks, the depths of the Pacific Ocean, the stratosphere, the asteroid belt, and even the moon. By the time they returned to the farm base at nightfall, Daisy was still buzzing with excitement, chattering nonstop as she held Zhao Helen's hand. A moment of relaxation. With nothing else to do, Xilai wandered over to the Dinobot Transformers, who were playing cards. Among his subordinates, Soundwave, stationed in outer space, was the most diligent, tirelessly monitoring Earth. Grey Wolf, as the brains of the operation, constantly produced bizarre and ingenious inventions. Quintessa, meanwhile, had become Xilai's indispensable personal assistant. Drift and Smokescreen were primarily responsible for keeping Xilai and Daisy company. The rest of the Transformers were relatively idle, including Dinobot leaders Grimlock, Swoop, and Slug, as well as the 12 Guardian Knights and the ever-reliable Starscream.
They were all currently assisting robotic Zola in building a true adamantium interstellar battleship. The silent yet deadly Shockwave and the adorable Razorclaw were tasked with guarding the farm base. Ranking the Transformers.
In terms of combat power, Ghouli's subordinates could be ranked as follows. 1. Quintessa, with her staff, she was easily in a tier of her own. 2. The 12 Guardian Knights and Razorclaw. The Knights could combine into the awe-inspiring Dragonstorm, a three-headed mechanical dragon, while Razorclaw stood at an imposing 329 meters. 3. The Dinobots, Grimlock, Swoop, and Slug held their own as powerful warriors. For the others, Drift, Starscream, Shockwave, and the rest fell into this tier. Grey Wolf was excluded from rankings. He was, after all, a being beyond classification.
Unless, of course, Ghoulie could someday acquire Red Riding Hood and Little Grey, in which case Grey Wolf's rank would skyrocket.
Steve Rogers, a fish out of water.
Meanwhile, Steve Rogers had fully awakened and officially joined S.H.I.E.L.D.
However, he declined the agency's offer of housing, opting instead to rent a modest apartment in Brooklyn. Determined to catch up on the 70 years he had missed, Steve threw himself into studying modern life and its peculiar slang. He kept a small notebook to jot down anything he didn't understand, fearing he might otherwise fall out of touch with society. Then he saw it, Superman comics and news articles about the real-life Superman **** Ghoulie ****.
Well, I'll be damned.
Steve muttered, his old-timey slang barely capturing the shock he felt. Back in 1938, before he even became Captain America, Superman had made his debut in comic books. Never in his wildest dreams did Steve imagine that Superman would one day walk among them and as his colleague, no less.
That guy doesn't seem to work much, though, Steve observed wryly ***, 7 days later ***.
Carol Danvers stretched her arms energetically, feeling more invigorated than ever.
To her astonishment, her strength had noticeably increased since her last sparring session with Ghoulie.
As she pondered this peculiar phenomenon, Carol furrowed her brows, struggling to find the right words. ***, how can doing that actually have this kind of effect? Hours of contemplation yielded no answers, so she eventually gave up and sent a message to Ghoulie, "Let's get moving." The two set off on their journey to the vast expanse of the cosmos.
Traversing the Marvel Universe.
In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the galaxy often feels like a single, vast star system. The likes of the Kree Empire, the Shi'ar Empire, and the Novacore all occupy regions within the Milky Way galaxy and its neighboring satellite galaxies Large Magellanic Cloud Small Magellanic Cloud, and Andromeda Galaxy. Yet, in reality, the observable universe spans a staggering 93 billion light-years in diameter. A distance so incomprehensible that neither words, comics, nor films can truly convey its scale. What we perceive about the universe is merely what we imagine, limited by our understanding. After all, no one has evidence to the contrary, just as no one has definitive proof to support cosmic conjectures. But I digress. Through the enhancement of his superpowers, Ghoulie's flying speed had finally reached the threshold of light speed. However, even at such speeds, traveling to Sovereign would take an eternity. Thus, the pair opted to use space jump points, the same kind seen in Guardians of the Galaxy, where Rocket and Yondu's crew made insane jumps through wormholes. These jump points were constructed by the three major galactic empires to transport armies, resources, and strategic supplies, ensuring stability across their vast territories. For perspective, Earth's largest historical empires span 3 continents at most, while the Kree Empire and Shi'ar Empire measured their domains in light-years. The space jump experience. For the first time, Ghoulie experienced the sheer disorientation of a space jump. Without the protection of cosmic energy and Shockwave's enhancements, he was certain his body would have been torn apart. The sensation was nauseating, like being shaken to pieces. He had no idea how long they'd been in transit before they were violently ejected from the jump point. Dazed and disoriented, Ghoulie found himself slung over Carol's shoulder as she flew toward her ship on a nearby planet. Ghoulie felt utterly drained, like he'd been subjected to a gauntlet of relentless torment. His energy was sapped, and his ears buzzed incessantly, though Carol's soothing voice occasionally broke through the noise. "You'll get used to it," she assured him. The Kree's War Fortress. After some time, Ghoulie found himself seated in the ship's cockpit, staring down at a massive, metallic planet below. His mind raced with curiosity and ambition. "Carol, whose planet is this?" he asked, his gaze filled with longing. Deep down, Ghoulie was already itching to pull out the Allspark from his system inventory. A planet like this, fortified and metallic, was a perfect candidate for transformation into a living transformer.
It was everything he could have dreamed of.
This is a Kree war fortress, Carol explained, her tone nonchalant. The Kree Empire spent millennia constructing it, with its core being a dead neutron star.
Gu Li's eyes lit up with fervor.
A war fortress, thousands of years, a neutron star for a core, this was practically a custom-made gift for him.
These blue-skinned Kree were far too generous. He made up his mind immediately, this planet is mine. Not even Jesus can change that asterisk.
Carol, is this fortress entirely made of metal? He asked, wanting to confirm if there was any soil, water, or other organic material inside.
Though perplexed by Gu Li's sudden obsession, Carol furrowed her brow and answered, yes.
The Kree spared no expense. It said the amount of metal used in its construction equates to 10 years' worth of the Empire's taxes. Gu Li extended his hand toward the planet, as if he could physically touch it through the ship's glass. He caressed the air, imagining the cold, metallic surface of the fortress beneath his fingers. He was smitten utterly in love with this planet. The plan begins. You're parking your ship next to a Kree war fortress.
Aren't you worried they'll notice? Gu Li asked, a hint of admiration in his voice.
The most dangerous place is often the safest, Carol replied confidently.
Gu Li gave her a thumbs up.
Who says Carol isn't smart? She wasn't just a fearless warrior, she had a sharp mind for strategy too.
You take the ship and leave.
I'll stay here and show you a little magic trick, Gu Li instructed, donning a hooded mask as he prepared to descend to the planet's surface.
My precious, Daddy's coming. Chaos unleashed.
In mere moments, everything spiraled into chaos.
Carol was left dumbfounded, unsure of how to react. Leave?
Is this guy seriously planning to dismantle the Kree fortress? She muttered in disbelief. Before she could stop him, it was too late. Gu Li, clutching the Allspark, grinned maniacally as he declared, "Your king has returned."
Carol could only shake her head in exasperation.
This fortress housed tens of thousands of Kree soldiers and an arsenal of weaponry beyond count.
I should have talked to him earlier, she thought. Maybe I could have joined in on the fun of wrecking someone else's fortress. The awakening of the planet.
As Carol piloted her ship away, trusting Gu Li's abilities, she sighed and muttered, "What a lunatic." Meanwhile, Gu Li's maniacal laughter echoed across the metallic expanse of the fortress.
The entire planet trembled as if awakened from a deep slumber.
The ground split open with jagged, gaping wounds, and massive fortress structures collapsed like houses of cards. It was an apocalyptic scene, as though the entire planet had come alive.
The planet is alive. Retreat! Everyone, retreat to the ships.
Kree soldiers scrambled in panic, their metallic boots clanging against the trembling ground.
Ships roared into the sky as soldiers fled for their lives, abandoning their posts.
Those who were too slow were left behind, forever part of the fortress's remains. Gu Li gazed at the now dull Allspark in his hand and sighed in frustration. Such cowards, scared by a single planet coming to life, he muttered, shaking his head, a cosmic awakening ***. In the vast, boundless depths of space, the surviving Kree soldiers stood atop their ships, gazing at the now shattered remains of their once proud fortress planet. Their hearts were heavy with a mix of despair and disbelief. Many of them had fought and clawed their way to secure this relatively stable posting, only to now face a catastrophic and incomprehensible end. But then, as if the universe itself had a twisted sense of humor, the soldiers' faces suddenly filled with shock, their eyes widening to the size of saucers. Their jaws dropped in unison as they witnessed an utterly surreal, almost absurd sight. The once solid fortress planet began to change. Its spherical form, so familiar to them, was shifting, morphing into something entirely new. Slowly but surely, the planet transformed into an enormous robot, its size nearly identical to the original planet. The robot radiated a dazzling light, as if it were a masterfully crafted work of art, and floated silently in the void of space. Awe and confusion among the Kree. The soldiers stared in terror and wonder at the colossal mechanical figure, their minds racing with questions they couldn't begin to answer. The planet they had guarded day and night had, in the blink of an eye, become a titanic robot. The sheer magnitude of what they were witnessing left them paralyzed with awe. Was this the true purpose of the great Kree ancestors when they built this fortress planet? A high-ranking officer muttered, his voice trembling with disbelief. As his words spread among the soldiers, their initial fear began to ebb away, replaced by a swelling tide of pride and excitement. Long live the Kree Empire! Glory to the Kree! If there was ever a moment capable of transforming despair into jubilant pride, this was it.
Our ancestors were truly magnificent.
With this, the Empire shall rise to even greater heights.
The robot's unexpected gesture.
But just as the soldier's emotions reached a fever pitch, something even more shocking happened. The colossal robot, floating majestically in the void, suddenly bent forward in a low bow, as though paying homage. Its booming voice echoed through the vacuum of space.
Great Creator, I humbly praise you. The direction of its bow? Toward Xilai. Xilai's triumph. Standing atop his ship, Xilai watched the scene unfold with a sense of indescribable satisfaction.
The massive metallic being filled him with a euphoria that rivaled the thrill of his most successful connections. Every fiber of his being seemed to resonate with joy, as though his very cells were celebrating the miracle before him.
Who wouldn't be captivated by such a monumental and awe-inspiring creation?
If not for the fact that the Allspark had nearly burned itself out in the process, Xilai would have been tempted to create 2 more planetary-scale transformers just to shock the universe.
Though this massive transformer couldn't yet rival the Celestials, its sheer size alone was enough to strike fear into the hearts of any would-be challengers.
Xilai silently vowed that if he ever found higher quality materials, he would perfect this planetary transformer, perhaps even surpassing the Celestials themselves. Of course, he knew this would be an arduous task. The sheer scale of the transformer meant that upgrading it would be a monumental undertaking, one that might very well push him to his limits.
For now, I'll call you Cosmic Emperor 2, Xilai declared, his naming skills once again proving to be unique.
Cosmic Emperor 2 shall forever obey your commands, the gigantic transformer intoned, its voice reverberating like thunder.
A new goal.
Xilai's thoughts drifted to a certain mad titan.
Perhaps it was time to give Thanos a little shock and awe.
After all, Xilai was no longer the powerless figure he'd once been when he first arrived in this universe. Back then, he'd been plagued by fear of Thanos, fear of the snap, fear of his own helplessness.
But now, Xilai was a force to be reckoned with. The once daunting Thanos was little more than a minor obstacle in his eyes. Ronan's arrival.
The transformation of the Kree Fortress planet into Cosmic Emperor 2 had taken roughly an hour, during which the Kree Empire's infamous Ronan the Accuser received the initial distress signal. Wasting no time, Ronan led his elite fleet through the nearest space jump point to investigate. When Ronan and his fleet arrived, they were greeted by a sight that left even the stoic Accuser at a loss for words. Cosmic Emperor 2 loomed before them, a mechanical colossus that dwarfed even the largest Kree ships.
Confusion and frustration. What in the name of Hala is going on? Ronan roared, his voice echoing across the bridge.
He grabbed a nearby Kree soldier, shaking him for answers.
Where is the fortress? What happened here?
The soldier stammered, his voice quivering with fear.
Our reporting, sir, the fortress, it came alive.
Ronan froze, his expression a mix of disbelief and rage.
Are you mocking me?
The soldier quickly shook his head, too terrified to speak further.
Ronan's blue-skinned face darkened as he processed what he was seeing.
His mind raced with questions.
If such a project had existed within the Empire, why hadn't he been informed? And if the Empire possessed such power, why had he ever needed to seek Thanos' help in the first place? A colossal presence. The surviving Kree soldiers couldn't help but marvel at the sheer size of Cosmic Emperor 2.
Compared to their massive motherships, already strategic deterrents in their own right, this planetary transformer was on an entirely different level. It was as if their once imposing warships were mere grains of sand next to this mechanical behemoth.
Xilai's next target.
Perched atop Cosmic Emperor 2's head, Xilai's eyes sparkled with excitement. His gaze shifted to the Kree motherships, and a grin spread across his face.
He had originally left Earth with 2 goals. 1, to plant a beacon on Sovereign, enabling him to open a portal across hundreds of light years. This would allow him to discreetly abduct High Priestess Aisha without Carol knowing.
2, to obtain an interstellar warship and transform it into a transformer, providing data for Zola's alloy-based Starship project. But now, he had unexpectedly activated a planetary transformer, exhausting the Allspark in the process.
A new opportunity. Pulling out the now dull Allspark, Xilai frowned. Hey, Allspark buddy, can you handle a few more ships?
The Allspark trembled weakly in response, clearly unable to muster the strength. At that moment, Cosmic Emperor 2 spoke up, Creator, if you require ships, I can scan and replicate them.
Xilai's eyes lit up.
Without hesitation, he pointed toward the Kree mothership.
That one looks promising. As you command, Creator.
The sound of Cosmic Emperor 2 initiating its scan was deafening. Unlike the sleek transformation sounds of Autobots or Decepticons, this was a thunderous roar, like a storm raging through the cosmos. The Kree soldiers could only watch in stunned silence as the mothership began to change ***, a marvelous transformation ***. If anyone in the universe were qualified to speak about witnessing the most bizarre events, the Kree soldiers at this location would surely have the loudest voice. They had just watched, helplessly, as the Kree Empire's technological masterpiece, a fortress planet that had taken millennia to construct, transformed into an impossibly massive robot. As if that wasn't enough, they then saw the colossal robot morph into the shape of a Kree mothership before flying away, its massive form vanishing into the vastness of space. This was no dream. It was a scene that would remain etched into their memories for the rest of their lives. Ronan's silence. Commander Ronan the Accuser sat in stunned silence aboard his ship. For what felt like an eternity, he grappled with the sheer magnitude of what he had just witnessed. The image of that towering mothership soaring away burned itself into his mind, leaving him at a loss for words. Could it have been nanotechnology? He didn't know. Was it some form of mechanical ascension? He was clueless. For a brief moment, he had considered ordering an attack to stop the mothership from leaving. But as he glanced at the size of that mechanical monstrosity, he realized that the combined firepower of his tens of thousands of soldiers would likely amount to nothing more than a mosquito's bite. No matter how many ants there were, how could they possibly hope to bring down a leviathan? Their weapons likely wouldn't even scratch its surface. The towering scale of the entity had left Ronan paralyzed with fear. A difficult report. Commander, how should we report this to the Supreme Intelligence? One of the officers tasked with managing the fortress planet asked hesitantly, his face pale. He knew that his political career was now effectively over. Losing a fortress planet that was integral to the Kree Empire's defense meant that he would never again be considered for promotion. The Supreme Intelligence, a super AI that governed the Kree Empire, was a collective consciousness formed from the minds of the Kree's greatest scientists, politicians, and military leaders. Initially designed to assist in managing the Empire's administrative affairs, it had gradually become the true ruler of the Kree. But Ronan didn't hear the officer's question. He remained seated, lost in thought as countless questions swirled through his mind. Why did the fortress come alive? What triggered its transformation? Aboard the colossal mothership. Meanwhile, aboard the mothership that Cosmic Emperor 2 had transformed into, Xilai reunited with Carol Danvers and her small spacecraft. When Carol saw the enormous mothership swallow her tiny ship into its hull, she was left speechless, her mouth agape in disbelief. The sight rendered her silent for a long time, but once she regained her composure, she grabbed Xilai and dragged him off to explore the interior of the ship. Carol's proposition. After some time spent wandering the ship, Carol suddenly turned to Xilai with a serious expression. "What if I became your girlfriend?" she suggested, her tone surprisingly earnest. This mothership was far more than just a transport vessel, it was essentially a mobile fortress, capable of storing supplies and serving as a base of operations. It would be invaluable for her mission of delivering justice across the galaxy. Xilai, however, neither agreed nor refused her proposal. Instead, he replied tactfully, "Carol, I think we should get to know each other better before making any decisions." Internally, though, Xilai chuckled to himself. Nice try, but I'm a man with a mission, to spread love across the galaxy. I can't be tied down to just one person. For the sake of maintaining peace within his growing family, Xilai had decided he wouldn't take on any more girlfriends for the time being. Carol, after a moment of thought, nodded. "All right, let's take some time to get to know each other." A temporary resting place. After a few deep breaths, Carol asked, "Shall we head to Sovereign now?" Xilai raised an eyebrow, clearly caught off guard. "Didn't you just say we should get to know each other first?" Carol hesitated, glancing around the mothership's interior. "Here? Now?" Eventually, she relented. The two of them sat down and began introducing themselves. "My name is Carol, female, and I enjoy delivering justice." My name is Delivering Justice, male." The two reclined in the ship's cockpit, gazing out at the endless expanse of stars. Your ship is way too big," Carol remarked. "Huh? Oh, you mean Cosmic Emperor 2? Do you know of any planets where it can temporarily dock?" Xilai asked. Given Cosmic Emperor 2's immense size, most life-bearing planets wouldn't be able to support its weight. Parking it would be like trying to place the moon on Earth, an unthinkable disaster. Only supermassive planets could accommodate it. A hellish giant planet. Carol thought for a moment before responding. There is one place, a newly formed gas giant with extreme conditions.
Guli's face lit up with excitement. Great! Lead the way.
It's just a temporary stop, after all. Following Carol's star map, Cosmic Emperor 2 accelerated at full speed toward the destination.
From a distance, its massive form looked like a runaway asteroid barreling through space.
When they finally arrived, Guli understood what Carol meant by extreme conditions.
The planet's surface temperature exceeded several hundred degrees Celsius, hot enough to melt aluminum.
Violent winds tore through the atmosphere, while constant volcanic eruptions and earthquakes made the entire planet a chaotic, hellish landscape. But it was big enough to accommodate the colossal mothership.
Settling in. Cosmic Emperor 2, you'll have to make do here for now, Guli said apologetically. He couldn't help but feel a pang of inadequacy.
For all his power and resources, he didn't even have his own pocket dimension to store his creations. It was a humbling reminder of how far he still had to go.
I'll adapt to the environment as best I can, Cosmic Emperor 2 replied, its deep mechanical voice resonating with understanding.
Guli felt a twinge of guilt. He silently vowed to find a way to create his own dimension, one that could house even the likes of Cosmic Emperor 2.
A new pursuit. With Cosmic Emperor 2 safely stationed, Guli boarded Carol's small ship, and the two set off for Sovereign.
Unbeknownst to them, a small, stealthy spacecraft was tailing them, piloted by none other than a smug rocket raccoon and a cheerful Groot.
Groot, stay hidden, Rocket whispered, his eyes gleaming with excitement. If we can snag that big guy back there, we'll be set for life.
I am Groot, Groot replied, nodding earnestly.
Rocket's grin widened. This is it. We're gonna be rich. Back on the ship.
Meanwhile, aboard Carol's ship, Guli found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to break the awkward silence.
How about we introduce ourselves again, he suggested sheepishly.
Carol rolled her eyes. You're impossible, she muttered. Every time they spent time together, it was either bickering or staring at stars.
Setting the ship to autopilot, Carol got up and left the cockpit. Moments later, her voice echoed from another room, are we studying Skrull modern history or not?
Guli's face lit up. Grabbing a stack of books, he eagerly called out, coming. 3 days later. Carol Danvers, radiant as ever, pointed toward a shimmering starfield ahead.
That's sovereign territory right there. Want me to come with you? Guli, who was adjusting his outfit, quickly waved his hands. No need. You'd just be wasting your time.
I'll take a quick look around and head back to Earth afterward. The truth was, Guli had a grand plan that no one, not even Carol, could know about. It was a secret so important that it couldn't be exposed to anyone under any circumstances. Alright then, I'll head to Cosmic Emperor 2 after this, Carol said nonchalantly, before unceremoniously grabbing Guli and tossing him out of the ship. With a whoosh, her ship vanished into the void.
This woman's insane.
Guli muttered, cursing under his breath. She throws me out the second she's done talking. Shaking his head, he turned and sped toward the Sovereign starfield.
The Sovereign. The Sovereign, also known as the High Evolutionary's creations, first appeared in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2.
They were one of the few humanoid species among the many lifeforms created by the grotesque High Evolutionary.
The Sovereign had abandoned traditional reproduction, instead opting for custom-tailored genetic engineering.
Each Sovereign was meticulously designed to fulfill specific roles from the moment they were born. The concept bore a striking resemblance to Krypton, Superman's homeworld.
Guli chuckled to himself, certain that Marvel had borrowed the idea from DC.
After all, in the world of intellectuals, borrowing is far more honorable than outright stealing.
The Sovereign were infamous for their arrogance, embodying the very definition of superiority in the Marvel universe.
Rumor had it they were golden from head to toe, but Guli didn't really believe it. That's why he came here, to see these prideful gilded beings for himself, especially their high priestess, Aisha. Just the thought of her made him a little giddy.
The real reason. Of course, Guli had another, more practical reason for visiting.
The true adamantium alloy starship that Dr. Zola was currently building was Guli's passion project. He'd lost count of how much true adamantium and the mysterious metals used to forge ebony blade he'd converted for it. The ship was a labor of love, and while Grey Wolf's nanotechnology had been incorporated into its design, Earth's technology still lagged behind. That's why Guli had set his sights on all of the High Evolutionary's assets and scientific advancements. After all, Guli's philosophy was simple: stealing is faster than earning.
His plan? Take out the high evolutionary and claim everything under his name, including the sovereign themselves. Aisha's Golden Palace. High Priestess Aisha, the sovereign's leader, lived in a palace as golden as her skin. The walls were encrusted with gemstones and gold, dazzling to the point of excess. When she wasn't occupied, Aisha could often be found lounging on her throne, which resembled a giant golden ingot. When Ghuli stealthily entered her palace, the sight before him was like stepping into a treasure chest. Golden sovereign, golden decor, golden clothing. For the first time, Ghuli began to believe the rumor, the sovereign truly were golden from head to toe. The hunt begins. Ghuli's curiosity quickly turned into excitement, akin to a treasure hunter discovering an uncharted land. It was time to test the waters. Aisha sat regally on her golden throne, radiating arrogance as she listened to reports from her subordinates. High Priestess, have you found a suitable candidate for your genetic reproduction project? If not, the Kree have offered some of their genetic material for consideration. The mention of the Kree made Aisha wave her hand dismissively, her irritation clear. Those blue-skinned brutes? They're not worthy of me. Don't bring this up again. Aisha's demeanor resembled that of a young woman being pestered about marriage during the holidays, irritated, helpless, and tinged with arrogance. As the High Priestess of the Sovereign, Aisha had yet to find a genetic counterpart worthy of her station. While other women her age already had multiple children, she remained childless. She dismissed the Kree as beneath her. The green-skinned Skrulls disgusted her, and the Shi'ar Empire as feathered men were simply too strange. The perfect match. Aisha dreamed of finding someone with golden skin like hers to create the perfect offspring. However, they couldn't be a fellow sovereign. She had no interest in the younger generation within her own race, whom she deemed unworthy of her exalted genes. At the very least, she wanted someone with a skin tone similar to gold. Such a match would complement her own magnificence. Her ideal man? A heroic figure bathed in golden light, like a god descending from the heavens. Handsome, of course, and tall, at least taller than her imposing 1.9-meter frame. Wealth, surprisingly, wasn't a concern. Aisha was already obscenely rich. The encounter. Lost in her fantasies, Aisha failed to notice that her palace had emptied. She was now completely alone. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted before her, nearly blinding her. Aisha instinctively shielded her eyes, peeking through her fingers to see what had caused the radiance. Before her stood a handsome man, bathed in golden light, radiating divinity. He looked like he had stepped straight out of her imagination. Love at first sight. A faint blush crept across Aisha's golden cheeks. For the first time, her composed demeanor faltered. Could the heavens have heard my prayers and sent me a man? Her breathing quickened, and she suddenly felt self-conscious, like a love-struck girl meeting her crush for the first time. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Ghuli's dilemma. Ghuli, meanwhile, was momentarily stunned. He had deliberately waited until the palace was empty before revealing himself. Why had he activated binary form? Simple, he was planning to grab Aisha and make a run for it. But he hadn't expected her to look at him with such starry-eyed infatuation. He recognized the look. It was the same look Zhao Helen had given him when they first met. The escape. Without missing a beat, Ghuli flashed a mischievous smile, scooped Aisha off her golden throne, and slung her over his shoulder. Let's go! A future revelation. In a distant future, where the universe was collapsing and stars were dying, a towering figure resembling a purple potato glanced at the golden figure beside him. Is that your father? Thanos asked. The golden figure, Adam Warlock, sighed in embarrassment, lowering his head. Even as the living tribunal, he couldn't shake the awkwardness of witnessing his father run off with his mother in such a scene. Yes, he muttered. Meanwhile, in the shadows, two eavesdroppers suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as if they had attracted the attention of something far beyond their comprehension. In that vast and boundless deep space of the universe, there was a desolate silence, with hardly a human figure in sight, truly a realm of uninhabited deep space. That interstellar mothership transformed by the two emperors of the universe, after receiving the command from the creator Ghuli, activated its engines with all its might. Soon, it successfully picked up Ghuli and the little golden figure on his shoulder. Aisha, who had been thrown onto the sofa in the cockpit, was breathing heavily, her golden eyes occasionally sneaking glances at Ghuli. He wouldn't want to force me, would he? After this thought crossed her mind, Aisha began to feel a bit panicked. Despite having a good impression of this man, she simply could not accept this kind of approach. Boss, can you let me go? I have money now, I can give you a lot of money.
Though Aisha's words sounded very weak, the arrogant expression on her face showed no signs of diminishing, even becoming a bit more pronounced.
Oh, so you're a rich lady after all, Guli suddenly felt a teasing thought arise in his mind. Then tell me, how much can you give me?
Upon hearing Guli's words, a glimmer of hope flashed in Aisha's eyes as she felt there was a chance. She quickly replied, any amount is fine, as long as you let me go.
TSK, but I'm not interested in money. Right now, all I want is you. Guli's expression, combined with his words, made him look like a wicked villain. The power of this statement was significant enough to scare the originally arrogant Aisha into tears, her eyes glistening with moisture. Seeing this, Guli mumbled, those tears wouldn't happen to be golden, would they? That would be quite rare.
Aisha sobbed for a while, her voice hoarse, her entire body trembling uncontrollably.
As Aisha was about to break down into a crying mess, Guli quickly said, what are you thinking?
I called you over for a reason, not for the kind of thing you're thinking.
Upon hearing this, Aisha quickly wiped her tears. Really? You're not lying to me? People with yellow skin don't lie to others with yellow skin. The power of this statement was equally formidable. After hearing it, Aisha nodded deeply in agreement. Then hurry up and tell me, what's the matter?
Guli pondered for a moment, organized his words, and then looked at Aisha. There's a black guy called Supreme Evolution whom I want to kill. Quickly tell me where he is.
Aisha was stunned for a long time, then shook her head frantically.
He's very powerful, you alone can't defeat him at all.
Aisha actually wanted to kill that guy too,
but the Sublin people cherished their lives, and she felt her people were not a match for Supreme Evolution. Pfft, he's just a minor character, I can handle him with one hand. Guli was completely unconcerned about the so-called Supreme Evolution.
How strong could a small-time thug that even a raccoon could take down be?
Seeing that Aisha was still reluctant to speak, Guli reached out and lifted her chin. I'll give you 3 seconds to think it over, tell me, or I'll execute you on the spot.
1.
Aisha, sitting on the sofa, was so scared that she hugged her long legs tightly, curling up into a ball.
2.
I'll tell you. He's at Country Earth, Reverse Earth, planetary coordinates K20HMW 1748P2S. Upon learning the coordinates of Reverse Earth, Guli nodded in satisfaction. This was a habitable planet with an environment very similar to Earth, a utopia created by Supreme Evolution.
From now on, this planet would bear the surname Gu.
Including the Pinnacle Laboratory on Reverse Earth, as well as the most advanced gene intellectual property library in the entire galaxy, the OG Group. 2 emperors of the universe, keep an eye on this woman, don't let her escape, Guli instructed, just as he was about to leave when he suddenly heard a voice.
Creator, we caught 2 intruders not long ago, should we bring them over? Guli furrowed his brows slightly, asking in confusion, 2? When he saw the proud little raccoon and the adorable tree creature locked in a cage, Guli couldn't help but sigh, these 2 guys actually came here to take advantage of me? Stealing was just an animal instinct for raccoons. However, this particular raccoon had a deep connection with Supreme Evolution. It was originally the 89th batch of test subjects, codenamed 89P13. Perhaps the ugly short melon of Supreme Evolution never expected that the 89P13 he created would actually be smarter than him. If Supreme Evolution had a broad mind, he might even feel proud of this. After all, this was his own offspring. But unfortunately, that guy wasn't. He was furious and could not tolerate that what he created was smarter than him, as if that made him look like a fool. In Supreme Evolution's eyes, the rocket was merely an experimental subject he used to create the perfect species. Therefore, he wanted to cut off the rocket's head for research and turn the rocket's companions into ashes. Little did Supreme Evolution know that he would end up with his entire face scratched by the rocket and let it escape from the Pinnacle Laboratory. Switching back to the cockpit, Guli looked at the grinning rocket in the cage and said, Little raccoon, how about I take you to find Supreme Evolution? Upon hearing this, the rocket glared at Guli with hatred. You're one of his people? That bastard had left the rocket with nothing but hatred. No, I'm going to kill him. I believe you'll definitely be very interested, right? You have a grudge against him? A serious expression unprecedentedly appeared on Guli's face. I have my eyes on his stuff, but I think he definitely won't be willing to give it to me, so I have to kill him and then take the stuff. The rocket's face was filled with astonishment as it contemplated Guli's words. After a moment, it grasped the iron cage tightly with its little claws and smiled happily. Ha ha ha, you're killing me with laughter, promise me, you must take me along. The rocket had never seen such an interesting human as Guli in its life.
It was very curious about the owner of this massive mothership and how strong this strange human was to confidently go kill Supreme Evolution, not to mention that he had also captured a little golden figure from the Suvlan people. This guy's hobbies were indeed quite peculiar.
Well then, let's go. Ghoulie waved his hand.
The mothership transformed by the two emperors of the universe started up at high speed, racing toward the coordinates of Reverse Earth. The atmospheric density of Reverse Earth was lower than that of Xander, resembling a shabby version of Earth, which made Ghoulie quite excited. After all, finding a habitable planet in the vast universe was incredibly difficult. Either it was boiling hot water or filled with radiation. Planets with environments similar to Earth seemed even harder to find. Blue skies and white clouds were incredibly rare, and other colored skies appeared somewhat strange. Ghoulie even planned to use this place as his first base for ruling the universe, and after killing that ugly Supreme Evolution, he would first bring Dr. Zola over. From then on, Ghoulie would be a master of his own planet. As for the Little Earth, he would let the Avengers deal with it themselves. He was a man destined to become the Lord of the Universe. Oh, I almost forgot that I'm also a member of the Avengers. At least he would wait until he got the Space Stone and Mind Stone before withdrawing, and also want his chaos magic.
The road ahead is long and arduous.
In the Pinnacle Laboratory on Reverse Earth, the black guy known as Supreme Evolution, who had once had his entire face scratched by the little raccoon, was still in the lab, attempting to create the perfect being. In his eyes, the universe was filled with flaws, which was why he longed to create a perfect utopian world. However, for so many years, he had failed repeatedly, building one after another, only to destroy them time after time. In fact, many years ago, he had set foot on Earth. The reason he didn't stay was that there were too many powerful beings there that he could not defeat, so he settled for finding this Reverse Earth in the universe. His obsession with the rocket had long since driven him insane. Since there were no gods in the world, he would become a god himself and create a perfect utopian world. For all these years, he had held on to this idea until he met Ghoulie. Just like now, the enormous mothership overshadowing the skies was hovering above Reverse Earth, and a figure radiating a dazzling golden light, resembling a deity, had arrived outside the Pinnacle Laboratory. Beside him was Supreme Evolution's long-cherished obsession, his most perfect creation 89P13. A sincere smile suddenly appeared on Supreme Evolution's dark and ugly face, his big white teeth standing out prominently at that moment.
89P13, you've returned. The little raccoon also smiled genuinely. Yes, I'm back.
The rocket had fantasized countless times about the scenario in which he would face this former nightmare again. But he never expected it would be like this now. He was just here to watch the show today, hoping that the human brother beside him, who resembled a descending god, could perform well. Otherwise, their trip would end up being like a meat bun thrown to a dog, coming and going without a trace. Hiding in the cockpit of the mothership, Aisha felt anxious and uneasy. She had been kidnapped by a man who perfectly matched her criteria for a partner and taken to Reverse Earth, a place she least wanted to be. Although she was the high priestess of the Suvlan people and appeared quite noble on the surface, in reality, she was just one of many creations of Supreme Evolution, and one that was physically perfect but intellectually lacking. If that man failed, she and the Suvlan race might very well meet their end as well. After all, the arrogant Supreme Evolution could not tolerate betrayal, and in the eyes of that creator, destroying the Suvlan was as simple as pie. Over the years, Supreme Evolution had annihilated countless intelligent beings, acting like a cold-blooded god, ready to abandon them at any moment.
Supreme Evolution glanced at the figure beside the rocket and smiled as he asked, 89P13, is this your support for returning?
He waved his hand behind him, and several fully armed guards immediately raised their guns, pointing them at the glowing figure.
Ghoulie impatiently urged, hey, ugly, you should join in too, don't dawdle, I'm in a hurry.
As for Aisha, the little golden figure who had been brought back, Ghoulie hadn't even had the chance to check if she was covered in gold, and he rushed straight to Reverse Earth.
Upon hearing Ghoulie call him ugly, Supreme Evolution instantly became furious.
He hated it most when others said he was ugly. In fact, if he were truly handsome, he wouldn't be angry when someone called him ugly, because he would know it was jealousy and slander. But when it came to his current appearance, it only confirmed that Supreme Evolution was indeed very ugly. Ghoulie extended his palm forward, activating his life-absorbing superpower, shockwave superpower, and molecular restructuring superpower.
Boom, boom, boom.
The world instantly fell silent, and all the guards beside Supreme Evolution were instantly transformed into dozens of clouds of blood mist, like ink diffusing in clear water, creating a beautiful painting of blood red.
Seeing this, the little raccoon widened its eyes, looking back and forth between Ghoulie and Supreme Evolution. Wow, he's amazing. I wonder if the boss would take me as a little brother.
If he can really kill Supreme Evolution, being his little brother doesn't seem too bad. If he could find a reliable backing, who wouldn't want to stop drifting in the universe, living a hand-to-mouth existence? Supreme Evolution's expression became serious, and his purple aura flickered as he attempted to activate gravity with his equipment. However, the gravity that had always been effective until today was now failing. Not only did Ghoulie show no reaction, but even the little raccoon beside him remained completely still. Supreme Evolution hurriedly fumbled with his outfit, looking quite comical. "Stop trying, country bumpkin, just now, I already decomposed part of your equipment."
After mocking the ugly guy, Ghoulie turned to the little raccoon beside him with some lingering interest. "How do you want him to die?" The little raccoon looked confused, raising its weapon and pointing it forward, its eyes flickering with complex emotions: hatred, confusion, and a bit of relief. After about a few minutes, he ultimately lowered his weapon.
Seeing this, Ghoulie shrugged. It was just like in the movies, but what a pity. Unfortunately, Ghoulie was not a soft-hearted person. Ghoulie clenched his hand, and the Supreme Evolution, who had felt relieved because of the rocket's acceptance, instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist, dying completely. In his last moments, he even heard Ghoulie's taunt, "You didn't want to make everything better, you just couldn't stand how things originally were." Ghoulie expressed that dealing with this kind of scum didn't require much effort. Perhaps if he sent a transcender, it would be about the same, and he could certainly escape for several chapters. Looking at the little raccoon beside him, who still looked bewildered, Ghoulie extended his palm, startling the little raccoon enough to jump up.
Hey, what are you doing? Don't you have a self-destruct device inside you? I decomposed it for you." "What? Not happy?" Upon hearing this, the little raccoon awkwardly made an explosion gesture. "I thought you meant to do that to me." In just a moment, the self-destruct device in the rocket's body had been decomposed into a molecular state. "Little raccoon, remember to use the restroom later." Now that Supreme Evolution was dead, Ghoulie had to start considering who to assign the guard duties on this reverse Earth. Should he summon the Transformers? After all, the 12 Guardian Knights and the 3-headed dinosaur Transformers had nothing to do every day but play cards. Ghoulie then focused his thoughts, frantically thinking about the location of the farm base, and finally, a buzzing golden teleportation portal appeared. "Come over and get to work." 12 tall knights, Tyrannosaurus steel cable, pterodactyl boomerang, triceratops iron shard, and robot Zola stepped through the portal one after another. After glancing around reverse Earth in shock, Zola exclaimed, "Boss, is this Earth?" Ghoulie nodded. "Reverse Earth, from now on, it will be the extraterrestrial base of the explosive gang. I'll handle the cleanup, you take over with this little raccoon." As for Ghoulie continuously calling him little raccoon, the rocket didn't mind at all. After all, he had already confirmed with his eyes, this was someone he couldn't provoke. I in the cockpit of the mothership, Aisha, the high priestess of the Sublin, stood quietly behind Ghoulie, gently massaging his shoulders like a tender little maid. Her eyes were filled with admiration. Not long ago, Aisha had witnessed through the cockpit's surveillance footage as Ghoulie swiftly killed Supreme Evolution and annihilated all of his guards. In that moment, her heart felt as if it were completely filled by Ghoulie. This man, who perfectly matched her criteria for a partner, was so powerful and perfect that he seemed like the best gift from heaven. Why not use his genes to reproduce? Aisha secretly pondered. If Ghoulie disagreed with the Sublin's custom method, perhaps the traditional way of reproduction could be tried. After all, she had never attempted it. This time, she felt moved. While enjoying the beautiful massage, Ghoulie seemed a bit distracted. Perhaps it was because Aisha had never learned how to massage properly. Her technique was far too ordinary, mechanically kneading like a robot, vastly inferior to Tifa's skills. "I've missed Tifa a bit after not seeing her for a few days," Ghoulie thought to himself. On the other hand, he had basically accomplished his several small goals since leaving Earth. Aside from getting to know the little golden figure, there didn't seem to be anything particularly special left to do, which made him lose focus. "Aisha, are all Sublin people really golden all over?" Ghoulie casually asked. Upon hearing this, a blush immediately appeared on Aisha's face. "I suppose so," she replied. The somewhat suggestive conversation between the two made Groot, who was sitting nearby, restless. He suddenly felt that he shouldn't be here. Although Groot could only say, "I am Groot," he could understand the underlying meanings of their words. In his view, humans were truly hard to understand. If there was something to say, why not just say it directly instead of going around in circles? Ghoulie shook his head and said, "I find that a bit hard to believe." The cockpit fell silent for a moment before Aisha's timid voice spoke up again. Why not take a look? Take a look? Hearing this, Groot hurriedly turned and ran away, deciding it was better to go find the little raccoon below. If he accidentally saw something he shouldn't, it would be trouble. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, when Ghoulie finally saw Aisha's true appearance, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, it really is all golden." 2.5 hours later, Ghoulie emerged satisfied, holding a stack of books, including Modern History of the Sublin and Life Sciences of Reverse Earth. "Come, help me explain the contents of these books," Ghoulie said. Standing at 1.88 meters tall, and Aisha at 1.9 meters, Aisha's charming eyes sparkled as she furrowed her brows slightly, looking like a delicate woman as she picked up the books and began to explain them page by page. Through the teaching of the character Aisha, your cultural level increases by 1. You have received the reward, Cocoon Rebirth. Cocoon Rebirth. When receiving fatal damage, a cocoon can be formed around the body. After breaking out of the cocoon, all abilities will be enhanced. Ghoulie smiled with satisfaction at the newly acquired superpower. Aisha's son, who was also his son Adam the Sorcerer, truly lived up to being the future of the Life Court. The ability of Cocoon Rebirth was simply like a bug in the system. After receiving fatal damage and generating a cocoon, emerging from it to become stronger, only to suffer fatal damage again, this cycle could continue endlessly. It seemed that when he returned to Earth after finishing here, it would be necessary to see if he could find a bug with Ancient One. The reason for choosing Ancient One was that among the superpowered beings currently appearing, only she could inflict damage on Ghoulie's body. That guy was a fragile mage with high attack but low defense. And Ghoulie's current body strength was incredibly powerful, mainly because he possessed so many superpowers. Just obtaining Cocoon Rebirth was enough to console him for the trouble he had faced these past few days. On this cosmic journey, he not only gained the assets of Reverse Earth and the entire Og group but also acquired the High Priestess of the Sublin. It could be said that the entire Sublin race had become his little brothers. For those Sublin who would not obey Aisha, he had only one thought: exterminate. Exterminate them all. The only regret Ghoulie felt was that Aisha's physique couldn't compare to Carol's, which seemed to indicate that he wouldn't be getting the second-tier reward tonight. No worries, there's plenty of time, there's no rush, Ghoulie thought to himself. After several days without proper rest, he gradually fell into a deep sleep while holding the little golden figure in his arms. Meanwhile, on Reverse Earth beneath the mothership, Robot Zola was lingering in the Pinnacle Laboratory, amazed by the data inside. So this is how genes can be played with. A good idea, but unfortunately, it went off track, Zola commented on Supreme Evolution's research findings. In his view, rather than expending all his energy to create new species, it was better to research how to improve and enhance human physiology. He and Ghoulie shared the same belief that humanity was paramount, and all efforts were aimed at making humanity more prosperous. Arnim Zola, a geneticist from Switzerland, was also the first human genetic engineer in Earth's history. He had worked for Hydra, developing various cloned creatures and monsters, as well as perfecting the supersoldier serum. Although Zola's research direction was not entirely the same as Supreme Evolution's, it was at least based on genetic modification. What a pity, why provoke anyone but the boss? Although Zola felt regret over Supreme Evolution's death, he merely sighed. After all, Ghoulie was the leader Zola recognized, not only during the Hydra days but also in the explosive gang. Zola increasingly felt that Ghoulie should become the leader of all humanity on Earth. The reason was simple: Ghoulie was protective and, aside from being greedy for wealth and women and a bit petty, had no other flaws. Meanwhile, Ghoulie had countless merits, so many that Zola couldn't even keep count. As for this perfect Reverse Earth beneath his feet, even though they had only been here for a day, Zola felt a bit reluctant to leave. This was not only due to the presence of the Pinnacle Laboratory and the Og group but also because Zola and the little raccoon had rescued a large number of superpowered aliens and animals from the laboratory. Zola believed these would be great assets for the future explosive gang, and he suddenly felt a strong desire to stay and teach them. Additionally, this planet, which was identical to Earth, had vast undeveloped land outside of a city nearly the size of New York, offering tremendous potential for development. Following Ghoulie's instructions, the 18 Transformers, including Robot Zola, quickly took over the entire planet's defense system, preparing to turn it into an impregnable fortress for the explosive gang and an important foothold for their journey into the cosmos. Everything is for the explosive gang. Successfully established 5 contacts with the character Aisha, successfully activated interstellar shuttle ability.
Interstellar shuttle, able to harness cosmic energy to precisely locate and enter the warped space of the universe, which is the fault line in the cosmic structure, similar in principle to a space jump point. Ghoulie found it difficult to comprehend this second-tier superpower obtained from Aisha, which seemed like a way of bugging the future. Just like Cocoon Rebirth, the interstellar shuttle also originated from the yet-to-be-born Adam the Sorcerer, who was to be his and Aisha's future son. It felt as though he was drinking water from 2024 while still in 2012, simply unreasonable.
Forget it, if I can't understand it, then there's no need to think about it anymore, Ghoulie said, clicking his tongue and deciding not to dwell on these perplexing matters. This superpower functions similarly to a teleportation spell, enabling ultra-long-distance instant travel across the universe, even distances measured in light-years. Thus, 3 days passed. Ghoulie and Aisha grew very close, spending time together learning the traditional reproductive methods that were entirely different from gene customization. However, after 3 whole days, they still hadn't met the conditions to obtain the third-tier reward, simply because Aisha couldn't keep up with his pace. Please, Master, send me back.
The Sublin cannot be without me, Aisha pleaded, her hands tightly clasped over her chest, half covering her delicate form, looking exhausted. In response, Ghoulie could only helplessly lift her up, channeling cosmic energy to slowly cover her body. After a ripple in space, they instantly appeared in the Sublin tribe Aisha's golden room. Seeing the familiar surroundings, Aisha quickly broke free from Ghoulie's arms and rushed to the wardrobe, swiftly changing into a dazzling priestess outfit. At that moment, the small woman like Aisha transformed back into the proud high priestess of the Sublin.
Master, I need to rest now, the arrogant priestess issued a dismissal order to Ghoulie.
Humph! Ghoulie sneered, secretly thinking to himself that she was just another woman who would forget her roots after putting on pants. When they were intimate before, she called him master, but now that she was dressed, she referred to him as sir.
It was truly baffling.
He playfully squeezed Aisha's golden little face and reminded her, if you miss me, remember to contact me. The communicator on Ghoulie was a commonly used device in the universe, capable of communication across hundreds of thousands of light-years, and its principle was indeed puzzling. Aisha, with her face being squeezed, appeared to Ghoulie as the woman with the lowest combat power he had encountered. Even Sharon Carter, who had dumped him back in the day, was stronger than her, not to mention Carol. It was worth noting that Carol had once helped him gain 3 superpowers in a single day. Understood, sir, Aisha replied weakly. Once Ghoulie disappeared from the room, she frowned, gently holding her abdomen and murmuring to herself, I should be pregnant now. On the other side, Ghoulie returned to the Pinnacle Laboratory on Reverse Earth, preparing to brief Zola on some matters before heading back to Earth. After all, he had been away for quite a while, and he suddenly missed Ms. Zhao very much. However, before he could speak, Dr. Zola began to sigh and plead, Leader, we're short on manpower, please help me recruit some people.
Robot Zola indicated that he had too many tasks to handle, including the construction of the genuine Edmund alloy version of the interstellar battleship that had been moved from the farm base, improving the reverse Earth defense system, and teaching a group of superpowered alien children, among other things. Even he, a robot, felt overwhelmed and unable to cope. A few days ago, due to the manpower shortage, Ghoulie had already sent Robot Zola, along with 18 Transformers, 12 Guardian Knights, 3-headed dinosaur Transformers, Shockwave, Diamond Demon, Red Spider, and others to reverse Earth, leaving only Soundwave to monitor, Drift to accompany Daisy, and Ms. Zhao's little white on Earth. Don't worry, Doctor, I'll bring in more people, Ghoulie quickly comforted him. After a few days of recuperation, the little dog known as the Seed of Life had become lively again. Ghoulie retrieved 108 sets of future warrior-style nano-battle armor crafted by Grey Wolf from the system space, lamenting inwardly, this is all my stock. Well, let's deal with the immediate problem first. As he brought the lively Seed of Life close to the nano-battle armor, countless particles swirled in the air, ultimately converging into 108 nano-transformers. Greetings, Creator. The synchronized and sonorous mechanical voices echoed throughout the Pinnacle Laboratory. Unlike the Edmund alloy transformers, these nano-transformers made no noise while transforming, which made Ghoulie feel as if they had lost some of the Transformers' character. Here are 108